Chapter 1 The Aramaf Eli, the Feast of Ghosts. Humans consume grains and cereals, but what do ghosts eat? According to Taoist scriptures, ghosts lack physical forms and cannot lie partake of earth thruffsent. Furthermore, as entities of the in-realm, they cannot consume food of the living. However, there exists some thought to orlo fost stir partake in earth farir by using 3 incense sesticers and overang and adding a certain ingredient. Linuage unaware of thy suntilan and expected encounter with to ghost lafigus in his hope. In the Guangzhou district of Kunming, at midnight, in old street near the outskirts Laceland, all thesh hopes closed for the night, only no pot restaurant remained open, standing alone in the dark. Ye lies I ow hot pot restaurant. Boss, wectul I wanted to keep working here buchuk know the situation the business is terrible. It feels awkward just sitting around playing on a furnace while collecting a paycheck, so I'd like to resign, said Zhang Suling, the cashier at Linya's restaurant. Our university student in her 3rd year, she had come to work at Linya's to deciding against an internship at an electronics factory. Another worker, a Burleman named Li Di Wang, assisted Linya in the kitchen. The last of the 3 hours an older woman, affectionately referred to as Aunt Wang, helped with cleaning. Today, Linya officially announced the closure of the Hortput restaurant. An orphan, Linya had been abandoned by his biological parents on a snowy day, left at the doorstep of her household with nothing but a jarred pendant inscribed with Tesharik to Lin. His adoptive parents found him at night, and upon seeing the character on the pendant, named him Linyi, as he sounds like night. They treated Linual almost as if were their own son, however, Hastrad led academically, dropping out of cool of the middle school. Theilders often set her to elegant skills, they's hold Leonterkirk, as it would at least prevent starvation. Fortunately, Linyu was diligent and began helping in the kitchen at the age of 13, staying there for 6 years. With some savings, he opened a Daopot restaurant in Kunming. Yet, it was evident that the establishment was on the brink of collapse. Alas, what a disastrous start. My first venture into business has turned out like Ethis, Lin yesigelplaplisly nodding, all right, I'll organize a farewell dinner for every one tomorrow want and pay your wages. That her fed told himself he says employees, that 3 of them made a camaraderie with Linyikinto friendship, they tried to console him, aware that their starn truly hard no business whatsoever. Creak. The door swung open. They instinctively turned to look, startled. Before them stood 2 figures, appearing to be around 60 years old, but they were really merkab like culia. Both had pale faces and were expressions devoid of motion, reminiscent of corpses in our funeral home. Antoine clutched her chest in fright. Linyu was equally startled, feeling a sense of disbelief. How could Thisato move without making a sound? One of them's ni fed the repeated lie and uttered a single word. Eat. Linya quickly gained his composure, beaming, you two must be here for hot, right? The duo remained silent, making their way to blind the corner. Li Juenglan see down an advertent lie and was immediately drenched in cold sweat. Oblivious of the impending closure of their restaurant, Linya thought that turning Jevon a little money was worthwhile and began issuing orders. Aunt Wang, quickly brew some meat here, and Uncle Li, prepare the ingredients in the kitchen. That 3 of them sprang into action. Only Li Di Wang stood frozen in place, prompting Linya to furrow his brow. Uncle Li, why do walks a parley? Nothing to think at all. Li Di Wang shook his head, muttering, I must be seeing things. Linya again in exasperation, hurried to the kitchen and prepared the ingredients. All right. Li Juing nodded and headed toward the kitchen. Seeing customers, Linya felt her surge of happiness, event Heifert cord not halterg fat of the restaurant. Aunt Wang approached, setting down Twizetso few tinsels and a packet of napkins, then handed over the menu, inquiring, what a pov patrol like, we have a jewel flavor pot, a clear broth pot, and das besipert. Observing that woe, Linya grew increasingly perplexed. Their movements were stiff, as if they were repuppets being controlled while asleep. Teresaing they thief their money calls while working, at night. Linya glanced at Zhang Suling beside him, exasperated. Yuri Ango, why are ya listening to such ghosts just at night? It's terrifying. Oh. Zhang Suling turned off the audiobook. The 2 figures ordered their dish in a robotic manner. Aunt Wang returned, and Linyu took the menu to review it. 20 plates of lamb rolls, 20 plates of tripe, 20 plates of crisp bimiat. Seeing that sheer canter show food thou ordered, Linnea felt a mix of joy and confusion, can't avenia talthus. Given thyridge, both appeared to been their zixties, yet, the amount of food thou ordered called overwhelm event for young men. Well, as long as there's monatobe made, Linnea thought, taking the menu to the kitchen. Upon entering, he found Lee doing motionless at the sink. Uncle Lee. Linnea called out, startling Lee Di Wang, ho turned around with a look of shock in his face. Where is the Zupart? Linnea asked, bewildered, what's going on with you? Have you seen a ghost? Hearing the word ghost, Lee Di Wang gulped nervously, glancing toward the kitchen door before whispering, boss, though said to outsider might not be human. Linnea were subtle as 4 words, if there are no human then what are the ghosts? Lee Di Wang nodded fervently, I saw them tiptoe engine just now. Elder say that humans walk with their feet flat on the ground and lie hosts walk on their toes. Linnea were subtle as speechless. You must be seeing things. Lee Di Wang insisted, I saw wheat with my own eyes. Is that true? Linnea remained skeptical. He hard dropped due to Kula 13 and was known for his scorers. Having spent years in the kitchen, he was strong and resilient. Yet, Hals understood Lee Di Wang's character. He would never joke about something like this. Aunt Wang and Zhang Suling were still outside and eat Togo check. Linnea had to leave when Lee Di Wang called out, boss, I've been at for many years and I've seen all sorts of things. I've heard stories from friends about strange people coming to eat at night, but those aren't human. Most were angry hosts, as long as the outry at Hemble, daily. Linnea pondered for a moment and replied, all right, you kickle prepare the soul potent ingredients, I'll go check it out. To be honest, Linnea full tat when Geo Fangsiati. But Marithan thought he was concerned for Aunt Wang and Zhang Suling's safety. Approaching the cash register, Linnea dressed Zhang Suling and Aunt Wang, you two go help in the back kitchen, I'll take care of these customers. Oh. Both women looked puzzled, as Turbo's ways usually quite lazy. What was going on today? Quickly, go. Linnea urged, taking the tea apart from Aunt Wang's hands. Thou he hard nobber leaving hosts, he full tastes of reverence. Standing before the 2 figures, Linnea smiled. I'm sorry, but Tigas for this stable has run out. May I can liar scuto move it to the table next door? He wanted to see if they truly walked on their toes. The 2 remained silent, standing up simultaneously and moving to the adjacent table. Linnea stealthily observed their feet. Today, I must see how the truth is. What sores and shiver down his spine. Chapter 2 Ghosts knock, the restaurant opens. Good heavens, there Eli are walking on their toes. Linnea watched in disbelief as the 2 figures glided rather than walked, their toes barely touching the ground. Seeing this, Linnea sharp raced. The elders always said top ghosts glide rather than walk. To be honest, Linnea had seen his hair of trouble since he was 13, he could easily handle fu local thugs. He is unafraid of the fiercest opponents, but this time, genuine fear gripped him. The seto in oath humanate whole. As he sat down, Linnea forced himself to remain calm, mustering a smile, checking the ingredients in the back kitchen. Truthfully, his heart was racing, but he understood how they hard to maintain composure. Panic was futile, there was no escape, and a cold and lie adapt to the situation. In the kitchen, the 3 of them appearance, clearly having heard Lee Di Wang's account. Ali asked to Linnea, awaiting his response. Linnea nodded, and the 3 of them immediately began to panic. Maintaining his composure, Linnea looked at Lee Di Wang. Uncle Lee, since our friend has encountered this before, did they mention how to deal with it? Having made in the underworld, Lee Juing had seen his fair share of life, head out for a moment and nodded, yes, the Zate of hungry host softens Zeke food, as long as the outry at Hemel, there was usually no trouble. Zhang Suling Kimadin, beaut if it's not the usual case. Asalensa fell over the group, prompting Linnea to reach irritably, shut your mouth, Uncle Lee, Horion prepare the ingredients. Aunt Wang, you two help in the kitchen while I attend to the gentleman. A very own was frightened, but Linnea understood that if he didn't step up, no one would. Surely, he called and sent the to women to handle this. The spice pot and ingredients were quickly prepared, and Linnea stealed himself to serve them. As soon as the lamb rolls were recooked, the 2 began to devour them ravenously. Variating style raisin bled te taf staven wolves, swallowing without chewing. Linne Richard from a distance, swallowing hard. Goodness, their appetite struleremen isn't half hungry hosts. In a time, the plates were nearly empty. Linne hurried back to the kitchen twan struck Li Jung to prepare more dishes. His go out was impulsive ethiseto ellen den courage ethem taliava quickly. Burp? After finishing tile, the to approach a cash register, there possesslick with grease, one of them spoke in a grim tone. Boss, what's possessed to out to the shop pot? It's delicious. You saffron. Linne replied uncertainly, ash hate indeed a little special ingredient. Buthuas unsuru hatitwas, only they teaches and bled saffron and grown in his backyard. Linne ha been a keflong gina to have in many things. However, he had never encountered this particular ingredient before, and Dejerch online yielded no results. He had implied cider to try it out, sorting some mean discover and theta pleasant, slight lies we stew without any queer omer. Thus, he thought to see to sassispis. But a restaurant had seen no customers until now, so had no feedback. Today, however, he was receiving feedback albeit from inhuman customers. Oh. The manager did and asked, how much? 660. As soon as Linne spoke, he regretted it, noticing that we're frowning, clearly find injit a bit pricey, just ashes about her conj's words, the man produced as malporchard place eat it down. Linne as a get in relief, grateful Totatu had not become angry. He was bold and a to accept money from ghosts. As the twoja ned to leave, Linne finally relaxed. As long as they were gone, all would be well. Suddenly, one of them turned back abruptly, executing a 180-degree spin. His body moved forward while his face twisted around to every a sinister smile. This sights and chills down Linne's spine. The man grinned and said, Boss, your outpost is quite a good dot my brother and I'll definitely return for another meal. Absolutely, absolutely. Linne forced a calm demeanor, managing a strained smile. Unky the had fully departed, Linne wiped heckled sweat from his forehead. Finally, they were gone. Opening the pouch, he discovered it contained coins, chilling to the touch. These coins appeared toberescent but were naturally dark, lacking familiar lowish of copper. However, Linne had not a met upon the she quickly placed the porch in the cash register and urged Li Jung and the other stoadome. Tonight's event truly frightened him. Regardless of hat high wear, he was just to leave it he hadolft. As for their future. With the restaurant closing, Linne was indifferent to Heather there returned. Back in his small room, Linne collapsed onto his bed, utterly exhausted from the night's stare. At dawn, Linne received a call from the police station asking him to come in for a statement. Upon arriving, Heller Ned from the offices they told Faroft ham were visibly shaken. It turned out that the two figures shadowed a week prior, their bodies stored in the morgue. Yet somehow they hard moved on their own. After recounting diary appearances from the previous night, the police took his statements and released him, advising them to keep the matter quiet. As they were leaving, Anil Dowisty Nilo Robisterp Linne did host to leave anything behind. Linne shook his head, puzzled. No. Nothing at all. The old man seemed disappointed but hangard without and handed Linne business card. Linne Eglin stated, no tinge was from the Supernatural Affairs Bureau, signed B. John Baufing, along with the phone number. That the old man didn't explicitly state to what her two figures were, Linne could guess, and he inquired if they would be a nuisance. Receiving a positive information from the odd man, Linne finally felt 88. Farewell dinner had been casual, as noon had the petitito at under such circumstances. After distributing guges, Linne initially planned to ask Lord for his deposit back. However, it was already night time, so he decided to postpone it until tomorrow. In the dead of night, Linne to a couch dependent, admiring its exquisite oval shape. It was beautifully crafted, featuring an engraved bridge surrounded by countless flowers and grasses, with decorative in the back. Truth be told, Linne suspected that his strange plant resemblance from row inch in his backyard was somehow linked to this pendant. He had lived in this small carriage yard for 2.5 years without seeing such a plant, beautiful to accidentally dropping the pendant into the soil for a day, if it sprouted within a week. Before Heck knew it, Linya felt drowsy and drifted off to sleep. In a hazy state, he heard a knocking sound. Knock 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 knock. Linya penetizes in annoyance, where did occurs, when he sudden lies and sees something ways off. He is in his bedroom house outside, and Howard they come to him. Is there a thief in the house? Linya thought to himself, instinctively reaching for the strain his bedsitable, trying to calm down. Just a petty thief if they dare to enter, he would strike at them with the strain follow up with a flurry of kicks. Boss, wake up and open restaurant. At the sound of that voice, Linya felt a jolt of panic. Chapter 3, Selling Ghost Money. That voice was all too familiar to Linya. It was none other than the voice of that filthy entity from the previous night. Damn it, they've come knocking on my door. Knock 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 knock. Linya swallowed hard, recalling tales from his elders. There was great significance in the sound of knocking. When a human knocks, it is 2 light taps followed by 1 heavy one. When a ghost knocks, it is merely a series of light taps. The presence outside was undoubtedly not human. At that moment, the voice from outside echoed again. I know you're awake, but take a look at what is beside you. Linya cast a glance to his side and was instantly frozen in shock. Lying on the bed was a figure, his own self. Before he could collect his thoughts, he noticed 2 shadows standing in the corner of the room. Although their forms were indistinct, Linya was certain they were not human. One of the figures spoke. Don't be alarmed, we are ghost messengers. Upon hearing the term, ghost messenger, Linya's mind raced. Could it be that my time has run out? I've committed no sins in my life. Am I truly to perish before even reaching 20? The ghost messenger looked at him in disbelief. Look at you, lacking ambition. We are not here to claim your soul, rather, we seek your assistance. My assistance? Linya was bewildered. What could I possibly help with? The ghost messenger wasted no time. The flavor of your hot pot is impeccable. We, brothers in spirit, have found ourselves in a bit of trouble and wish to host a distinguished guest at your establishment. But my hot pot restaurant has already closed down, Linya protested, genuinely reluctant to take on this task. The other ghost messenger frowned slightly. Such a delightful taste, and it's a pity it's closed. Besides, we depend on your hot pot to save our skins. Linya felt like crying. What did it matter if the ghosts found the taste delightful? It was the living who needed to appreciate it. He replied, business is dismal. I wish to reopen, but I lack the funds. With the lease expired, he had no means to continue paying rent. Suddenly, the ghost messenger had a bright idea and chuckled. If you cannot earn money in the realm of the living, why not earn it in the realm of the dead? Linya replied helplessly, gentlemen, the money from the underworld is not recognized in the living world. The ghost messenger wore a mysterious smile. Money from the underworld may be useless in your hands, but in the hands of others, it might hold value. There's a saying, money can make even ghosts turn the mill. The other ghost messenger produced a book and tossed it over. We must report back to the underworld. Our esteemed guest will arrive in 3 days. You must be prepared. We have written the method in this book. With that, the 2 vanished without a trace. Linya suddenly awoke to find it was already dawn. He initially thought it was merely a dream, but upon seeing the tattered yellow book on his bedside, he realized it was indeed real. The records of yin and yang. Linya picked up the book and opened it, causing a slip of paper to fall out. Let us cut the small talk. Ghosts and humans are different. Ghosts can only consume earthly food in 2 ways, either by possessing a corpse or by using items soaked in the leaves of a century-old willow tree, accompanied by 3 incense sticks that must be obtained from a temple or Taoist shrine with merit. And then there was nothing more. Linya was speechless as he perused the contents of the records of yin and yang. It must be said, the book was quite comprehensive, covering everything from feng shui and fortune-telling to the mysteries of the 8 trigrams. The willow tree, being of the yin nature, could attract ghosts. One must never rest beneath a willow tree at midnight. Humans possess 3 sources of yang energy. If one is extinguished, the body becomes frail. If 2 are extinguished, one begins to see ghosts, and if all 3 are extinguished, small ghosts can approach freely. In the mortal realm, ghosts are categorized by strength and weakness. When a person dies, their soul lingers too long in the mortal realm. becoming a lonely spirit, the underworld does not accept them, leaving them as wild ghosts. Lin Yi then stumbled upon the section about underworld currency, which was rather different from what he had imagined. Indeed, underworld currency consisted of ghost money, but there also existed a form known as ghost coins, like the copper coins he had received the previous night. The system of ghost money had collapsed, with later generations burning it in heaps for the underworld, starting with a minimum denomination of billions. Naturally, its purchasing power was absurdly low. After carefully storing the records of yin and yang, Lin Yi set out to find century-old willow leaves and incense. The century-old willow trees were located in the outskirts and were free of charge. As for the incense, it was readily available at the Taoist shrine and quite affordable, 50 yuan for a small bundle. Upon returning to his establishment, Lin Yi gazed at the small bag of copper coins and then pulled out his phone to call Zhang Baofeng. The ghost messenger had mentioned that ghost money was of no use in his hands but could be valuable in those of others. He was curious to know how much the 660 ghost coins could be exchanged for in renminbi. If an equivalent exchange was possible, he might consider reopening his hotpot restaurant. After all, with the closure of his establishment, he was lost regarding what path to take next. Before long, the call connected. On the other end, Zhang Baofeng sounded lethargic. "Hello, who is this?" "It's me, Lin Yi, the guy from yesterday." "Oh, it's Boss Lin," Zhang Baofeng replied, then suddenly realized something. "Boss Lin, did those two leave something behind?" Lin Yi affirmed, "They left a bit of copper money." "No, it should be ghost money." Zhang Baofeng on the other end sounded surprised. "You know about ghost money?" Hearing the astonishment in his tone, Lin Yi chuckled. "Of course I do. I was just wondering if you might be interested. I'm a bit short on cash and need to exchange some for earthly currency." Zhang Baofeng replied eagerly, "Sure, where are you now?" "I'll come find you," Lin Yi said, hanging up the phone. Zhang Baofeng sent him a location. When Lin Yi arrived at the spot Zhang Baofeng had indicated, he found a small restaurant. Zhang Baofeng had changed into casual clothes and greeted him with a broad smile. "Boss Lin, do you really have ghost money?" "Absolutely." Lin Yi was about to present the pouch when Zhang Baofeng stopped him. "This ghost money cannot be exposed to sunlight. Otherwise, it will lose its yin energy and the underworld won't recognize it." Lin Yi withdrew the pouch, silently noting this valuable information. Upon entering the private room Zhang Baofeng had reserved, the latter beamed, "Boss Lin, how much ghost money do you have?" Without hesitation, Lin Yi placed the pouch on the table. "Not much, just 660, you say?" Zhang Baofeng nodded, lifted his teacup, and took a sip, suppressing his astonishment. He had anticipated Lin Yi would possess a considerable amount, yet he hadn't expected it to be so substantial. He then glanced toward the door. "Bring out the dishes, everything, from chicken stew to mushrooms." Lin Yi felt speechless at this request. This old Taoist had a knack for sizing people up, but he wasn't overly worried about being harmed by him. After all, Zhang Baofeng had the backing of the police station. Regardless of his character, he would not resort to murder for money. The opening lines of the records of yin and yang echoed in Lin Yi's mind. Ghosts may indeed be terrifying, but what is even more fearsome is the human heart. After they had feasted, Zhang Baofeng finally broached the main topic. "Boss Lin, you wish to part with this ghost money, correct? I'm interested. Name your price." Lin Yi smiled faintly. "Zhang Daoist, you're straightforward. I'll cut to the chase. Some of your colleagues have approached me about this money and made offers, but I didn't take them up. You make an offer, if it exceeds theirs, I'll sell it to you." To be honest, Lin Yi was just a novice in this matter. He knew little, but that did not mean he was foolish. Chapter 4 The experienced He Haiyue. Upon hearing this, Zhang Baofeng indeed furrowed his brow, contemplating before responding. "The best offer I can provide is 7,000 yuan. Lin Yi maintained a stoic expression, yet internally, he was overjoyed. A 1-to-10 exchange rate was beyond his expectations. However, he was certain this was not the ultimate limit. Nevertheless, Lin Yi understood the wisdom of gradual progress and nodded. "Very well, since Daoist Zhang has made this offer, I shall certainly show my respect." After handing over the ghostly money to Zhang Baofeng, it wasn't long before Lin Yi received a transfer of 7,000 yuan on his phone. As they parted ways, Lin Yi recalled something and inquired, "Daoist Zhang, do you possess any talismans for exorcising demons or warding off evil? I am willing to purchase them. Lin Yi had already resolved to continue running the hot pot restaurant, which would inevitably involve dealings with spirits. At the very least, he needed some means of self-protection. Upon hearing this, Zhang Baifeng's brow furrowed slightly, then he nodded, indeed, but I sense that you, Boss Lin, might not merely wish to acquire talismans for such simple purposes. Lin Yi smiled without responding, and Zhang Baifeng promptly retrieved 10 talismans from his bag. These protective charms will keep common spirits at bay, while the dispelling talismans are sufficient to deal with minor demons. I shall gift these 10 talismans to you, Boss Lin. Should you encounter any ghostly money in the future, feel free to contact me. We can negotiate a fair price. After accepting the talismans, Lin Yi nodded. Should I find ghostly money, I will reach out to you. At this moment, Zhang Baifeng was the only person he felt comfortable contacting. Although the price he offered was certainly not the highest, at least it assured safety. As they parted, Zhang Baifeng reminded him, Boss Lin, you have yet to step into our realm. There are many things you do not comprehend. In this era of decline, unorthodox practices run rampant. To survive, one must possess sufficient strength. Upon returning to his shop, Lin Yi paid the landlord 3 months' rent. He then proceeded to soak vegetables and meats in the century-old willow leaf-infused water, adding a touch of the red flour from the backyard. Lin Yi speculated that the reason the 2 ghostly messengers found his hot pot delectable was due to the addition of that red flour. After completing his tasks, just as Lin Yi intended to return to his rented room, he received an unexpected call from Zhang Suling. Boss Lin, could you come over? My father is in trouble. After hanging up, Lin Yi drove his second-hand van to the residential complex where Zhang Suling lived. Upon seeing him, Zhang Suling rushed over. Boss Lin, my father may have been ensnared by some malevolent entity. Could you lend me some money? Zhang Suling's family was not affluent. Her parents, lacking formal education, were ordinary laborers. They had taken out a mortgage for a modest 60-square-meter apartment, which placed considerable financial strain on them. Lin Yi's brow furrowed slightly. Take me to see your father and assess the situation. The two entered the living room, where a woman was respectfully pouring tea for an elderly daoist and a young acolyte. Upon their arrival, Lin Yi felt an instinctive unease about the two. According to their yin-yang chronicles, a slanted nose and crooked mouth, especially with squinting eyes, indicated a treacherous disposition. As Lin Yi entered, the two's eyes were indeed askew, and while conversing with Zhang's mother, their lips involuntarily curled into a sinister smile. Zhang Suling led Lin Yi into another room. There, her father lay on the bed, his complexion pale, lips devoid of color, and cold sweat soaking the entire mattress, intermittently murmuring, Don't cling to me. Lin Yi recalled that their yin-yang chronicles outlined 3 characteristics of a person possessed by a ghost. Profuse sweating, physical weakness, and a lingering illness. Lin Yi turned to Zhang Suling and asked, Have you taken him to the hospital? Zhang Suling nodded. Yes, the doctor said my father is not ill. Not ill, Lin Yi muttered, glancing toward the door. Is that daoist someone your family invited? Zhang Suling shook her head. No, that old daoist was encountered by my mother 3 days ago. He claimed my father would encounter a malevolent entity, and then yesterday, my father fell into this state. Strange. Lin Yi initially suspected a connection to the 2 ghostly messengers, but upon reflection, he doubted it. He inquired further, What do you need the money for? While Zhang Suling's family may not be wealthy, they could hardly be in such dire straits that they couldn't afford to summon a daoist. Zhang Suling's face was etched with bitterness. That daoist said my father is possessed by a ghost and that it would cost at least 100,000 yuan to resolve this. My family cannot gather that amount in such a short time, which is why I sought your help. 100,000. Lin Yi was somewhat taken aback. That price seemed exorbitantly high. He sensed there was something amiss. Possessed by a ghost, Lin Yi quickly retrieved a bottle of eye drops and applied 2 drops to his eyes. Their yin-yang chronicles noted that ordinary individuals without the ability to see spirits could not perceive them. There were various methods to glimpse spirits. One involved extinguishing 2 of 3 candles, but that approach was perilous. Another method used the tears of a black cow, which were said to possess innate sensitivity to the unseen. After using the black cow's tears, Lin Yi turned his gaze back to Zhang Suling's father, Zhangde. Everything changed. He saw that the yang flames flickering above Zhangde's shoulders and head appeared quite peculiar. The two flames on his shoulders were gripped by a hand formed from black mist, while the flame above his head wavered precariously, on the verge of extinguishment. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Yi confirmed that Zhangde was indeed possessed. Scanning the room, he noted the windows were closed and the curtains drawn, casting a shadowy atmosphere. The old Daoist had claimed that this would gather yin energy, providing Zhangde some relief. Beneath the bed, Lin Yi glimpsed a pair of feet, which quickly retreated. He was certain that these belonged to the ghost entangling Zhang Suling's father. Being his first encounter with the ghost, Lin Yi was uncertain whether the dispelling talisman would be effective. He simply reached into his pocket to grasp the yellow talisman and made his way toward the window. He understood that ghosts feared sunlight. Just as Lin Yi was about to draw back the curtain, the old Daoist's voice suddenly rang out. "Do not move." Lin Yi halted his actions and instinctively turned to look. The old Daoist was glaring at him with a grim expression, his brow furrowed. Before speaking, "Are you also a practitioner?" Lin Yi feigned confusion, and Zhang Suling's mother clarified, "This gentleman is my daughter's employer and a very kind person. Greetings, I am He Haoyue, with the Daoist title of Qingfeng." The Daoist offered a faint smile, though it was far from friendly. "I am Lin Yi," Lin Yi returned the smile. As they shook hands, He Haoyue's gaze was chillingly intense. "Why were you attempting to draw back the curtain just now?" Lin Yi feigned ignorance. Was there something wrong?" "No issue," He Haoyue shook his head, regaining his smile before turning to leave. "That malevolent entity could claim Zhangde's life at any moment. You must consider your options carefully." After their departure, Zhang Suling's mother sank into despair. Zhang Suling turned to Lin Yi. "Boss Lin, could you lend me 100,000 yuan? I promise to repay you later." "I currently do not have 100,000, Lin Yi replied with a helpless shake of his head, then smiled. "However, I can resolve this issue." Upon hearing this, both of them looked at Lin Yi in disbelief. Without offering further explanation, Lin Yi assured them he would return that evening to address the matter and then took his leave. Chapter 5, The Pursuit of the Little Ghost. Back in the van, Lin Yi lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply before slowly exhaling the smoke. He rummaged through the Yin-Yang Chronicles for some time before locating a talisman. The willow tree is capable of both attracting and repelling spirits. By weaving a branch into a whip, soaking it in black dog's blood, and applying ash from a sacrificial altar, one can create a weapon known as the ghost-repelling whip. With each strike, the ghost diminishes by 3 inches, until its essence is completely dispersed. It is important to note that this whip is effective only against lesser spirits. In this world, spirits are categorized by strength. When a person passes away, their soul lingers too long in the mortal realm, becoming a lonely spirit, while the underworld rejects them, rendering them as wild ghosts. Wild ghosts, filled with resentment, can transform into vengeful spirits, which, upon killing and absorbing blood essence, become malevolent ghosts, known as evil spirits. Feeling insufficiently prepared, Lin Yi dialed Zhang Baifeng's number. The call connected, and Lin Yi swiftly got to the point, recounting the entire saga. After a moment of silence, Zhang Baifeng finally spoke. "Boss Lin, I am currently not in Kunming, and I am unable to assist you with this matter. However, employing the ghost-repelling whip will certainly deal with that little ghost." "Understood." Lin Yi hung up the phone and drove off to gather the necessary items. In the afternoon, as the sun began to set, Lin Yi returned to Zhang Suling's home, armed with the newly crafted ghost-repelling whip. Before twilight descended, he had instructed Zhang Suling to move Zhangde to another room. Now, with the sun gone and darkness enveloping the surroundings, the little ghost was poised to strike. Observing the tightly shut room, Lin Yi inhaled deeply, pushed the door open, and promptly closed it behind him. The room was illuminated, revealing the little ghost hiding beneath the bed. Just as Lin Yi approached, the lights abruptly went out. He instinctively swung the whip. A blood-curdling scream echoed as Lin Yi, having smeared himself with cow's tears, saw everything clearly. Before him was a little ghost, approximately 5 feet tall, with long, disheveled hair, a pale complexion, and lips that were disturbingly red, with blood-red fangs. With another lash of the whip, the ghost shrank again. Outside, Zhang Suling and her daughter recoiled in fear at the sound of the scream. Lin Yi unleashed a flurry of strikes, followed by casting a talisman. In an instant, the ghost's essence was shattered, dispersing into a wisp of blue smoke. Panting heavily, Lin Yi wiped the sweat from his brow. Is it over? He had anticipated a fierce battle, but it turned out to be a one-sided affair. With the ghost vanquished, Zhangde astonishingly recovered. The entire Zhang family expressed their profound gratitude, bowing in reverence. Zhang Suling was also filled with appreciation. That night, Lin Yi chose to stay at Zhang Suling's home. The little ghost was dealt with, but what of the old Taoist? Morning arrived. The old Taoist, accompanied by a young disciple, knocked on the door once more. Upon seeing Zhangde in robust health and Lin Yi present, Haojia's eyes narrowed with realization. He had sensed the little ghost's demise the previous night and had expected a powerful entity behind it, only to find it was this young man. Lin Yi, wielding a machete and wearing a smile, addressed the two. The filthy thing that clung to Uncle Zhang seems to have departed, so there's no need for the Taoist to trouble himself. While he lacked confidence in confronting spirits, he was acutely aware of how to handle humans. With 2 swift strikes, he would ensure they bled. Given the circumstances, although Haojie was seething with anger, he had no choice but to relent, snorting coldly as he and his disciple turned to leave. Once the two departed, Lin Yi exhaled a sigh of relief and followed suit. Just as he reached the base of the apartment complex, 2 figures suddenly appeared behind him, each grasping his shoulder. Haojie glanced at the ghost-repelling whip at Lin Yi's waist and understood the situation. He spoke icily. Kid, where did you learn how to craft that ghost-repelling whip? He could sense that Lin Yi had not practiced any Taoist arts. He was merely an ordinary person. The defeat of his little ghost must have involved this whip. I heard it from the elders, Lin Yi replied, unperturbed. With so many people bustling about the community, did these 2 truly dare to act here? Noticing Lin Yi's fearless demeanor, Haojie merely chuckled coldly. I never expected my scheme to be thwarted by an amateur, I concede. With that, the 2 released Lin Yi's shoulders and departed. Lin Yi watched their retreating figures, slightly taken aback. They simply left like that. Nevertheless, their grip had been incredibly strong, leaving his shoulders aching. Returning to his shop, Lin Yi retrieved the vegetables and meats that had been soaked in a century-old willow leaf infusion. He was busy until the afternoon. As the sun set, darkness quickly enveloped the area. Lin Yi noticed his shoulder growing increasingly sore as he made his way back to his rented room. Night had fallen completely, and the streets were bustling with an unusual number of pedestrians clad in bizarre attire. Lin Yi was puzzled. There were no night markets nearby. Why were there so many people tonight? Suddenly, Lin Yi collided with a girl in a white dress, instinctively saying, I'm sorry, The girl appeared taken aback. You can see me? Of course I can. Before Lin Yi could finish, he glanced down and saw her feet. She wasn't touching the ground. This was no ordinary person. Looking up at the girl, he was met with a horrifying visage, her face twisted in a blooded grimace. You can really see me? The girl giggled, and at that moment, the surrounding figures halted in their steps. Lin Yi surveyed the crowd, realizing they were not human at all. Although it seemed like a bustling thoroughfare, he noted that they were all encircling him. I haven't smeared cow's tears. Lin Yi thought, but before he could ponder further, the girl lunged at him, grabbing the ghost-repelling whip at his waist. He swung it. Crack! The girl was sent flying, shrinking 3 inches in height. Simultaneously, the other spirits advanced toward Lin Yi. Witnessing this, Lin Yi panicked and swung the whip continuously. However, there were too many little ghosts, making it impossible to strike them all. He pulled out a protective talisman and affixed it to himself. In an instant, a radiant golden glow enveloped him, and the approaching spirits were sent flying, though the talisman developed a fissure. Lin Yi turned and fled, pursued relentlessly by the little ghosts like tenacious leeches. As he passed a glass door, he glanced back and realized what was happening. 3 of his 3 lanterns had extinguished, leaving only the last one above his head. Damn, that old man is truly sinister, Lin Yi cursed vehemently. Now understanding that the old Taoist had interfered with him, the Yin-Yang Chronicles contained records of various lethal arts, including the Miaojiang Jiyu technique, witchcraft, curses, and folk secrets. Many possessed the capability to kill invisibly, and today he had witnessed this firsthand. After just a light tap on his shoulder, he found himself pursued by a horde of spirits. The protective talisman, depleted of its power, suddenly ignited and vanished. With no choice left, Lin Yi brandished the ghost-repelling whip once more. Crack! The whip suddenly snapped, prompting Lin Yi to affix another talisman. Coffin maker, an idea struck Lin Yi, and he fixed his gaze in a specific direction, racing towards it. With the whip broken and only 3 talismans remaining, he needed to act swiftly. He arrived at an old street, now devoid of any human presence. Lin Yi recognized this place. It was a street dedicated to selling funeral supplies. Just ahead was a coffin shop. Chapter 6. The 2 ghosts tapping shoulders as Lin Yi observed the coffin shop about to close its doors. He shouted, "Wait a moment." The proprietor, a man in his 50s, was a well-known coffin maker in the vicinity, reputed to have been in the trade for 5 generations. Who would have thought we could secure another order just as we were closing? Cao Wansheng greeted Lin Yi with a broad smile as he rushed over. Welcome. Without time to explain, Lin Yi rushed to a coffin, pushed the lid open, and climbed inside, hastily closing it over himself. Kid, that's a red bride, Cao Wansheng gasped in shock as a sudden chill swept through the air. This wind feels ominous, he muttered, turning to look, his mouth agape in terror. Heavens, it's a matter of life and death. He too dashed to another coffin, tumbled inside, and shut the lid. Hiding in the coffin, Lin Yi held his breath, straining to listen to the sounds outside. According to the records of the Yin-Yang Chronicles, coffins are like ghostly abodes. Typically, minor spirits cannot push the coffin lid open. The finer the coffin, the harder it is to open, and this one he had chosen was of superior sandalwood, certainly beyond the strength of those little ghosts. What is happening outside? Lin Yi shook his head. I have no idea. Please don't speak, I need to listen carefully. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yi felt something was amiss. He swallowed hard and realized that what he was lying on was soft and yielding. Raising his hand to grasp it, he found it felt like a fleshy ball. A woman let out a light, shy exclamation, followed by a soft chuckle. Is it soft? Startled, Lin Yi turned around and found himself face to face with the woman, their foreheads nearly touching. In the darkness, he couldn't discern her features, but it was evident she was not a living person. Rather, she was decidedly not alive, for he felt no breath whatsoever. Though fear coursed through him, causing his scalp to prickle, Lin Yi feigned calmness. I meant no offense. Meant no offense, the woman scoffed. Is that what you call lying atop me? Lin Yi was at a loss for words, but then a thought struck him. I can make you hot pot. The hot pot I make is utterly fragrant, even spirits rave about it. Millimeter. The woman beneath him was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a response from Lin Yi. Even Lin Yi himself was bewildered by his own nonsensical chatter. Time trickled by, and the woman remained silent. Lin Yi continued his rambling, fearful that if he stopped, his life would be forfeit. After an indeterminate time, parched and exhausted, the woman spoke suddenly. The sun will rise shortly. Those little ghosts have already departed. You are safe, but 2 of the 3 candles of sunlight have extinguished. If you wish to evade further pursuit from those little ghosts, you must act quickly. Thank you, Lin Yi said as he rose and opened the coffin lid, climbing out. Cao Wansheng rushed over to promptly close it again. As Lin Yi turned to gaze at the woman within the coffin, he finally discerned her beauty. Her porcelain skin and exquisite features were striking, albeit with a sickly pallor. She was adorned in an ancient red bridal gown. Cao Wansheng, having closed the coffin lid and noticing the woman's stillness, let out a sigh of relief and turned to Lin Yi, exclaiming, Do you realize who that is? She is a red bride. If she becomes enraged. Before he could finish, a voice emerged from the coffin. This fool is a bit foolish, there's no need to hold it against him. Upon hearing this, Cao Wansheng fell silent, glancing at Lin Yi with caution. You're not one of us, are you? The art of the 2 ghosts tapping shoulders possesses certain methods. If you wish to survive, you must rekindle those 2 candles of sunlight. Lin Yi clasped his hands together, filled with gratitude. I am Lin Yi, the owner of Yi Lai Xiang. I apologize for my intrusion. Should you require anything, please feel free to seek me. Having left the coffin shop, Lin Yi dialed Zhang Baifeng's number to inquire about the 2 ghosts tapping shoulders. 2 ghosts tapping shoulders. That is a notorious dark art in the underworld, Zhang Baifeng replied. Lin Yi, recalling the harrowing chase by the little ghosts, felt a wave of fear wash over him. Is there a way to break it? On the other end of the line, Zhang Baofeng responded, there is a way, but you cannot accomplish it. If that old Taoist does not personally pursue you, then those little ghosts are another matter. You can hide in a temple or Taoist shrine until I return to resolve it. At this news, Lin Yi's heart sank. Just in one night, he had come perilously close to losing his life, but now, he had no other options. Besides, tonight he still needed to prepare hot pot for the 2 ghost messengers. Zhang Daozhang, if I were to kill the practitioner, would the 2 ghosts' tapping shoulders be undone? Lin Yi asked. Zhang Baofeng was evidently unprepared for such a question, and after a long pause, he finally replied, it can be undone. After hanging up, Lin Yi narrowed his eyes. Since evasion was not an option, he would take the initiative. The old Taoist had not appeared during the day, but Lin Yi knew the night was when the old Taoist would strike. He hurriedly prepared several ghost hunting whips. The Yin-Yang Chronicles detailed numerous methods to slay ghosts, yet the only one Lin Yi could employ was the ghost hunting whip. At midnight, it was time to fulfill his promise to the 2 ghost messengers by preparing hot pot. The shop's lights were all turned on, and at that moment, he held a ghost hunting whip in his left hand and a cleaver in his right. As long as he could endure until the ghost messengers arrived, he would survive. If not, it would mean his fate was sealed. Drip, a drop of water fell, and Lin Yi suddenly looked up to see a blob of black water forming on the ceiling. The blob began to descend, prompting Lin Yi to thrust the ghost hunting whip forward. The black water was merely flung away without sustaining any damage. Lin Yi understood that the cleaver was ineffective. He discarded it and reached for a talisman, but suddenly, the ground beneath him softened, and half of his body sank into it. Not far away, a clump of soil and a fragment of metal appeared. The metal fragment commanded a kitchen knife to fly toward him. Lin Yi could only hastily pull out a protective talisman and affix it to himself. With a clang, the knife was deflected, but immediately after, a flame erupted from the kitchen stove. The flames split into several fireballs, hurtling toward him. Lin Yi attempted to retrieve another talisman, but the ghost hunting whip in his hand suddenly moved, ensnaring his arms. What is this? Lin Yi exclaimed. Just as the flames bore down upon him, the shop door burst open. A figure appeared, raising a hand to dismiss the flames with a mere gesture. The middle-aged man, clad in ancient constable garb, surveyed the chaotic scene and chuckled coldly. 5 elements ghost controlling technique, quite interesting. Turning to Lin Yi, the man asked, are the ingredients prepared? Lin Yi nodded vigorously. They are all ready. I've been waiting for you, but, you scoundrel. The middle-aged man sniffed, fully aware of Lin Yi's intentions. Ghostly chain. The man conjured an iron chain that flew toward the 4 ghostly entities. The entities attempted to flee, but it was too late. The chain ensnared them, and the man pulled them into a bag. Muttering to himself, he said, the 5 elements ghost controlling technique should require 5 spirits. Why is one missing? Lin Yi scanned the area and then pointed. Sir, where is it? On the table, a pair of chopsticks was moving slowly. Once detected, it transformed into a green mist attempting to escape. No escaping ghosts before a ghost messenger. Come here. The middle-aged man swung the chain again, capturing the green mist in the bag as well. Chapter 7, The Arrival of Lord Shi. The middle-aged man swiftly dealt with the 5 filthy entities, grasping Lin Yi and stating, Boss Lin, my esteemed guest shall arrive shortly. Be prompt in serving the hot pot. Do you recall the procedure? Lin Yi nodded. The ingredients have been soaked in century-old willow leaf water, and 3 sticks of incense are ready. The middle-aged man nodded in satisfaction and added, this guest is of great importance. You must attend to him well. Rest assured, sir, Lin Yi replied, promptly retreating to the kitchen to prepare. This is for you. The middle-aged man tossed a bag containing the 5 entities toward Lin Yi. Upon receiving the bag, Lin Yi felt an unsettling chill, recalling that it housed the very spirits that sought his life moments ago. Nonetheless, he tucked it away for the time being. Meanwhile, in a distant wooden cabin, He spat out a mouthful of blood, his face a mask of astonishment. I have lost contact with the 5 spirits. How can this be? Master, your 5 spirits are notoriously difficult to contend with, the Taoist apprentice exclaimed in disbelief. They, known for their prowess in exorcising spirits, had the 5 elements spirit control technique as their signature spell. This technique, while of the same origin as the 5 warriors of Mao Shan, was distinct and even superior in its intricacies. Despite his earnest pleas over the years, Master had never imparted this knowledge to him. This brat cannot have destroyed my 5 spirits. There must be a formidable expert behind this. I am determined to discover which divine being he has enlisted, he Haojie declared, rising to investigate the location of the vanished spirits. In the kitchen, Lin Yi was diligently engaged in his tasks. While hot pot may seem straightforward, it held its own intricacies. The broth was pivotal, requiring ample ingredients, particularly for a spicy hot pot. It was essential to include fresh chilies alongside dried ones, ideally minced. The chicken needed to be marinated in advance to ensure it remained tender during prolonged cooking. A touch of baking soda was necessary. Lin Yi discreetly added a pinch of the dried safflower from his backyard. Your esteemed guest has arrived, the middle-aged man announced, hastily making his way to the entrance, prompting Lin Yi to follow suit, eager to glimpse the distinguished visitor. He Haojie approached the hot pot establishment, spotting a figure standing at the entrance. Upon closer inspection, he scoffed, so it is a ghostly envoy. Regardless of what support this brat has found today, he shall meet his demise. Just as he Haojie prepared to make his move, a chilling gust of wind swept through, obscuring the moon with dark clouds. What? He Haojie gasped in horror, a tempest of yin winds, the ghostly aura eclipsing the moon. What colossal entity has emerged? The Taoist apprentice, observing his master's alarmed expression, realized that a truly formidable opponent was approaching. Lord Qi, the flavor of this hot pot establishment is exceptionally authentic. You must indulge, one ghostly envoy flattered the man beside him, his face plastered with a sycophantic grin. The man, appearing to be around 25 or 26, was clad in white, his complexion as pale as powder, adorned with a tall hat bearing the conspicuous inscription, "Wealth at First Sight." Lin Yi recognized him immediately, and a chill ran down his spine. It was none other than Bai Wuchang, Xiebian, known as Lord Qi. Lord Qi, the ghostly envoy beside Lin Yi, respectfully addressed him. Xiebian nodded and turned his gaze toward Lin Yi. Under that penetrating look, Lin Yi felt as if his very soul was laid bare. The ghostly envoy hastily interjected, "This is the proprietor of the hot pot establishment." Lin Yi, quick-witted, stepped forward to open the door with a beaming smile. "Lord Qi, the dishes are prepared. Please step inside." Xiebian acknowledged him with a nod and entered the establishment. The ghostly envoy cast Lin Yi an approving glance, seemingly conveying, "Well done, lad." It is said that ghosts float, yet Lin Yi observed that Lord Qi walked as any ordinary person would. Their record of yin and yang states that a person walks while a ghost floats. Should one encounter a walking ghost, they would be in grave peril. Upon reaching a refined seating area, the spicy hot pot had already been set up. Lin Yi hurriedly lit 3 sticks of incense. Although hot pot dining varies in style, there exists a simple formula. First, one adds vegetables to absorb the oil, followed by the chicken, while simultaneously cooking the meat slices. This combination of steps would leave anyone in a delightful daze. Xiebian raised his hand to pluck 2 sticks of incense. Lin Yi watched closely as they transformed into chopsticks in Xiebian's grasp. Xiebian dipped a slice of beef into the broth, swirling it 4 times before savoring it with a dipping sauce. Suddenly, he froze. Witnessing this expression, the 2 ghostly envoys panicked, and Lin Yi was equally alarmed. If he had offended Lord Qi, he might find himself dragged into the underworld. "Delicious!" Xiebian finally exclaimed, allowing Lin Yi to breathe a sigh of relief. "Where there is meat, there must be wine," Xiebian remarked, causing the 2 ghostly envoys to exchange worried glances. They had forgotten to ask Lin Yi to prepare alcohol. "Lord Qi, please hold on, I shall fetch some wine from the kitchen immediately." Lin Yi turned and hurried toward the kitchen. The 2 ghostly envoys were taken aback, silently praising Lin Yi's attentiveness. Lin Yi had anticipated this moment, not merely anticipated but had prepared. With the safflower in his backyard, he had brewed a small batch of wine, adding some century-old willow leaves just the other day. Initially, he intended for the 2 ghostly envoys to sample it, but fate had it that today it would be put to use. Upon returning with a small jug of wine, Xiebian praised its robustness. When he had eaten his fill, the incense extinguished, and it was time to discuss serious matters. Lin Yi, sensing the moment, retreated to the kitchen. Once the three had concluded their discussions, Lin Yi re-emerged. Xie Bian regarded him and said, "Young man, your hot pot possesses remarkable flavor. While there are hot pot establishments in the underworld, none compare to yours. As ghostly envoys, we labor tirelessly in the mortal realm to collect souls. Would you be interested in perpetually serving us?" Lin Yi nodded, smiling. "It is an honor to receive Lord Shi's recognition. I indeed have such intentions." Xie Bian smiled back, saying, "You have a sweet tongue. This meal is not without cost. Your aura is thick with ominous energy, and deadly vibes surround you. You are likely to encounter calamity soon. I possess a technique that may save your life, yet its success hinges on your own understanding. Please, Lord Shi, enlighten me." Lin Yi speculated that his impending misfortune might be connected to He Haojie. Having failed to kill him tonight, he would undoubtedly strike again. Xie Bian remained silent, gesturing toward his tall hat. Wealth at first sight. Lin Yi was puzzled, and Xie Bian rose to depart, addressing the two ghostly envoys. "All right, I shall take responsibility for the troubles you two have caused. Let us go and invite someone." The two ghostly envoys nodded fervently. "Thank you, Lord Shi." Before leaving, one envoy turned to Lin Yi and said, "Boss Lin, we owe you a debt of gratitude. You must have offended someone. We made a minor error in our duties, and should this not be resolved properly, our souls may scatter. We must first address this matter. For now, please keep this morning staff and soul retrieving chain. I have written the usage instructions on a note." Chapter 8, The Lone Struggle of the Old Daoist. As he spoke, the two ghostly officers handed over an assortment of miscellaneous items. Lin Yi received them one by one, when one of the officers reached out and grasped Lin Yi's shoulder, saying, "I have already broken the second ghost's shoulder clasp for you." Strangely enough, as soon as the officer finished speaking, Lin Yi felt a wave of relief wash over him. The two officers left their names behind. The one who spoke was Zhao Huan, while the other was Wen Jing. The shop was instantly left desolate, devoid of even a ghostly shadow. Lin Yi, feeling helpless, had hoped to rely on the two officers to resolve this matter, but it seemed he must depend on himself. At least the second ghost's shoulder clasp had been broken, alleviating his fears of being pursued by those minor spirits. However, how should he confront He Haojie now? Lin Yi began to examine the items left for him by Zhao Huan and Wen Jing. There was a money pouch containing 1,000 ghost coins, a few black incense sticks, a mourning staff, and an iron chain, along with a black talisman and a note. Upon opening the note, Lin Yi read, "Dear Lin, it is not that I do not wish to assist you, but I am in no position to do so. This mourning staff and soul-grabbing chain are specialized tools of our ghost officers. The black talisman contains ghostly power. When affixed, it allows for the temporary use of these two artifacts. The mourning staff strikes ghosts, while the soul-grabbing chain captures souls." The note concluded with a piece of advice: remember the 4 words on the 7th Master's hat. Just as he finished reading, the note spontaneously ignited. Holding the two artifacts, Lin Yi felt uncertain. He had witnessed He Haojie's formidable prowess. One strike of the second ghost's shoulder clasp had nearly cost him his life. He was still unaware of what other unpredictable spells this old Daoist might possess. Yet, at this juncture, whether he could fight or not, he had to confront the challenge. That night, He Haojie did not make a move, which Lin Yi had anticipated. During the day, he obtained a composite bow from old Li in the kitchen. Li Juang had previously mingled in the Daoist circles, so he had some knowledge of such things. However, he was unsure whether it would prove effective against the old Daoist. In the dead of night, Lin Yi concealed himself in the hot pot restaurant, leaving the door ajar. Knowing the ghost officers would not arrive, he anticipated that the old Daoist would come to kill him. At 1:30 in the morning, the surroundings were engulfed in darkness, with only the faint glow of streetlights illuminating the path. As he spotted 2 figures approaching, Lin Yi focused his gaze. It was indeed the old Daoist and his apprentice. He swiftly drew the bow and released an arrow. Whoosh! The arrow halted in midair, just before He Haojie. Lin Yi quickly applied black cow tears to his eyes, revealing the white-clad female ghost floating in front of He Haojie. "How you think a mere broken bow can kill me? Utterly laughable," He Haojie scoffed, turning to his apprentice and softly commanding, "Bring this lad out. Do not kill him just yet. First, we must ascertain the whereabouts of my 5 spirits." Understood, the apprentice replied, charging toward the restaurant. Lin Yi continued to draw and shoot arrows, but the apprentice was exceptionally swift, reaching him in the blink of an eye. Damn it, Lin Yi cursed, immediately affixing the black talisman. A wisp of dark energy enveloped him, causing him to discard the composite bow and grasp the morning staff in one hand and the soul-grabbing chain in the other. These are the artifacts of the ghost officers. Do you, a mere mortal, think you can wield them? The apprentice expressed mild surprise, then dismissed it with disdain, promptly forming hand seals and chanting, under the ghost gate, twofold pine, I, the master of the side paths, summon the ghosts. As he chanted, dark energy swirled around the apprentice, then surged toward Lin Yi. Without hesitation, Lin Yi swung the morning staff, causing one mass of dark energy to emit a scream before dissipating into nothingness. You can wield the morning staff. The apprentice exclaimed in disbelief. You are no ghost officer. It should not possess power in your hands. Go. Lin Yi flung the chain toward the apprentice. The apprentice barely evaded the incoming soul-grabbing chain by sidestepping, then turned to flee. He had miscalculated. He had assumed Lin Yi was merely an ordinary person, never anticipating that he could wield the ghost officer's artifacts. In the distance, he Haoji frowned at the unfolding situation, perplexed, however. Upon seeing the black talisman on Lin Yi's chest, he understood and immediately produced a bell, proclaiming, with the sound of the yin bell, a myriad of ghosts shall appear, no evil spirit shall hide, heed my command, come forth. Countless masses of dark energy converged towards He Haoji, then charged at Lin Yi. Witnessing this, Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback. The sheer number was daunting, at least 100 spirits, perhaps more. Soul-grabbing chain. Lin Yi unleashed the chain, which absorbed the dark masses, revealing faces that screamed in agony. He Haoji's expression grew grave. Their ghost-controlling sect fought against spirits. In the natural order, all things coexist and counter one another, and what they most feared was the power of lightning, alongside the very thing now before him. The former is the ultimate nemesis of all evil, while the latter, though also a ghostly method, is specifically designed to counter spirits. Seeing that the spirits could not approach Lin Yi, He Haoji pointed with 2 fingers to his abdomen, chest, and forehead, pressing on these 3 acupoints while exclaiming, "The celestial gate is open, evil spirits, hasten forth." In an instant, the dark energy reversed course and all plunged into He Haoji's body. He convulsed violently, his pupils vanished into darkness, fixating his gaze upon Lin Yi, his voice hoarse, "Were it not for the severed connection with my 5 spirits, which has severely depleted my vital energy, I would not need to resort to this technique to deal with you, a mere outsider." Lin Yi gripped the morning staff and soul-grabbing chain tightly, his expression wary as he observed He Haoji. The aura emanating from the old Daoist felt exceedingly strange, even terrifying. Whoosh! He Haoji instantly appeared before Lin Yi, striking out with an open palm. Bang! Lin Yi barely had time to swing the morning staff before he was sent flying, crashing to the ground. The black talisman shattered into dust, the yin energy dissipated, and the morning staff and soul-grabbing chain ignited, ultimately turning to ash. With the 2 artifacts gone, what do you intend to fight me with? He Haoji scoffed, his face brimming with triumph as he approached, seizing Lin Yi by the throat and lifting him off the ground. Speak. Where are my 5 spirits? Lin Yi gasped for breath, feeling dizzy and aware that he was on the brink of death. Just as he resigned himself to his fate at the hands of the old Daoist, a sudden thought struck him, and with all his might, he shouted, "Wealth arises at first sight." Huh. He Haoji was taken aback, having just glimpsed a figure on Lin Yi. Before he could ponder further, his arm sprouted tendrils of plant life. Is this the encouraging grass? He Haoji blurted out, suddenly realizing the implications. This is bad. The encouraging grass, also known as the gold-seeking grass, is said to indicate the presence of gold beneath the ground where it flourishes. He Haoji immediately released Lin Yi, but it was too late. His entire arm had transformed into metal and was spreading rapidly across his body. In that moment, he grasped the nature of this bizarre spell. There is a folk legend that if one encounters the black and white impermanence, one need not fear. If one possesses courage, one can pick up a stone and throw it at the white impermanence. Outraged, the white impermanence would retaliate with silver. However, one must only strike the white impermanence, for if one were to strike the black impermanence, they would have their soul snatched away. This is the origin of the phrase, wealth arises at first sight. Chapter 9, Turning the Tide Against the Wind. Master, the acolyte said urgently as he rushed over. Upon seeing his disciple, His eyes flickered with a chill, followed by a sardonic smile. How have I treated you, my disciple? The acolyte nodded anxiously. You have treated me as a son. You are my reborn parents. Then you would certainly be willing to bear this blow for your master, His said, gripping the acolyte's shoulder firmly. At that moment, the acolyte realized the true intent of his master. He attempted to break free, but it was too late. This is a transference of karmic retribution. Master, you intend to harm me. I have never taught you about karmic transference. It is impossible for you to know. You have indeed stolen a glance at the Mar Yi Gui scroll. His eyes turned icy, harboring murderous intent towards his disciple. If I hadn't peeked, how would I know you were trying to harm me? The acolyte shouted in anger, drawing a dagger from his waist to strike. However, it was futile. His hand halted abruptly in midair, transforming into metal. Meanwhile, the metal on His began to gradually fade away, while the acolyte's body was entirely turned into metal, leaving only his head intact. Bar, ungrateful wretch, His spat, murmuring, the price of this karmic transference is truly terrifying. Whoosh! An arrow suddenly shot forth, striking his shoulder. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yi continued to draw and release another arrow. 3 arrows struck His, but not a drop of blood was shed. Instead, the acolyte coughed up blood on the ground. Witnessing this bizarre scene, Lin Yi was horrified, and aimed his final arrow directly at His head. The arrow struck his forehead, yet His remained unfazed, glaring ferociously at Lin Yi. Kid, it is indeed impressive that a mere ordinary person can push me to this extent, but it all ends here. Har har har. His laughed uproariously, producing a black token and shouting, in the realm of unorthodox arts, I alone command their spirits. By my decree, let the malevolent spirits converge here at once. In an instant, the surrounding winds howled, and the temperature plummeted. His was brimming with confidence, reveling in his triumph. Today marks your demise. With my prowess, I can summon 1,000 malevolent spirits to assist me. 1,000 malevolent spirits. Lin Yi's face turned ashen, but then an idea struck him, and he produced 6 sticks of black incense, igniting them. This black incense, known as soul-summoning incense, was recorded in the yin-yang anomalies tome. 1 stick could attract spirits within a 10-mile radius. Seeing Lin Yi's desperate act, His burst into laughter. Kid, a single stick of soul-summoning incense can attract spirits from a 10-mile radius. If you burn 6, spirits from a 100-mile radius will surely come. I have my decree, yet you possess no means of self-preservation. Har har, you are simply playing with fire. Lin Yi sneered, your decree may withstand 1,000 malevolent spirits, but I wonder if it can withstand 10,000. His laughter abruptly ceased as he suddenly realized something, his fury igniting. Kid, extinguish that soul-summoning incense at once, or we shall both perish here. Who says I will die? Lin Yi grinned, and His panicked completely. What do you mean? At that moment, a fierce yin wind began to swirl, and countless wandering spirits converged from all directions. This scene could truly be described as a hellish nightmare. However, Lin Yi remained unperturbed. He decided to take a gamble, pulling out a pouch of coins and scattering them. Money can make the spirits move. Whoever eliminates that old Daoist, I will reward them with 500 ghost coins. Money, it's money. Money. Countless wandering spirits lunged toward the coins, snatching them up before they even touched the ground. Where did you get so many ghost coins? His was dumbfounded. He never expected Lin Yi possessed such wealth. The multitude of spirits surged toward His like a frenzy. The decree emitted waves of power, pushing back the approaching spirits, but as the numbers increased, the decree's strength waned, and the spirits lunged at His. A piercing scream erupted from His as he collapsed to the ground. The last spirit, resembling a child, reached out with a wisp of soul. Lin Yi did not rush over. Instead, he extinguished the 6 sticks of black incense before tossing the coins. The child spirit caught the coins, counted them, and upon confirming 500, floated away satisfied. However, the remaining spirits did not leave, and Lin Yi felt a sense of foreboding. Suddenly, he recalled a passage from the yin-yang anomalies. People fear spirits, yet spirits also fear people. The more malevolent a person, the more spirits fear them. The infamous butcher was immune to spirits because his overwhelming bloodlust intimidated them. With this in mind, Lin Yi's expression turned fierce as he sternly commanded, "I can buy his life with money, and I can equally buy yours. Either leave or be obliterated." Upon hearing this, the malevolent spirits began to disperse, leaving only a wisp of soul lingering in the air. Lin Yi produced a talisman and approached the wisp. He Haojia's voice echoed, "Spare my life, and I shall teach you all the spells I know. The cultivation methods and spells of my ghostly command sect are recorded in the Maryi Yugui scroll. Yes, and the decree as well. If you spare me, all of this will belong to you. The 5 spirits should be in your possession. Release them first, and I will ensure they follow you. This is our sect's ultimate spell." Foolish. Lin Yi raised his hand and cast the talisman, causing He Haojia's wisp to vanish entirely. "Killing you, these artifacts will still belong to me." This old dog is cunning. He was foolish to believe his own deceit would not lead to his demise. Approaching He Haojia, Lin Yi crouched down to search. Indeed, he uncovered a yellow tome titled Maryi Yugui. Additionally, there was a bell and the decree. As for the other miscellaneous items, Lin Yi could make no sense of them, but just because he could not comprehend them did not mean others could not. "Hey, stop pretending to be dead," Lin Yi called out, and the acolyte finally spoke. "I did not expect you to discover me." "How did you find out?" "I deceived you," Lin Yi replied with a faint smile, then added, "However, you need not feel disheartened. I will soon deliver a fatal blow to your head." Cold and ruthless. You are indeed suited for the path of unorthodoxy. The acolyte sighed, then asked a question, "Are you familiar with the unorthodox path?" Lin Yi nodded. "I know a bit. It mainly refers to sorcery and other dark arts that harm others invisibly." "Yes, but that is not thorough enough." The acolyte continued, "The fundamental explanation of the unorthodox path is the tragic bond between master and disciple. The disciple plots to kill the master and usurp power, while the master seeks to exploit the disciple for evil purposes, withholding full teachings. Thus, conflicts often arise, leading to enmity, and this is the essence of the unorthodox path." Lin Yi spoke, "So, you share this with me in hopes of sparing your life?" "No." The acolyte shook his head. "With your capabilities, it is impossible for you to spare me. I merely wish to fulfill my destiny." Chapter 10, Apprenticeship. Betraying the master and annihilating the ancestors. What is your destiny? Lin Yi furrowed his brow as the young Taoist continued, "I have contemplated my life, and it should mirror that of my master, taking on a disciple, engaging in various battles of wits and power. If I survive, it is highly probable that I will ultimately be slain by my own disciple, yet, I find this life appealing, for I tread the path of the unconventional, thus I yearn to take on an apprentice and then be killed by them." Lin Yi comprehended the young Taoist's intentions, recognizing his need for strength. He promptly knelt, proclaiming, "Disciple Lin Yi respectfully greets my master." After 3 formal bows, the young Taoist nodded in satisfaction and began his discourse. "Our ghost mastery sect belongs to the esoteric arts, renowned for our control over spirits. The foundational spell among us is the 5 elements ghost control technique. These 5 spirits, also known as the 5 luminaries, require the lives of 100 individuals who embody the corresponding elements to be conjured. Your esteemed master has spent the better part of his life seeking out victims for these spirits, only to end up benefiting you." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's expression turned to one of horror, his heart stunned. For the sake of these 5 spirits, the old Taoist had taken the lives of no less than 500 people. The young Taoist recounted the origins of the ghost mastery sect, its moments of glory, and its subsequent decline. Lin Yi also learned that the decree he held was the command of the sect's leader, while the bell was a treasured artifact known as the condensation bell. With all details elucidated, the young Taoist spoke again, "The esoteric arts are scorned by all. If you wish to enter this realm, you may wait to walk the righteous path in the future." "That is of no concern," Lin Yi chuckled lightly, "whether it be the righteous path or the esoteric arts, as long as I possess power and act with a steady heart, I care not what path it is." The young Taoist nodded, a smile gracing his lips. Your master possesses a corpse transformation talisman. Proceed with what you must. Disciple Linyi implores his master to meet his demise. Linyi knelt once more, bowing his head, before rising to face the young Taoist, his blade descending in a single stroke. The young Taoist perished. From Hihaojia's corpse, Linyi extracted several talismans and cast 2 of them aside. The bodies of Hihaojia and the young Taoist ignited, ultimately reducing to ashes. As the wind blew, they vanished into nothingness. Linyi let out a wry smile. I never anticipated that the first act of my apprenticeship would involve betraying my master and annihilating my ancestors, yet I suppose this marks my entry into this line of work. Morning broke. Linyi returned to his rented room, freshened up, and collapsed onto his bed, slipping into a deep slumber. Having faced life and death situations multiple times in recent days, Linyi had maintained a state of heightened anxiety. Now, with danger averted, he could finally enjoy a restful sleep. After a good half-day's rest, Linyi awoke to find it was already dusk and began to study their Mari ghost control manual. Upon opening the first page, he found only 2 lines. Among the 300 esoteric paths, only I dare to claim kinship over the ghosts. How audacious, Linyi remarked, flipping through the pages while recalling the young Taoist's admonitions. The Ghost Mastery sect utilized condensed yin energy for their purposes, commanding spirits to engage in battle. Most of their talismans and spells were intricately linked to the supernatural. To enter this domain, one must condense yin energy within the dantian, circulate it through the meridians, and allow it to fill the body, thus enabling the drawing of talismans and the opening of the yin eye. The opening of the yin eye serves as the distinction between an adept and a novice. Ordinary individuals require external means to perceive spirits, yet those who have opened their yin eye can directly see the ethereal beings. This is the true benchmark for entering this field. With few customers in the shop, Linyi devoted himself to rigorous training. After a week, he spent his days studying the spells within the Mari Ghost Control Manual and his nights in practice. In the dead of night, he exhaled a breath of turbid air, feeling a surge of energy within his dantian. He then shouted, "Yin eye, open." As yin energy coalesced in his eyes, he experienced an unprecedented clarity. This sensation was extraordinarily remarkable. However, given his current prowess, it was impossible to keep the yin eye open for extended periods. He could manage only about 3 hours at most. Nevertheless, he was pleased, for it indicated that he had indeed entered the field. He immediately retrieved the bag containing the 5 luminaries. According to the young Taoist, with Hihaojia deceased, these spirits were now unclaimed, and by practicing the Mari ghost control technique, he could bind them to his will. The young Taoist had also imparted the method to summon the 5 luminaries. With this in mind, Linyi opened the bag, and 5 orbs of various colors emerged, transforming into 5 small humanoid figures. Just as the 5 luminaries were about to act, Linyi swiftly produced the decree. The decree emanated power, rendering the 5 luminaries immobile. He quickly pricked his finger, allowing 5 drops of blood to strike the foreheads of the spirits, murmuring a chant, "Heaven possesses spirits, earth bears passage." The 5 luminaries each hold their divine powers. The former master has returned to the earth. Today, the successor inherits the powers. Contract. Upon concluding the incantation, the decree's power dissipated, and the 5 luminaries remained rooted in place. Linyi sensed a connection forming with the 5 spirits, and with a mere thought, commanded the water luminary to retrieve a cup from the table. The water luminary did not physically move, yet the cup glided towards Linyi as if drawn by an unseen force. Linyi opened his mouth in astonishment, marveling at the fact that these spirits, having claimed the lives of countless individuals, were indeed extraordinary. "Return," he commanded, and the 5 luminaries zipped back beneath his shadow, vanishing from sight. Beneath his feet, 5 shadows emerged. Witnessing this, Linyi felt an overwhelming joy. He had initially feared how to contain the 5 luminaries, yet they could seamlessly merge with his shadow. Now, with limited abilities, having these 5 luminaries to protect him around the clock provided him with considerable reassurance. After days of relentless training, Linyi felt fatigued and decided to retire for the night. At 9:30 a.m., his phone suddenly rang. Linyi checked the caller ID. It was Zhang Baophone. He promptly answered. "Boss Lin, are you still alive?" Linyi yawned, his voice languid. "I'm alive, just waking up." HM. Upon hearing Linyi's response, Zhang Baophone was perplexed. "Boss Lin, Didn't you offend someone in our line of work? Have you resolved it? Yes, Lin Yi replied with a nod, rising and feeling parched, commanding the water luminary to bring the water from the table. Just resolved it, everything is fine now. On the other end, Zhang Baifeng was intensely curious. Which expert did you hire to handle it? Lin Yi responded truthfully, I handled it myself. How did you manage that? Zhang Baifeng suddenly realized something. Did you break the bank to avert disaster? Not quite, Lin Yi blurted out, I killed them both. Whoa! Zhang Baifeng exclaimed, incredulity evident in his voice. You killed them? Is that for real? Lin Yi chuckled, of course, it's true. After regaining composure, Zhang Baifeng inquired, Boss Lin, do you have time? I do, Lin Yi answered, recognizing the importance of networking within this field. Let us meet at the usual place at 6:30 p.m. After hanging up, Zhang Baifeng remained somewhat incredulous. From what he had heard from Lin Yi, he could roughly gauge the opponent's strength. The ability to execute the two ghosts' shoulder tap undoubtedly indicated a formidable opponent. Yet, this expert was so effortlessly eliminated by Boss Lin, it was utterly absurd. One must understand, this expert had 100 methods to kill Lin Yi. 100 methods. Chapter 11. Ruyan. Lin Yi rose from his seat and entered the bathroom to freshen up. Upon catching sight of himself in the mirror, he was momentarily taken aback. Why do I look so haggard? He observed his pallid complexion and the unmistakable dark circles under his eyes, reminiscent of a drug addict. Lin Yi was not unattractive. He possessed a well-proportioned physique and could be described as a sunny, handsome young man, yet now, he exuded a sickly charm. In a word, he appeared androgynous. Could this be a consequence of dabbling in dubious practices? Lin Yi did not dwell on it too much. After all, it was merely a matter of looking a bit frail, not a loss of beauty. He could begrudgingly accept it. At 6 in the evening, Lin Yi drove his second-hand van to Aunt Mar's restaurant. Upon seeing Lin Yi step out of the vehicle, Zhang Baifeng's face registered surprise. Boss Lin, you seem quite worn out after just a few days. The first time he encountered Lin Yi, he was a lively and cheerful lad, but now he emanated an unsettling aura. Upon closer inspection, Zhang Baifeng's mouth fell agape. Boss Lin, have you taken to practicing some unorthodox paths? Lin Yi nodded slightly. I have taken on a master, so I suppose I have entered the field. Taken on a master? Zhang Baifeng was bewildered. Who? Lin Yi smiled faintly. The disciple of the old Taoist whom I dealt with. What? Zhang Baifeng was utterly flabbergasted and, after gathering his thoughts, realized the gravity of the situation. Goodness, he had just taken on a master and then eliminated both the master and the grandmaster. The principle of master and disciple was clearly disregarded in this unorthodox practice. Observing Lin Yi, Zhang Baifeng instinctively took a step back. Noticing Zhang Baifeng's reaction, Lin Yi chuckled helplessly. Zhang Daozhang, I was compelled to act in such a manner. Besides, I am inherently kind-hearted. Even if I tread unorthodox paths, I shall remain a benevolent practitioner. Zhang Baifeng wore an expression of disbelief. Since Boss Lin has already entered the field, let us address each other as fellow practitioners. Lin Yi nodded and proceeded to the crux of the matter. What brings you to summon me, Daoist Zhang? Zhang Baifeng was forthright. I originally intended to introduce you to a few individuals in this line of work, but who would have thought you have taken to unorthodox practices now? Lin Yi dismissed it nonchalantly. Daoist Zhang, is there not a distinction between good and bad even within the righteous path? The same applies to unorthodox practices. With power in hand and the heart at ease, who is to dictate what is righteous and what is wicked? That is a valid point. Zhang Baifeng nodded in agreement, but just as he was about to usher Lin Yi inside, he suddenly recalled something. Daoist Lin, there may be a fellow practitioner inside who might harbor animosity towards you. Do not take it to heart. Is it because I am practicing unorthodox methods? Lin Yi inquired, to which Zhang Baifeng offered a wry smile and nodded without further elaboration. The two entered the restaurant and proceeded to the same private room as before. Inside, 3 individuals were already seated. Daoist Zhang, is this the friend you wish to introduce to us? Spoke a burly middle-aged man with a robust physique. Beside him sat an old Taoist with a goatee. The last individual drew Lin Yi's attention. He frowned slightly, sensing the icy gaze directed at him. This woman, in her early 20s, possessed an ethereal aura, and her striking beauty, combined with her frigid expression, rendered her almost celestial. Daoist Lin, these three are, Zhang Baifeng began, but was interrupted by the goateed old Taoist. I can sense a heavy aura of yin surrounding this young friend. He must be practicing the path of the spirits. You are correct, Lin Yi replied, nodding. The old Taoist clasped his hands in greeting. Chimen Feng Shui, Chu Minfu. The burly man also clasped his fists in introduction. Jingyi Branch, Ji Zhaoshan. Despite her icy demeanor, the woman spoke. Qingjing sect of the Complete Reality School, Xie Ruyan. Yulaixiang, Lin Yi, he introduced himself, also clasping his fists. Noticing their shared glances, it was evident they had not heard of his sect, so he added, I am the owner of Yulaixiang Hotpot Restaurant. A hotpot restaurant? The two men looked taken aback, while Xie Ruyan raised an eyebrow. Zhang Baifeng cleared his throat. No need to dwell on such trivialities, let us sit and discuss the matter at hand. Once seated, Zhang Baifeng revealed the purpose of the gathering. It turned out he had received a commission that he couldn't decipher alone and sought assistance. Clearly, this was not his first endeavor. Chu Minfu took a puff of his pipe and spoke, very well, let us proceed in the usual manner. Zhang Baifeng nodded and began to explain, as soon as I returned, a friend introduced me to a business opportunity. A factory owner is facing issues. This factory has seen 7 deaths in a month and is now shut down. The owner is at his wit's end. And how did these 7 individuals meet their demise? They all drowned. The factory specializes in cleaning plush toys, and the problem lies in the washing process. Workers drowned while retrieving toys from the water tank, yet the water was only half a meter deep. Ji Zhaoshan expressed interest. Fascinating. How can a half-meter deep tank drown 7 people? Surely, some malevolent force must be at play. Zhang Baifeng shook his head. No, I searched high and low but found no foul spirit. Chu Minfu stroked his goatee thoughtfully and murmured, if it is not a malevolent spirit, then it must be an issue with the feng shui. Zhang Baifeng nodded. I share that belief, but I am not well versed in feng shui. Zhang Baifeng was an outer disciple of the Maoshan sect, often referred to as Wild Maoshan. While he had some knowledge of feng shui, he was not an expert. Specific expertise was required to address feng shui concerns, and they needed Chu Minfu for that. The 4 men conferred before turning their attention to Lin Yi. Chu Minfu smiled. Daoist Lin, since you are just starting out, gaining some experience would be beneficial. Why not join us? Ji Zhaoshan nodded in agreement. I concur, the compensation will be the same as ours. In this line of work, it was customary that the job belonged to Zhang Baifeng, but as the one who invited others, he would keep half the payment, with the remainder divided among the assistants. Lin Yi waved his hand in refusal. I am new to this field and know nothing, my presence would only hinder the effort. Zhang Baifeng laughed. Daoist Lin, without practice, how can one hope to improve? With Daoist Xie present, these matters should not pose a challenge. As he spoke, the 3 turned their gaze toward the silent Xie Ruyan. It was clear that she held a position of great authority among them. Xie Ruyan remained aloof. I have no objections. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi finally nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall rely on the guidance of several fellow practitioners. To be honest, having just entered this field, he knew little, and gaining experience would indeed be beneficial. The 5 of them reached a consensus, and Zhang Baifeng led the way as Lin Yi drove his second-hand van towards the factory. Along the way, Zhang Baifeng, seated in the passenger seat, spoke up. Daoist Lin, there is no need to feel anxious. With Daoist Xie present, this matter should be easily resolved. Lin Yi was curious. Is Daoist Xie very powerful? Zhang Baifeng nodded emphatically. Daoist Lin, as you are new to the field, there are many things you are yet to comprehend. In our line of work, we deal with feng shui, qimeng, and various forms of sorcery, but there is also a ranking system, a earthly list and a heavenly list, each containing 50 individuals, representing the strongest in our field. Chapter 12. The gathering of yin and the convergence of malevolence. As for those on the earth and heaven rankings, they are the 10 figures on the black list, each capable of effortlessly annihilating a minor sect. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi was not surprised. He had witnessed the terror of this realm, yet he was more intrigued by Xie Ruyan's strength. Is Daoist Xie also on the rankings? Indeed, Daoist Xie holds the top position on the earth ranking, Zhang Baifeng replied, a look of envy crossing his face. He then sighed deeply, truly, the world begets talent in every generation. I never imagined that the younger generation would produce such a prodigy as her. Although Lin Yi had only recently entered the field, he understood the significance of these rankings. The Sanshan talismans of Qingyi, the 7 schools of Chuanjin, and the Northeast's Marzian, to rise above such esteemed entities speaks volumes about the gravity of these rankings, especially to secure the first position on the earth ranking. Moreover, Xie Ruyan was merely in her early 20s, the future holds great promise. The group arrived at an open area not far from the factory, where a portly middle-aged man had been waiting for some time. His expensive suit did little to enhance his demeanor. Zhang Baifeng went to negotiate while Lin Yi and the others surveyed their surroundings. The sun dipped low in the sky, illuminating the area around the factory. The factory was encircled by mountains on 3 sides, with a great river behind it, and 2 bridges spanning the river that extended further down. 3 mountain springs flowed down from the heights, ultimately merging into the river, with the factory positioned at the center, akin to a plug in a funnel. The gathering of water and wealth formation. Lin Yi murmured, recalling this feng shui formation from their chronicles of yin and yang. Chu Minfu, standing nearby, expressed surprise. So, Brother Lin is also knowledgeable in feng shui. Lin Yi shook his head, not really, I've merely read about it in a book, but I cannot be certain. Indeed, this is the gathering of water and wealth formation. Chu Minfu nodded, stroking his goatee as he analyzed. Here, 3 sides are surrounded by mountains, backed by a great river, and 3 springs flow continuously. As the saying goes, people ascend to higher ground while water flows downward. Water symbolizes wealth, and this factory serves as the stopper in the funnel through which the 3 springs must pass before entering the river. This is indeed an auspicious location, but Chu Minfu's expression turned perplexed. However, the abundance of willow trees disrupts this feng shui arrangement. Willows have the effect of gathering yin and malevolence, and since water in the 5 elements is considered yin, the presence of yin upon yin transforms this from a gathering of water and wealth formation into a gathering of yin and malevolence formation. Chu Minfu, a master of feng shui, quickly discerned the issue at hand. Logically, such a feng shui arrangement should have been set by a skilled practitioner. Such a blatant oversight should not have occurred. It is not an oversight but rather a deliberate act, Xie Ruyan interjected, her voice steady. This place faces the east, basking in abundant sunlight, while the mountain springs flow throughout the seasons, creating a moist environment ideal for willows to thrive. Wait. Chu Minfu suddenly understood, glancing around the vicinity and achieving clarity. I almost fell for it. Just now, I assumed this was a feng shui treasure land where arranging a gathering of water and wealth formation would pose no problem. However, with Daoist Xie's reminder, it is clear that this is not a feng shui treasure but rather a land of gathering yin and malevolence. Feng shui masters often say, better to choose flat land than cursed ground. Even a commonplace location is preferable to a cursed one. This serves as a prime example. While the gathering of water and wealth formation may seem viable, a moment's inattention could lead to disaster. At this moment, it had indeed transformed into a gathering of yin and malevolence formation. The individual who set this formation must be skilled, and their intentions are likely nefarious. Xie Ruyan furrowed her delicate brows and stated, a simple gathering of yin and malevolence formation should not result in the consecutive deaths of 7 individuals within a month. There must be a hidden mystery. At that moment, Zhang Baifeng approached with the factory's owner, Pan Minghan. Masters, I have eagerly awaited your arrival. Pan Minghan greeted the group with utmost courtesy, hoping to resolve the matter swiftly. Take us to the site of the incident, Xie Ruyan ordered decisively, demonstrating her preference for action over words. The 5 were led by Pan Minghan to the water pool. Lin Yi immediately activated his yin vision. There were no ghostly presences, yet the pool was suffused with a thick layer of yin energy. The yin energy gathering in this pool is not dissipating. There must be something within, Wu Qiushan remarked, preparing to leap in for a closer inspection, but Lin Yi was quicker. Earth Spirit, go. A shadow emerged, transforming into a diminutive figure that burrowed into the ground. Witnessing this, Xie Ruyan's gaze turned icy. You are from the ghost manipulation sect. The ghost manipulation sect. Chu Minfu and Wu Qiushan exchanged astonished glances, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and concern. The ghost manipulation sect, at its zenith, had overshadowed numerous other sects, known for its ruthless deeds. However, 30 years prior, the Qianshi of Longhu Mountain could no longer endure their tyranny and single-handedly stormed the ghost manipulation sect. In a single night, the sect was utterly dismantled, with only a few disciples managing to escape. Since then, they had vanished from the martial world. Upon meeting Xie Ruyan's frigid gaze, Lin Yi spoke candidly. Not long ago, an elderly priest attempted to kill me. In self-defense, I retaliated and inherited his legacy. They had heard Zhang Baifeng mention Lin Yi, who was indeed an ordinary person, yet they never expected that an ordinary individual could turn the tables on a disciple of the ghost manipulation sect. The entity that had just emerged was likely a manifestation of their pride. The earth spirit from the 5-element ghost manipulation technique. To conjure such a ghostly being, the old priest must have been a ruthless character, undoubtedly powerful. Yet, he had been slain by an ordinary individual. At this revelation, Xie Ruyan finally relaxed her icy demeanor. Moments later, the earth spirit returned to Lin Yi's feet, and upon learning the news it brought back, Lin Yi fixed his gaze on the water pool and declared, there is something beneath, it's a corpse. What? Pan Minghan, who had been trailing behind, could hardly believe his ears. A corpse. That is impossible. My factory has seen 7 deaths, all of which were accidents. Pan Minghan was genuinely alarmed. While those 7 fatalities were deemed accidental, this was different. If there truly was a corpse, it indicated murder and concealed remains, regardless of who was responsible. His factory would be irreparably damaged. He had invested over 10 million in its construction. Seeing Pan Minghan's panicked expression, the 5 understood he was not lying. Judging by his countenance, he bore no guilt over a life taken. Let us first ascertain what lies beneath before drawing any conclusions, Wu Qiushan said, as Lin Yi controlled the earth spirit. The earth spirit could manipulate a small area of soil for a brief time. Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, the ground tiles collapsed, revealing a 5-meter deep pit. A wave of yin energy emanated from below, accompanied by eerie green light. The 5 exchanged solemn glances, their expressions grave. What malevolent entity lurked beneath? Boss Pan, leave this matter to us. You should step back, Zhang Baifeng instructed, and the 5 leaped into the deep pit. Upon surveying the surroundings, they were all taken aback, with Lin Yi gasping in shock. The area was filled with all lamps, each emanating a green flame. The green light they had seen earlier was indeed emitted by these flickering flames. Chapter 13, The Flower of the Underworld. All the oil lamps encircled the central corpse. This corpse was impaled by a wooden sword driven into its head, adorned with a red flower on the hilt. Lin Yi recognized the flower all too well. It was none other than the red blossom that sprouted in his own backyard. This corpse must have been here for at least 5 or 6 years, and yet these lamps have not extinguished. Zhang Baifeng exclaimed in astonishment, stepping closer to the oil lamp for a closer inspection, taking a sniff. Why does it smell like cured meat? The flame is green and carries a meaty aroma. Could it be? Lin Yi had a sudden revelation, but before he could voice it, Xie Ruyan interjected, don't smell it, that's the scent of fetal corpse incense. Fetal corpse incense. Zhang Baifeng retreated a couple of steps, cursing under his breath, damn it, this is corpse oil. Lin Yi had encountered corpse oil in the records of the Yin-Yang Chronicles. It was decidedly sinister. It was derived from the human body, stripped of bones and flesh, with moisture rendered away, resulting in corpse oil. The fetal corpse incense was even more grotesque, made from the remains of stillborn infants. It was said to bind souls and temper the spirit. Moreover, this corpse oil burned exceptionally well. The small amount in the oil lamp could last for a decade without issue. The 5 of them scrutinized the corpse, which, after 5 or 6 years of desiccation, had lost all moisture, resembling a piece of cured meat. Their attention shifted to the wooden sword, particularly the red flower. The flower of the underworld. Zhang Baifeng instantly recognized it. Wu Qiushan murmured, I never expected to find the flower of the underworld in the mortal realm. Lin Yi approached curiously, asking, Brother Hua, is it impossible for the flower of the underworld to exist here? Wu Qiushan nodded, it's not that it can't exist. Rather, it simply cannot grow here. The flower of the underworld is found only in one place on earth, beneath the Nihar Bridge in the underworld. What properties does the flower of the underworld possess? Lin Yi inquired, instinctively touching the jade pendant concealed beneath his clothing. It seemed he had stumbled upon a monumental secret. The flower of the underworld, which belonged to the Nihar Bridge, was also flourishing in his backyard. The presence of the flower was undoubtedly attributed to his jade pendant. As for its properties, Wu Qiushan pondered before answering, there are many. This flower, being a yin object, is highly coveted in the underworld, whether for crafting minor ghosts or zombies. Its assistance significantly enhances their power. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's thoughts immediately turned to the flowers of the underworld in his backyard. He needed to act swiftly. If discovered by others of their kind, it could lead to dire consequences. What happens if a person consumes it? Lin Yi was curious about the effects on humans. I can't say for certain. Wu Qiushan shook his head, then added, but I've heard that if ghosts consume it, they become quite euphoric, much like adding poppy to a hot pot. Lin, as you run a hot pot restaurant, you should understand this. Indeed, Lin Yi nodded, a bitter smile forming on his lips. And oh wonder the spirits were so fond of his hot pot. It turned out the flower of the underworld had that effect. Wu Qiushan turned to Zhang Baifeng and Chu Minfu, asking, Brothers Zhang and Chu, as you are both seasoned and knowledgeable, can you discern what kind of practice this corpse is involved in? It doesn't appear to be related to the living pile technique. The living pile technique was well known among their kind. This sinister method, traceable back to the Song dynasty and originating from the teachings of Lu Ban, involved burying young boys and girls alive beneath foundations to ensure that any high-rise buildings or bridges built would not collapse. Structures constructed using this technique would be free from supernatural disturbances, a case of employing evil to counter evil. Such practices were common in ancient times but had become exceedingly rare. It is not a living pile, Zhang Baifeng, with his extensive experience, began to analyze. The so-called living pile does not see the light. If it does, it cannot be a living pile. A living pile is fundamentally a base for gathering malevolent energy. This situation does not fit that description. Instead, it appears to be some kind of seal or perhaps a means to restrain something. As he spoke, Zhang Baifeng stepped forward to examine the corpse. To be honest, this was a scenario he had never encountered before, and even Chu Minfu, knowledgeable in feng shui, could not comprehend the situation. Xie Ruyan remained silent, quietly counting the number of oil lamps. As Zhang Baifeng approached the corpse, just as he was about to reach out to touch it, he suddenly froze, his expression changing dramatically as he swiftly retreated. Witnessing this, the others grew alert. Lin Yi felt an ominous premonition, readying himself to summon the 5 spirits for battle. Chu Minfu, feeling irritable, asked, Old Zhang, what happened to you? Zhang Baifeng swallowed hard, gazing at the corpse, unsheathing his copper coin sword. There is a technique in Maoshan called listening wind ear. When refined to a minor level, it allows one to hear any rustle within a 50-meter radius, but I've only mastered the basics, enough to hear a person's breathing or heartbeat within 2 meters. Just now, I heard the heartbeat of this corpse. What? The 4 of them turned pale, swiftly drawing their weapons, their eyes fixed on the corpse. Wu Qiushan spoke up, Brother Zhang, are you sure you didn't mishear? Zhang Baifeng shook his head emphatically, my listening wind ear cannot be mistaken. 99 lamps of corpse oil, with willow wood piercing the top to draw in malevolence. This fellow is not sealed but is, in fact, cultivating. Xie Ruyan finally understood, recalling what her master had taught her. There existed a sect in the underworld focused on soul cultivation, transforming souls into ghosts to strengthen themselves. Earthly evil binds, calamity draws it in, spirit-locking chains open. A voice called from above, and several iron chains surged from the ground, ensnaring the 5 of them. Simultaneously, they looked up to see 2 figures emerge. One was an elderly man with a face free of blemishes, and the other was a gaunt man over 40. Upon recognizing their faces, Xie Ruyan's expression turned icy. Li Buchuan, ranked 4th on the Earth list, and Guanyindong, ranked 11th. Li Buchuan chuckled, "We have long admired the reputation of Miss Xie. Today, we finally meet the true personage." "This is a spirit-locking formation." Zhu Minfu recognized the array immediately, his expression darkening. "This formation seals the Dantian, preventing the use of spells." "Evil arts, easily defeated," Xie Ruyan scoffed, raising her sword to her chest. "With the might of the Tao, I shall shatter your malevolent techniques." As her sword plunged down, a terrifying surge of Daoist energy instantly shattered the iron chains. Li Buchuan could not help but admire. "To break my spirit-locking formation with a single stroke, Miss Xie truly deserves her title as the foremost on the Earth list." Xie Ruyan's gaze turned cold as she declared, "You too have taken countless lives. You must be punished." Li Buchuan smiled lightly, "Miss Xie, we are well aware of your prowess. Naturally, we came prepared." At that moment, the sound of bones clattering echoed through the air. The corpse suddenly rose, pulling the wooden sword from its head, unleashing an eruption of dark energy. "What is this?" Wu Qiushan swallowed hard. Such terrifying malevolent energy surely belonged to a fearsome evil entity. Whoosh, the corpse charged towards them in an instant. Chapter 14, Lin Yi's relentless fury. Xie Ruyan brandished her sword to fend off the assault, yet was forced back several paces before she could regain her balance. Simultaneously, Li Buchuan and Guanyindong leaped down to join the fray. Witnessing the tumultuous scene, Lin Yi cursed inwardly. Initially, he had intended merely to accumulate some experience points, but instead found himself embroiled in this troublesome affair. The presence of two formidable opponents from the Earth rankings, coupled with that ominous corpse, truly presented a formidable challenge. In an instant, chaos erupted as all participants engaged in a frenzied battle. Lin Yi gripped his cutting knife tightly, relegated to controlling the five spirits to provide support. Zhu Minfu, a geomancer, lacked combat prowess, leaving only Zhang Baifeng and Wu Qiushan as viable fighters. Xie Ruyan found herself ensnared by the corpse, rendering the two incapable of mounting a defense. "Kid, what are you staring at?" Li Buchuan pivoted and swung his dagger, aiming directly for Lin Yi's throat. Lin Yi retaliated with a slash of his knife, while Li Buchuan prepared to unleash a sphere of dark energy from his other hand. "Earth Spirit," Lin Yi shouted, causing the ground beneath Li Buchuan's feet to suddenly soften, ensnaring him. "What is this?" Li Buchuan exclaimed in surprise, but Lin Yi had already swung his blade. Li Buchuan barely managed to raise his dagger to parry the blow. "Fire Spirit." A shadow surged from beneath Lin Yi's feet, transforming into a small fiery figure that unleashed a torrent of flames. Li Buchuan quickly discarded his outer garment, which absorbed the flames, allowing him to discern the fiery apparition, the five-element spirit summoning technique of the Ghost Control sect. "You're also dabbling in the arcane arts." "Ghost Cloak, go," Li Buchuan commanded, and the garment lunged toward Lin Yi, revealing a ghastly visage within. "Fire Spirit, Water Spirit, intercept it." The Water Spirit appeared, engaging in combat with the Fire Spirit against the garment. Li Buchuan's expression darkened as he cursed vehemently. "Damn it, this kid may be young, yet he has already mastered the three spirits. He is truly ruthless. How have I never heard of him in the martial world?" He was acutely aware of the difficulty in refining the five spirits of the Ghost Control sect, knowing that it typically required the sacrifice of at least 100 lives. Without Li Buchuan, Zhang Baifeng and the others could barely hold their ground against Guanyindong. Before long, the garment was torn to shreds, and the malevolent spirit concealed within was incinerated by the fire spirit. "Indeed, my little ghost is no match for this malevolent entity," Li Buchuan thought grimly as Lin Yi continued to direct the water and fire spirits to assault him. The power of the five spirits was intricately tied to their surroundings. Meanwhile, Xie Ruyan formed a hand seal with one hand, chanting incantations. "Qian, Kun, Li." Three elements seal the pulse, bind. Three barriers materialized, forming a triangle to ensnare the corpse. The earth spirit steadfastly held Li Buchuan's feet in place, while the fire and water spirits launched a relentless assault. Li Buchuan could no longer withstand the onslaught. Resolutely, he produced two talismans and affixed them to his feet. Boom, his feet were blasted apart. Lin Yi was taken aback by this drastic act of desperation. Severing his feet to survive, how ruthless! Li Buchuan exhaled a plume of white smoke, obscuring Lin Yi's vision, who tightened his grip on the knife, wary of his surroundings. "Behind you." As Lin Yi turned, he swung his blade, only to connect with emptiness. Suddenly, he felt a sharp bite on his shoulder as the smoke dissipated, revealing Li Buchuan with an elongated neck and a gaping maw aimed at him. What sorcery is this? Lin Yi felt a chill run down his spine, just as he prepared to strike. An overwhelming weakness enveloped him, rendering him limp on the ground. Li Buchuan's expression was grotesque, as if he were draining Lin Yi's blood. Xie Ruyan, panting softly, noticed Lin Yi was in peril. She bit her finger and smeared the blood on her forehead. One drop of blood opens the orifice. May the ancestors bestow their divine power. Boom! Xie Ruyan's aura surged dramatically. Her eyes glowed with a white light. An ethereal mist enveloped her as she grasped her sword and charged forth. Seeing this, Li Buchuan hastily withdrew his neck. Xie Ruyan unleashed a powerful strike, releasing a wave of sword energy. Fortunately, Li Buchuan dodged just in time, losing only an arm in the process. Realizing the situation was dire, Guan Yindong fought off 3 opponents to reach Li Buchuan's side. Lin Yi glanced at Xie Ruyan, somewhat reproachful. You, the top of the Earth rankings, are unable to stabilize the situation. Xie Ruyan was speechless, unwilling to explain herself to Lin Yi. The Qingjing sect as summoning technique is ineffective. We must retreat. Guan Yindong supported Li Buchuan and turned to flee, trying to escape. Just as Xie Ruyan was about to pursue, Guan Yindong launched a talisman toward the barrier. Boom! The formation was shattered, and the corpse surged forward once more. Xie Ruyan could only unleash a wave of sword energy before attacking the corpse again. Guan Yindong, still aiding Li Buchuan, was struck in the back while fleeing, blood gushing forth. Xie Ruyan and Zhang Baofeng joined forces to confront the corpse, while Lin Yi took a moment to gather himself, opting not to engage in the battle but instead turning to flee. Zhang Baofeng shouted in confusion, Lin, where are you going? To eliminate those two? Lin Yi replied curtly as he pursued them. If he did not eradicate these two, they would undoubtedly return. Outside the factory, Li Buchuan sat on the ground, desperately using talismans to staunch the flow of blood, glancing at Guan Yindong with urgency. Is the ascending immortal rope ready? Don't rush me, Guan Yindong replied, grasping a rope that hung from a billowing cloud above. Hurry, manifest your powers quickly. Manifest, Li Buchuan lamented, perplexed. Who on earth is that kid? He is not yet 20 and has already mastered the 3 spirits. How is it that there are no rumors about him in the martial world? At that moment, a sudden tug on the rope sent Guan Yindong into a frenzy of joy. It worked. Just as they were about to ascend, Lin Yi had already caught up. Damn it, how can that little brat be so fast? Li Buchuan cursed vehemently. Though astonished, Lin Yi had no time for sentiment. He swung his knife, striking Li Buchuan squarely on the rear. Pop! The blow caused a painful explosion, and Li Buchuan cried out in agony. Tumbling from the rope, Lin Yi leaped and seized Guan Yindong's ankle, forcibly dragging him down as well. Both were injured, and Lin Yi swung his knife mercilessly. At this juncture, there was no need for sorcery. A brutal street fight was in order. The two had never encountered such a ferocious and relentless style of combat, leaving them utterly bewildered. Li Buchuan sank his teeth into Lin Yi's thigh, igniting a fury within Lin Yi as he swung his knife. 1 strike, 3 strikes, 5 strikes. Holy hell, a mad dog. Guan Yindong, petrified, sprinted towards the rope. This was no mere dalliance with the arcane arts. This was unmistakably the work of a vengeful beast. After a relentless barrage of over 10 strikes, Li Buchuan still clung tenaciously to Lin Yi's thigh. Seeing Guan Yindong ascend the rope, Lin Yi, driven by a thirst for blood, delivered a final blow to Li Buchuan's head, ensuring he would no longer breathe. Yet even in death, the corpse refused to relinquish its grip on Lin Yi's leg. Reluctantly, he dragged Li Buchuan's lifeless body as he pursued Guan Yindong, but it was too late. Guan Yindong was nearly engulfed by the clouds. Lin Yi hurled his knife. Pop! By sheer coincidence, it lodged itself in Guan Yindong's backside as he ascended into the clouds, causing the rope to snap and the mist to vanish. Once again, that wretched one has escaped, Lin Yi lamented, feeling a sense of frustration, yet resigned. He had done all he could. Chapter 15. Rising to fame in the Great War. Lin Yi pried open Li Buchuan's mouth, which was clamped onto his own thigh. Upon inspection, he discovered blood streaming down his leg, with 2 rows of bite marks continuously oozing blood. Fortunately, the creature had already perished, otherwise, it might have truly bitten off a piece of flesh. After hastily bandaging the wound, Lin Yi crouched down to search Li Buchuan's body. He found nothing intelligible, but a silver token caught his attention. The reverse side bore the words Earth Ranking, while the front displayed the numeral 4. This must represent the identity token of the Earth Ranking, Linyi surmised, scrutinizing it further. He had just heard Xie Ruyan mention that Li Buchuan was ranked 4th on the Earth Ranking. I actually managed to take down an Earth Ranking expert. Linyi still found it hard to believe. He had presumed that an Earth Ranking master would find it as easy to kill him as slicing through a melon, yet he had instead fallen victim to Linyi's blades. Could this be considered a meteoric rise to prominence? Returning to the factory, he found Xie Ruyan and the others battered and exhausted. Lin, did you take care of those two? Zhang Baifeng inquired casually, harboring little faith in Lin Yi's capabilities against the duo. One was Li Buchuan, ranked 4th on the Earth Ranking, and the other was Guan Yindong, ranked 11th. Neither seemed like foes Lin Yi could contend with, especially given their nefarious methods. Lin Yi tossed the token over with a look of regret, saying, I managed to slay one, but the other escaped. The others were momentarily stunned, and Zhang Baifeng gaped at the Earth Ranking token in his hand, exclaiming, No way, you really killed Li Buchuan. You've just entered the field and already slain Li Buchuan. The martial world will soon witness a new rising star. Curious about the token, Lin Yi asked, What purpose does this serve? Zhang Baifeng realized Lin Yi was new to this and explained, There will always be those seeking fame in the martial world, and being listed is the simplest way to achieve it. To ascend the ranks is straightforward, eliminate the current holders and take their place. Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the token in his hand. So, does that mean I am now ranked 4th on the Earth Ranking? Me, however, this wasn't the time for such thoughts. He looked towards the corpse, puzzled, why hasn't it been burned? It's not that simple, Wu Qiushan replied with a resigned shake of his head. I used the 7-star nails to seal its 7 meridians, while Brother Chu employed the 4 waters trapping formation, combined with Daoist Xie's 3 lines to seal the pulse, to barely contain it. Lin Yi turned his gaze to Xie Ruyan, who appeared pale and silent, clearly drained of energy. This matter is beyond our capabilities. It seems we must call upon the Daoist Association for assistance. Zhang Baifeng had just pulled out his phone to make the call when, whoosh, a soul suddenly flew out from the corpse, rushing towards them. Caught off guard by this sudden attack, the group had no time to react. The soul, upon spotting the nearest person, dove directly into their body. This thing isn't lifeless? Wu Qiushan exclaimed in shock, while Xie Ruyan was the first to react. It's trying to possess someone. Quickly, stop it. Earth Spirit. Lin Yi summoned the Earth Spirit, but Chu Minfu shouted, Retreat. The soul was forcibly expelled. Breaking talismans. Zhang Baifeng produced talisman paper to cast, but the soul darted towards the factory's exit. Just as Lin Yi was about to eliminate it, Xie Ruyan intervened. Forget it, let us deal with the corpse first. The group resealed the corpse and confirmed its safety before Zhang Baifeng once again dialed the Daoist Association. At last, this matter reached a conclusion. Lin, if you wish to enter the field of Taoism, I can recommend you to any of the 7 Chuanjin sects. If you wish to indulge in emotions and desires, you may also consider Longhu Mountain or Maoshan. Thank you for your kindness, but I am accustomed to a leisurely life. I prefer the freedom to roam. Lin Yi politely declined, although Xie Ruyan felt somewhat disappointed. She said nothing further. Is it truly a major sect of Taoism? Lin Yi had his own plans. The Daoist world is divided into 2 factions, Chuanjin and Jingyi. Chuanjin disciples are forbidden from marrying and must maintain a pure heart. Jingyi, on the other hand, allows for marriage and the accumulation of wealth. Yet, Lin Yi felt neither suited him. The constraints of a sect felt stifling. Instead, he found the idea of a carefree existence far more appealing. With that in mind, Lin Yi thought he was indeed quite suited to the unorthodox paths. 3 days later, Lin Yi received a call from Zhang Baifeng. The gist was that the corpse had been dealt with by the Daoist Association, and the payment had been received. After deducting Zhang Baifeng's share, the remaining amount would be divided among the 4 of them. Lin Yi received a text notification of a transfer amounting to 40,000 yuan. I nearly risked my life for just 40,000, Lin Yi sighed, shaking his head. This line of work certainly does not yield easy money. The hot pot restaurant was still more profitable. During these 3 days, Zhao Huan and Wang Jing, two ghostly messengers, visited the hot pot restaurant once more. Their matters had been resolved, and they chatted with Lin Yi like old friends. They were not just any ghostly messengers. One was said to be a minor official, a favored aide to the White Impermanence. As the saying goes, one benefits from standing under a large tree. Lin Yi rented another place, which also had a backyard, but this time included a basement. He transformed the basement into a cultivation chamber, equipping it with solar lamps and everything necessary. Their Huangquan flower was exceedingly dangerous. If discovered by the unorthodox sects, it would surely spell doom for him. In the dead of night, Lin Yi opened the restaurant to welcome guests, as usual. With the promotion from Wang Jing and Zhao Huan, their Yilai hot pot restaurant gained quite the reputation among the ghostly messengers. Before long, the two ghostly messengers walked in, leading a soul point. One of them remarked, "It should be this establishment." Lin Yi, now capable of seeing ghosts without shedding tears, approached with a broad smile. "Please, have a seat." The two ghostly messengers were quite courteous, with one of them saying, "Brother Zhao mentioned your hot pot restaurant has a delightful flavor. We were just passing by on our soul-collecting duties and decided to come and give it a try." As Lin Yi was about to respond, his smile faltered upon seeing the soul beside them. Chu Daoist. Lin Yi was astonished. Why was Chu Daoist's soul here? Hadn't he already departed? The two ghostly messengers sat down, and Lin Yi refrained from directly inquiring, instead smiling. "What would you two like to order?" "Let us have a yin-yang pot, with some crispy meat, lamb slices, and beef tripe. Also, bring us 2 portions of wine," they ordered. Lin Yi went to prepare, and soon the dishes were served. After lighting 3 incense sticks, they began. "This flavor is superb. The more I eat, the more I crave it. Spicy and satisfying." The two ghostly messengers praised the taste of the hot pot enthusiastically, while Chu Minfu remained motionless beside them. Lin Yi returned from the kitchen with 2 plates of lamb rolls, saying, "Here you go, this is a complimentary dish from our restaurant." The two ghostly messengers exchanged glances, and one of them chuckled, "The boss is generous. We'll be back next time." Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yi finally asked, "By the way, is this gentleman beside you already deceased?" Chapter 16, Chu Minfu has perished. Who was he? The two ghost messengers appeared somewhat perplexed. One of them spoke up, "Boss Lin, this is not something I should divulge, but since Big Zhao says you are like family, there is nothing to conceal, so I will speak frankly. Given that Boss Lin can run this establishment, you must be familiar with this line of work. The gentleman we are here to collect today is also from your profession." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi cast a glance at the nearby Chu Minfu and inquired further, "Has this esteemed fellow reached the end of his earthly life?" "Not quite." The ghost messenger shook his head. "We have examined this fellow, and his lifespan has not yet expired. It is likely that he was slain during a duel of powers. If he were an ordinary soul whose time had not yet come, the underworld would not be taking his spirit into reincarnation. We would wait until his earthly life was fully spent before guiding his soul into the underworld, where he would serve 100 years in purgatory before being reborn. However, those in your line of work, through their virtuous deeds, can open a special channel for immediate reincarnation even if their lifespan is not yet concluded. If one possesses significant merit, they may." At this point, the ghost messenger fell silent, but Lin Yi understood the implication, feeling increasingly perplexed. Chu, having parted ways with them just 3 days prior, how could he have been killed so suddenly? "May I inquire, how long ago was this esteemed fellow slain?" The ghost messenger shook his head. "The exact time is unknown, but it should be approximately 3 days ago." "What?" Lin Yi's expression changed drastically, his heart sinking with foreboding. If it were indeed 3 days ago, then who was the surviving Chu Minfu? Wait, the spirit of Chu Minfu must have been usurped by that corpse. Could it be that what was forced out at that moment was not that vile entity, but rather the spirit of Chu Minfu? If that is the case, feeling somewhat awkward, Lin Yi began to ask, "Gentlemen, might it be possible to ask a favor? I have a few questions for this esteemed fellow." The ghost messenger, with a touch of resignation, shook his head. "Boss Lin, it is not that I am unwilling to accommodate, but rather that you will not be able to extract any information." He then expressed his curiosity. Logically speaking, souls of practitioners should be far more robust than those of ordinary individuals. Even in death, their spirits would remain lucid, not in such a foolish state. At this juncture, Lin Yi spoke candidly. To be honest, this esteemed fellow is my friend, and his physical body still exists. Gentlemen, before he could finish, he was interrupted by the ghost messenger. Are you hoping to restore this esteemed fellow to his physical form and revive him? It would be futile. His 3 souls have ascended, and returning to his body would yield no result. Humans possess 3 souls and 7 spirits. Upon death, the 3 souls ascend while the 7 spirits descend to the underworld. Losing 1 soul allows for survival, losing 2 renders 1 an imbecile, and losing all 3 leaves no hope of revival. The so-called borrowing of a corpse to return a soul or usurp a body necessitates that at least 1 of the 3 souls remains. Of course, this does not apply to ghosts. Seeing that there was no hope, Lin Yi refrained from disturbing the 2 ghost messengers further. He did not charge them for the hot pot, which brought them some joy, for their meager monthly salaries left little room for indulgence. Lin Yi took out his phone to call Zhang Baifeng, but it indicated that the phone was off. He then dialed Hu Qiushan and Xie Ruyan, only to receive the same message. Damn, what is going on? Lin Yi muttered in frustration, especially at this moment when he could not reach anyone. At 5:30 in the morning, after closing up, Lin Yi returned to his small abode. On the way back, Zhang Baifeng's call came through. Lin Yi answered, exasperated. Why are all your phones turned off? Zhang Baifeng replied irritably, don't mention it. A colleague took on a job dealing with a water ghost. He couldn't handle it alone, so he called me for assistance. I was uncertain, so I brought Hu along, but the situation was resolved, yet that scoundrel took the money and fled, leaving us empty-handed. Hu and I ended up losing both the woman and the troops, and my phone got wet and shut down. I just replaced my SIM card and got a new phone. Lin Yi hurriedly asked, wasn't Xie Ruyan with you? Zhang Baifeng's voice grew more agitated. No. If Xie were here, that bastard wouldn't dare to freeload. I'd break his legs. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi recounted the situation regarding Chu Minfu. Both men were taken aback. What? Chu has been usurped. Lin Yi sighed, I just learned of this. I tried calling you, but your phones were off. Zhang Baifeng's tone turned serious. Lin, the one who usurped Chu's body is likely not an ordinary foe. I will use my connections to investigate this matter. You should steer clear of it for now. If Chu Minfu approaches you, notify us immediately. Understood. Lin Yi agreed and ended the call. He had no desire to become embroiled in this affair. Collecting that much corpse oil is no simple task. It would require a considerable number of victims. That individual must have significant influence. As for the vendetta against Chu Minfu, Lin Yi was acutely aware of his own limitations. If he were powerful enough to easily crush a top-tier master, he would gladly seek vengeance, but the reality was that he lacked such strength. A single strike from a top-tier master could easily extinguish his life. Therefore, abstaining from involvement was the wisest course. As the old adage goes, wear shoes that fit your feet. To overreach would be tantamount to courting disaster. Within the realm of his capabilities, he would assist as much as he could. Beyond that, he would not overextend himself. That was simply Lin Yi's nature. He truly lacked the ability to avenge Chu Minfu. Firstly, their relationship was not close enough to warrant risking his life for revenge, and secondly, even if he were to put his life on the line, it did not guarantee success. However, Zhang Baifeng and Hu Qiushan were different. Zhang Baifeng had emerged from the wilds of Maoshan, having mingled in this field for years, boasting extensive connections. Hu Qiushan, on the other hand, was affiliated with Jizhou Mountain, one of the 3 mountains of the Jingyi sect, a major Taoist faction with substantial backing. As for Lin Yi, a solitary practitioner, dabbling in the obscure arts, having forged his own path, the small house Lin Yi recently rented was located on the outskirts, a 2-story villa with a backyard. Though somewhat remote, its tranquility was a blessing. Most importantly, he was quite satisfied with the basement, where he could cultivate the yellow spring flower without fear of discovery. Arriving at his front door, Lin Yi retrieved his keys and entered the living room. In the vast expanse of the horizon, suddenly, his phone rang. It was a call from Xie Ruyan. Just as he was about to answer, the earth spirit beneath his feet issued a warning. Lin Yi hung up the phone, glancing toward the room where he slept. his eyes narrowing slightly as he reached for the in his pocket, his voice cold. "Esteemed guest, how is it that you come to visit my humble abode without prior notice? I am a timid person, prone to rash actions at the slightest disturbance. It would be unfortunate if harm were to befall our cordiality." "He, Lin Daoist, you are indeed formidable. I have already restrained my aura, yet you still detected me. Were it not for knowing you have only recently entered this field, I might not have believed you." Chapter 17, The Visit of Sir Ruyan. "Hey, there's no helping it. If I weren't a bit stronger, I would have been dispatched by you old fellows long ago," Lin Yi remarked as he illuminated the living room. The surroundings brightened, revealing none other than Chu Minute-Fu.No. To be precise, the Chu Minfu before him was no longer the same. Chu Minfu gazed at Lin Yi, a knowing smile gracing his face. "A newcomer who has just entered the scene for less than a month is capable of slaying the fourth-ranked Li Buchuan. I can't help but wonder if another soul resides within this body." Lin Yi shook his head. "I lack the ability of a fellow cultivator to seize another's body. I am simply myself." Upon hearing this, Chu Minfu's eyes narrowed slightly. "So you are already aware." Lin Yi chuckled with a hint of amusement. A late-night visit from a fellow cultivator, could it be merely for a sip of water? "Now that you know, are you not afraid of death?" A glimmer of malice flickered in Chu Minfu's eyes, and his demeanor shifted dramatically. "Death." Lin Yi let out a light laugh, then snapped, "5 spirits." In an instant, 5 spirits emerged from beneath his feet, standing guard on either side of him. "Fellow cultivator, though I am new to this, I am not foolish. If you were confident in your ability to kill me, you would have acted already, rather than engaging in idle chatter. Though you are formidable, I, Lin Yi, am no pushover. Like a wolf encountering a hyena, I will make sure to take a piece of you with me." Lin Yi understood that Chu Minfu likely did not possess the confidence to take him down easily. Otherwise, there would have been no need for such conversation. Action would have been taken already. Observing the 5 spirits, Chu Minfu expressed keen interest. "The 5 elements ghost summoning technique of the ghost summoning sect, and you have already refined the 5 spirits. How rare. Since that battle 30 years ago, the ghost summoning sect has faded into obscurity. I have encountered disciples of the sect before, but they rarely manage to refine more than 3 spirits. You, my young friend, are quite fortunate. Might I inquire whose legacy you have inherited?" Lin Yi sighed. "It is unfortunate to say, but my master passed away unexpectedly, and my teacher died early as well. Thus, the 5 spirits have naturally fallen into my hands." Chu Minfu showed curiosity. "Oh, how did they die?" Lin Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. "I personally sent them on their way." Chu Minfu was momentarily taken aback but soon wore an appreciative expression. "You, my young fellow, are truly gifted in the unorthodox." Lin Yi wasted no time. "So, has your visit been solely to seek revenge for Li Buchuan?" Chu Minfu shook his head. "Not at all. I am merely curious about the individual capable of slaying Li Buchuan upon entering the scene. Having met you today, it is evident you are no ordinary person. The unorthodox is about to produce another prodigy." "Oh, is it truly that simple?" Lin Yi expressed skepticism. Chu Minfu nodded, chuckling. "Indeed, it is that simple. As for Li Buchuan's fate, it is of no concern to me. If his demise leads to the emergence of an unorthodox prodigy, I find it quite delightful." "How intriguing." Lin Yi regarded Chu Minfu, genuinely intrigued by this individual. "To be honest, had it not been for the pressing time, I would have genuinely liked to befriend you." With that, Chu Minfu raised his hand and waved. "Here, take this." Lin Yi reached out to catch it, revealing 2 red insects. They resembled cicada pupae. "This is the mother and child heart unity worm. If you crush the child worm, the mother worm in my possession will sense it and lock onto your location. If necessary, you may crush the child worm at any time," Chu Minfu explained before heading to the backyard and vaulting over the wall to leave. "This fellow is truly fascinating." Lin Yi's interest in him only grew, albeit out of mere curiosity. Just then, his phone rang again. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Sir Ruyan. As he connected the call and was about to speak, her voice came through. "May I come in?" Lin Yi stepped outside to find Sir Ruyan standing at a distance, sword in hand, gazing in the direction Chu Minfu had departed. After inviting Xie Ruyan into the house, Lin Yi intended to brew some tea, but she shook her head, no need. Dressed in white, Xie Ruyan exuded a celestial aura, complemented by her breathtaking beauty, a true vision of grace. Lin Yi had refrained from looking too closely last time, but now he scrutinized her carefully. She was indeed stunning. He felt no urge to approach, rather, he maintained a disposition of appreciation. Lin Yi inquired, "When did you arrive?" Xie Ruyan replied, "I arrived just as I called you." Lin Yi pointed toward the backyard. "He didn't escape far, you should be able to catch up." Xie Ruyan shook her head with resignation, "There's no need. I cannot defeat him, otherwise, I would have acted already." Cannot defeat him. Lin Yi felt a chill run down his spine. Goodness, even the top-ranked Xie Ruyan could not contend. He had just contemplated a 50-50 chance against him. By Lin Yi's estimation, that individual's strength was likely on par with Li Buchuan. At best, he would have had an even chance against Xie Ruyan, but now, it seemed that this individual possessed the caliber of a top-tier expert. To be frank, even Li Buchuan himself could barely hold his ground, let alone Xie Ruyan. Lin Yi, wielding the 5 spirits and the ability to summon wandering souls and ghosts within a 10-mile radius using his ninja bell, could certainly fight. The nearby cemetery, once a mass grave, had been one of the reasons Lin Yi chose this location. Upon reflection, it appeared that Chu Minfu genuinely wished to befriend him. Lin Yi posed the question, "What do you plan to do now?" Xie Ruyan remained her usual taciturn self, returned to gather reinforcements. "Here, take this." Lin Yi produced a child worm and handed it to her. Xie Ruyan did not take the worm but instead asked, "What if he discovers that you have given the worm to me? What if he retaliates against you upon returning?" Lin Yi smiled nonchalantly, "He will certainly know you are nearby and will likely suspect that I would pass the worm to you. That is why he provided me with 2. This was not difficult to deduce. The man had the capability to slay him but chose not to. He must have anticipated that Lin Yi would share one of the worms with Xie Ruyan. Otherwise, he would not have given him 2. Upon hearing this, Xie Ruyan felt reassured enough to accept the worm, continuing, "If you wish, I can stop right there." Lin Yi quickly raised his hand to hold her. "I appreciate the offer, but I prefer a life unbound by any sect." Seeing Lin Yi's resolute stance, Xie Ruyan relented and prepared to leave, saying, "As long as you refrain from committing heinous acts, feel free to contact me whenever you need." Lin Yi nodded, escorting Xie Ruyan out before returning to his abode. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Lin Yi did not rest but instead began to cultivate the Maryi ghost summoning technique. His current strength was insufficient. Should he encounter an opponent like Chu Minfu again, he would have no means of retaliation. The only spells at his disposal were the 5 spirits and some basic talismans. He needed to enhance his power urgently. The following days passed without incident. Zhang Baifeng continued his investigation into the identity of the individual who had seized Chu Minfu's body but seemed to have encountered some difficulties. As for Xie Ruyan, she had utilized the worm, yet Chu Minfu had not made an appearance, leaving her traps wasted. Chapter 18, The Arrival of the New Employee Late at Night. Lin Yi was running his hotpot restaurant as usual. It must be said that the promotions by Zhao Huan and Wen Jing were remarkably effective. The number of spectral patrons dining at his establishment was steadily increasing, leaving Lin Yi somewhat overwhelmed. The ghostly earnings he had accrued were partially exchanged for some renminbi with Zhang Baifeng, while the remainder was kept aside, for one never knows when it might come in handy. Creak, the door to the restaurant swung open, and upon seeing the visitors, Lin Yi greeted them with a broad smile. "Our brother Zhao, brother Wang, it's been a while since I last saw you." Lin Yi had forged a fraternal bond with Zhao Huan and Wen Jing, referring to each other as brothers. Zhao Huan and Wen Jing entered, guiding the spirit of a burly man behind them. Zhao Huan sighed with resignation. "There's no choice, things have been hectic lately. Today, I've managed to steal a moment to come here for a better meal, the usual fare." "I understand." Lin Yi nodded and headed to the kitchen to prepare. "Gentlemen, have a heart. I haven't finished my work yet, please let me go." The burly spirit knelt down with a thud, beginning to plead. Zhao Huan looked exasperated. "All right, enough with the theatrics. You've been diagnosed with cancer, and your time on this earth has come to an end. You must obediently accompany us to the underworld." Witnessing this scene, Lin Yi, who was busy preparing the broth, had become accustomed to such occurrences. After all, who wishes to meet their demise? The broth and ingredients were ready, accompanied by 2 tails of liquor. Lighting 3 fragrant incense sticks, Lin Yi joined the two in conversation. Zhao Huan picked up a piece of meat and remarked, "Lin, my younger brother, business seems to be thriving. Can you manage all on your own?" Lin Yi let out a helpless sigh. "What can I do? It's not like I can find anyone to hire." He had considered bringing on a waiter and a chef for assistance, but who would dare to apply? "True," Zhao Huan nodded, suddenly struck by an idea. "I could actually recommend a chef for you." Curious, Lin Yi inquired, "Who?" Zhao Huan pointed to the burly spirit huddled in the corner. "This fellow was a chef in life, but his time has run out. If you need him, I can arrange for him to assist you." "Is that permissible?" Lin Yi was well aware that any spirit whose time had ended must be escorted to the underworld. "What is the problem with that?" Zhao Huan replied with a grin, "The underworld is short on manpower and is in dire need of talent. I can make arrangements for him to stay and work at your restaurant. Besides, you operating this hot pot place serves our ghostly clientele, so it's not exactly underhanded." "Very well, that sounds splendid." Lin Yi was more than willing. He was indeed overwhelmed with work. Zhao Huan called over Songjia to relay the details, and Songjia nodded vigorously. The following morning, as Lin Yi was about to close up, a muscular man clad in a black tank top rushed in. Upon seeing Lin Yi, Songjia confirmed that last night's events were not merely a dream. He had indeed been summoned. "My name is Songjia. Greetings, Boss Lin." Songjia beamed and quickly extended his hand. Lin Yi nodded and reciprocated the gesture. "We have no formalities here. We operate from midnight until 5:30 in the morning. As for your salary, let us start with 10,000. Wang Jing and Zhao Huan had already discussed this with Songjia, agreeing that he could remain in the mortal realm, but only if he worked at Yilai Xiang. "Rest assured, Boss Lin, I will give my utmost effort." Songjia nodded repeatedly, anxious not to lose this opportunity. Speaking of Songjia, he was indeed a man of misfortune. He had no close relatives, and after his wife died during childbirth, he was left with only a high school daughter to care for. Misfortune seems to seek out those already burdened with hardship. His cancer diagnosis meant there would be no one to look after his daughter. This was his motivation to remain in the mortal realm. A father's heart is filled with compassion. Had it not been for Lin Yi, he might have already reported to the underworld. Songjia was not from this line of work and was not in spirit form, thus he could not perceive any of the darker entities, requiring only the temporary use of black-eyed tears. As for the operations, there was little technical skill involved. After Lin Yi provided a brief tutorial, Songjia absorbed the instructions entirely. At last, Lin Yi could breathe a sigh of relief. He planned to hire another cashier, allowing him to take a step back from the daily grind. How delightful! Upon returning home, Lin Yi watered the huangquan flowers in the basement before retreating to his room. Just as he was preparing to rest, Zhang Baofeng's call came through suddenly. "Lin, my younger brother, come quickly to Mardajia's restaurant. There is something important we need to discuss." Lin Yi sighed, resigned to drive his second-hand van to Mardajia's restaurant. Upon entering the private room, he found Zhang Baofeng waiting with a broad smile. "Lin, my younger brother, would you be interested in collaborating on a business deal?" Lin Yi did not immediately agree but instead sipped from his teacup, inquiring, "What kind of business?" Zhang Baofeng chuckled, "To provide protection for a person." "A person?" "This individual is of great significance, a high-ranking official from Myanmar. Due to the current civil unrest, he has come to Kunming for discussions, so, you understand." Zhang Baofeng spoke somewhat cryptically. Lin Yi grasped the implications but remained puzzled. Such an important matter would surely involve the Dao Association. How could it fall into our hands? Zhang Baofeng sighed. The Dao Association must indeed intervene, but the situation arose unexpectedly, and no one was prepared. We can only call for temporary assistance. Lin Yi declined. "Brother Zhang, I would like to help out of both sentiment and reason, but I have only been in this profession for less than a month. I fear I might falter under such a heavy responsibility." Zhang Baofeng shook his head. "Lin, don't be modest. Your reputation has spread throughout the community. They've even bestowed upon you the title of Yukue Dairen. What, Yugue Daren? Lin Yi was taken aback, unable to believe it. Am I really that formidable? Having just entered the field, Lin Yi was unaware of his burgeoning fame, but Zhang Baifeng was an experienced figure well versed in the underground dynamics. He was privy to all the happenings in the community. Recently, the topic of discussion on the dark web had been Lin Yi, the rising star, achieving peak status almost instantaneously. He had made a name for himself by defeating the 4th-ranked Li Buchuan in less than a month. It was a remarkable feat that earned him the title of Yugue Daren due to his unconventional methods, Zhang Baifeng continued. Moreover, you won't be the only expert involved, we will merely be providing support. All right, Lin Yi nodded in agreement, but added, just to clarify, I'm only going along to lend numbers. I will do my utmost, but I cannot make any guarantees. Your assurance suffices. Zhang Baifeng nodded, and the two then set off in the van towards their destination. They arrived at a hotel with exceptionally tight security, complete with armed police officers. Of course, for ordinary assassins, this would be more than adequate, but if they happened to encounter individuals from their own line of work, it might not suffice. Reaching the 9th floor, they approached a lobby where 6 individuals were already seated on the sofa, waiting for quite some time. Chapter 19, Night Raid. Lin Yi scrutinized the attire of the 6 individuals before him. In this line of work, there is a saying, one first perceives the appearance of another. From their clothing, one can glean a hint of their affiliations. Among them, 2 female cultivators appeared to be just over 25 years old, and their attire suggested they belonged to the Jingyi sect. There were also 2 monks, alongside an elderly man and a youth dressed in ordinary garments, whose affiliations were indiscernible. Apologies for the delay. I brought a friend along, Zhang Baifeng said with a beaming smile, to which the 2 female cultivators responded with merely a nod. The 2 monks joined their hands in prayer. Amitabha, it is well that Zhang Daoist has arrived, the elderly man exclaimed, approaching with the young man, a broad smile on his face. Brother Zhang, I thought you might not come. It was merely a matter of escorting a friend, which took a bit of time, Zhang Baifeng replied, still smiling, as he introduced Lin Yi. This is my esteemed friend. Lin Yi clasped his hands in greeting and said, Ye Lai Xiang, Lin Yi. Ye Lai Xiang. Lin Yi. Why does that name sound so familiar? The elderly man pondered, but the young man had already grown wary, whispering, Master, he is the renowned Ghost Conqueror. The Ghost Conqueror, Lin Yi. The elderly man suddenly realized, looking at Lin Yi with a beaming expression. So it is you, Daoist Lin. I have long admired your reputation. I am Huang Shizai, an outer disciple of the Yin walking sect, and this lad here is my apprentice, Chen Jian. Simultaneously, the 2 monks and the 2 female cultivators turned their attention towards Lin Yi, scrutinizing him. They had heard tales of a rising star from the unorthodox path, who had recently slain Li Buchuan, ranked 4th on the earthly list. They had anticipated a fearsome figure, yet upon seeing him, he appeared delicate and somewhat handsome. Daoist Huang, your praise is unwarranted. It was merely a stroke of luck, Lin Yi responded humbly, observing the master and apprentice duo. He had some understanding of their sect. The Yin walking sect is adept in the principles of Yin and Yang, traversing the realms between life and death for years. Outer disciples are essentially secular practitioners. Zhang Baifeng then introduced Lin Yi to the others. These 2 are monks Deliang and Deming from Guangji Temple. And these 2 are disciples of the Jingyi sect from Mount Hoshan, Daoist Yang and Daoist Xie. Lin Yi nodded, greeting each in turn. Monks Deming and Deliang maintained their composure, while Yang Xie and Xie Yang appeared somewhat restrained. This was indeed understandable, as the term unorthodox path carries negative connotations, yet they were perplexed as to why this fair-skinned and delicate young man would pursue the unorthodox path instead of joining Jingyi. After exchanging pleasantries, Lin Yi sought to understand the task at hand. In truth, the assignment was not particularly challenging. They merely needed to endure through the night until the distinguished expert summoned by the Daoist Association arrived. As night fell, the group arranged their positions, with Deming and Deliang stationed outside the presidential suite while the others patrolled the floor. Lin Yi, a cigarette dangling from his lips, inquired with curiosity, Old Zhang, do you really think someone will attempt an assassination? Zhang Baifeng nodded. The Daoist Association received intelligence indicating an assassination attempt on this high-ranking official. But it seems unlikely they would strike on the first day, Lin Yi retorted. This official from Myanmar had only just arrived in Kunming today. It was common sense that he would be under heavy protection. Anyone intending to assassinate him would surely not act recklessly on the first night. A thought struck Lin Yi, prompting him to smile. Old Zhang, the Daoist Association wouldn't send us out without compensation, would they? Zhang Baifeng did not conceal the truth, saying, of course not. We are merely on watch for the night. Even if no assassins show up, we still earn 100,000 yuan. If there are indeed assassins, then it depends on their strength, and the reward increases accordingly. Wow, that's quite a reward, Lin Yi exclaimed, surprised. If no assassins came tonight, it would be like pocketing 100,000 yuan for nothing. Daoist Lin, Daoist Zhang, there's a situation at the stairs. Chen Jian's voice crackled through the intercom. The two exchanged glances before preparing to head to the staircase. Lin Yi suddenly halted, saying, Old Zhang, you guard the elevator, I'll check the situation at the stairs. Just then, the lights on this floor abruptly went out. Lin Yi's expression turned grave. It seems this money won't be so easily acquired. Arriving at the staircase, he found Chen Jian gripping a copper-coin sword, nervously scanning below. Lin Yi rushed over and asked, what is going on? Chen Jian, visibly tense, replied, just now, I saw a shadow moving. My master chased after it alone, and I haven't heard from him since. Stay here and keep watch, I'll go take a look, Lin Yi instructed before descending the stairs. Whoosh, a figure suddenly charged at him. Lin Yi gripped his machete and swung it. The figure leaped and dodged, causing Lin Yi's strike to miss. The figure darted upstairs, prompting Lin Yi to shout, Earth Spirit. The Earth Spirit surged from the shadows and burrowed into the ground. Suddenly, a hand shot up from beneath the figure, grasping its throat and squeezing with great force. Crack, the figure collapsed lifelessly. Lin Yi approached to inspect it. The creature had an odd appearance. Though it resembled a child, it bore the face of a monkey. What on earth is this? Lin Yi pondered, preparing to examine it further, when he heard hurried footsteps approaching. He turned to see Huang Shizai racing up, panic etched on his face. Daoist Lin, we must flee. Behind him, a throng of figures was in pursuit, some scaling the walls like cockroaches. Good heavens, so many. Observing the swarm behind them, Lin Yi produced the condensation bell and began to chant. The bell tolls, the myriad ghosts appear, wicked spirits from all directions, heed my command, come forth. Ding-ling ding-ling, as the condensation bell rang, the surrounding air grew noticeably colder. Outside the windows, countless wandering souls and ghostly figures materialized. Seeing this spectacle, Chen Jian gulped, Master, there are so many ghosts outside. Huang Shizai furrowed his brow, realizing that this technique resembled the ghost conjuring art of the Ghost Conqueror sect. Could it be that Lin Yi hailed from the Ghost Conqueror sect, renowned for their ghost-controlling abilities? The sect had been eradicated by the Qianshi of Longhu Mountain 30 years ago, subsequently vanishing from the martial world. To control ghosts does not equate to taming them. Only those crafted from one's own alchemical efforts, like zombies, can be fully commanded. Huang Shizai felt uneasy and inquired, Daoist Lin, with your current strength, can you truly command so many ghosts? Of course not, Lin Yi replied, shaking his head. He knew that, given his current abilities, it was beyond his capacity. Huang Shizai panicked, if you summon so many ghosts, what if they go out of control? Chapter 20, The opponent is not simple. Lin Yi smiled faintly, exuding an air of confidence. The fact that I can summon so many spirits naturally implies I possess the means to do so. As all the wandering souls rushed forth, Lin Yi produced a handful of copper coins, scattering them with the proclamation, for every one of these creatures slain, the reward is 10 ghost coins. Indeed, it is said that money can make even the most stubborn ghosts comply. This assertion was not mere rhetoric. Lin Yi had put it into practice with remarkable efficacy. Upon hearing his declaration, countless spirits lunged eagerly toward the targets. Witnessing this spectacle, Chen Jian appeared utterly bewildered, turning to his companion Huang Shizai. Master, can spells be utilized in such a manner? This is my first encounter with such an application, Huang Shizai replied, equally astonished, having not anticipated the summoning technique could be employed so creatively. Lin Yi indeed showcased his talents. On the wall, a gecko observed the unfolding battle with keen interest. In a room on the 8th floor, a man wore a grim expression, Damn it, this Chinese lad can summon such a multitude of souls all at once. His companion glanced at an immobile woman beside him. Go check on the others. Understood. The woman commanded the gecko to move. Suddenly, a soul spirit emerged from the wall, gazing at the gecko with its finger poised on its lips, appearing somewhat innocent, as if in contemplation. After much hesitation, the soul spirit opened its mouth and swallowed the gecko whole. "Arr!" The woman screamed, blood seeping from her eyes. "My familiar has been killed. They have discovered me." "What?" The leading man could hardly believe his ears. "How is this possible? Who exactly are they?" Bian Yang's familiar emitted no spiritual pressure, resembling an ordinary gecko. How could they have detected its presence? Lord Ace of Spades has already issued orders. That high-ranking official must be eliminated tonight. The leading man's eyes turned cold. Regardless of who they are, they must die tonight. On the battlefield, the wandering souls swiftly eradicated all the targets. Lin Yi began counting out the copper coins for payment, feeling the sting of his losses. In total, he had expended 2,000 copper coins, amounting to 20,000, which meant he would only earn 80,000 from this endeavor. Alas, while this tactic proved effective, it certainly drained his finances. As Lin Yi lamented his expenditures, he noticed the soul spirit chewing on something. What is this little creature consuming? Lin Yi brushed aside his curiosity and commanded the soil spirit to return. Just when everyone thought the danger had passed, a figure approached. "Allow me to handle this." Huang Shizai stepped forward, having already endured enough chaos, and prepared to demonstrate his true abilities. With a single hand, he formed a seal and intoned, "Yin and Yang walk the earth, with the sun beyond the shore, let the sun ignite the flames, scattering the ghostly souls." As his voice fell, Huang Shizai took a deep breath and unleashed a torrent of flames. However, after a prolonged assault, the fire merely singed the figure's garments. The trio then realized this was not a person at all, but a puppet. "This puppet is impervious to fire," Huang Shizai exclaimed in astonishment, while Lin Yi narrowed his eyes, commanding, "Soul Spirit." The soul spirit appeared, burrowing into the ground, reaching for the puppet's feet, but it proved utterly immovable. Crestfallen, the soul spirit returned to Lin Yi, who wore a grave expression, ineffective. It was well known that the soil spirit had never failed before. Even Li Buchuan could easily soften the earth around him and pull it into the depths. Yet, against this puppet, it had faltered. Just as Lin Yi was about to summon wandering souls again with the condensation bell, Yang Xie and Xie Yang rushed over. "Paper talismans, summon the spirits, let divine might accompany the thunder." The duo, one on each side, wielded peach with swords crackling with electricity, striking at the puppet simultaneously. Bang! The puppet remained unscathed, while the two women's arms tingled painfully, nearly losing their grip on their swords. Suddenly, the puppet's eyes glowed red, and its speed surged as it appeared before the two women in an instant. With two swift punches, Yang Xie and Xie Yang attempted to defend themselves but were sent flying, spitting blood. Seeing this, Lin Yi and Huang Shizai attacked simultaneously, yet, in close combat, they found themselves thoroughly outmatched by the puppet. Huang Shizai was kicked away, while Lin Yi swung his blade with all his might, but the puppet felt as solid as iron. "Lin, my brother, allow me to assist you," Zhang Baifeng shouted, charging into the fray. "Old Zhang, splendid timing," Lin Yi exclaimed, but before he could revel in the arrival of reinforcements, the puppet sent Zhang Baifeng flying with a powerful slap, rolling several times across the ground. "What the hell, are you mocking me?" Lin Yi cursed vehemently, contemplating retreating to summon wandering souls with the condensation bell. Body parameter. De Liang and De Ming arrived just in time, positioning themselves on either side, palms pressed together as they intoned, "Hum." A massive Buddhist bell crashed down, ensnaring the puppet. "This is the Buddhist golden bell protection," Zhang Baifeng exclaimed, rising to his feet, excitement evident on his face. "I never imagined you two would master this technique." Lin Yi was left speechless. This fellow had recovered swiftly. That earlier slap had been rather lenient. De Liang and De Ming, hands still joined in prayer, proclaimed, "Amitabha, we have yet to fully master this golden bell protection. Only by combining our strength can we barely manifest it." Gazing at the ensnared puppet, Linny felt a twinge of curiosity. What exactly is this creature? Everyone shook their heads, but Zhang Baifeng spoke up. It appears to be a lifespan puppet. This puppet technique is not originally from Southeast Asia, but rather a foreign craft that somehow made its way here, particularly to Myanmar, and has since undergone significant modifications, rendering it impervious to fire and weaponry. Its sole weakness lies in its reliance on the lifespan of its controller. Huang Shizai inquired, is there a method to counter it? Zhang Baifeng nodded, indeed, controlling this puppet cannot be done from a great distance. The puppet master must be within this building. Yang Xia shook her head helplessly. This building is so vast, locating the controller will be no easy feat. I have a solution, Huang Shizai interjected, as those who traverse between the realms. Today we seek a person who cannot hide. Zhang Baifeng, observing this, gasped in astonishment, the method of seeking a person through rice. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, you are familiar with this. Zhang Baifeng nodded and elaborated, this method has a rich history. Ordinary seeking techniques often require the birth date or personal belongings of the subject, but this rice-seeking method requires nothing of the sort, it simply inquires if one possesses the audacity. Intriguing, Lin Yi mused, nodding in agreement. Zhang Baifeng continued, since Huang has employed this technique, it is likely that their hiding place will be revealed. Suddenly, Huang Shizai coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face paling. I did not anticipate that they would possess a similar spell capable of countering mine. Indeed, Zhang Baifeng felt a bit awkward, as the slap of reality landed unexpectedly hard. Chapter 21, Wealth is Power, this individual is a master. Huang Shizai's complexion darkened, the ability to thwart his probing and retaliate with their own techniques is no trivial matter. Zhang Baifeng pressed further, Old Huang, are you confident? Huang Shizai's expression was grim, yet he nodded slightly, I am, but it will take time. The opponent is formidable, I am confident I can prevail, but I will need at least 2 hours. The monks Deming and Deliang continued to channel their spiritual energy into the golden bell. 2 hours is too slow, Lin Yi shook his head, his gaze steely. Let me handle this. Lin, my friend, do you possess the ability to summon spirits? Huang Shizai was taken aback, as he had assumed Lin Yi was solely adept in ghost-taming techniques, unaware that he understood this as well. Not precisely, but I have other means. Lin Yi produced 6 sticks of black incense and ignited them, then retrieved the condensing bell. Zhang Baifeng recognized the incense immediately. A rare item, this soul-calling incense is hard to come by. Where did you acquire it, Brother Lin? By chance, Lin Yi replied, holding the 6 sticks of soul-calling incense in his left hand and the condensing bell in his right, reciting incantations, when the yin bell tolls, the myriad spirits shall appear. Malevolent ghosts from all directions, do not hide, heed my call, hasten forth. Wait, you're summoning ghosts. Zhang Baifeng calculated quickly. The ghost summoning technique of the ghost tamers, combined with the soul-calling incense, can attract lost souls and wandering spirits from a radius of 10 miles with just 1 stick. With 6 sticks and the summoning technique, spirits from a 100-mile radius will be drawn here. That means, upon hearing this, everyone present experienced a sudden change in expression. Zhang Baifeng exclaimed in alarm, Brother Lin, extinguish the soul-calling incense immediately, or we may lose our lives here. The combination of the summoning technique and soul-calling incense could potentially attract tens of thousands of lost souls and wandering spirits. Though these spirits may not be powerful individually, their sheer numbers are terrifying. Too late. Huang Shizai uttered grimly, gazing out the window. Countless wisps of black mist swirled about, the chilling aura causing the temperature around them to plummet. Witnessing this scene, everyone felt their hair stand on end. Zhang Baifeng, having navigated the underworld for many years, had witnessed many horrors, yet even he gulped nervously, turning to Lin Yi. The others were bewildered by Lin Yi's expression. He remained unfazed, exuding an air of complete confidence. He promptly retrieved a handful of copper coins from his pocket and declared loudly, there are a few individuals from our profession hiding in this building. The first to find them will receive a reward of 500 copper coins. For each one killed, the reward is 1,000 copper coins. As soon as these words left his mouth, shadows vanished instantaneously. Simultaneously, countless lost souls and wandering spirits began to roam the building, enveloping it in an ominous shroud, akin to a hellish realm. The group fell silent, astounded by Lin Yi's display of wealth, which could command the spirits as if they were mere tools. Ghost money is not easily acquired, yet Lin Yi produced such a staggering amount effortlessly. How extravagant. In a room on the 8th floor, a woman suddenly shivered and turned to the man leading the group. "Boss, have you noticed the temperature has dropped significantly?" The man whirled around, a silver needle flying from his hand. The wandering spirit that had just poked its head through the wall instantly shattered in fear. "Just an ordinary spirit, unafraid of danger, but it seems my puppet is ensnared." "Found it, he he he. Found it, he he he." Soon, several wandering spirits approached. Lin Yi paid no mind to them and directly questioned the first spirit that reached him. The spirit muttered a few words, and Lin Yi grinned widely. "I've located you." Deming, Deliang, and Huang Shizai remained behind while Lin Yi led the remaining group toward the 8th floor. To capture the leader first, having expended such a vast amount of ghost money, he was determined to uncover the true identity of their adversary. Arriving in the 8th floor corridor, they found 3 individuals awaiting them. 2 young men and a woman. Lin Yi and Zhang Baofeng exchanged glances and made the first move, with Yang Xie and Xie Yang following closely, while Chen Jian was deemed unreliable. Zhang Baofeng produced 3 talismans, chanting, "With talismans, I summon fire, true fire of Samardi." The 3 talismans ignited, transforming into 3 blazing fireballs. Zhang Baofeng directed the fireballs toward the trio. In the martial world, it is often said that the Taoist arts of Mao Shan are not necessarily powerful in themselves but are numerous. Though Zhang Baofeng hailed from the wild Mao Shan, he possessed a considerable repertoire of spells. Earth Spirit. Lin Yi summoned the Earth Spirit to aid him as they charged toward one of the adversaries. The surrounding lost souls and wandering spirits occasionally launched sneak attacks. The trio quickly found themselves at a disadvantage. "Something is amiss, these 3 are too weak," Lin Yi muttered, suddenly struck by a thought, and turned to flee. "Brother Lin." Zhang Baofeng looked bewildered, but Lin Yi offered no explanation. The 3 adversaries were so feeble that even without the Earth Spirit and the distractions from the wandering spirits, Lin Yi was confident he could defeat them. Such weakness did not seem indicative of someone capable of commanding the puppet. The only possibility was a ploy to draw them away. "You practitioners from Huaxia truly are difficult to contend with," one burly man remarked in surprise, observing Deming, Deliang, and Huang Shizai, who lay injured on the ground. Their wounds were severe, particularly Huang Shizai, whose thigh was so grievously wounded that the bone was visible. The burly man, unwilling to waste time, dashed toward the presidential suite where the high-ranking officials from Myanmar resided. In a quiet corridor, the opulent doorhead marked the entrance to the presidential suite. The burly man suddenly stumbled, caught off guard. At that moment, a cleaver swung toward him. The nearby puppet reacted swiftly, blocking the strike with a firm grip on the cleaver. The 2 locked eyes and quickly distanced themselves. "I didn't expect to encounter a clever one," the burly man said with a faint smile, his gaze instinctively drifting toward the door behind him. Boom! The burly man stomped the ground, forcibly breaking free from the Earth Spirit's grasp, and turned to sprint toward the room, commanding the puppet to impede Lin Yi's advance. "This kid is no ordinary foe," the burly man thought to himself, yet he reached the door in no time. If the puppet could hold Lin Yi off for 10 seconds, he would be able to eliminate his target. The burly man gathered a mass of black energy in his palm and struck. Bang! The door remained steadfast. "How is this possible?" The burly man's face contorted in disbelief. Although Lin Yi was ensnared by the puppet, he remained entirely composed. The wood spirit had already attached itself to the door. There was no way this individual could break through. Lin Yi had anticipated that his teammates were unreliable, thus positioning the wood spirit at the door in advance. Seeking death. The burly man retrieved a small insect from his pocket, tossing it to the ground, and charged at Lin Yi with resolve. The principles of magic may vary, but the essence remains unchanged. By eliminating the spellcaster, the door would surely open. The man and the puppet collaborated in their assault, but Lin Yi found himself overwhelmed, unable to contend with their combined efforts. Glancing out the window, the burly man's eyes narrowed as he commanded the puppet to embrace Lin Yi and crash through the glass below. Finally resolved, the burly man exhaled a sigh of relief. Though this puppet was his most prized creation, its loss would severely weaken him, however. All of this was worth it. Chapter 22, Ace of Spades Tick-tock, hum. A droplet of water cascaded down the rugged cheek of the burly man, prompting him to instinctively look up. Bang! The fire valve erupted, unleashing a torrent of water. This unexpected assault caught the muscular figure completely off guard, sending him tumbling backward, landing precisely where Lin Yi had been moments before. Gasping for breath, Lin Yi was evidently shaken, surrounded by dozens of forlorn spirits. Fear not, your payment shall not be lacking, Lin Yi reassured the spectral entities, grateful for their earlier assistance. Had he truly plummeted from above, he would have been left with a myriad of bruises. Nearby, a puppet lay shattered. Observing the unfortunate creature's descent, Lin Yi raised his blade, anticipating a delightful collision. Perfect whoosh! A rope suddenly descended, yanking him back with a jolt. Are there yet more masters lurking? Lin Yi turned to the forlorn spirits and commanded, "Take me up." The spirits hesitated, merely extending their hands. Lin Yi, growing impatient, retorted, "How could I possibly carry such a sum of money when I stepped out? Just consider it a debt. I'll settle it at the shop." Tonight had already proven to be a significant loss, akin to losing both the lady and the soldiers. Calculating the expenses, the promised reward of 100,000 was far from sufficient to cover his expenditures. The spirits, however, were unperturbed. Lin Yi's reputation among them was commendable. A fool with ample wealth would find that effort yields reward. One particularly robust spirit hoisted Lin Yi onto its back, 2 others supporting his legs, 2 more cradling his underarms, while another pushed him from behind, ascending skyward. The arrangement was undeniably awkward and rather unsightly. Yet, Lin Yi was in a state of panic. "You all better hold on tight. If I fall to my demise, none of you will see a penny, and I have connections down below that are quite formidable." On the opposite balcony, a rotund man with a jolly visage was engaged in a phone conversation. "Darling, I've been at home all night, truly not out gallivanting." The man instinctively glanced across, mouth agape. "Holy cow, Superman." "What Superman?" "Darling, I see someone flying." "No, wait, it's someone, flying while defecating." "Huh. Indeed, it appears they are soaring in a rather excremental manner. What nonsense are you spouting?" Ordinary mortals could not perceive the spirits, only witnessing Lin Yi soaring upward in an exceedingly indecorous manner. "Lord Ace of Spades, what brings you here?" The burly man swiftly knelt, one knee to the ground. "My lord, I have encountered a formidable adversary. The target remains uneliminated, but I have a backup plan." A figure clad in a black robe, adorned with an Ace of Spades mask, nodded slightly. He harbored confidence in the abilities of his subordinate, yet curiosity piqued. He inquired, "I am quite intrigued to discover what prowess allows this young lad to best you." "That lad," the burly man attempted to elaborate, but was interrupted by a voice. Yes, right here." "Slow down. I'm not steady yet." Turning to investigate, the burly man froze momentarily, riding a ghost. Lin Yi landed with an exceedingly lewd posture, then directed his gaze toward the figure. "Are you the mastermind behind this?" "Indeed, that's the one." The burly man rose, his countenance darkening, then smugly declared, "You've thwarted my plans time and again, yet you've overlooked one crucial detail." "What?" Lin Yi was perplexed. The burly man sneered, "I have stealthily unleashed the 3-step scorpion. You've already lost." The 3-step scorpion, a venomous creature gifted by Lord Ace of Spades, guaranteed death to its victim. "So this is the backup plan you mentioned," Lord Ace of Spades said, nodding in satisfaction, confident in the lethality of his scorpion. Lin Yi's expression shifted, internally lamenting, "Indeed, experience prevails." It seems he had underestimated his opponent. Unaware of this additional trick, it was said that those delving into the underbelly of society were particularly treacherous. He had thought himself cunning enough, applying a protective charm to the door in anticipation of this very trick, yet here he was, ensnared. The burly man snapped his fingers triumphantly. but the smile froze upon his face. How is this possible? My three-step scorpion has been vanquished. Lord Ace of Spades voiced his suspicion, instinctively glancing at Lin Yi. The burly man's self-satisfaction evaporated, replaced by a glowering stare directed at Lin Yi. I underestimated you. I had no idea you had a trick up your sleeve. Oh. Lin Yi felt a touch of awkwardness, then feigned nonchalance, chuckling lightly. Did you truly believe I was unaware of such petty tricks? Moments earlier, in the presidential suite, high-ranking officials were deeply asleep, while their wooden spirit, earth spirit, and water spirit squatted on the ground, observing a black scorpion. The three little beings exchanged glances, then regarded the scorpion. It could be eaten. They decided to play rock-paper-scissors to determine who would partake, the earth spirit, having won with rock against two scissors, then. Three-step scorpion, crunch. Of course, Lin Yi remained blissfully unaware. Lord Ace of Spades, I shall proceed to eliminate the target at once. Just as the burly man turned to leave, Lord Ace of Spades called out, no need, the experts from Huaxiar have already arrived. Hearing this, the burly man willingly accepted punishment. The task remains unfulfilled. I beg for your chastisement, Lord Ace of Spades. This mission bears no significant consequences for us. Moreover, the young king is about to awaken. Lord Ace of Spades shook his head, then cast an intrigued glance at Lin Yi. Young man, I possess some knowledge of the circles in Huaxia. It seems I have not heard of your name among the younger generation. Reveal your master's name. I, Ace of Spades, do not slay nameless individuals. I am Lin Yi, unyielding in name and legacy, disciple of the Xingqiu Daoist of Gazaoshan, Wuqiu Mountain. During their conversation, Lin Yi had heard the man introduce himself. His family was formidable, supported by the colossal entity of Gazaoshan. Surely, borrowing his identity would not be excessive, would it? Gazaoshan, Wuqiu Mountain. Lord Ace of Spades narrowed his eyes, his voice chilling. Very well, you are deserving of death at my hands. Though time is of the essence, it will take but 3 moves to end you. 3 moves? Do you not feel how cold this building is? Lin Yi chuckled lightly. Lord Ace of Spades surveyed the surroundings, noting the multitude of forlorn spirits wandering nearby. Could it be that these spectres were summoned by this young lad? But what of it? He remained confident in his ability to eliminate this youth. Without hesitation, Lin Yi produced the condensing bell, shaking it to emit a melodious chime, and commanded, come. Instantly, countless forlorn spirits converged upon him. A quick count revealed no less than 10,000. Lin Yi was acutely aware that relying on these spirits to vanquish Lord Ace of Spades was a futile endeavor. They could barely hinder him. Although the sheer number of spirits was indeed impressive, their combat prowess left much to be desired. Moreover, most were cowards, quick to flee at the first sign of danger. Thus, it was imperative to summon those willing to engage in battle. Chapter 23, The Prodigy of the Dao Sect. Li Xiaoyun. Upon this contemplation, Lin Yi pointed his fingers towards his abdomen, chest, and forehead, 3 vital points, and intoned with a low voice, the celestial gate has been opened. Hasten forth, malevolent spirits. Their book of ghost control chronicled numerous esoteric spells. Among them were the shoulder-tapping summoning technique, the 5 elements ghost control technique, and the summoning ghosts to confront enemies technique. What Lin Yi was currently invoking was indeed the summoning ghosts to confront enemies technique, inviting a ghost to possess him to wield its power against foes. The efficacy of this maneuver hinged upon the strength of the possessing spirit. If it were of mediocre caliber, he would be left to rely on the 5 spirits' last stand. Let us hope a formidable ghost arrives, Lin Yi mused as 2 wisps of azure smoke spiraled into his being. I wondered why so many restless souls congregated here. It turns out to be you, young lad. That voice. Lin Yi recognized it all too well, his heart swelling with elation. Brothers, what brings you here? Wang Jing responded, we came to the mortal realm on business and, upon noticing this gathering of lost souls, decided to investigate. We didn't expect to find you, and moreover, that you possess such a summoning technique. Zhao Wan urged, cut the chatter, dawn is approaching. Lin, relinquish control of your body to us, we shall confront him. Very well, Lin Yi acquiesced, transferring control to the 2. At that moment, Lin Yi was enveloped in a miasma of ghostly energy, his eyes gleaming with a chilling light. Seeing this, Spada sprang into action, lunging forth with the intent to seize Lin Yi by the throat. HMPH. Lin Yi emitted a soft grunt, his fist flying out in retaliation. Bang! The clash sent both combatants tumbling backward. Spada's expression shifted dramatically, astonishment flooding his mind. What terrifying power! This strength is undoubtedly beyond what this youth could possess. Could it be related to those two wisps of smoke? He had heard of the summoning technique in Huaxia, yet this did not appear to be it. Interesting, but still insufficient. With that, Lin Yi's gaze sharpened, and a mournful staff materialized in his grasp as he charged forward. Spada quickly discerned that he could not subdue this youth in a short span. Acting decisively, he retreated, simultaneously casting out chains to impede Lin Yi's advance. To flaunt one's prowess before Guangong is sheer folly. Lin Yi remarked with a playful smile, his face a mask of disdain as he effortlessly evaded the incoming chains, exuding calm. If it were a contest of wielding chains, Zhao Huan would undoubtedly be his ancestor. Attempting to flee, Lin Yi merely cast a sidelong glance at the burly man, and a chain exuding dark energy materialized in his left hand, which he then hurled towards the fleeing figure. The man was instantly ensnared, and just as he attempted to resist, Lin Yi yanked the chain with ferocious force. "Come forth, soul." The man's spirit was forcibly extracted. Witnessing this scene, Spada's face contorted in disbelief. This chain can extract souls. To make matters worse, he sensed several presences drawing near. With a steely resolve, Spada lunged towards the man's spirit. However, with a swift pull, Lin Yi drew the spirit to his side. "This is bad." Lin Yi suddenly realized something, as Spada hoisted the man's body and leaped from the rooftop. Lin Yi wished to pursue, but Zhao Huan interjected, "Do not chase, this fellow is formidable, and dawn is nearly upon us. Lin, the sun is about to rise, we should retreat as well." After Zhao Huan spoke, the two returned control of the body to Lin Yi, who was just about to depart when Zhang Baifeng rushed up, panting heavily and drenched in sweat. "Lin, where is the person?" Lin Yi shook his head helplessly. "He escaped." Wiping the sweat from his brow, Zhang Baifeng chuckled, "It matters not if he fled. A powerful figure has arrived." "Powerful figure?" Lin Yi inquired, puzzled. A voice resonated from above, "Zhang, though you are not of the official Mao Shan lineage, you are still affiliated with it, yet, I did not expect you to consort with these esoteric practices." On the rooftop of the building stood an iron tower, atop which a young man clad in a white Daoist robe held a sword in one hand, standing with poise. He possessed a striking countenance, his features well-defined, and wore a confident, serene smile that exuded the aura of one who could single-handedly challenge 1,000 troops. "It is him." Zhang Baofeng's expression reflected shock, clearly recognizing the individual. "Who is this person?" Lin Yi felt no fondness towards this figure, not merely due to his disparagement of esoteric practices. After all, Lin himself was an esoteric practitioner, with nothing to conceal or be ashamed of. Rather, he found the interrogative tone irksome, reminiscent of Xie Ruyan, albeit she, despite her aversion to esoterica, was discerning and would not adopt such a confrontational stance. "Lin, lower your voice. Do not offend this young master." Zhang Baifeng whispered, "This young master is a prodigy of the younger generation, 2 years your senior, yet already ranked 25th on the heavenly rankings." Li Xiaoyun, also known as the Lingling Daoist, celebrated alongside Xie Ruyan as the twin prodigies of the Daoist sect. At this moment, Zhao Huan's voice echoed from within Lin Yi, "I have heard of this youth in the underworld. He possesses an innate Dao heart, favored by the heavenly path, and is said to be the reincarnation of a notable figure from the mortal realm. The head of the Dao sect. Favored by the heavenly path. Is he truly that formidable?" Lin Yi felt increasingly bewildered. He had not anticipated that even Zhao would be aware of this individual. On another high-rise, several elders observed Lin Yi and Li Xiaoyun from a distance. One elder, stroking his graying beard, murmured, "With so many restless souls, this youth must have employed the summoning technique. The ghost control sect spells have become rare since that individual from Longhu Mountain annihilated the ghost control sect's ancestral grounds. Summoning technique. This youth is likely the recently celebrated newcomer of the esoteric sects, the ghost control Daoist, Lin Yi." Indeed, having debuted less than a month ago and already slaying Li Buchuan, he possesses some skill. Another elder shook his head in resignation. Unfortunately, he has encountered Li Xiaoyun. Indeed. Who would have imagined that the Shenxiao sect would dispatch such a prodigy? Lin Yi is bound to face adversity against Li Xiaoyun. The elders lamented, already cognizant of the unfolding events. It is said that the righteous path began at Longhu Mountain, flourished at Gazao Mountain, and thrived at Maoshan, yet it was unexpected for the Shenxiao sect to send forth such a prodigy, overshadowing all others. Lingling Daoist, this Lin Daoist friend of yours, Zhang Baifeng attempted to elucidate, but Li Xiaoyun interjected, with malevolent spirits encircling and dark clouds obscuring the sky. The aura is indeed formidable, yet they are mere scattered troops, insignificant in the grand scheme. With that, Li Xiaoyun raised his sword to his chest, chanting, "By my Dao heart, I summon heavenly thunder, annihilate the myriad ghosts and ensure peace. Thunder, arise." Boom, a bolt of lightning struck down. The skies above the building, once shrouded by dark clouds, were instantaneously cleared as the ghostly entity scattered in panic, proving to be no match for the overwhelming force. Mere esoteric practices. Lin Yi's expression darkened, and he inwardly inquired, "Brother Zhao, Brother Wang, if I wish to engage with this fellow, would it pose a dilemma for you?" Zhao Wan chuckled lightly. What dilemma could there be? His favor from the heavenly path is of no concern to us in the underworld. Wang Jing concurred, "Precisely, just act. Lin, how shall we assist you?" Chapter 24, The leader of the righteous path confronts the newcomer of the unorthodox path. Receiving affirmative responses from both parties, Lin Yi squinted his eyes and remarked, "Isn't he fond of dispelling the clouds to reveal the blue sky? Then I shall let this sky remain dark a while longer." "That is not difficult," Zhao Wan replied. As he spoke, Lin Yi's aura surged violently, an overwhelming malevolence causing Zhang Baifeng, who stood beside him, to shudder involuntarily, unable to suppress a gasp. "Lin, my brother." The previously scattered souls and wild ghosts abruptly halted, as a commanding voice resonated around them. "I am the ghost envoy Zhao Wan. If you do not wish to have your souls scattered, then return to me at once." At the sound of his voice, all the souls and wild ghosts swiftly returned to their previous positions, while the dissipated clouds began to coalesce once more overhead. Observing the gathering storm clouds above, Li Xiaoyun furrowed his brows, then turned his gaze toward Lin Yi, chuckling softly. To be able to frighten the wild ghosts into returning is indeed intriguing, but still insufficient. Having been in the field for 2 decades, and capable of holding his own even against the older generation, he felt no fear toward this newcomer of the unorthodox path. Boom, lightning struck down, dispersing the clouds directly above Li Xiaoyun, but only a small area around him remained clear. The wild ghosts, terrified of the lightning, floated directly above Lin Yi, bringing the clouds along with them. At this moment, the sky painted a peculiar scene, a brilliant blue sky with flashes of lightning on one side, and dark clouds looming on the other. This was a confrontation between the righteous path and the unorthodox, a duel of light against darkness. Both men stood motionless, locked in a gaze that seemed to reveal their very souls to one another. The unorthodox dares to challenge the righteous. What does it matter if you are the leader of the righteous? The higher the path, the greater the demon. Today, I shall cast you down from your pedestal. Witnessing this spectacle, Zhang Baifeng was struck dumb, swallowing hard. He never anticipated that these two would confront each other so fiercely, neither yielding an inch. "Lin, my brother," Zhang Baifeng began, only to be interrupted by Lin Yi, who understood his intent. "Old Zhang, at this point, what difference does it make if it's you or me underfoot? Endure. No need for further patience." Lin Yi, undaunted, acknowledged the formidable reputation of his opponent. Though undoubtedly stronger, he pondered, would he truly be defeated? In a battle of wits and will, the outcome was yet to be determined. In the distance, several elders observed the scene with astonishment. "Goodness, I never expected these two to face off. How rare. It seems they are evenly matched, but with dawn approaching, Lin Yi may not last much longer." "I wouldn't be so sure, my friend Hong." While Li Xiaoyun is indeed powerful, he relies on drawing lightning with his own body rather than using talismans or artifacts. Though favored by heavenly forces, he likely won't endure for long. As expected, both Lin Yi and Li Xiaoyun found themselves in a precarious predicament. Li Xiaoyun's expression grew grim, clearly overwhelmed, while Lin Yi maintained a calm demeanor. Dawn was rapidly approaching. Whether Zhao Huan and Wang Jing could withstand the sunlight remained uncertain, but the wild ghosts were already desperate to flee. Even Zhao Huan, as a ghost envoy, struggled to retain control over them. Such a direct clash, Zhang Baofeng murmured, gaining newfound respect for Lin Yi. The horizon was ablaze with crimson clouds, heralding the imminent rise of the sun. Lin Yi exhaled a long breath, mentally calling out, "Brother Zhao, Brother Wang, let these wild ghosts go." Zhao Huan inquired, "Shall we not fight to the finish?" "There is no need for that," Lin Yi replied dismissively, caring little for victory or defeat. He merely resented the posture of being trampled upon. "You may depart now," Zhao Huan commanded, and instantly, all wild ghosts vanished from sight. Simultaneously, Li Xiaoyun ceased to draw lightning, having vastly underestimated Lin Yi. While he could continue to summon the storm, it would severely deplete his energy. There was no need for such a risk. Both men withdrew simultaneously. Evenly matched. Zhang Baofeng exclaimed, astonished by the outcome. It was nothing short of shocking. To have held his ground against the leader of the Dao sect, and to a stalemate no less, spoke volumes. If Lin Yi's previous defeat of Li Buchuan marked his peak debut, this moment solidified his rise to fame. If the Dao sect had its leader, why could the unorthodox path not boast its own prodigy? Without a doubt, from this moment forth, the throne of unorthodox excellence belonged to Lin Yi. Noticing the tension still lingering between the two, Zhang Baofeng quickly intervened with a smile. "Li, my friend, we still need to collect our reward, so we shall take our leave for now." Li Xiaoyun remained silent, while Lin Yi, catching Zhang Baofeng's frantic gestures, turned to depart. Zhang Baofeng was truly grateful that the two had not come to blows, otherwise, the outcome would have been dire. Once in the elevator, Zhang Baofeng felt a wave of relief wash over him. Turning to Lin Yi, he remarked, "Lin, you weren't truly considering a fight with him, were you? How could I possibly stand a chance against him?" Lin Yi shook his head in resignation. "He has been with the Shenxiao sect since childhood, while I have only been in the field for a month. There is no way I could compete." Lin Yi acknowledged this truth. His current fourth-place ranking was a stroke of luck, and he had no hope of matching Li Xiaoyun, a genuine expert of the heavenly rankings. There are no eternal trees in the martial world. The waves of the river pushed the previous waves aside. Who can predict the future? Lin Yi chuckled lightly, exuding a sense of calmness. Indeed, who could forecast what lay ahead? Moreover, he had no intention of contesting for supremacy with Li Xiaoyun. His only desire was to safeguard his modest livelihood at Yilaisian and earn a little money. With the task successfully completed, the subsequent matters would be handled by the experts summoned by the Dao Association. The group proceeded to collect their respective rewards. Had there been no assassins, each would receive 100,000, but with the presence of attackers, the compensation would depend on their contributions. Undoubtedly, Lin Yi's contributions were the most significant, and thus his reward would be the largest. He had expended all his resources in this battle, investing every coin he had earned. Representing the Dao Association was an elder named Xu Lizhen, the vice president of the Kunming Dao Association, well-versed in feng shui. He was reputed to possess considerable strength within the circle, capable of ranking among the top 10 of the heavenly list, even if he was not officially listed. "Lin, my friend, your contributions are unparalleled. You have exerted the most effort and incurred the greatest costs. Would you prefer monetary compensation or artifacts? If it is money, the Dao Association can offer you 600,000. Should you desire artifacts, feel free to make your requests, and I shall do my utmost to accommodate you." Though Xu Lizhen harbored reservations about the unorthodox path, he treated Lin Yi with great courtesy. The term unorthodox was not a compliment, yet as a member of the Dao Association rather than a sect disciple, he could not dismiss Lin Yi outright. Moreover, not all practitioners of the unorthodox path were irredeemably wicked. While Lin Yi hailed from the unorthodox side, he had not committed any heinous acts. Thus, Xu Lizhen had no reason to be discourteous. Chapter 25, The Kaiyu Blade, 600,000. Lin Yi exclaimed, somewhat taken aback. He had anticipated a considerable reward for this mission, yet he never expected it to be this substantial. Indeed, the Daoist Association is quite affluent, torn between monetary compensation and magical artifacts. Lin Yi found himself in a state of indecision. 600,000 is not a trifling sum, however. He currently has a steady source of income, the business of his hot pot restaurant is bound to flourish, and money would not be a concern. On the contrary, he truly lacked a suitable weapon. The blade he wielded was merely a makeshift tool scavenged from a hardware store. It sufficed for dealing with humans, but proved inadequate against spirits. The ghost summoning bell could only call forth apparitions without any offensive capabilities. Ultimately, Lin Yi resolved, I am in need of a suitable magical artifact. I shall choose the artifact. Given the connections and status of the Daoist Association, they undoubtedly possess a plethora of magical artifacts. Xu Li's hen seemed to have anticipated Lin Yi's choice, promptly stating, as for magical artifacts, the Jingyi sect primarily employs the copper coin sword and peachwood sword, while the Chuanshan sect utilizes the dust whisk, among others, including Buddhist staffs and various artifacts crafted by alternative schools of thought. The Daoist Association possesses them all, but I have one specific item I would recommend to you. Magical artifacts, of course, vary in strength. For instance, there are distinctions in the quality of copper coin swords. The older the coins, the greater their power, yet, the most formidable are those minted during the prosperous Kaiyuan era of the Tang dynasty. However, their prices are exorbitantly high, reaching up to millions for a single coin. Imagine the cost of a sword. In this line of work, the expenses for cultivation resources and magical artifacts are quite considerable. What kind of magical artifact? Lin Yi inquired, curious to discover what Xu Li's hen would recommend for him. A blade? Xu Li's hen uttered succinctly. Upon hearing the word blade, Zhang Baofeng, who was present, seemed to sense something yet refrained from speaking. Lin Yi, intrigued, asked, may I see it first? Of course, Xu Li's hen nodded and drove Lin Yi and Zhang Baofeng to the Daoist Association headquarters. Entering the building, they arrived at an immense safe. Surrounding the safe were numerous scriptures and talisman papers, and the iron door itself was a staggering 30 centimeters thick, suggesting the extraordinary nature of its contents. A facial recognition system unlocked the door, revealing not a plethora of artifacts but rather a single blade rack, upon which rested a long knife. The Miao blade. Lin Yi, having some knowledge of cold weapons, recognized it immediately. The blade measured 4 feet in length, approximately 130 centimeters, with a jet-black sheath adorned with golden patterns, a quintessential representation of the Miao blade. Furthermore, this particular Miao blade was of exceptional quality. Indeed, it is. Zhang Baofeng was visibly trembling with excitement upon seeing the blade. Lin Yi, perceptive to the scene, noted that while Zhang Baofeng's capabilities were not to be underestimated, the fact that this artifact could evoke such fervor in him indicated its significance. Xu Li's hen began his introduction. This is the magical artifact I recommend. Although it is a Miao blade, it bears another name, the Kaiyu blade. The Kaiyu blade? Lin Yi had indeed heard of Kaiyu, a figure revered alongside the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, a progenitor of Chinese civilization. The Miao blade originates from the Miao ethnic group, descendants of Kaiyu. If this blade was truly wielded by Kaiyu, its lethality would be unimaginable. But wait, would the Daoist Association genuinely bestow such a terrifying artifact upon him? Xu Li's hen chuckled, Lin Daoist friend, would this blade suffice as your reward? Really? Lin Yi was incredulous. Xu Li's hen nodded affirmatively, indeed, it is true. That feels rather excessive, although I exerted myself to the utmost, risking everything to repel the assailants and nearly losing my life in the process. This reward seems far too precious for me to accept. Despite his words, Lin Yi's body betrayed him as he stepped forward and grasped the Miao blade. He firmly held the hilt and drew it forth, an overwhelming aura of bloodlust instantly enveloping the surroundings. What a terrifying aura! Zhang Baofeng gasped. Though he had witnessed the Kaiyu blade before, he had never seen anyone draw it without consequence. Lin Yi was momentarily startled, yet as the malevolent aura dissipated, he found nothing particularly amiss. The blade was extraordinarily sharp, radiating an eerie cold light, imbued with a formidable malevolence. What a magnificent blade! Lin Yi sheathed it and turned to Xu Li's hen, saying, "Vice President Xu, do not renege on this deal." "Of course not." Xu Li's hen shook his head with a smile. "This means our accounts are settled." Naturally. Lin Yi was thoroughly satisfied with the Kaiyu blade, even to the point of being enamored with it. He was well aware that the Daoist Association's bestowal of this artifact as a reward likely harbored ulterior motives. However, that mattered little. Regardless of their intentions, one does not turn down a succulent morsel handed to them. After bidding farewell to the two, Lin Yi drove away in his second-hand van, relishing the moment. As he watched the vehicle fade into the distance, Zhang Baofeng accepted the cigarette Xu Li's hen offered, lighting it and taking a deep drag before curiously asking, "How did you know Lin Yi would be unharmed upon drawing the Kaiyu blade?" Xu Li's hen shook his head. "I am uncertain. It was Master Shen who instructed me to present the Kaiyu blade to Lin Yi. As for why he emerged unscathed, I too am quite curious." Zhang Baofeng fell silent, gazing ahead. The Kaiyu blade had nearly fallen into the hands of Thailand, and the Daoist Association had expended considerable resources to reclaim it. After its retrieval, there were attempts to draw the blade, yet those who did either met a tragic end or had their souls obliterated, reduced to a state of madness. Xu Li's hen turned to Zhang Baofeng, remarking with a smile, "Old Zhang, in this age of decline, do you not plan to return to the Daoist Association? I am but a broken man. What purpose would my return serve?" Zhang Baofeng shook his head, a smile gracing his lips, yet tinged with bitterness. "Old Zhang," regarding the ceiling of the Jiangwang, before Xu Li's hen could finish, Zhang Baofeng interrupted, "Let bygones be bygones. I am now merely a wandering cultivator, free as a cloud." Xu Li's hen fell silent, hesitant to press further. "Well then, I must go earn a living." Zhang Baofeng yawned and took his leave. Watching Zhang Baofeng's departing figure, Xu Lishan's expression turned bitter as he sighed, "Is the knot in your heart still unresolved?" Upon returning to his residence, Lin Yi took a shower and collapsed into bed. At 8:30 in the evening, he finally stirred awake. The battle had truly exhausted him. Meanwhile, the martial world was abuzz. Somehow, a video depicting the standoff between Lin Yi and Li Xiaoyun had surfaced on the dark web, igniting a storm of speculation. Everyone was abuzz, questioning who this newly emerged spirit summoner, Lin Yi, truly was. Having just made his debut by slaying Li Buchuan was already astonishing enough. Now, he was competing on equal footing with Li Xiaoyun. Lin Yi had ascended from being a mere novice in the alternative schools to becoming their foremost prodigy. Within the younger generation of the martial world, the Daoist sect boasted its dragon and phoenix twins, the Buddhist sect had its holy child, while the northeastern Marzian had 5 revered practitioners. Yet, the alternative schools had no formidable figures among the youth. In the past, there had been one, a ruthless practitioner named Qin Bin, who had emerged as a master of the art of curses, but he was subsequently slain by Xie Ruyan's sword. Since then, no remarkable figures had emerged from the younger generation of the alternative schools. Chapter 26, Waves upon Waves. In the dead of night, Lin Yi once again scrutinized the Kaiyu blade. To be honest, apart from its exquisite craftsmanship, he could not discern anything particularly remarkable about it. However, the malevolent aura it exuded was indeed terrifying. When it came to inflicting harm upon spirits, aside from spells, one would typically resort to talismans. Of course, ordinary weapons could also suffice. For instance, Lin Yi had previously fashioned a ghost hunting whip and utilized a butcher's knife. The former was effective due to the inherent power of black dog blood to repel spirits, while the latter had accumulated sufficient malevolence through years of slaying. The Kaiyu blade possessed attributes of both. After securing the Kaiyu blade, Lin Yi set off in his used van towards Yilaisiang. One must admit, Songzhi had managed the establishment exceptionally well, having fully adapted to dealings with the supernatural. At 11:30, he was occupied within the shop. The establishment was bustling, serving no fewer than 5 or 6 tables, and at times as many as 8 or 9 patrons in a single night. This was merely the beginning. The influx of customers would only grow. "Brother Song, this month I'll raise your salary to 15,000. I appreciate your hard work," Lin Yi announced. He was thoroughly satisfied with Songzhi's performance. Despite his imposing stature and fearsome appearance, Songzhi was remarkably honest and diligent. "Were it not for you, Boss Lin, I would have already bid farewell to my daughter. You're offering me 15,000. Songzhi attempted to decline, but Lin Yi shook his head. chuckling, "It's truly a challenge for you alone. Raising your salary to 15,000 is only fair." At that moment, a chill wind swept through, flinging the shop's door open. Linyi peered outside, witnessing countless souls drifting towards the establishment. "Oh, it seems we have quite the crowd," he remarked with delight. However, Songje, having already wiped away the tears of the black bull, could naturally perceive the lurking malevolence and cautioned, "Boss, this doesn't seem right, they hardly appear to be here for a meal. Damn it, how could I have forgotten about this?" These wandering souls were not there to dine, they had come to collect debts. He had incurred quite a sum during his skirmishes with that group, and repayment was in order. The spirits began to approach one by one, demanding their dues. "You six saved my life and aided my ascent to the tower. This is yours." Linyi produced a bag of coins and handed it over, then turned to another spirit. "Your sneak attack contributed greatly, this is for you. You killed one extra beast, so you received less money. Very well, I shall compensate you. And you?" A cacophony of voices clamored for money, each spirit extending their hands in demand. "What, you killed one, you're full of it, those three are still alive. Whom did you slay?" Some spirits resorted to outright trickery, conjuring up all manner of excuses. Linyi was acutely aware of the phenomenon of ghostly rhetoric. "And what is your justification? You saw someone distributing coins, so you came, you scoundrel. Willing, come forth and teach him a lesson." After a spirited exchange of words, coupled with amicable bargaining, Linyi finally managed to send these demanding spirits on their way. Upon glancing at his coin pouch, he found only 20 copper coins remaining. A moment of indulgence in ghostly dealings brings fleeting joy, but repaying debts leads only to the crematorium. Linyi felt tears welling up. After a month of arduous labor, he had returned to square one in a single night. HMPH, this ghost summoning technique is indeed a dubious practice. Linyi resolved that he would refrain from using this technique in the future if possible. It was simply too costly. By 1:30 in the morning, spirits began trickling into the shop for hot pot. "Boss Lin, my brother and I have returned to support you," one of the ghostly officials announced. "Please, do come in." Linyi welcomed the two spirits, while Songje busied himself in the kitchen preparing the broth and ingredients. Creak, the door swung open again, and as Linyi prepared to greet the next customer, he was momentarily taken aback. The newcomer was adorned in an ancient red bridal gown, her alabaster face and exquisite features captivating. "It's her!" Linyi exclaimed, recalling the woman he had encountered at the coffin shop while fleeing from He Haojie's second ghostly ambush. The proprietor of that shop had referred to her as the Red Lady. "What brings her here?" With an indifferent expression, devoid of any discernible emotion, the Red Lady spoke softly. "You promised me you would prepare hot pot for me last time." Yes, of course. "Please, have a seat." Linyi hastily beckoned Songje to prepare the broth while he attended to the two ghostly officials with the dishes. One of the officials glanced at the Red Lady and whispered, "Boss Lin, how did you manage to provoke this calamity?" Linyi inquired quietly, "Do you know her, officer?" "Know her?" That is an understatement. The ghostly official's words trailed off as he caught the Red Lady's gaze, hastily silencing himself and returning to his meal. Noting the fear exhibited by the two officials, Linyi realized the Red Lady's significance. Nevertheless, she seemed devoid of malicious intent, merely there to enjoy hot pot. Creak, the glass door opened once more, but this time, it was not a spirit that entered, but a human. The newcomer appeared to be around 40, clad in black garments, his pallid complexion betraying evident injuries. Upon seeing the scene within, the man furrowed his brow in confusion. "Red Lady, ghostly officials, what are these beings doing in a hot pot restaurant?" Observing the man's expression, Linyi discerned he was from the same circle and approached him with a smile. "Are you also here for hot pot, fellow Daoist?" The man appraised Linyi. "And you are?" "I am Linyi, the proprietor of this hot pot establishment." Upon hearing this, the man's face broke into a smile. You are the renowned Linyi, the ghost-summoning Daoist, whose name has been circulating widely in recent times." Linyi offered an awkward smile. "It is but a fleeting reputation." "Please, do come inside." The man settled into a corner seat. Just as Linyi returned to the cash register, the glass door swung open yet again. This time, 4 men entered, each bearing weapons at their waists. They immediately fixed their gaze upon the man seated in the corner. However, the next moment, all four were taken aback, surprise etched across their faces. The Red Lady and ghostly officials, what is going on? Lin Yi was equally bewildered. What was happening tonight? Why were so many figures from the underworld congregating in his hot pot restaurant? He promptly approached, clasping his hands in greeting. I am Lin Yi, the owner of this establishment. Mao Se clasped his fists in a bow. So this is the illustrious ghost-summoning Daoist Lin. A pleasure to meet you. I am Mao Se, a practitioner of curses. Mao Se, too, belonged to the realm of esoteric practices. He treated Lin Yi with utmost courtesy, as word had spread about the new talent who had recently slain the fourth-ranked figure on the Earth list, Li Buchuan, and had held his own against the leader of the Daoist sect, Li Xiaoyun. Truly impressive. Not at all, please, come in. Lin Yi waved his hand, inviting the four men inside. Mao Se led his companions to a table opposite the seated man. Before long, the door opened once again, this time admitting three figures clad in Daoist robes, an elderly man accompanied by a man and a woman. Upon witnessing the scene, the trio was momentarily stunned, especially the elder, whose face grew solemn, brows furrowing as he pondered. The Red Lady, ghostly officials, and Yang Jian. Why is everyone gathered here? Chapter 27, The Four-Finger Life-Saving Technique. Lin Yi found himself in a state of utter bewilderment as he approached the trio. Are you three here for hot pot as well? The elderly man clasped his hands together with a smile, introducing himself. I am Shabin from the Jingyi sect. How shall I address you, young friend? Yugui Daoist, Lin Yi, he replied, choosing not to mention the hot pot establishment any further, opting instead to disclose his name. Instantly, the expression of the young man beside them shifted dramatically, a glimmer of hostility flashing in his eyes. So you are the Lin Yi of the unorthodox path. The divergence between the righteous and the unorthodox paths was well known. Shabin shot a stern glance at the young man, admonishing him, Xiao Wu, show some decorum. There are virtuous individuals even among the unorthodox. Lin Yi, unperturbed, smiled graciously. Please, esteemed guests, take a seat. Shortly thereafter, two more teams of ghostly enforcers entered the establishment, equally taken aback by the unfolding scene. Yet, they paid little heed, greeting Lin Yi before finding a place to sit. The atmosphere in the hot pot restaurant was eerily silent. Mao Se's table seemed to harbor a grudge against the man across from them, their gazes locked in a tense standoff. Meanwhile, Shabin's table occasionally cast furtive glances at one member of Mao Se's group. As for the Hongyangzi, she distanced herself from everyone, savoring her hot pot in solitude, exuding an air of indifference. The ghostly enforcers huddled together, appearing to relish the unfolding drama. Lin Yi quickly retrieved his phone, navigating to Zhang Baifeng's WeChat and sending a message. Emergency, someone is causing a ruckus, come to Ya Lixiang quickly. Without hesitation, Zhang Baifeng and Hu Qiushan received the message and sped over. With a creak, the glass door swung open, and Zhang Baifeng and Hu Qiushan strode in with purpose. Brother Lin, let me see what is going on, Hu Qiushan declared, brandishing a peach-wood sword with an imposing air. Zhang Baifeng was not one to be outdone either. The patrons in the restaurant turned in unison to face the entrance. Hu Qiushan surveyed the room, eager to discern who dared to cause trouble, but instinctively took a step back upon seeing the crowd. Zhang Baifeng, quicker still, retreated 2 steps, muttering, holy cow, ghostly enforcers, Han Niangzi, Shabin from the Jingyi sect, Mao Se the voodoo master, and the notorious thief Yang Jian. This is a formidable gathering. Has Lin Yi crossed a line? The two approached the cash register. Zhang Baifeng fixed his gaze on Lin Yi, his face a mask of shock. Lin, have you broken the rules? Lin Yi, equally perplexed, replied, I have no idea. These individuals just barged into my establishment, please enlighten me about their backgrounds. Hu Qiushan began to explain in hushed tones. That fellow is Mao Se, a voodoo master renowned for his mastery of flying head techniques. He wields considerable influence in the circle and is undoubtedly a force to be reckoned with. Then there is Shabin, who also hails from the Jingyi sect and is an elder of the Jingming sect, definitely a prominent figure. And Yang Jian is even more formidable, ranking 23rd. She is exceedingly sinister, no celestial master can contend with her. As for the ghostly enforcers, I have no idea why they are here. Suddenly, Zhang Baofeng, who had been silent, spoke up. I think I may have a clue. Do tell, Lin Yi urged. Zhang Baofeng continued, it is rumored that the thief Yang Jian has acquired a long-lost secret technique, the four-finger life-saving technique, which is said to be connected to the voodoo masters. Therefore, Mao Se must be after this technique. As for Shabin, I've heard that one of his beloved disciples perished at the hands of a voodoo master, so he is likely seeking vengeance. But what about Hong Niangzi and the ghostly enforcers? Zhang Baofeng pondered, clearly perplexed, while Lin Yi awkwardly scratched the back of his head. Those two can be disregarded. Upon hearing this, the two immediately grasped the situation. Lin Yi complimented, Old Zhang, you truly are the well-informed one in this circle, why not enlighten me about the four-finger life-saving technique? Of course, Zhang Baofeng replied proudly, clearing his throat before explaining, I've only heard about the four-finger life-saving technique. Mastering it grants one an additional 4 lives, extending each limb by an inch, with 1 life sacrificed for each inch lost. This technique is indeed terrifying, Lin Yi remarked, his interest piqued. The notion of possessing 4 additional lives, being able to withstand 4 attempts on one's life, was an enticing concept. It's about to get heated. Wu Qiushan interjected, as the atmosphere reached a boiling point. Mao Se glared at Yang Jian, his voice icy. You managed to escape quite swiftly, fleeing from Hebei to Yunnan. We suffered considerable losses just to track you down. You've used up your 4 lives and severed your 4 fingers. Hand over the four-finger life-saving technique willingly. Before Yang Jian could respond, a woman beside Shabin drew her sword, pointing it at the burly man behind Mao Se. You killed my senior brother. Now you must pay with your life. Just as tensions escalated, Lin Yi's voice cut through the air, firm and commanding. Ladies and gentlemen, if you wish to fight, kindly take it outside. This was his establishment. Should anything be damaged, who would bear the cost? Did he intend to jeopardize his business? The 3 factions turned their gazes towards him, while Hong Niangzi and the ghostly enforcers observed intently. The scene had transformed into a standoff between 2 opposing camps. Lin Yi unsheathed the Kaiyu knife, gripping it in one hand, his eyes narrowing slightly. Gentlemen, please. Yang Jian was the first to relinquish his chopsticks and rise, followed closely by Mao Se and his Wu Qiushan and Zhang Baofeng exchanged glances before turning to Lin Yi. Brother Lin, we shall accompany you. Lin Yi, perplexed, inquired, what are we going for? Zhang Baofeng chuckled mischievously, that is the long-lost four-finger life-saving technique. Don't you desire to obtain it? Stop right there, with so many vying for it, I prefer not to offend anyone, you go ahead. Lin Yi shook his head. He had just managed to send those individuals on their way and had no desire to wade into such murky waters. Very well, then Xiao Hua and I shall go check it out. Perhaps we might find a hidden opportunity. Wu Qiushan and Zhang Baofeng hastily followed suit. The restaurant was soon left with only the ghostly enforcers and Hong Niangzi. After enjoying their meal, one of the ghostly enforcers approached the cash register and jested, Boss Lin, this secret technique is extraordinary. Are you truly not interested in seeing who ends up with it? Lin Yi shook his head. No, I prefer to keep my distance. There are too many eyes on this technique. I do not wish to attract trouble. The ghostly enforcer nodded in agreement, chuckling, Boss Lin certainly possesses clarity of thought. After settling the bill, the ghostly enforcers departed, leaving only Hong Niangzi behind. Noticing that she only consumed vegetables, Lin Yi approached her, puzzled. The meat is all fresh, there's nothing wrong with it. Hong Niangzi shook her head, her expression placid. I do not care for meat. Observing the pot, Lin Yi noted the absence of chili peppers. The broth was clear and devoid of spice. It seemed rather bland. I see, next time, I shall prepare a mushroom broth for you. Lin Yi smiled, to which Hong Niangzi merely nodded. At a loss for conversation, he sat beside her, watching as she ate. Her movements were slow and graceful, taking a little bit of food at a time, elegance personified. After a considerable time had passed, Hong Niangzi finally spoke, aren't you usually quite talkative? Well, Lin Yi replied, his face flushed with embarrassment. His previous fear had kept him speaking incessantly, as silence felt perilous. Now, without any pressing matter, he found himself at a loss for words. Chapter 28, The Eternal Life Sect and the Poker Club. Once again, the atmosphere fell into silence. The matchmaker continued to eat, while Lin Yi lowered his head, engrossed in his phone, occasionally stealing glances at her. How should I put it? This matchmaker exuded a unique charm. It was not the allure of desire, but rather a pure appreciation of beauty. Lin Yi, being a young man full of vigor, couldn't help but feel a flutter of excitement upon seeing a beautiful woman. However, with the matchmaker and Xie Ruyan, it was simply a matter of admiration. This was rather peculiar. Setting down her chopsticks, the matchmaker dabbed her lips with a napkin and remarked, "The flavor is quite delightful. I shall return next time." Lin Yi blurted out, "You're coming again?" The matchmaker's expression changed dramatically, her demeanor darkening, and her aura shifted ominously as she spoke in an icy tone. "Did you not just say you would prepare a new pot of soup for me next time? Are you about to go back on your word?" No, Lin Yi hastily shook his head, fully aware that a single nod or a misplaced word could cost him dearly. The abruptness of her attitude shift left him somewhat disconcerted. Upon hearing Lin Yi's response, the matchmaker's demeanor transformed once more, returning to her previously placid self. "Then I shall indeed return next time." Lin Yi nodded, inwardly reflecting, "My goodness, this woman changes her mind faster than one can turn a page. Truly formidable, indeed." As the matchmaker rose to leave, only Lin Yi and Songja remained in the establishment. For more ghostly figures arrived in succession, and by the time everything was settled, it was already 5:30 in the morning. Lin Yi turned to Songja and said with a smile, "Brother Song, you should head back to rest. I'll take care of locking up." "All right, I'll be off then." After Songja departed, Lin Yi sat at the cash register, lighting a cigarette. Sleep eluded him, so he decided to wait for dawn to catch up on rest. At 7:30, just as Lin Yi was preparing to close, he spotted Zhang Baifeng and Hu Qiushan rushing in, panting heavily. Hu, the two were gasping for breath, looking quite disheveled. Lin Yi, perplexed, inquired, "Weren't you two off to pick up some loose ends? Why do you look like you've been chased and beaten?" Zhang Baifeng shook his head, exasperated, "Don't even mention it. We were indeed pursued and assaulted. Thankfully, we ran fast, otherwise, we might have lost our lives." Hu Qiushan chimed in, "It was utterly brutal." Lin Yi, intrigued, pressed for details. What exactly happened? First, it turned out they had been following a lead, hoping to pick up a few pieces of forgotten lore. After all, it was the long-lost four-finger life-saving technique. They trailed to a wooded area on the outskirts. Suddenly, three factions clashed in a chaotic melee. Just as the three sides reached a stalemate, another group emerged. The leader wore a mask of the Red Heart K, his strength terrifyingly formidable. It was known that Shabin, Mao Se, and Yang Jian were all masters of the heavenly ranking, with Yang Jian even holding the 23rd position. Yet, the Red Heart K quickly subdued all three with ease. Sensing the danger, Zhang Baifeng and Hu Qiushan decided to retreat, but were discovered by the Red Heart K's subordinates. In a 2-on-2 confrontation, Hu Qiushan and Zhang Baifeng were utterly outmatched, nearly beaten to a pulp. Hu Qiushan intended to reveal his identity, hoping to instill some caution in the opponents. However, upon hearing the name of their sect, the attackers only grew fiercer. When they finally escaped, the scene was catastrophic. All of Shabin's disciples were slain, he himself lost an arm, and Yang Jian perished in battle. Mao Se fared little better, fighting over Yang Jian's corpse, with all three of his subordinates meeting their end. Zhang Baifeng estimated that Shabin and Mao Se could likely escape, given their standing in the heavenly ranking, but the fate of Yang Jian's corpse was uncertain. Hu Qiushan, increasingly baffled, pondered, "I haven't offended them. Why did they attack so ruthlessly when I revealed my identity?" Lin Yi chuckled, interrupting Hu Qiushan's spiraling thoughts. "Do you know what kind of people they are?" Zhang Baifeng thought for a moment and replied, "It seems they identify as part of the poker club or something. I was too focused on escaping to catch the details." Hu Qiushan nodded in agreement, "Same here." The poker club. Lin Yi furrowed his brow. He had witnessed the strength of the Spade firsthand. Without the intervention of Brother Zhao and Brother Wang, he would have been slaughtered. Clearly, this faction should not be underestimated. Reflecting on something, Lin Yi asked, "By the way, have we discovered the background of the one who usurped Zhu Minfu?" Zhang Baofeng's tone turned grave. Lin, the individual who usurped Zhu Minfu is no ordinary character. They may be one of the leaders of the Eternal Life sect. It would be best to let go of any vendetta against Zhu Minfu. We cannot provoke them, nor can you. These individuals are a bunch of lunatics. Seeing Zhang Baofeng's expression and the silence of Hu Qiushan, Lin Yi understood that the power of the Eternal Life sect was exceedingly daunting. Is the Eternal Life sect truly that fearsome? Zhang Baofeng confirmed with a solemn nod. These madmen, truly, do not provoke them. At this, Zhang Baofeng sighed in resignation. Every 60 years, a calamity befalls humanity. Now, as fate would have it, we find ourselves at the cusp of such a cycle. This is the end of the Dharma era, with all manner of heretical paths rampant. The world of martial arts is far from peaceful. Hu Qiushan, recalling something, inquired, Lin, how did you get involved with that matchmaker? Lin Yi recounted the truth. Upon hearing this, Hu Qiushan exhaled a breath of relief. Goodness, you were fortunate to have only promised her a meal. Had you agreed to anything else, it would have truly been troublesome. Is it really that severe? Lin Yi didn't perceive the matchmaker as particularly menacing, but perhaps he was simply being overly enamored. Hu Qiushan nodded gravely. Absolutely. I don't know her full background, but I've heard tales of her exploits. To speak of this matchmaker, one must begin with a certain legend. 20 years ago, a disciple of the Donghua sect encountered the statue of the matchmaker in a remote mountain temple. The disciple prayed for her to eliminate a certain rogue practitioner, offering his own eyes and hands as payment. The matchmaker acquiesced and eliminated the rogue, yet, the disciple reneged on his promise, fleeing back to his sect for sanctuary. To everyone's astonishment, the entire sect was unable to prevent the matchmaker from exacting her vengeance upon the disciple. From that moment on, tales of the matchmaker began to circulate. One could summon her to kill, provided the appropriate price was paid. However, should one fail to honor their word, she would come to collect their life. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi drew in a sharp breath, inwardly relieved that he had not misspoken earlier. From what you say, this matchmaker appears less a ghost and more an evil deity. Zhang Baofeng uttered the two words. Lin Yi concurred, for this was precisely what he wished to convey. The Daoist sect venerates the three pure ones, while Buddhism reveres the Tathagata. These are all righteous paths. Conversely, heretical factions possess their own revered ancestors or deities, yet these deities are often of a sinister nature, thus referred to as ghosts and spirits. Chapter 29, The Inheritance of the Four-Finger Life Extension Technique. After bidding farewell to the two individuals, Lin Yi returned to his residence to catch up on sleep. At midnight, the establishment named Xiang Normal resumed its operations. Seated at the cash register, Lin Yi found himself with little to occupy his time and began to peruse their yin-yang chronicles in search of any records pertaining to the Four-Finger Life Extension Technique. The Four-Finger Life Extension Technique, conceived by a master during the Northern Song dynasty, comprises 4 fingers. An additional finger signifies an extra life. The loss of internal organs to poison counts as 1 life, being dismembered by 5 horses counts as 2 lives, the scattering of 3 souls counts as 3 lives, and the complete dispersal of 3 souls and 7 spirits counts as 4 lives. Although this technique boasts the capacity for 4 lives, the manner of death is of utmost importance. For instance, succumbing to poison consumes 1 life, while being dismembered by 5 horses requires 2 lives, scattering of 3. The more Lin Yi delved into the intricacies of the Four-Finger Life Extension Technique, the more he perceived its extraordinary power. It even suggested the possibility of retaining one's soul. It is worth noting that within the realm of the martial world, a myriad of supernatural abilities exists. While regrowing a severed limb is not particularly rare, the ability to reassemble 3 souls and 7 spirits is indeed terrifying. Even those at the top of the dark rankings may not achieve such a feat. The soft chime of a bell signaled the opening of the glass door. 2 spectral enforcers entered, escorting a soul. Upon seeing this soul, Lin Yi's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Yang Jian. Though in a spectral state, Yang Jian greeted with a smile, Lin, However, they will not relent until they acquire the Four-Finger Life Extension Technique. As expected, several figures approached from outside the shop. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes and gripped the nearby Kaiyu blade. Should they dare to cause a disturbance, he would not hesitate to act. regardless of their affiliation. One of the spectral enforcers, appearing somewhat exasperated, addressed the newcomers, "You are the third group to arrive. I reiterate, this individual is deceased, and his soul belongs to the underworld. Please leave." The four did not budge, exchanging knowing glances, both preparing for a confrontation. At that moment, Mao Se entered, his expression grave. He fixed his gaze upon the two spectral enforcers and coldly stated, "Gentlemen, I merely wish to inquire about a matter. I hope you might accommodate me." One spectral enforcer narrowed his eyes. "What if I refuse?" In response, Mao Se let out a chilling laugh. "Sir, this is the realm of the living, not the underworld. I trust you do not wish for any unpleasantness to occur." Possessing the strength of the heavenly ranking, Mao Se found it easy to contend with the two enforcers. Just as Lin Yi was about to speak, a familiar voice echoed, "What audacity! We, the spectral enforcers, are here to escort the souls of the deceased to the underworld. Do you have any objections?" A gust of cold wind swept through as Zhao Huan materialized before the two enforcers. Upon seeing Zhao Huan, Mao Se's demeanor darkened, and after much hesitation, he begrudgingly departed. "Lord Zhao," the two spectral enforcers clasped their fists in salute, to which Zhao Huan nodded slightly. "Indeed, I shall personally escort this friend's soul to the underworld." "Then we must trouble you, Lord Zhao," the enforcers replied, their faces a mix of embarrassment and relief. Zhao Huan turned his attention to Lin Yi, smiling. "Lin, my young brother, I am currently occupied with this task and cannot linger for old times. Perhaps next time. By the way, I discovered a mysterious exercise caution." Lin Yi nodded. "Thank you for the warning, Brother Zhao." With the Changsheng sect preceding and the poker society following, both factions were formidable adversaries, and yet he found himself entangled with both. Zhao Huan regarded Yang Jian, his gaze laden with significance. "Friend, I have heard about your situation. However, since you are deceased, your soul must naturally descend to the underworld. It is a pity regarding the four-finger life extension technique." Yang Jian understood Zhao Huan's implication. "So, you wish for me to pass on my teachings? Is there a candidate? The mortal realm harbors many who serve the underworld." "A candidate, you ask?" Zhao Huan did not respond directly but cast a meaningful glance at Lin Yi. Yang Jian, grasping the subtle cue, turned to Lin Yi. "To be honest, I do indeed wish to pass on the four-finger life. You would be a commendable choice." "Me?" Lin Yi was taken aback. He harbored an interest in the four-finger life extension technique, but was acutely aware of his limitations. Initially believing such arcane secrets were beyond his reach, he was astonished to find them offered. "It is acceptable for it to fall into the hands of our own, but it must never reach foreign hands." With that, Yang Jian followed Zhao Huan out. Before departing, Zhao Huan added, "Lin, my young brother, we are in an era of decline. Calamities are imminent. Even if you harbor no grand ambitions and merely wish to maintain a modest existence, you must possess sufficient strength." After parting from Zhao Huan, Lin Yi returned to his residence early to study the incantations of the four-finger life extension technique. This technique, bound by the fate of life, can transcend shackles and sever restraints, allowing one to attain resurrection. Mastery of this secret art requires a foundation rooted in the essence of the heavenly Tao. The essence of the heavenly Tao. Lin Yi realized that even with the acquisition of the incantations, he was unable to practice. It seemed he was missing some essential catalyst. Shortly thereafter, a location appeared in his mind: Jiangsu, Jiangju, Huangju Mountain. "Jiangsu, you say?" Lin Yi pondered and promptly booked a flight to Jiangsu. Zhao's words rang true. Even if he held no lofty ambitions and merely desired to be a salt-dried fish, striving to enhance his own strength was undoubtedly wise. By 10:30 a.m., Lin Yi arrived in Jiangju. Upon exiting the passenger terminal, he was greeted by a large banner proclaiming, "Do not listen, do not watch, do not believe, do not spread." It is everyone's responsibility to report and expose illegal activities of cults. Are cults this rampant? Lin Yi was somewhat aware of such organizations, which, to speak plainly, engage in brainwashing. Most participants are outsiders, unrelated to their esoteric practices. After all, the societal dangers posed by cults are profoundly alarming. If these were truly actions perpetrated by insiders, the Tao Association would have intervened long ago, for Lin Yi contemplated the distinctions between Buddhism, Taoism, and cults. The tenet of Buddhism advocates for the cessation of all evil and the promotion of all good, emphasizing self-purification of intent. In layman's terms, it means avoiding all wrongdoing and actively pursuing virtuous deeds. Taoism, on the other hand, emphasizes governance through non-action, achieving all through non-action, and cherishing life to benefit the world. The reasoning is simple: one must rely on oneself, those with the capacity or to aid others, yet they share a common trait: belief brings existence, disbelief brings non-existence. In contrast, the unorthodox paths are chaotic and encompass everything. As for Lin Yi's perspective, it is straightforward: with power in hand, one's will determines the course of action. This, to him, defines the unorthodox paths. One's identity is dictated by one's choices. The righteous path may harbor villains, just as unorthodox paths may yield virtuous individuals. It is not merely black and white, much like the Taiji diagram, where black contains white and white contains black. This embodies the allure of the 5 millennia of Chinese civilization. Chapter 30, Inheriting the Four-Finger Life-Extending Technique. Arriving at the old street of Jiangju, the area was sparsely populated, already bordering on the outskirts. As Lin Yi passed by a shop, his eyes caught sight of a sign inscribed with the words "Midnight Shop." A young man reclined in a rocking chair, basking in the sunlight. Inside the store, 2 men appeared to be embroiled in a heated argument, one of whom was clad in traditional white attire. Nearby, a little girl in a princess dress sat eating ice cream while watching the dispute unfold. The young man turned his gaze towards Lin Yi, offering a friendly smile. Lin Yi scrutinized the young man's appearance. His pallid complexion seemed innate, his hair elegantly tied up, and he possessed a handsome visage. While Lin Yi himself was not lacking in good looks, the practice of the ghost summoning technique had rendered him somewhat sullen, with faint dark circles under his eyes. If Lin Yi was a striking figure with a somewhat feminine charm, this young man was a strikingly pale beauty. Lin Yi discerned that the young man was also part of their circle and reciprocated the smile. They exchanged no words, merely sharing a glance and a smile before Lin Yi continued on his way. However, shortly after his departure, the young man had vanished, leaving only an abandoned shop behind, its sign now draped in cobwebs. The 3 prominent characters, "Midnight Shop," were barely visible. It was unclear how long this shop had existed and how long it had been left to decay. Should one venture inside, they might stumble upon a precious artifact. Following the path etched in his mind, Lin Yi made his way to Huangju Mountain. Midway up the slope, he encountered a lush patch of grass, and upon parting the weeds, he discovered a cave ahead. Beside it stood a stone tablet, on which blood-red characters stood out starkly: "Enter and face death, retreat and find life. Those who are not my compatriots shall find no life. Those who are my compatriots shall find no death." As he crossed the threshold, a sudden light illuminated beneath his feet, rendering him immobile. In an instant, a black snake fell from the cave wall. Before Lin Yi could discern its type, he summoned the 5 spirits, ready to deal with it. Yet, the snake merely flicked its tongue, sniffed at Lin Yi's neck, and slithered away. Simultaneously, the light vanished. Looking down, Lin Yi noticed a talisman paper where he had just stood. The trap was indeed cunningly devised. A moment's inattention could lead to disaster. Ahead, a skeleton sat cross-legged, appearing to have been dead for many years. "My compatriots, how fare you?" A voice echoed throughout the cave. Those from the circle represented by yin-yang masters and exorcists joined the fray. "Though I am a sorcerer of the left-hand path, the rise and fall of the nation concerns us all. Rescuing the nation knows no distinction between righteous and wicked. In the year 28 of the Republic, I enlisted in the National Army, later joining the Red Army. During a mission, I learned that the Japanese were attempting to seize the Four-Finger Life-Extending Technique, a national secret that must not fall into the hands of mere island barbarians. Thus, I engaged in a fierce struggle against them using my unorthodox methods. Although I succeeded in preserving the Four-Finger Life-Extending Technique, I sustained grave injuries, aware that my time was short. Hence, I left behind this legacy, allowing any practitioner of our land to inherit it. It is often said that those of the left-hand path are ruthless and unscrupulous in their pursuits, yet in times of national peril, we all harbor a heart devoted to. Before the skeleton lay an inscription, bow down and pay respects, the legacy shall be bestowed. Lin Yi knelt with a thud, proclaiming, disciple Lin Yi pays respects to master. Immediately, a sound echoed as a box fell from above. Lin Yi opened it to find only a droplet of water radiating golden light. Could this be the essence of the heavenly Tao? He wondered, intrigued. Upon touching it, the droplet merged into his body. The essence of the heavenly Tao was singular. It had been returned to the cave by Yang Jian during his flight. Without it, one could not cultivate even with the proper incantations. The predecessor who devised the four-finger life-extending technique was indeed formidable. Having obtained the essence of the heavenly Tao, Lin Yi did not linger but departed the cave, returning to Jiangju City, intending to rest for a day before heading back to Yunnan. In the inn, Lin Yi sat cross-legged and began to practice the incantation of the four-finger life-extending technique. With the essence of the heavenly Tao, the cultivation flowed seamlessly. The technique required a contract with one's destiny, breaking shackles and severing constraints to achieve resurrection. Begin with the feet, followed by the hands, first the left and then the right, starting the energy condensation with the left. It was not until 11:30 at night that Lin Yi expelled a breath of stale air. Perhaps accustomed to late nights, he felt no urge to sleep and decided to venture out for food. Arriving at a barbecue stall, he ordered, "Boss, 1 bowl of fried rice noodles and 3 skewers of beef kidneys." Finding a spot to sit, he soon noticed 2 young men approaching. Their eyes met, and upon seeing the coins and swords at their waists, Lin Yi recognized them as fellow practitioners. The 2 young men approached, one of them smiling. "Are you also a practitioner?" Lin Yi nodded, and they introduced themselves. "I'm Qi Gang from the Jinyi school of the Nanhua sect." They had heard of the ghost summoning master's reputation, which resonated loudly in their circles. He had achieved prominence upon entering the field, rivaling their sect's leader, Li Xiaoyun. So it is Master Lin. I have long admired your name." Qi Gang forced a strained smile, feeling immense regret. Originally pleased at encountering a fellow practitioner, he had hoped to strike up a conversation, perhaps even forge a friendship, as more friends meant more paths. However, he had not anticipated meeting this esteemed figure. While Lin Yi's name carried weight, he was known for treading the left-hand path. Now, he bore the title of the finest among the left-hand practitioners. Could they not feel uneasy? It was not to say that all left-hand practitioners were irredeemably wicked, but a significant majority were. Even for ordinary folk, the term left-hand path typically conjured negative connotations. Seeing their expressions, Lin Yi wondered, "Am I truly so fearsome?" He then inquired, "Are you two here on business?" With Lin Yi initiating the conversation, they felt obliged to respond. Qi Gang nodded. "Indeed, the Tao Association has commissioned our Nanhua sect to investigate the matter of an evil cult in Jiangsu." Chapter 31, The Jiyu Technique of Miaojiang Cult. Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that this cult is the work of colleagues within the circle? Qi Gang nodded. "Indeed. We were commissioned by the Tao Association to investigate in Jiangju, and it appears that this cult is linked to an organization known as the Poker Society." "Poker Society?" Lin Yi exclaimed in surprise, not expecting to find the influence of this organization in Jiangju. He then glanced at Jusha and Qi Gang, noticing the darkened aura between their brows, an ominous sign accompanied by a faint aura of blood. They were surely facing impending calamity. Lin Yi cautioned them, and both were taken aback. Qi Gang chuckled. "During my time in the sect, I heard my master speak of those who walk the unorthodox path as being ruthless and cruel, yet you, Lin Yi, do not seem to fit that mold." Lin Yi did not refute this but smiled. "There exists a distinction between good and evil even within the righteous path, just as there is a division of virtue and vice among those who stray." Jusha nodded in agreement. Lin Yi's words hold truth. There is no absolute good or bad in the world of sects. It all depends on how one wields their power. However, I did not anticipate that Lin Yi possessed knowledge of physiognomy. Lin Yi shook his head. "I know a bit, but I am far from proficient. In their line of work, they could somewhat discern if a person had issues based on their appearance. Though it could not compare to the skills of a fortune teller, they could still catch glimpses of impending bloodshed. However, not everyone possessed the ability to see it. One must be of a higher cultivation level than their peers to make such assessments. As they conversed, the proprietor approached with 3 bowls of fried noodles. Qi Gang and Zhu Shi began to eat, while Lin Yi was about to pick up his chopsticks when the 5 spirits beneath his feet suddenly emitted a warning. Lin Yi's expression changed drastically, and he instinctively reached for the Kaiyu knife at his waist, turning to look at the departing proprietor. Could it be that this proprietor was involved in the Dao? Fellow Taoists, something about this proprietor seems amiss, Lin Yi warned, but upon noticing the lack of reaction from the two, he turned to look. The next scene sent chills down Lin Yi's spine. Qi Gang and Zhu Shi remained motionless, blood oozing from their eyes, followed by their noses and mouths. The aroma of the fried noodles was instantly overshadowed by the metallic scent of blood. They re-dead. Lin Yi instinctively glanced at the now blood-soaked fried noodles. Could it be that the food was tainted? This place was exceedingly remote, with few patrons, creating an atmosphere of eerie silence. Lin Yi focused on the barbecue shop owner, drawing his Kaiyu knife and striding toward him. The owner, busy cleaning the leftover dishes on the previous table, recoiled in fear upon seeing Lin Yi approaching with the weapon, pleading, "Sir, I have not wronged you. If you're short on cash, I have a bit of money inside, I can give it to you." Seeing the owner's fearful demeanor, Lin Yi felt a pang of suspicion. "Are you afraid of me?" The barbecue shop owner was at a loss for words and suddenly knelt. "Sir, I have an elderly parent and young children to care for. I truly haven't wronged you in any way." Could it not be him? Lin Yi surveyed the surroundings but found no suspicious individuals, not even a shadow. A salty taste mixed with the scent of blood filled his mouth, and Lin Yi wiped his nose, silently cursing the situation. "I have also fallen victim. Flee." Lin Yi tossed 300 yuan onto the ground and took off running. Blood gushed from his nose, and Lin Yi felt a sharp pain in his heart. What sort of sorcery is this? Lin Yi was drenched in cold sweat from fright and hastily summoned the water spirit, commanding, "Dive into my body and see if anything is amiss." The water spirit flew directly into Lin Yi's mouth. Whether it be unorthodox or orthodox, sorcery is ever-changing yet remains fundamentally the same. Distancing oneself from the practitioner may offer a glimmer of hope. But what kind of sorcery was this? Jiyu, witchcraft, shamanism, Taoism, ghost sorcery, Luban, Jiyu technique. If only he could discern the nature of this sorcery, perhaps he could find a remedy. At that moment, the water spirit's message came through. "What? There's a worm in my heart." Lin Yi was horrified. He had not even realized when he had been ensnared. The Miajiang Jiyu technique employs insects. He had read about it in the Yin-Yang Odd Chronicles. The Miajiang Jiyu technique kills invisibly, making it exceedingly difficult to counter. Is there any way to eliminate this worm? Lin Yi inquired, only to be met with a negative response. Forcing its removal could lead to a deadly confrontation with the worm. However, it could be temporarily suppressed. Lin Yi stopped in a secluded alley, yet he found no one lurking in the shadows. The Miajiang Jiyu technique dictates that the Jiyu worm cannot stray far from its master. It must be nearby. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes. Since he could not locate it himself, he would summon spirits to assist him. He promptly retrieved the condensation bell and chanted, "When the yin bell tolls, the myriad ghosts appear. Malevolent spirits from all directions, do not hide, heed my call and come swiftly." Instantly, the surrounding lost souls and wandering spirits were drawn forth. Lin Yi wasted no time, scattering copper coins into the air. "Find those." All the lost souls and wandering spirits vanished in an instant. This lad is quite experienced. He discovered he had been ensnared and immediately distanced himself from the source, while also managing to suppress my Jiyu worm. He does not seem like a novice. Could there be such a figure among the younger generation? The man wearing the Square 3 mask was somewhat taken aback. Beside him, the man wearing the Plum Blossom 3 mask observed the suddenly appearing lost souls and spirits with suspicion. Why have so many lost souls and spirits suddenly appeared? It was known that these spirits typically avoided them. Today, however, they came forth of their own accord. This is bad. We've been discovered. The Square 3 man suddenly spoke, then recalled something. Controlling ghosts. This person is the renowned first prodigy of the unorthodox path in recent times, the ghost summoning Daoist, Lin Yi. We must retreat, I found you. Lin Yi's eyes turned icy, a fierce expression crossing his face as he jumped onto the rooftop and charged forward. Below, two figures were hastily fleeing. Think you can escape, Earth Spirit? Block them, Lin Yi commanded, and the Earth Spirit shot forth from beneath his feet, burrowing into the ground. The Square 3 man found the ground beneath him softening, ensnared by the Earth Spirit. Lin Yi leaped down, the Kaiyu knife poised to strike. The Square 3 man drew his curved blade to parry. Clash, the two blades met, and the Square 3 man was jolted, his arm going numb, while Lin Yi staggered back a few steps. The Plum Blossom 3 man, wielding a dagger, swung at Lin Yi but missed, quickly following up with a talisman. A wooden board nearby suddenly flew in front of Lin Yi, blocking the incoming talisman. Boom! An explosion ensued, sending Lin Yi reeling backward, kneeling on one knee, a splinter cutting across his cheek. It was evident that the two possessed considerable combat experience. The opponent is formidable. Let us unleash our full strength. Lin Yi rose, gripping the knife blade and making a swift cut. Blood splattered, and the malevolent aura of the Kaiyu knife surged forth, with a significant portion of the malevolent energy drawn into Lin Yi's body. This ancient and fearsome weapon was not simply meant for hacking. Thus, Lin Yi had conducted many experiments and devised this technique. What terrifying malevolent energy! The Square 3 man's expression turned grave, and the Plum Blossom 3 man did not dare to underestimate the situation. Whoosh! Lin Yi suddenly struck, appearing before the two in the blink of an eye. So fast, the Plum Blossom 3 man barely reacted before drawing a talisman, only to have his head roll to the ground, blood gushing forth. Lin Yi slashed off the Square 3 man's arm, instantly dispelling the malevolent aura's hold, and seized him by the throat. 3 seconds. Lin Yi could only maintain this malevolent aura state for 3 seconds. How many lives had the Kaiyu knife claimed throughout history? Its terrifying malevolent energy was beyond human endurance. Lin Yi could barely sustain it for 3 seconds. Chapter 32, The Valley of the Medicine King. Lin Yi tightened his grip on the throat of Square 3, his voice frigid as ice. Speak, how do I eradicate this cursed insect? Gasping for breath, Square 3 replied, release me, and I can coax the insect out myself. What I demand is a method of removal. Lin Yi declared, his grip intensifying further. If he were to release this scoundrel, would he still have a path to survival? He had witnessed the treachery of such unscrupulous individuals before. Square 3 sneered coldly, there exists but one way. If you doubt me, then kill me. The cursed insect resided within his heart, and he was certain Lin Yi would not dare to take drastic measures against him. He could sense Lin Yi's escalating panic. Hey, you are still too naive, young one, Square 3 thought to himself, fully confident in his manipulation of Lin Yi. I do not believe you. Perish. Lin Yi suddenly exerted his strength, and with a crack, Square 3 was rendered breathless. Lin Yi's actions were decisive and devoid of hesitation. I, the master of ghostly arts, possess myriad methods to extract knowledge from your soul. Just as he prepared to seize the soul, both their bodies spontaneously ignited. The green flames swiftly reduced them to ashes, leaving no trace of their souls behind. What formidable flames, Lin Yi marveled, his heart racing slightly as he hastily retrieved his phone to call Zhang Baifeng. Upon connection, Zhang Baifeng's voice resonated. Hello, Lin, my dear brother, what brings you to call at such a late hour? Lin Yi recounted the events truthfully. After a moment of silence, Zhang Baifeng responded thoughtfully, Miaojiang's cursed arts, this is quite troublesome. The simplest and most effective method is for the sorcerer to control the insect themselves, but now that the sorcerer is deceased, the insect will only obey the last command given by its master. Gazing at the ashes of Square 3, Lin Yi felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. This scoundrel had not deceived him. To die and immediately annihilate both body and soul. Who could be the mastermind behind this card game? Lin Yi inquired further. Is there truly no other way to eliminate this cursed insect? I know of none. However, perhaps others do. Since you are in Jiangju, Daoist Xie is also there investigating heretical sects. You might inquire with her if there exists a method to eradicate this cursed insect. Understood. After ending the call, Lin Yi dialed Xie Ruyan's number. Little did he expect that after their last separation, they would meet again so soon. The call connected, and before Lin Yi could speak, Xie Ruyan stated, Daoist Zhang has already informed me. Come to the Daoist Association in Jiangju, I will be waiting for you here. Lin Yi hung up, pondering how decisively Xie Ruyan acted. Upon arriving at the Daoist Association, dawn had already broken. At the entrance, Xie Ruyan awaited him. Having been there for quite some time, the two exchanged merely a nod, foregoing any pleasantries. Xie Ruyan was naturally reticent, and Lin Yi, understanding her character, chose to remain silent. Follow me inside. There are individuals who can assist in removing this cursed insect. Xie Ruyan led Lin Yi into a conference room where more than 10 people were gathered. A glance revealed a mix of Buddhist and Daoist practitioners, alongside some whose affiliations Lin Yi could not discern. So the esteemed guest that Daoist Xie went out to greet is none other than this young friend, a middle-aged man remarked, scrutinizing Lin Yi before smiling. I am Gao Long of the Five-Character Sect. May I ask how to address you, young brother? Just as Lin Yi opened his mouth to respond, a youthful voice interjected with a huff. He is none other than the illustrious prodigy of the heretical sects, the ghostly arts master, Lin Yi. At this proclamation, all eyes turned to Lin Yi, both those intrigued and those indifferent. However, they soon shifted their gaze to Xie Ruyan, astonished by her connection to him. Is Lin Yi truly of the heretical sect? Someone whispered, and a companion nodded in affirmation. They were astonished that Xie Ruyan would associate with someone from the heretical sect. It was well known that Xie Ruyan bore the moniker of the slayer of heretical sects, having dispatched no less than 90 individuals from such factions, yet here she was, in the company of Lin Yi. Noticing the peculiar glances directed her way, Xie Ruyan offered no explanation but turned her attention to the young man who had spoken earlier, her tone unwavering. Lin Yi is my invited guest. Her words clarified her stance. She was indifferent to the opinions of others. The virtuous need not worry. If there was a true connection with Lin Yi, there was no need for concealment, and she spoke plainly. This was characteristic of Xie Ruyan's approach to matters. Sensing the tension in the air, Gao Long cleared his throat to ease the atmosphere, smiling. Since he is invited by Daoist Xie, let us take our seats. The righteous and the heretical sects had always been at odds, yet it had not reached the point of mutual destruction upon first meeting. The martial world was not merely black and white. Exceptions existed. Were it not for the Daoist Association's bounty, the righteous and heretical sects would often coexist harmoniously. After all, in this world, who would not wish to thrive in peace? Xie Ruyan turned to a white-haired elder, who appeared to be in her 60s, and spoke. Elder Hoer, my friend has a cursed insect in his heart. I would appreciate your assistance in removing it. This is no trouble at all, the elder replied, nodding. She then addressed Lin Yi, young Daoist, please follow me. Lin Yi rose to accompany the elder. May I ask your name, elder? He inquired. The elder smiled warmly. I hail from the Valley of the Medicine King, and within our circle, I am known as Granny Hoer. If you do not mind my age, you may call me Elder Hoer. Elder Hoer, you jest, Lin Yi replied, having indeed heard of the Valley of the Medicine King, renowned for its ghostly medical arts. The valley had once been known as the Valley of Ghostly Hands, where the ghostly medical arts were initially employed for murder rather than healing. In truth, the concepts of righteousness and heresy had long evolved. In earlier times, the righteous were defined by sects under Taoism and Buddhism, while all others were deemed heretical. However, the present day saw a broader interpretation of righteousness. Any practice that did not exploit ordinary lives for the sake of power could claim righteousness. The Valley of the Medicine King served as a prime example, having transformed its ghostly medical arts from instruments of death to means of salvation. After all, which sect did not harbor a few nefarious techniques? Upon entering a room, Granny Hoer smiled. Please remove your upper garment so I may assess the situation and proceed accordingly. Lin Yi complied, and Granny Hoer lit a stick of incense on the table. The fragrant smoke enveloped the surroundings. With her frail, aged hands, she grasped the air as though capturing a wisp of white smoke, which then coalesced at her fingertips before being flicked toward Lin Yi. The fragrant smoke enveloped him, revealing a purple line extending from his arm to the vicinity of his heart. So it has travelled from the arm to the heart, Granny Hoer murmured, then instructed, lie down. I shall extract this cursed insect. Lin Yi reclined on the bed as Granny Hoer retrieved 2 surgical knives from her bag, smiling. Young Daoist, would you care to observe my technique? Chapter 33. Cultivating the soul through the body, healing the body through the soul, ghostly medical arts. Lin Yi's interest was piqued. No anesthesia. The old woman chuckled softly. The reason why the ghostly medical arts are renowned in the martial world lies in their unique. This is the essence of ghostly medical arts. The two surgical blades in the old woman's hands exuded a chilling aura as they approached Lin Yi's heart. As the blades cut through his chest, the old woman focused intently on her task. Lin Yi watched in amazement. Although the blades pierced his skin, no blood was shed. It was truly miraculous. After a brief moment, a black GU worm, shaped like a dung beetle, was extracted with the surgical blade. The old woman murmured, "The heart-devouring worm from Miaojiang is indeed quite venomous." Lin Yi rose, feeling utterly drained and weak. The old woman explained, "The ghostly medical arts harm the soul without injuring the body. In your case, it will take at least 10 days to half a month for you to recover. Harming the soul without harming the body, this is a technique I have never heard of before," Lin Yi remarked, growing increasingly intrigued by the ghostly medical arts and genuinely wishing to become a disciple. However, he also understood the wisdom of not overreaching. With the 5-element ghost control techniques from the ghostly gate and the 4-finger life continuation technique, he would be content with acquiring these 2 skills. Upon returning to the conference room, he overheard a few individuals discussing the matter of a cult. Xie Ruyan's purpose for coming was to eliminate the cult's leader. The operation was mainly represented by local factions from Jiangsu, with Xie Ruyan and the old woman overseeing the proceedings. Jiao Long spoke up, "We have already discovered the mastermind behind this cult. It is an organization known as the Poker Society. This organization is shrouded in mystery, and even the National Taoist Association has failed to trace its origins, yet its power is exceedingly formidable. Using playing cards as code names, each spade number possesses the caliber of the heavenly ranking." Upon hearing about the Poker Society, Lin Yi felt a sense of familiarity. He had encountered the spade A in Kunming and had now eliminated the diamond 3 and club 3. It would not be an exaggeration to say he had completely offended them. "I never expected that this cult in Jiangju would be connected to the Poker Society," Lin Yi mused, aware that this organization was not to be underestimated. "We have located their stronghold in Jiangju," Jiao Long continued, letting out a resigned sigh, "but we have paid a considerable price for this information. Several of our comrades have lost their lives in the process." At that moment, a young man scoffed disdainfully, casting a pointed glance at Lin Yi. "These heretical paths deserve nothing less than death." Lin Yi was puzzled. He couldn't recall having offended this individual. Why was his tone so abrasive? It was clear that Jiao Long represented the local Jiangsu forces, while the reinforcements were led by an elder from the Xingyi sect, Liang Qingzhao, the vice-master of the Beishan faction. This individual was quite formidable, ranked 12th on the heavenly ranking. 12th on the heavenly ranking, indeed, Liang Qingzhao mused, stroking his beard thoughtfully before speaking. If they only possess the caliber of the heavenly ranking, it may not pose a significant problem. However, how many experts of true heavenly ranking caliber do we face? Liang Qingzhao, being the 12th ranked, had his confidence, yet he understood the importance of knowing both himself and the enemy to avoid defeat. Those who made it onto the heavenly ranking were no mere pretenders. Jiao Long presented the information he had gathered. "According to my findings, there are 2 spade experts among them, as well as several others, diamonds and hearts, along with clubs, whose strength is solidly established on the earth ranking. 2 experts firmly positioned at the heavenly ranking," Liang Qingzhao contemplated, his eyes glinting with a cold light. "We can take them on. Time is of the essence, everyone prepare, and we shall act tomorrow night." Upon hearing Liang Qingzhao's words, everyone nodded in agreement. With Liang Qingzhao's presence, they would undoubtedly eradicate the threat. Jiao Long then turned to Lin Yi, smiling. "Lin, are you?" Lin Yi waved his hand dismissively. "With all of you involved, I shall refrain from imposing." Having resolved the issue of the perilous GU worm, he had no desire to meddle further. As for any debts of gratitude, he owed them to Xie Ruyan, not to these individuals. Upon hearing this, the young man scoffed again. A heretical path is still a heretical path. Lin Yi frowned slightly, regarding the youth with displeasure. He had not provoked him in any way. Lin Yi chose to ignore the young man, turning to Xie Ruyan with a smile. "I will remember this favor. If you ever need my assistance, feel free to contact me." With that, Lin Yi stood to leave. Truth be told, had it not been for Xie Ruyan's presence, Lin Yi's temper would have led him to retaliate against the young man long ago. "I'll see you out," Xie Ruyan said, following him out of the conference room. Lin Yi, curious, chuckled, "Are you disappointed that I did not take action?" Xie Ruyan shook her head, "Not at all. If I saved you merely to have you repay me, I would have stated so beforehand. I do not wish to put anyone in a difficult position, and this matter is inherently unrelated to you." Lin Yi smiled but remained silent. He appreciated Xie Ruyan's character. She never forced others in any endeavor, even when saving his life. This was far superior to the hypocritical righteousness of the orthodox sects and the ruthlessness of the heretical parts. Lin Yi then inquired, "Who was that fellow just now?" Xie Ruyan replied candidly, "He is a disciple of the Xinjiao sect, Wang Yu, and a junior of Li Xiaoyun." No wonder, Lin Yi muttered, for he had never particularly liked Li Xiaoyun. While Li Xiaoyun had the capital to be arrogant, this young man, on the other hand, "Hey," Wang Yu called out, having pursued them, glaring fiercely at Lin Yi, "I heard that you recently joined the ranks by slaying the fourth-ranked individual, Li Buchuan, and took his place." Lin Yi chuckled lightly, "Indeed, but you seem rather unconvinced." "Quite so," Wang Yu narrowed his eyes, "to have slain Li Buchuan so soon after your debut is something I find increasingly hard to believe." "So, you wish to test my strength?" Lin Yi replied nonchalantly, a hint of disdain on his face. "Are you secure in your position at the fourth rank on the Earth ranking?" Wang Yu clenched his fists, sneering. In truth, he too found it hard to believe that someone could slay Li Buchuan so soon after entering the scene. Since his childhood, he had been a disciple of the Xinjiao sect. Although he did not possess his senior brother's talent, he was not weak either. He simply could not believe that Lin Yi was that formidable. At that moment, Xie Ruyan interjected, "Wang Yu, Lin Yi is someone I invited. I want to see if your reputation as the fourth ranked on the Earth ranking is truly deserved." At this time, Jiao Long and the others rushed out, but they did not intervene. They too were eager to witness Lin Yi's prowess, having made a name for himself by slaying Li Buchuan upon his debut, and being hailed as the foremost talent among the heretical paths. Just how strong was he? Very well, Lin Yi stepped forward. He was not one to initiate trouble, but he was certainly not afraid of it. Ninth heaven's mysterious abyss, transform into divine thunder, resplendent heavenly might, eradicate evil and force it to retreat. Wang Yu suddenly recited an incantation, arcs of electricity crackling around his fists, exuding an imposing aura. Chapter 34, Do you truly believe I would hesitate to kill you? Whoosh, Lin Yi struck suddenly, while Wang Yu swung a punch that met only air, his expression shifting dramatically. Such incredible speed. Lin Yi's movements were enigmatic as he appeared behind Wang Yu, his hands coalescing with dark energy, striking his shoulders. Wang Yu, feeling the impact on his shoulders, swiftly turned to retaliate with another punch. Lin Yi summoned the dark energy from his dantian, clashing fists, bang, the two punches collided, arcs of electricity and dark energy clashing violently. Wang Yu was sent reeling backward, while Lin Yi remained steadfast, though his arm tingled painfully from the shock. The Xinjiao sect was renowned for its mastery of thunder techniques, which perfectly countered his ghostly arts, yet, having been struck by his own two ghosts' shoulder strike, both of Wang Yu's yarn flames had extinguished. He chuckled darkly. At this sight, Jiao Long and the others understood Lin Yi's sect affiliation. Their two ghosts' shoulder strike was indeed the signature technique of the Ghost Control sect. I hadn't anticipated that Lin would be a disciple of the Ghost Control sect, Jiao Long murmured quietly, having speculated that Lin Yi belonged to some unorthodox path. It was well known that the Ghost Control sect had once reigned supreme among unorthodox sects during its zenith. Had it not been for that certain individual's intervention, one could hardly fathom how formidable the Ghost Control sect could have become by now. The unpredictability of fate is indeed remarkable. Wang Yu has lost, Liang Qingzhao declared, determining the outcome with finality. Jiao Long, curious, inquired, Senior Liang, the Xinjiao sect specializes in thunder techniques, which should counter Lin's ghostly arts. Surely, Wang Yu stands a chance. Liang Qingzhao shook his head, though techniques may counter each other, it is strength that ultimately dictates the outcome. The two ghosts' shoulder strike is not easily dispelled. Liang Qingzhao's prowess was already formidable. His combat experience and situational analysis surpassed that of everyone present. His analysis could not be wrong. Wang Yu steadied himself, a smug grin forming on his face. Ranked 4th on the Earth list, is that all? Yet, scarcely had the words left his lips when his smile abruptly vanished, his countenance turning ashen. What is happening? This dizziness is a sign of soul displacement. Wang Yu immediately pressed his fingers against his dantian and vital points, attempting to concentrate, but the dizzying... No, Wang Yu's face grew increasingly grim as arcs of electricity gathered around his body, attempting to disperse the grip Lin Yi had on his shoulders, yet, it proved futile. Is this your proud capital? Lin Yi's expression remained impassive as he stepped toward Wang Yu. I have endured you for long enough. My reluctance to strike does not equate to weakness. Unorthodox methods. Before Wang Yu could finish, Lin Yi seized him by the throat, lifting him effortlessly, his voice frigid. Didn't you wish to measure my worth? Do I not deserve to hold the 4th position on the Earth list? Wang Yu's face flushed crimson as he struggled to breathe, yet he clung to his arrogance. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to kill you? Lin Yi scoffed, tightening his grip further. Do not mistake me, I would confront even your senior brother without fear. What are you, to dare measure me? Seeing Lin Yi's determination to kill Wang Yu, the onlookers were thrown into a panic. Lin, my friend Jiao Long began, but Lin Yi's aura shifted ominously, dark energy swirling around him as 5 shadowy figures emerged at his feet, enveloping the area. What is this? Jiao Long's expression changed drastically, and Liang Qingzhao furrowed his brow. Could this be the 5-element ghost control technique of the ghost control sect? Lin Yi had already cultivated the 5 spirits. Lin Yi regarded the nearly asphyxiated Wang Yu, letting out a sound of inquiry. His question was directed not at Wang Yu, but rather at Jiao Long and the others. Were they not eager to ascertain his capabilities? They should be prepared for the possibility of Wang Yu's demise. Confronted with Lin Yi's icy gaze, Wang Yu realized that he truly dared to kill him. The last vestiges of his bravado evaporated, fear consuming his heart as the desire to survive overtook him, and he exerted all his strength to utter a single word. Yes. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi finally released his grip. Wang Yu fell to the ground, gasping desperately for air, appearing as though he had narrowly escaped death. Lin Yi regarded Jiao Long and the others, remaining silent. Jiao Long exhaled a sigh of relief, secretly grateful that a life had not been lost, gaining a newfound respect for Lin Yi. Ruthless, undoubtedly the foremost prodigy among unorthodox practitioners, Lin Yi offered a smile to Xie Ruyan before departing. Xie Ruyan, as ever, remained taciturn, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Wang Yu gasped for breath, his face a mask of fury. If my senior brother were here, would he dare to humiliate me so? Xie Ruyan approached, not meeting Wang Yu's gaze, and replied coolly, even if Li Xiaoyun were present, Lin Yi would still act thus. He holds your senior brother in contempt, so what do you think you are in his eyes? Though Xie Ruyan did not state it explicitly, Wang Yu understood her implication. He needed to hone his skills further. Xie, my senior brother has long admired you. Do you truly prefer Lin Yi, this unorthodox practitioner? Upon hearing this, Xie Ruyan's expression turned frigid. Wang Yu defended himself. I merely wished for Lin Yi to comprehend the disparity between you. Xie Ruyan, typically averse to arguments, could not suppress herself at this moment and retorted coldly. Firstly, I do not harbor any feelings for Lin Yi. Secondly, Li Xiaoyun and I share no connection. The dual proteges of the Daoist sect, Li Xiaoyun of the Zhengyi and Xie Ruyan of the Chuanzhen, were indeed the strongest among the younger generation. They were a match made in heaven, perfectly suited for one another, without a single flaw. Although Chuanzhen disciples were forbidden from marrying, Xie Ruyan's master had indicated that should she desire it, she could renounce her vows to become a secular disciple of Chuanzhen. A Daoist wedding decree would be submitted to the heavens above and the underworld below, witnessed by the ancestral masters of the celestial realm. She could continue her cultivation within the Chuanzhen sect. The fact that Chuanzhen could facilitate such a process indicated their strong endorsement of the union. Furthermore, Li Xiaoyun harbored feelings for Xie Ruyan, yet, the issue lay with Xie Ruyan herself. While she possessed admirable qualities, she was excessively pure-hearted and devoid of any romantic inclinations. Initially, she had been content to cultivate within the sect, but the incessant pressure to marry had compelled her to leave. Otherwise, given her temperament, she would have surely remained in seclusion to cultivate. As for love, Xie Ruyan's perspective was straightforward. She recognized that she and Li Xiaoyun were indeed a perfect pair, a sentiment she herself shared. However, she had no desire to engage in romantic entanglements. Her focus lay on cultivation, on vanquishing the malevolent unorthodox practitioners, which was her true aspiration, alongside fulfilling her obligations to her parents. Having resolved the perilous matter of the cursed insects, Lin Yi was in high spirits, booking a flight back to Kunming for the following day before seeking out a modest inn to spend the night. He did not wish to become overly entangled with the sinister cult behind the incident. The power of that faction was truly terrifying, with the 13 members of the Spade Club exhibiting prowess comparable to the top ranks, far beyond his current capabilities. As the saying goes, one should wear shoes that fit, otherwise, one risks losing their life in vain. Speaking of life, Lin Yi resumed his study of the four-finger life extension technique within his room. Chapter 35. Encountering the Daoist boy. Perhaps it was due to a rare talent, but Lin Yi felt a peculiar sensation as he channeled energy into his left foot. His big toe tingled as if something were about to emerge. According to the records of the four-finger resurrection technique, those endowed with exceptional aptitude could cultivate a single finger in just a year, while those with inferior talent might take 3 to 5 years. Although this technique was formidable, it possessed no offensive capabilities. As a rogue cultivator, Lin Yi's primary focus was on ghost manipulation, while the four-finger resurrection technique served merely as a trump card. The following day, Lin Yi meandered around the vicinity before awaiting his flight back to Kunming at the airport. I wonder how things are on Xie Ruyan's side. He recalled Gao Long mentioning that this cult seemed to be presided over by 2 spade masters. However, with Liang Qingzhou present, he felt confident that no mishaps would occur. As Lin Yi idly played with his phone, a familiar figure strolled by from a distance. How is this possible? Lin Yi abruptly rose, staring at the person's silhouette, his expression darkening in an instant. Could it be my eyes deceiving me? In disbelief, he hastily pursued the figure. He was all too familiar with this presence. His 5 elements ghost manipulation and the Mari ghost manipulation were both acquired from He Haojie. Moreover, he had taken on the Daoist boy who was always by He Haojie's side as his master. What on earth was happening? Lin Yi was certain that both He Haojie and the Daoist boy had been slain by him, their bodies reduced to ashes by the corpse transformation talisman. Yet, why was the Daoist boy appearing here? He followed the Daoist boy out of the airport, and dusk descended, casting a golden hue as the sun dipped below the horizon amidst throngs of travelers. Nevertheless, Lin Yi spotted the familiar figure in the crowd with ease. Upon crossing the street, the Daoist boy suddenly turned around. From across the road, Lin Yi could see clearly that this was indeed the deceased Daoist boy. The Daoist boy, upon noticing Lin Yi, revealed a cryptic smile. It truly is him. Just as Lin Yi prepared to approach for clarification, a car sped by, blaring its horn, and the driver leaned out, cursing vehemently. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Can't you see the car? My apologies, Lin Yi hastily apologized, but when he turned back, the Daoist boy had vanished without a trace. Who on earth is this fellow? Lin Yi's expression grew grave, a sense of dread creeping in as an overwhelming feeling of helplessness washed over him. The Daoist boy was, astonishingly, alive. He began to speculate that his ability to slay He Haojie might have been part of a grander scheme. In fact, Lin Yi had long recognized this. Could a being capable of slaughtering 500 individuals to forge such a sinister artifact truly be bested by an outsider like himself? After vanquishing He Haojie, he had conducted an investigation into this man. He Haojie, the current leader of the ghost manipulation sect, was a notorious fugitive, having murdered over 500 people to create malevolent objects. Many adept cultivators had joined forces but failed to eliminate him. This demonstrated the formidable strength of He Haojie. Was it conceivable that such a figure could be slain by someone like him? Everything seemed to be orchestrated within the Daoist boy's design. Who was he? What was his identity? And why did he assist Lin Yi? These successive confusions left Lin Yi feeling like a mere pawn in someone else's game. The suffocating sensation was unbearable. Yet, he understood one fundamental truth: strength was paramount, regardless of the adversary's intentions. As long as he was powerful enough, there was no need for concern, fear stemmed from a lack of power. Lin Yi turned back toward the airport, but just as he reached the entrance, he spotted an old acquaintance, Zhu Minfu. What brought him to Jiangju? He was accompanied by two men, yet they seemed oblivious to Lin Yi's presence. Lin Yi had no desire for interaction. Old Zhang had mentioned that the individual who possessed Zhu Minfu was likely a leader of the longevity sect. These zealots would stop at nothing to attain immortality. They were truly deranged. Lin Yi wished to avoid any entanglement with them. Zhu Minfu suddenly exclaimed, producing a cursed insect and furrowing his brow. He has also come to Jiangju. One of the men inquired curiously, "Boss, who is it?" Zhu Minfu replied with a faint smile, "A rather intriguing young man. He has recently garnered quite a reputation in the Daoist community. You should have heard of him." The other man soon realized, could it be the rising star of the Daoists, Lin Yi? "Indeed, it is this lad." Zhu Minfu nodded, seemingly very intrigued by Lin Yi. He continued, "When I relinquished my physical form to explore the Soul Dao in hopes of regaining my corporeal body, I consulted the diviner, Ji Qindi. He foretold that my scheme would be thwarted by the destined individual who would end this catastrophe." The man nodded, expressing reluctance. "I have heard you mention this before. We initially planned to reinforce our defenses, and had it not been for your intervention, a few youngsters could not have easily dismantled your plans. Not to worry, I had already anticipated that this method would not succeed. I simply wished to test it personally, as I was reluctant to let it go untried." With that, Zhu Minfu's interest piqued. "Although this approach is indeed futile, I have uncovered something quite fascinating." "Oh. What could be so intriguing to pique your interest?" The two men were curious since their boss rarely showed interest in anything beyond immortality. Zhu Minfu smiled. "Every 60 years, a calamity of unprecedented scale befalls the mortal realm, and the heavenly Tao selects an individual destined to end this catastrophe." "I am aware of this," the man nodded. "The one known as Li Xiaoyun from the Jingyi Shenxiao sect is the fated individual to conclude this disaster. Blessed by the heavenly Tao, he possesses an innate Tao heart and has already attained mastery at the tender age of 22, making him a favored child of destiny. Li Xiaoyun was undoubtedly the most illustrious figure among the younger generation. With an innate Tao heart and the favor of the heavenly Tao, how could he not be the fated one?" However, Zhu Minfu shook his head, presenting a differing perspective. "I initially believed the same, as Li Xiaoyun is indeed remarkable. The one to disrupt my plans is not Li Xiaoyun." "Not Li Xiaoyun, then could it be Xie Ruyan?" The man expressed his confusion, for Ji Qindi was the strongest diviner in the Daoist world today. Ji Qindi, known for his uncanny predictions, could be likened to Zhuge Liang in his strategic brilliance, or Liu Bowen in his foresight. If Ji Qindi declared that the layout would be disrupted by the destined individual, it must be true. Yet, if Li Xiaoyun was ruled out, then the fated individual could only be Xie Ruyan, who was equally renowned alongside Li Xiaoyun, often referred to as the twin prodigies of the Daoist realm. Zhu Minfu still shook his head. "I have met Xie Ruyan, she cannot be the destined one." "Not Xie Ruyan either, then could it possibly be Lin Yi?" If he were the destined individual, why has he remained in obscurity until now?" Zhu Minfu countered, "Is he not famous now? He made his debut by slaying the 4th-ranked individual on the Earth ranking, Li Buchuan. Could you achieve such a feat?" The man suddenly comprehended, realizing, indeed, Lin Yi has only been in the spotlight for a little over a month. Chapter 36, Determination. Zhu Minfu expressed his curiosity. "What intrigues me is, if Lin Yi is indeed..." Throughout history, there has never been a case of an unorthodox figure being the destined one. Zhang Daoling was such a figure, as was Zhang Sanfeng. There exists no precedent for an unorthodox individual being the chosen one. This is precisely what piqued Zhu Minfu's interest. He grew increasingly fascinated. "Do you not find this rather intriguing?" The man, however, was lost in thought about other matters. "If Lin Yi is indeed the destined one, our plans will surely be thwarted by him. Should we eliminate the threat in its infancy?" "Not necessary." Zhu Minfu shook his head. "I am quite curious to see if he will continue down the unorthodox path." Upon hearing this, the two were compelled to relent. Zhu Minfu resumed his stride. "Let us move, considering the time, that fellow is likely to emerge soon, and we must seize the opportune moment to intercept him. Lin Yi entered the airport, only to receive news of a flight delay. Ever since his foray into this realm, he had come to believe in the so-called fate. Whether this flight delay was a blessing or a curse remained uncertain. At 1:30 a.m., outside a towering high-rise, Liang Qingzhao and the others had already arrived, gazing at the heavily guarded building in the distance. "This is the stronghold of the cult," Jiao Long spoke, feeling an unsettling sensation in his heart. This sentiment was not isolated to him, but echoed among all present. Upon arriving, they all sensed an unusual aura. It was not one of coldness, but rather, this feeling is peculiar. "It is not a chill, but as if desire has been stirred," Xie Ruyan murmured. Liang Qingzhao nodded. "Indeed, it is desire, yet, I cannot discern what kind of desire it is." "Indeed, desire has been evoked," a voice suddenly emerged from behind them. They turned to see Li Xiaoyun, clad in a white daoist robe, accompanied by an elderly man with graying hair, exuding an air of ethereal wisdom. Upon sighting the elder, Liang Qingzhao's face brightened. "Our brother Yang, I did not expect you to be here as well." The others were equally surprised to see the elder and respectfully clasped their hands, addressing him, Vice Master Yang. Yang Qingji, the Vice Master of the Shenxiao sect, once ranked 10th on the heaven ranking, possessed formidable strength. In his youth, he was renowned in the martial world for his exceptional mastery of thunder techniques. Yang Qingji nodded slightly, then turned to Liang Qingzhao, saying helplessly, "I am accompanying my disciple on this journey." Liang Qingzhao glanced at Li Xiaoyun, fully aware of the latter's intentions. Li Xiaoyun approached Xie Ruyan, smiling. "Ruyan, this mission is exceedingly perilous. I fear you may not handle it alone, which is why I asked my uncle to accompany me." Xie Ruyan forced a smile, remaining her usual taciturn self. "Li Daoyu, you worry too much. Besides, with Elder Liang present, you need not concern yourself with my well-being. Once I have resolved to act, I am prepared to face whatever fate may come." Receiving a cold shoulder, Li Xiaoyun could only manage an awkward smile. The others had long grown accustomed to such exchanges, as this was simply Xie Ruyan's nature. At that moment, Wang Yu, looking dejected, spoke up, "Senior brother, you must stand up for me." Seeing his junior brother's pitiful demeanor, Li Xiaoyun could surmise the situation. "Have you been bullied again?" Although Xie Ruyan did not display it, she walked away in disdain. Witnessing this, Li Xiaoyun shot a glare at Wang Yu, yet, being his junior brother, he inquired, "Who has been tormenting you this time?" Wang Yu blurted out, "It was that Lin Yi." "Lin Yi?" Li Xiaoyun frowned slightly. "He has come to Jiangju as well." Wang Yu recounted the events truthfully. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoyun instinctively glanced at Xie Ruyan, then turned to Wang Yu, reproaching, "What have I taught you? If your skills are lacking, return and reflect upon your shortcomings. You are not permitted to leave the sect until you improve your thunder techniques." "Senior brother, that guy almost," Wang Yu attempted to explain further but was abruptly silenced by Li Xiaoyun's sharp retort, "Had you not been inept, would you have been bullied?" Nearby, Yang Qingji overheard their conversation, his eyes narrowing as he chuckled. "Lin Yi. His name has frequently surfaced in the martial world of late, the foremost prodigy of the unorthodox path, indeed quite intriguing." At this juncture, Jiao Long interjected, "Esteemed elders, time is of the essence. We must take action." Yang Qingji and Liang Qingzhao exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. "Indeed, urgent matters await." Boom! A black pillar of light surged into the sky, with countless black sparks swirling around it. "What is this?" Yang Qingji and Liang Qingzhao exclaimed in unison. Liang Qingzhao's face turned pale. "I sensed the stirring of desire within my heart, yet could not identify its nature, but now I understand, this is greed from the 7 deadly sins." Yang Qingji's expression grew grave. "These black luminescences are indeed manifestations of greed. I shudder to think what terrifying entity resides within the building." Xie Ruyan's typically impassive demeanor shifted to one of solemnity. "Greed is formless and intangible, yet to manifest such greed into light, the being within the building must be formidable indeed. Regardless of what this scheme entails, we must halt it at all costs." Xie Ruyan resolved, retrieving her phone and dialing a number. Inside the airport, Lin Yi yawned and stretched. "At last, I can check in." Just then, his phone rang unexpectedly. He pulled it out to see it was Xie Ruyan calling. Upon answering, her voice came through, "There is a senior I know at Longhushan. Should you wish to pursue the Dao, you may seek him at any time. Is there danger on your end?" Lin Yi asked, well aware of Xie Ruyan's character. She would not make such a call without reason. Xie Ruyan replied, "No, we have yet to make a move. Li Xiaoyun and Vice Master Yang of the Shenxiao sect have also arrived." With that, she abruptly hung up. Lin Yi was at a loss for words. Xie Ruyan's manner of communication was indeed terse and succinct. However, he was more preoccupied with another matter. Liang Qingzhao was ranked 12th on the heaven ranking, and Yang Qingji, whom he had heard of, was ranked 10th. Both held the position of vice master within their respective sects, signifying their terrifying prowess. With these two powerhouses present, what danger could possibly arise? Just how formidable must the adversary be? Lin Yi pondered. Perhaps Xie Ruyan merely wished for him to join the Daoist fold. Attention, all passengers, those traveling on flight T3105 to Kunming, please proceed promptly to the check-in desk. The announcement for check-in echoed throughout the terminal. Lin Yi hurriedly made his way to the check-in counter. Half an hour later, as boarding commenced, Lin Yi approached the aircraft door but suddenly halted. "Damn it!" Lin Yi exclaimed, turning on his heel and striding back toward the airport exit. The queued passengers stared in confusion, and the flight attendants were equally bewildered. Chapter 37, The Cemetery Summons Ghosts Outside the Airport. Lin Yi did not set off. Upon arriving at the cemetery, Lin Yi entered without hesitation. "Young man, this is a cemetery. It is better to visit the graves during the day," a middle-aged man in his 40s suddenly called out to Lin Yi. Just as Lin Yi was about to respond, an elderly man approached from behind the middle-aged man. Upon noticing the shadows beneath Lin Yi's feet, the elder's expression instantly darkened, and he turned to the middle-aged man, saying, "Xiao Wang, let this young gentleman enter to pay his respects." Wang Gang, perplexed, was about to inquire further when he noticed the elder casting frantic glances in his direction. Lin Yi nodded to the elder and proceeded deeper into the cemetery. Wang Gang, bewildered, asked, "Uncle Deng, why did you let him in?" The elder, visibly shaken, whispered, "Unless they were not human." Wang Gang swallowed hard, his speech faltering. "Uncle Deng, could we be encountering something unclean?" "It shouldn't be," the elder replied, shaking his head. "I believe he is one of our own." "Are you referring to those Taoists and feng shui masters you mentioned?" Wang Gang recalled hearing Uncle Deng speak of the existence of ghosts in this world and the reality of Taoists. However, Uncle Deng was an outsider, lacking deep knowledge of this realm. He had encountered a Taoist once in his youth who had vanquished malevolent spirits. Reaching the innermost part of the cemetery, Lin Yi took out the condensing bell and chanted. With the sound of the bell, the myriad ghosts appear. "Malevolent spirits of all directions, do not hide, heed my call and come forth swiftly." This cemetery was the largest in the vicinity, and Lin Yi had already spotted several wandering souls at the entrance. In an instant, countless spirits began to converge towards him. Feeling it insufficient, he performed the summoning ritual 6 more times. This was his limit. Suddenly, a fierce wind arose, the air thick with malevolence, and the temperature plunged several degrees. Looking around, Lin Yi saw that countless souls had filled the surrounding space, both floating above the ground and soaring through the sky. The count was staggering. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands. At the very least, there were 20,000 spirits. This was Lin Yi's first time summoning so many wandering souls. The records within the techniques of the Maryi ghost controlling method stated that summoning deities was easy, but sending them away was difficult. The same principle applied to summoning ghosts. If these spirits were not adequately compensated in the end, they would retaliate against the summoner. The practices of the unorthodox paths were fraught with pitfalls, incomparable to those of Taoism, Buddhism, or the exorcist. The techniques of the ghost-controlling sect were no exception. If one summoned too many wandering souls, even the slightest misstep could lead to backlash. The same applied to techniques used to summon ghosts for defense. If the summoned spirit wished to harm you, it would be a simple matter. This was the inherent flaw of the unorthodox paths. As to which was stronger, the unorthodox paths or the triumvirate of Taoism, Buddhism, and exorcism, there was no debate. The latter overwhelmingly surpassed the former. Lin Yi had to concede this point. Otherwise, given the nature of the unorthodox paths, they might have long since usurped the positions of Taoism, Buddhism, and the exorcists. The path to the heavens is not without reason. Gazing at the myriad wandering souls, Lin Yi spoke. Ladies and gentlemen, I find myself in a bit of trouble and would greatly appreciate your assistance. Rest assured, there will be generous rewards upon completion. Upon hearing the promise of rewards, all the wandering souls erupted in ghostly laughter. Lin Yi's expression remained grave. Truth be told, even with such a multitude of spirits at his command, he felt no sense of security. Nevertheless, it was certainly better than being alone. Lin Yi turned and walked towards the cemetery's exit. In the wooden cabin outside the cemetery, Wang Gang hid in his room, peeking cautiously out the window, curious. Before he left me with a warning. Those who are not involved in this matter shall not witness it. Some things, once seen, can alter your life forever. I have possessed this black cow tears for 40 years, yet I have never dared to use it. Upon hearing this, Wang Gang inquired in confusion, then why did you apply it today, Uncle Deng? The elder sighed and smiled. At my age, I have few years left to live. I too wish to see the ghosts the Taoist spoke of. Wang Gang was speechless, but then suddenly realized, wait a minute, that's not right. You may have few years left, but I am still young. The elder retorted, what are you afraid of? You have no parents to honor, and at your age, you haven't even married. What is there to fear? That does seem true, Wang Gang mused, now curious to see what these unclean beings looked like. The two stealthily peered out the window, but the next moment, both were left pale with fright. This scene utterly shattered their worldview. Ghosts, countless ghosts, behind a young man, a multitude of spirits followed him, so numerous it was beyond imagination. The two could only think of one phrase, 800 ghosts parade by night. Har har har, Wang Gang gasped for breath, his heart racing uncontrollably. Ghosts, there are really ghosts, he mumbled, his expression dazed as if his soul had been drawn away. The elder, however, remained relatively calm, raising his hand and delivering a sharp slap. Wang Gang was jolted awake, hastily turning around. Too frightened to look again, Lin Yi had naturally noticed the presence of onlookers in the cabin and sighed helplessly. It was indeed rare to encounter a ghost. Among 100 people, one might not find a single instance. However, if one sought out thrills intentionally, the outcome would be different. These two would likely struggle to find a peaceful night's sleep for at least half a month. Meanwhile, within the skyscraper, Liang Qingzhao and his companions had already breached the building. The skyscraper boasted 99 floors, although the members of the poker club were numerous. With Yang Qingji and Liang Qingzhao present, they encountered no resistance. Xie Ruyan's expression was grave as she sensed that this matter was far from simple. Li Xiaoyun, standing nearby, chuckled, Ruyan, there is no need for concern. With Master Yang and Senior Liang here, everything will be fine. When the group arrived in the lobby on the first floor, the sight before them left them utterly astounded. Countless figures in white knelt upon the ground, each wearing expressions of rage, as if possessed by malevolent spirits. At a glance, there were no fewer than 100 individuals. The greedy shadows drifting through the air emanated from them. What kind of sorcery is this? Even Liang Qingzhao, well versed in the arcane, had never witnessed such a scene. What if this is just one floor? Upon hearing Yang Qingji's words, everyone collectively gasped, cold sweat beating on their foreheads. One floor, could it be that such a scene existed on all 98 floors? The horrifying prospect indeed terrified them. Xie Ruyan was equally pale with fear. Chapter 38, The Avatar of Greed, the pygmy owl. The crowd pressed onward, their resolve unyielding. Their assumptions were validated as they ascended through successive floors, each revealing a similar scene. All members of the poker club converged, yet a few managed to break free from their ranks. Liang Qingzhao and Yang Qingji led the charge to the rooftop of the 99th floor. This level was strikingly different, exuding an eerie tranquility. Before them stood a magnificent Taoist temple, resplendent in gold and shimmering with a divine light. Yet, at that moment, the brilliance appeared unsettlingly ominous. Suddenly, two masked figures obstructed their path. One donned a spade 7, while the other wore a spade 6. The spade 7 spoke slowly, esteemed guests, it is time to cease your advance. Yang Qingji's keen gaze immediately discerned the idol within the temple. With the body of a goat and the face of a man, eyes nestled beneath its arms, and hands with tiger's claws, his expression shifted dramatically, as he gasped, "This is the pygmy owl." Upon hearing this, Liang Qingzhao grasped their intentions, disbelief washing over him. The pygmy owl is the embodiment of greed. You intend to summon it. The pygmy owl. Xie Ruyin furrowed her brows. Li Xiaoyun explained, the Daoist scriptures speak of the 7 deadly sins: gluttony, greed, sloth, envy, pride, lust, and wrath, representing the darker facets of human nature. The pygmy owl epitomizes greed, and should it descend upon the mortal realm, the consequences would be unimaginable. The mere thought of any of the 7 deadly sins manifesting in the world signified a cataclysmic disaster. If the pygmy owl truly arrived, humanity would be ensnared in an insatiable web of desire, spiraling towards oblivion. The Spade 7 interjected, if you merely wish to observe, you may remain. However, should you seek to wreak havoc, you ought to consider your own capabilities. HMPH, to bring ruin upon the world deserves punishment. Liang Qingzhao scoffed, launching himself at the Spade 7. Yang Qingji followed closely, arcs of electricity crackling around him as he targeted the Spade 6. The other swiftly joined the fray. Suddenly, the Spade 6 transformed into a puddle of dark sludge, surging toward the group. Jiao Long unleashed a talisman, yet it proved utterly ineffective. What kind of sorcery is this? Jiao Long, unfamiliar with such a technique, was at a loss. HMPH, nothing but a diversion. Yang Qingji narrowed his eyes, his aura shifting dramatically as arcs of electricity danced about him. By the power of thunder, disperse all evil. With a thundering crash, countless arcs of lightning struck the Spade 7 and Spade 6. The dark sludge of the Spade 6 was instantly obliterated, leaving it scorched and battered. Jiao Long was left astonished. This was the prowess of the 10th-ranked individual on the heavenly rankings. Yang Qingji's reputation in the martial world was formidable, and his mastery of thunder techniques had reached a peak level. It was rumored that he had not been defeated for his position. Rather, he had willingly stepped down, with the black rankings remaining unchallenged. It was not an overstatement to say that the 10 individuals on the heavenly rankings could dominate the realm. You hold them off. I shall destroy that statue. Yang Qingji declared, charging toward the temple. The Spade 6 and Spade 7 attempted to intervene, but were thwarted by Liang Qingzhao. From their earlier exchange, it was evident that these two possessed the caliber of the quasi-heavenly rankings. Yet, Liang Qingzhao alone was more than capable of containing them, even striking them down, though it would take time. As Yang Qingji stormed into the temple, he raised his hand, ready to unleash his thunderous might to shatter the statue. Someone's here. He suddenly halted mid-attack, his expression shifting to one of alarm. When did this person appear? In that moment of hesitation, an individual launched an assault, striking with a single palm. Yang Qingji reacted swiftly, countering with his own hand. Bang! The collision sent him reeling, blood spilling from his lips as he was hurled backward. The sight left the others in shock and horror. The Spade 7 and Spade 6 retreated to the entrance of the temple. Yang Qingji struggled to regain his footing, one knee on the ground, staring at the hand exuding dark energy, his face a mask of dread. What terrifying power! Had it not been for his protective thunder, his arm would have surely been rendered useless. Uncle Master! Li Xiaoyun and the others rushed to his side. A figure emerged from the shadows, and all eyes turned to assess this unexpected arrival. Dressed in a flowing black robe, with long hair cascading down, the figure bore no facial features whatsoever. Indeed, there were no eyes, mouth, or nose. The visage was utterly devoid of identity, a grotesque anomaly. Faceless. Liang Qingzhao's expression grew grave as he pondered this malevolent sorcery. Yang Qingji cautioned, Brother Liang, be wary. This individual far surpasses the heavenly rankings. Surpasses the heavenly rankings. Liang Qingzhao gasped in terror. Could it be a black rankings entity? Li Xiaoyun and the others shared in the disbelief. How could that be possible? There are only 10 of them in the black rankings. The Spade 6 and Spade 7 bowed respectfully to this figure, addressing him as a little king. Upon hearing this title, the group deduced the identity of this being. Could it be the joker of the playing cards? The poker club S diamonds, clubs, and hearts all possessed quasi-earth ranking strength, whereas the spades represented quasi-heavenly ranking might, yet, this little king was of the black rankings. "Brother Yang, what shall we do now?" Liang Qingzhou inquired, for among them, Yang Qingji was undoubtedly the strongest. They naturally looked to him for guidance. Yang Qingji narrowed his eyes. "It is too late to call for reinforcements. Should the pygmy owl descend, the aftermath would be catastrophic. We must prevent its arrival." "Very well, fleeing may not guarantee our escape," Liang Qingzhou conceded. Yang Qingji turned to Li Xiaoyun and the others. "You younglings should flee at once. Your presence here will hardly sway the tide of battle." "Har, you all overestimate yourselves," the faceless one spoke, his voice a strange rasp, emanating from his throat in a disconcerting manner. Suddenly, the faceless one, along with the spade 6 and spade 7, struck simultaneously. Divine illumination, Gao Long began, but before he could finish, a hand strike from the faceless one pierced through his chest. The faceless one withdrew his hand, only to deliver another swift cut. With a sickening squelch, blood erupted from Gao Long's neck, his head severed and rolling to the feet of Xie Ruyan and the others. The sheer impact of this scene was overwhelming. Gao Long, a representative of the local powers in Jiangju, was no weakling and could contend for a place in the Earth rankings. Yet he had been dispatched in an instant. Oh! When you could no longer bear the terror and screamed in panic. "Retreat!" Yang Qingji bellowed, altering their plan. He had intended to risk his life to perhaps thwart the pygmy owl's descent, but he realized his error. They were ill-equipped to challenge the faceless one. Har har, the faceless one stomped the ground, unleashing a wave of dark energy that spread outward. With a thud, Xie Ruyan and the others fell to their knees, gasping for breath, feeling. However, Yang Qingji and Liang Qingzhou remained unfazed. "Brother Liang, do not hold back your strongest techniques, unleash them all," Yang Qingji urged. He then the greedy purple lotus, the burning longevity thunder method of the Shenxiao sect. "Brother Yang, you truly are throwing caution to the wind. Very well, today I shall accompany you to death." Liang Qingzhou produced 5 talismans, reciting incantations in a low voice. Jiangang's righteous method, the transformation of the 5 mountains, the 5 mountain slaughter, manifest. The 5 talismans ignited suddenly, morphing into 5 orbs of golden light that adhered to his arm. Those capable of ascending the heavenly rankings invariably possess hidden cards up their sleeves. At this moment, Xie Ruyan and the others found themselves utterly immobilized, while Li Xiaoyun knelt on one knee, bracing his sword with one hand, his complexion exceedingly grim, enveloped in confusion. Why, he ranked 25th on the heavenly rankings, yet now he lacked even the ability to move. Why were his master and senior Liang unharmed, both being experts of the heavenly rankings like himself? In that instant, Li Xiaoyun felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. This was the first time since his debut that he found himself in such a dire predicament. A year prior, Li Xiaoyun had already claimed the title of first on the Earth rankings, coinciding with the time when Duan Sandai, who held the 25th position on the heavenly rankings, was being pursued by the Jingyi sect. Li Xiaoyun inadvertently encountered the fleeing Duan Sandai, and the two engaged in a fierce battle. Ultimately, Li Xiaoyun emerged victorious, albeit gravely injured. It was this battle that allowed him to usurp Duan Sandai's position, his name resounding throughout the martial world. Yet upon returning to his sect, his master commanded Li Xiaoyun to relinquish the 25th position on the heavenly rankings voluntarily. At that time, Li Xiaoyun had been indignant. Although Duan Sandai was wounded, he had slain him with his own hands. Why should he not occupy that position? "Master, I understand now." Li Xiaoyun comprehended the lesson his master had imparted. Their positions on the heavenly rankings are reserved for the capable. Glancing at his master and senior Liang, he realized that he was simply not on their level. Atop the lighthouse beside the temple, a man observed the battle below, chuckling. "Boss, this faceless man is no weakling. Can Yang Qingji and Liang Qingzhou handle him?" Chu Minfu shook his head. "It's hard to say. These 2 old fellows were already renowned in their youth. The burning longevity thunder method of the Shenxiao sect and the 5 mountain slaughter of the Beishan sect are both trump cards of their respective sects. However, this faceless man is formidable as well, his strength nearly rivaling the top 10 of the black rankings." The man inquired curiously, "Boss, given that you are now borrowing a corpse, not your own body, do you think you can defeat that faceless man?" "Very difficult," Chu Minfu replied succinctly. "Were he in his prime, perhaps he could contend, but he was certain the faceless man was not at his peak either. Boom! The three engaged fiercely. Yang Qingji unleashed arcs of electricity while Liang Qingjiao swept his hand, sending forth a blade of sword aura. The two fought in perfect harmony, yet the faceless man seemed unfazed, even gaining the upper hand. Both the burning longevity thunder method and the 5 mountain slaughter demanded a price to be paid for their execution. The former burns away one's lifespan, while the latter consumes one's soul. The longer they fought, the more fatigued they became, while the faceless man remained composed, opting for a war of attrition. Boom! The faceless man spread his arms wide, and a spectral form materialized behind him, 6 arms and 3 heads, with a green face and sharp fangs. The faceless man struck out, and the 6 massive hands of the spectral form followed suit. Liang Qingjiao unleashed his final sword strike, while Yang Qingji summoned forth all his electric arcs. Bang! An explosion reverberated. Both Liang Qingjiao and Yang Qingji were sent flying, blood spewing from their mouths. Uncle Master and Senior Liang have been defeated. Xie Ruyan and the others could scarcely believe it, understanding the grave implications of this turn of events. Only death awaited them. The faceless man approached Liang Qingjiao and Yang Qingji, his expression devoid of emotion. R. A furious roar echoed as a bolt of lightning struck from the sky. Li Xiaoyun clenched his teeth, rising to his feet, sword in hand, glaring fiercely at the faceless man. Atop the lighthouse, the man appeared to relish the spectacle, chuckling, "I almost forgot, Li Xiaoyun is also here, but is there perhaps too much embellishment in his heavenly ranking? He seems utterly overwhelmed." Chu Minfu was at a loss for words. It's hard to assess, but that lightning just now was. "I am," Li Xiaoyun began to speak, but the faceless man merely raised a hand. Boom! A terrifying pressure descended, and Li Xiaoyun collapsed once more, spitting out a mouthful of blood. "Damn, is this really not embellished?" The man beside Chu Minfu exclaimed, sensing a hidden agenda. Chu Minfu remained silent, his gaze drifting into the distance, brows furrowed. The faceless man paid Li Xiaoyun no heed, continuing his advance toward Liang Qingjiao and the others. Suddenly, the radiant beam of light that shot skyward from the temple vanished, revealing a descending purple lotus. Upon witnessing this scene, the crowd finally realized that the true objective of the faceless man was not to summon the powwow into the mortal realm. Greed is birthed from the heart. Avarice solidifies into form, ultimately coalescing into a lotus. Yang Qingji came to a stark realization, a bitter smile gracing his lips. I should have anticipated this. Mere greed is insufficient to invoke the powwow. Their true aim is the greedy purple lotus. There exists an entity in the world, a lotus formed purely from the essence of greed, the greedy purple lotus. The possessor of the greedy purple lotus can manipulate the desires of all beings. The faceless man's true intention was indeed the greedy purple lotus, but now that they had realized this, it was too late. "Boss, we must act." The man was about to take action when Chu Minfu intercepted him. Huh. The man was bewildered, only to see Chu Minfu grin. "Plans have changed." "Wait. Break." Xie Ruyan forced her way through the oppressive pressure with her internal energy, rushing towards the greedy purple lotus hovering above the temple. If they obtained this object, the consequences would be unimaginable. It must be destroyed. Just as Xie Ruyan approached the temple, a figure suddenly appeared before her. As she raised her sword to strike, the faceless man seized her throat, lifting her effortlessly. "Ruyan!" Li Xiaoyun was instantly thrown into a panic, yet the overwhelming pressure rendered him incapable of movement. Liang Qingjiao and Yang Qingji were also alarmed, preparing to intervene, but the faceless man waved a hand. Within the temple, 2 steel rods shot forth abruptly, their speed so rapid that the two could not evade. They barely avoided fatal strikes, yet their shoulders were pierced by the rods. This was an absolute display of strength, a crushing superiority. Facing Xie Ruyan, the faceless man, though devoid of eyes, seemed capable of seeing. His voice slithered forth, "Have you ever experienced the sensation of death?" Xie Ruyan's face flushed as she was choked, yet she displayed no fear. To die for the sake of the common people is the honor of those who cultivate the Tao. Honor. As the faceless man tightened his grip on her throat, a chill swept through the air. Suddenly, a gale erupted, and the temperature plummeted, sending shivers down their spines. What an oppressive aura of yin. The man's brow furrowed, while Chu Minfu beside him grinned widely. "It's here." Liang Qingzhao and the others turned their gazes in unison, bewildered by the source of this terrifying yin energy. Beneath the towering edifice, countless spectres knelt, forming a staircase that reached toward the summit. A figure wielding a machete ascended step by step, followed by a legion of forlorn souls. The chilling aura of yin enveloped them, akin to a descent into hell. Chapter 40. I tread the path of the unorthodox, oblivious to the plight of the common folk. I am a harbinger of chaos, brazenly defiant. 100 demons kneel, 10,000 spirits wander by night. Who could possibly command such a formidable presence? Liang Qingzhao and Yang Qingji wore expressions of utter disbelief. They were acutely aware that no such masters resided in Jiangju, nor, perhaps, in the entirety of Jiangsu. Suddenly, a madman draws his blade under the cover of night, malevolent energy swirling high into the heavens. Accompanied by a soft intonation, a figure ascended slowly to the rooftop of the edifice. Lin Yi. Upon recognizing the visitor, astonishment and bewilderment enveloped the crowd. Xie Ruyan could scarcely believe her own eyes. What is he doing here? Li Xiaoyan regarded Lin Yi with a countenance as dark as storm clouds. Lin Yi. A man beside Xu Minfu exclaimed in surprise, "Boss, could he truly be Lin Yi?" The aura. I thought it was that notorious figure from the blacklist. Another man nodded in agreement. What a show-off. Observing the unfolding situation, Lin Yi, though perplexed, a wave of oppressive force surged forth. Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat, but he swiftly countered by forcefully stamping his foot down. A terrifying aura of malevolence surged towards him, neutralizing the pressure. Liang Qingzhao interjected, "Lin, you must not allow this fiend to obtain the greedy purple lotus." Lin Yi cast a glance at the violet lotus hovering above the temple, then turned his attention back to the faceless man, his voice icy, "Release her." The faceless man let go of Xie Ruyan, his gaze fixed on Lin Yi, finally speaking, "Who are you?" The foremost prodigy of the unorthodox path, the ghost master, Lin Yi. Lin Yi scrutinized the faceless man, his expression seemingly nonchalant, yet his heart raced uncontrollably. The mere pressure emanating from this individual was so formidable. How powerful could he truly be? Xie Ruyan rushed over, panting heavily, her complexion pale. "We must flee. This man possesses the strength of a blacklist master. We are no match for him." Black, even these two titans of prowess had been reduced to such a pitiful state. I'm doomed. Do you think this fellow looks like someone who would let us leave? Lin Yi chuckled lightly, stepping forward, blade in hand, his demeanor unruffled. The crowd was bewildered at his refusal to flee. What does he intend to do? Madman. Li Xiaoyan spat the words. You all go ahead, allow me to gauge this man's true weight. Lin Yi shrugged, his face betraying no signs of anxiety. The trio atop the lighthouse were equally stunned. One man could scarcely believe his ears. Did I hear correctly? Lin Yi intends to measure his opponent. Had Liang Qingzhao and Yang Qingji not been reduced to this sorry state? At this moment, Lin Yi could only be described as insane. This man is not. Xie Ruyan approached Lin Yi, but before she could finish her thought, he whispered, "Run, I'm already in a panic. Do so before I give myself away." I go. Lin Yi's gaze bore into Xie Ruyan. She fell silent, rooted in place. Seeing her immobility, Lin Yi revealed a smile. You know my character. Xie Ruyan hesitated no longer, moving to join Liang Qingzhao and the others. Inside the building, witnessing this sight, Wen Yu scoffed, I never imagined this unorthodox path. Before he could finish, Xie Ruyan shot him a menacing glare, enunciating each word, if you dare speak ill of him again, I will kill you. Wen Yu swallowed hard, having never encountered such a terrifying intent in Xie Ruyan's gaze. Liang Qingzhao and the others were equally intimidated by her fierce countenance. They were certain that she was not jesting. Li Xiaoyan's expression darkened, his fists clenched tightly. Why was it that Lin Yi, despite being weaker, commanded such authority? Yet he himself cowered beneath the weight of a mere aura. Clearly, I am the favored child of destiny. Lin Yi regarded the faceless man, chuckling softly. You won't intervene. The faceless man replied, my objectives have been achieved. The lives of these people are inconsequential to me. What I desire is the annihilation of the entire world. Lin Yi jested, you're so impressive, will you permit my departure? The faceless man replied with a laugh, no. I knew I'd meet my end today. Linyi smiled ruefully. In truth, he had harbored a sense of foreboding before his arrival. It was improbable that he would come, given his disposition. As the saying goes, better the death of a friend than the death of a wayward monk. Yet he had still come, surprising even himself with this decision. Was it to repay Xie Ruyan's life-saving grace, or was it that he harbored feelings for her, unable to let go? No, none of these were the reasons. As for why he had come, well, he had found his answer. I tread the path of the unorthodox, oblivious to the plight of the common folk. I am a harbinger of chaos, brazenly defiant. Why should one require justification to act in accordance with the unorthodox, whether to come or not? It is I who decides. Linyi pointed to his abdomen, chest, and forehead, and shouted, "The heavenly gate is open, let the evil spirits hasten forth." Instantly, over 10,000 wandering souls surged into Linyi's body. Boom! The malevolent energy erupted outward, his eyes turning pitch black, his skin gradually fading to a shadowy hue. Just a glance sent shivers down the spines of the Black 7 and Black 6 beside the faceless man. This is still insufficient. Linyi grasped the blade's edge and made a fierce slash. The bloodthirsty aura of the Kaiyu blade surged forth, enveloping his body. The convergence of malevolent and bloodthirsty energies was terrifying enough to draw a serious expression from Chu Minfu. One strike to determine victory. Let me gauge your worth. With that, Linyi assumed a battle stance. The faceless man, wary, condensed his palm, the dark energy transforming into a spectral longsword. Slash. Whoosh! The blade cleaved through the air, surpassing the speed expected of the heavenly ranking. Even Black 7 and Black 6, along with the two men beside Chu Minfu, could scarcely perceive it. The spectral longsword was severed. Thud! A deep gash was carved from the faceless man's face down to his chest, blood gushing forth. What? Black 7 and Black 6 could scarcely believe their eyes, and even Chu Minfu was in disbelief. Phew, that strike, how swift. The faceless man gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain, turning to Linyi, stating, "With that strike, I concede your victory, but you ought to perish." "I am aware." Linyi's visage was etched with weariness, vitality slowly waning, the malevolent energy dissipating. His life had reached its twilight. Summoning over 10,000 wandering souls to possess his form was beyond his capacity, especially coupled with the bloodthirsty energy. Following that strike, even without the faceless man, he would succumb to backlash and perish. Har har. To have gained fame so swiftly only to meet my end in such a manner, yet, it could be said to be a grand exit. Chapter 41, The mantis stalks the cicada, while the yellow bird awaits. There are few who can be deemed. You should take pride in this. As a reward, would you care to witness my masterpiece? The faceless man sincerely invited, seemingly unfazed by the earlier blade. That sounds rather appealing. Linyi nodded. At this moment, his vitality gradually dissipated into specks of light. As the last remnants of light vanished, so too did his life. With your life force entirely extinguished, death is inevitable. However, as a precautionary measure, you must endure a modicum of physical torment, the faceless man declared, raising his hand with a flourish. A steel pipe on the ground suddenly floated into the air and then shot forth with a swift ferocity. Thud! Linyi felt the steel pierce through his chest, blood cascading down the pipe and pooling on the ground as he succumbed to his knees. Har! Har! Linyi gasped for breath, a chilling sensation enveloping him. Is this what death feels like? It is indeed quite cold. The faceless man approached the temple, extending his hand to receive the greedy purple lotus that descended greedily from above. Suddenly, two figures burst forth, racing towards the greedy purple lotus. The Spade 7 and Spade 6 reacted with alacrity, swiftly repelling the assailants, steadying. To hide nearby without my detection shows you possess some genuine prowess. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the yellow bird lies in wait. Alas, your yellow birds are somewhat lacking in strength. Without hesitation, the faceless man consumed the greedy purple lotus, his aura surging dramatically. Is that so? Whoosh! A figure suddenly appeared behind the faceless man, their palm coalescing dark energy as they struck out with a technique, a shadow grasp. The greedy purple lotus that the faceless man had just ingested was forcibly extracted. What? The faceless man lost his composure, spinning around to reclaim the greedy purple lotus. Chu Minfu formed a hand sign, chanting incantations, shrink the earth to an inch, traverse mountains and plains, open. Shrink the earth to an inch. The faceless man thought to himself in alarm, but it was too late to intervene. Chu Minfu instantly appeared before the two. Chu Minfu exhaled deeply, feeling a wave of trepidation. Indeed, dealing with a master of this caliber, shrinking the earth was still too ambitious. Where is Lin Yi's body? Chu Minfu inquired, to which the man beside him shook his head, his expression grave. It is missing. Missing? Chu Minfu scanned the surroundings, his expression growing severe. Could there be another master? As the faceless man, Spade 7, and Spade 6 advanced, Chu Minfu turned to flee. Forget about Lin Yi's body. Destroy the building immediately. Understood. The man formed a hand sign and bellowed, explode. Bang! An explosion erupted, collapsing the entire building. Chu Minfu then produced a talisman, casting it forth. The talisman transformed into 1,000 paper cranes, carrying the three away from the scene. How infuriating! The faceless man seethed with rage but was powerless against the three, engulfed by the rubble. Chief, do you not sense anything from the one who took Lin Yi's body? The man asked. He had intended to retrieve Lin Yi's corpse at the first opportunity, but upon seeing Spade 6 attack, he had to engage in a confrontation instead. By the time he sought to reclaim Lin Yi's body, it had vanished without a trace. No, Chu Minfu replied, shaking his head. He had not noticed anyone during the battle who could have taken Lin Yi's body. Furthermore, there was that thunderbolt summoned by Li Xiaoyan earlier. If Lin Yi were indeed the destined one, he should not have perished. How strange, truly strange. Boom! At that moment, the sky darkened, lightning flashing, followed by a torrential downpour. In the woods not far from the building, a young Taoist was carrying Lin Yi's body, suddenly halting in his tracks, glancing around instinctively, and speaking, "Fellow Taoist, there is no need to hide. Please come forth." Yet, there was no response from the surrounding woods. Could it be that I misperceived? The young Taoist murmured, before continuing to carry Lin Yi away. Perched atop a treetop, a pale-faced youth observed the young Taoist below, grinning widely. How interesting. At the same time, all the influential figures in Jiangju were hastening towards this location. 3 days later. The latest report from the city reveals that the police have dismantled a cult organization, with a staggering number of 10,000 individuals brainwashed. Fortunately, there were no casualties. Citizens are reminded to steer clear of cults and report any findings promptly. In the cemetery, Xie Ruyan wore a pained expression, gazing at the gravestone before her, unable to find tranquility. Beside her, Li Xiaoyan offered consolation. Ruyan, death is an irreversible state. Lin Daoist has at least accomplished a good deed. A nearby member of the Taoist Association spoke up. According to our investigation, Lin Yi was an orphan, adopted. Should we notify his adoptive parents? When you retorted irritably, notify them, and then what? How will you explain? Tell them their son was dabbling in the occult and died in a duel. Do not stir up unnecessary trouble. Silence. Li Xiaoyan shot a glare at Wang Yu. Wang Yu immediately fell silent, fully aware of his senior brother's temperament. Li Daoist, I am weary and wish to return to the sect to enter seclusion for cultivation. Farewell. With that, Xie Ruyan turned to leave. Look at the mess you've created. Return and reflect on your actions, Li Xiaoyan scolded, striding away as well. What have I done wrong? Wang Yu exclaimed, his face a picture of innocence. He then turned to Lin Yi's gravestone, sneering, you were so arrogant, yet look where it got you, dead. I shall ensure your soul can never escape. With that, Wang Yu retrieved 7 wooden nails from his bag and drove them into the ground around the grave, forming a hand sign and chanting, a peach wood to bind the spirit, nails to seal the coffin, 7 nails to seal the coffin, seal. After completing this, Wang Yu left with a sense of satisfaction. In the dead of night, a chilling aura pervaded the air, ghostly figures drifted about. Master Lu, I entrust my father's matter to you. Before the grave, 2 bodyguards clad in suits shielded a young girl standing between them. The girl looked toward an elderly Taoist in a robe, bowing respectfully, if you can truly heal my father, your reward shall be ample. The elderly Taoist appeared apologetic. Miss Ju, I am truly sorry. I am but a humble practitioner, relying on you to agree to the project in order to obtain a means to dispel this curse. I cannot accept any reward. If it were not for Master Lu, the other party would demand much more than just that real estate project. You must accept the agreed-upon reward. At this, the girl's face flushed with anger. I could not contend with their commercial tactics, yet to resort to such despicable means. At that moment, an extravagantly dressed young man approached, flanked by 4 bodyguards and a sinister-looking elder. Miss Ju, how delightful to see you, the young man chuckled, exuding arrogance. Ju Xiaoqian simmered with rage but held herself in check, tossing a contract towards him. Cao Xiang, this is the land your family desires, hand over the method to resolve the curse. Chapter 42. The Resurrection. I never expected that the Ju family of Hangzhou would one day seek help from the Cao family. Cao Xiang picked up the contract from the ground, not even glancing at it before producing a lighter and setting it ablaze. That was the price from 3 days ago. If you wish to save your father now, you'll need to offer a much higher sum. This piece of land is far from sufficient. Ju Xiaoqian was about to erupt in anger when an elder beside Cao Xiang shot her a glance. With just that one look, Ju Xiaoqian was rendered speechless, gripped by an instinctual fear. Lu Maoliang stepped protectively in front of Ju Xiaoqian, glaring at the elder. Tanji, don't go too far. Leave a way out for others. Tanji let out a cold chuckle. Lu Maoliang, you seem to have grown senile, lecturing me on mercy while you dabble in this underhanded business. Cao Xiang's eyes roamed over Ju Xiaoqian, licking his lips with a malicious intent. Master Tan, there's no need for talk. This young lady is quite lovely, bind her for me, and money is not an issue. That can be arranged. Tanji narrowed his eyes, preparing to take action. Miss Ju, the opponent lacks any sense of honor. Please, you must leave, and I will hold this scoundrel at bay. Lu Maoliang produced 2 talismans. Tanji, seeing this, sneered disdainfully. Lu Maoliang, you should know you are no match for me. Why bother? It would be better to join young Master Cao. His offer is far more generous than what this lady can provide. Bar, you charlatan. Lu Maoliang spat, his face twisted in contempt. Refusing a toast only to accept a punishment drink. As Tenji was about to act, a loud bang echoed. The two halted, and everyone turned their heads in unison. They witnessed the soil of a nearby grave beginning to collapse, as restless spirits began to unearth the grave. Of course, ordinary individuals like Cao Xiang and Ju Xiaoqian could not perceive the malevolent entities. However, Tanji and Lu Maoliang saw everything clearly. Both exchanged glances, pondering whether the other had set this in motion. Moments later, the earth was completely cleared, revealing a crimson coffin. Cao Xiang gulped in fear. Master Tan, is this your backup plan? No, Tanji shook his head, casting a puzzled glance at Lu Maoliang. Could it be him? That seemed impossible. He was from a reputable sect and would not resort to such tactics. Lu Maoliang, too, was perplexed. If it wasn't he, Tanji, then who? Boom, the coffin lid burst open, and a hand emerged to steady itself against the coffin. Is it a ghost? Ju Xiaoqian, Cao Xiang, and the bodyguards were all terrified, swallowing hard. Meanwhile, Lu Maoliang and Tanji intently observed every movement from within the coffin. With a deep breath, a figure crawled out, twisting its body with a crisp cracking sound. Damn it, the 7 nails coffin seal. Did you really want to trap me in here forever? Lin Yi's expression was fierce as he surveyed the crowd, his voice icy. Who said this 7 nails coffin seal? Lu Maoliang and Tanji shook their heads in confusion. Lu Maoliang spoke up. Are you a human or a ghost? You're in the same line of work. Surely you can tell whether I am a human or a ghost by looking at me. Lin Yi stretched his limbs, finally able to move after being confined in the coffin for so long. I am not dead, but how did I end up in this coffin? Who was the scoundrel that set this 7 nails coffin seal? Lin Yi was utterly bewildered. He only remembered seeing Chu Minfu strike, and then he died. The next thing he knew, he was lying in a coffin. He had attempted to escape, but the coffin refused to budge. Summoning the earth spirits to dig him out revealed that he had been sealed within by the 7 nails coffin seal. If it weren't for his summoning of some restless spirits to unearth the grave, he might have truly been trapped inside forever. Another puzzling detail nagged at him. He had been conscious the entire time, yet he had remained in the coffin for at least 3 days without succumbing to suffocation. That was rather strange. Lin Yi glanced at the crowd, not caring who they were, and inquired, "What is today's date?" Zhu Xiaoqian found the man oddly familiar, as if she had seen him before, but couldn't he quite place it. She replied, the 30th. The 30th. Lin Yi was taken aback, realizing he had lain in the coffin for half a month. "May I ask your name, fellow Daoist?" Tan Ji inquired, scrutinizing Lin Yi. This man emanated a heavy aura of yin, suggesting he was also from a dubious background. "Who I am is not important, you may continue with your affairs." With that, Lin Yi dove back into the coffin to retrieve the Kaiyu blade, then stepped away. This matter required thorough investigation, especially how he had died and come back to life. That was exceedingly peculiar. The 4-finger life extension technique, he hadn't even mastered a single finger, making it impossible for him to have a second life. Seeing Lin Yi show no interest in further engagement, Tenji let out a sigh of relief. He could sense that this young man was not to be trifled with. He was someone he could not afford to offend. Meanwhile, Lu Maoliang grew anxious. Just as Lin Yi was about to leave, Zhu Xiaoqian suddenly recalled something and called out, "You are Lin Yi." Lin Yi halted, surveying Zhu Xiaoqian with a furrowed brow. "I do not know you." "How do you know my name?" Zhu Xiaoqian hurried over, pulling out her phone to show a photograph. "I am Jiling's close friend." The picture featured her and a girl, and Lin Yi instantly recognized her as his adoptive parent's daughter, his sister, Fan Jiling. "You are Jiling's friend?" Lin Yi was taken aback, surprised to encounter his sister's friend here. "Brother Lin, please save my father." Zhu Xiaoqian briefly recounted the situation. "Lin Yi." Lu Maoliang suddenly recalled who he was and instinctively took a step back. Tenji began to mumble to himself. "Lin Yi. Why does that name sound so familiar?" Tenji suddenly realized he's the rising star from the underworld, the first prodigy of the dubious sects, the ghost-summoning Daoist, Lin Yi. "Hey." Lin Yi directed his gaze at Tenji. "I have long admired your esteemed name." Cao Xiang, witnessing Tenji's obsequious demeanor, was about to issue a command but was silenced by a cold glare from Tenji. Cao Xiang immediately fell silent. The reason Tenji was so compliant was due to money. If the opposing party wished to kill him, it would be a simple matter. Lin Yi was disinclined to waste words. No need for flattery. Just hand over the method. This, Tenji was quite displeased by Lin Yi's outright dismissal, his tone growing sharper. "Master Lin, we are both practitioners of dubious arts. Is this really how you wish to proceed? If we push this to a point of mutual destruction, I fear Lin Yi's hand shot out, and simultaneously, the earth spirit burrowed underground. As Tenji prepared to retaliate, the ground beneath him softened, and as he looked down, Lin Yi was already upon him, gripping his throat, his voice icy. "What? Do you wish to test me?" The 4 bodyguards beside Cao Xiang reacted, but before they could take action, they found themselves sinking into the earth, all in the blink of an eye. Chapter 43, A Shift in Mindset. Cao Xiang was utterly petrified by a mere glance from Lin Yi. "Incredible!" exclaimed Zhu Xiaoqian, her small face brimming with astonishment. Lu Maoliang, unable to handle this old man, was swiftly dispatched by Lin Yi with a single move. "Since when did the unorthodox become a family of mutual affection?" Lin Yi scoffed, tightening his grip around Tenji's throat, his tone frigid. "Reveal the method to dispel the insect curse." Tenji attempted to struggle, but Lin Yi's cold laughter echoed. "I did not expect you to be so resilient. However, you must be aware that I am well versed in the art of the underworld, possessing numerous methods to extract what I desire from your soul. You can either divulge the information willingly, or I shall do it by force. Choose one. I'll speak," Tenji conceded, unable to withstand the pressure any longer. In such dire times, survival took precedence over all else. "Not too foolish," Lin Yi remarked, releasing Tenji. Gasping for breath, Tenji knelt on the ground and retrieved a piece of dried meat from his pocket, its size reminiscent of a palm. evidently aged for many years. This can dispel the insect curse? Lin Yi questioned, scrutinizing Tan Ji for any signs of deceit. Tan Ji nodded. This curse was not cast by me, but by a colleague from Thailand. He entrusted me with this piece of meat, claiming it could break the curse. Lin Yi recognized the term insect curse, noting its foreign origins, akin to the mystical practices of Miaojiang. However, the application of Miaojiang's insect manipulation was far more sophisticated. Lin Yi pressed. How does one use it? Tan Ji explained earnestly. This item emits a unique fragrance that attracts the insects. Once collected, placing them in a basin of boiling water will eliminate them. Convinced of Tan Ji's honesty, Lin Yi responded, very well, you may leave. Tan Ji hastily departed with Cao Xiang and the 4 bodyguards. Lin Yi then handed the dried meat to Lu Maoliang. Lu Maoliang performed a respectful bow, introducing himself. Master Lin, I am Lu Maoliang from the Wild Mao Shan. Generally, practitioners of Taoism identify themselves as originating from Wild Mao Shan. The exact origins of Wild Mao Shan are shrouded in mystery, but a credible account suggests that during the War of Resistance, practitioners from Mao Shan descended to save others, gathering disciples. After the victory, many of these lay disciples married and had children, thus passing down their knowledge, giving rise to the present Wild Mao Shan. The most notable characteristic of Wild Mao Shan is its disparity in strength. Some practitioners can rival the disciples of Mao Shan's Qingjing sect, while others possess merely rudimentary skills, lacking even the ability to open their yin eyes. Today, Wild Mao Shan has evolved into a substantial collective, receiving mixed reviews. Lin Yi nodded and turned to Zhu Xiaojian, smiling, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Please do not mention this to Jiling. He wished to keep his adoptive parents oblivious to this line of work. The less people knew, the happier one could be. If possible, he would prefer to never step into this world. Lin Yi had learned this lesson well. Having faced death once, his mindset had shifted significantly. This confrontation had profoundly impressed upon Lin Yi the disparity in strength. A strike that cost one's life merely qualified them to be a contender. To claim he was unscathed by the experience would be a falsehood. As Lin Yi's silhouette faded from view, Zhu Xiaojian turned to Lu Maoliang, her curiosity piqued. Master Lu, do you know Brother Lin? Lu Maoliang forced a smile. Miss Zhu, had I known you were acquainted with the Yugadao practitioner, I would have refrained from embarrassing myself. Given Lu Maoliang's earlier demeanor, Zhu Xiaojian surmised that Lin Yi was no ordinary individual and continued her inquiry. Master Lu, is Brother Lin quite renowned in your circles? Renowned, it is an understatement. He is nothing short of extraordinary. Lu Maoliang sighed. He eliminated the 4th-ranked Li Buchuan shortly after his debut, instantly becoming the foremost talent among the unorthodox. Unorthodox, isn't he that a malevolent path? Zhu Xiaojian gasped, covering her mouth. She had witnessed the earlier scene clearly. Had that old man remained silent, would Brother Lin have truly killed him? Lu Maoliang shook his head. There are virtuous individuals in the unorthodox path, just as there are nefarious ones among the righteous, much like our Wild Mao Shan. Wild Mao Shan's reputation was indeed mixed. The reason was simple. Once individuals obtain power, if their desires remain unchecked, the consequences can be dire. Wild Mao Shan exemplifies this dichotomy, having both those who eliminate evil for the people and those who indulge in recklessness. Power itself is neither good nor evil. Morality lies within the individual. After securing accommodation at a hotel, Lin Yi felt an uncomfortable sensation in his foot, prompting him to remove his shoes and shake them. Out tumbled a severed finger. What is this? Lin Yi picked up the severed digit, inspecting it closely before glancing at his own big toe, which bore a smooth cut. Four-fingered life extension technique. Lin Yi recalled reading about such a technique, which required sacrificing a life to cultivate 4 fingers. This severed finger must signify that he had forfeited a life. However, the conundrum was that he had not even cultivated a single finger. Whence did this severed digit originate? Lin Yi felt an unsettling premonition that someone had tampered with his body. Who could it be? A chill ran down his spine, as if an unseen pair of eyes were watching him. Having faced death once, his mindset had transformed. He was not so easily frightened as to lose sleep, after charging his phone, Lin Yi took a cold shower. Upon returning to bed and power, Zhang Baofeng and Hu Qiushan had also attempted to reach him multiple times. First, Lin Yi called his adoptive parents, knowing they must be anxious after half a month of silence. Beep, beep, the call was almost instantly answered. Hello, Xiao Yi, where are you? A woman's frantic voice resonated from the other end. Mom, I'm in Jiangsu discussing business, trying to see if I can open another hot pot restaurant here. Lin Yi fabricated a casual excuse. I am just relieved you're safe. Zhang Meifan exhaled deeply, her heart finally at ease. When your phone was off, your father and I thought something had happened to you. We hurried to Kunming to find you. Had it not been for that Songja saying you were fine, we would have reported you missing. Lin Yi had previously informed his adoptive parents of the location of his hot pot restaurant in Kunming. Mom, are you still in Kunming? Lin Yi inquired, feeling grateful for Songja's intervention. Zhang Meifan replied, no, your father and I have returned to Hangzhou. Before we left, we told Songja to ensure you called us to confirm your safety. Lin Yi felt somewhat embarrassed. His absence had indeed caused his adoptive parents concern. After a barrage of reminders from Zhang Meifan, they finally ended the call. Lin Yi then contacted the young girl, Fan Jiling. Brother, if you don't answer your phone soon, Mom and Dad are going to call the police, she chastised, a hint of annoyance in her tone. Lin Yi felt helpless, realizing that the girl had started college. After promising to visit her soon, he called Songja, clearly still groggy. Songja perked up immediately upon recognizing Lin Yi's call. Boss, you finally called. If you had stayed unreachable for a few more days, I would have had a tough time explaining things to your parents. Chapter 44, Doubts and Clarifications. Lin Yi chuckled awkwardly. You really have it tough, brother Song. Is there anything amiss at the shop? Indeed, came the response from the other end of the line, where Songja spoke. When your call couldn't get through, Zhao Yi and the others came by. I grew concerned and inquired with them. Zhao Yi examined your life and death ledger and remarked that it was rather peculiar. Peculiar? Lin Yi's brow furrowed. Did brother Zhao specify what was strange? Songja replied candidly. He mentioned that your ledger lacks a lifespan, displaying only a single line of text. Within 100 years, 3 souls shall not return to the heavens, and 7 spirits shall not enter the earth. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's expression turned grave, his mind racing. Could it be that his practice of the 4-finger life extension technique prevented his 3 souls and 7 spirits from returning to their rightful place? That seemed unlikely. Zhao Yi was aware of his cultivation. If that were the case, he certainly wouldn't have described it as very strange. If it wasn't due to the 4-finger life extension technique, then what could it be? By the way, there's another matter, Songja continued. The ghost in the red wedding dress has been lingering around the shop's entrance. One time, I invited her inside, but she refused to enter. I could sense her palpable anger. Lin Yi hurriedly cautioned, Old Song, do not provoke her. I will handle it. This unpredictable spirit could very well put Songja's life in jeopardy. After relaying his instructions, Lin Yi found that there were no further issues at the shop. Songja managed the hot pot restaurant quite well on his own. However, with the increasing number of ghostly emissaries, it was indeed a bit overwhelming for one person. Ending the call, Lin Yi promptly dialed Zhang Baofeng. Hello, who is this? Zhang Baofeng inquired. Lin Yi jested, Old Zhang, after half a month apart, you no longer recognize me. Zhang Baofeng replied skeptically. Who? Oh, Zhang Baofeng exclaimed, leaving Lin Yi utterly speechless. You, a ghost hunter, are afraid of ghosts. Zhang Baofeng steadied himself before uncertainly asking, are you truly Lin Yi? No doubt about it. Are you human or ghost? Of course I'm human. Have you ever seen a ghost make a phone call? Besides, you have my number, don't you? After you died, I deleted your number. Zhang Baofeng felt a bit embarrassed, then exclaimed in surprise, Brother Lin, you're really not dead? This is impossible. I even went to your grave with Hu Xiaozi to pay respects. You were most certainly dead. I even saw your body. Lin Yi let out a helpless sigh. It's a long story. I'll explain in detail once I return to Kunming. First, I have a few questions for you. Sure? Zhang Baofeng replied, curious about how Lin Yi had managed to come back to life. Was it a case of borrowing a corpse? But then, Could one even borrow their original body? That seemed too outrageous. Lin Yi voiced his lingering doubts. Who established my grave? Zhang Baifeng answered truthfully. It was, of course, Daoist Xie. Where did you find my corpse? Someone reported it, and that's how we found out. When was that? It was likely 3 days after the building collapsed. Were there any people from the circle nearby when my body was found? No. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's expression turned grave. He was certain that his body had been tampered with. He recalled that he had died on the rooftop of the building, just as Chu Minfu had attempted to seize the greedy purple lotus. Zhang Baofeng, intrigued, asked, Brother Lin, the emergence of the greedy purple lotus caused quite a stir in the supernatural community. What exactly happened? Lin Yi offered a bitter smile and replied, I am uncertain, but it seems to be connected to the individual who usurped Chu Minfu's body. Zhang Baofeng on the other end of the line was puzzled. Does this matter involve the Changxing sect as well? Lin Yi elaborated, the one who usurped Chu Minfu's body employed a ploy, like a mantis stalking its prey, while the yellow sparrow lay in wait. As for who ultimately possessed the greedy purple lotus, I am equally in the dark. Before his death, he had seen Chu Minfu make his move. As for what transpired thereafter, he was unaware. Just before hanging up, Lin Yi suddenly posed another question. Old Zhang, is there anything that can hold one's breath for 3 days? Hold one's breath for 3 days. Zhang Baifeng seemed taken aback, contemplating before responding. Yes, there are many. There's a substance known as the breath-holding pill from Lunghu Mountain that can do just that. Additionally, certain obscure techniques can achieve the same result by sealing the dantian. With Taoist and Buddhist practices, geomancy, and various esoteric methods, there are countless strange techniques. There are other methods too, but I simply don't know them. The breath-holding pill, the extremian acupoint technique, Lin Yi murmured before inquiring, can the extremian acupoint technique as sealing of the dantian be detected? Yes, using talisman paper ash mixed with water for application reveals dark spots, which are the marks left by the extremian acupoint technique. Understood. Lin Yi acknowledged, his gaze suddenly turning cold. Are you familiar with the 7 nails coffin sealing technique? Zhang Baifeng replied, of course, it's the signature technique of the Shenxiao sect. So it is indeed the Shenxiao sect. Lin Yi pressed for confirmation. Is it exclusively practiced by the Shenxiao sect? Zhang Baifeng affirmed, naturally, otherwise, how could it be their signature technique? Got it, thank you. After hanging up, Lin Yi's expression darkened ominously. The 7 nails coffin sealing technique seals the souls within a coffin with 7 nails, condemning the sealed individual to eternal damnation, ultimately transforming into a vengeful spirit of immense wrath. Truly a ruthless technique. They seek to eliminate me. At that time, 3 individuals from the Shenxiao sect had been present, Yang Qingji, Li Xiaoyun, and that fellow Wang Yu. Regardless of who it was, they better not let me uncover their identity, or I will ensure their soul is shattered. This grudge I shall remember. Following Zhang Baifeng's advice, Lin Yi used talisman paper ash mixed with water on his dantian, confirming the presence of dark spots, which indeed indicated that the extremian acupoint technique had sealed his dantian. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to survive 3 days and nights within the coffin. The next issue at hand was the 4-finger life extension technique, yet, he had not a single clue. Lin Yi initially considered calling Xie Ruyan for clarification, but upon hearing from Zhang Baifeng that she was in seclusion, he opted not to disturb her. After a night of rest, Lin Yi resolved to return to Kunming, for he still had the matter of the Red Bride to attend to. Upon arriving at the airport, he was intercepted by several well-dressed muscular men. Is there something you need? Lin Yi surveyed the group, unconcerned, even devoid of the desire to draw his weapon. He had at least 100 methods to deal with these ordinary individuals, each capable of making them wish they were dead. His only curiosity lay in their reason for stopping him. Could they be sent by Kaoxiang? That would indeed be an underestimation of his capabilities. He could easily handle them as effortlessly as drinking water or letting out a fart. They weren't even worthy of being compared to a minor Karami. Mr. Lin, we've finally been able to locate you. A middle-aged man with a pronounced belly jogged over, glaring at the imposing figures and exclaiming, a bunch of useless fools. I asked you to wait for Mr. Lin, not to obstruct him. Chapter 45. Shu Yi. Several bodyguards were chastised into silence, though their minds were filled with murmurs. Wasn't it the boss who insisted that Lin Yi must not leave Jiangju? Wealthy individuals are indeed difficult to please. Alas, earning money is arduous, and enduring humiliation is even more so. After reprimanding the bodyguards, the man finally turned his attention to Lin Yi, his face adorned with ingratiating smiles. Mr. Lin, we have finally awaited your arrival. Lin Yi scrutinized the man before him, whose figure had grown portly, revealing a prominent belly that showcased a ring of excess flesh. The expensive suit he wore appeared wasted on him, particularly with two conspicuous golden teeth gleaming in his mouth, giving him the unmistakable visage of a nouveau riche. Do I know you? Lin Yi inquired, genuinely perplexed by this individual, not only failing to recognize him but likely having never encountered him before. The man was momentarily taken aback, then quickly responded with a forced smile, Mr. Lin, please do not jest. We met just half a month ago. Are you certain? Lin Yi's brows furrowed slightly. He truly had no recollection of this rotund man. The man, utterly bewildered, continued to smile. Of course. If it weren't for your intervention, I would likely have perished. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's hair stood on end, and a chill ran down his spine. When did we meet? Speak of everything you know. The man, equally confused by Lin Yi's reaction, recounted the events in detail. Over half a month ago, I was plagued by a mischievous spirit. If it weren't for Mr. Lin's timely intervention, I would have surely met my end. From the man's account, Lin Yi grasped the unfolding narrative. The man's name was Shu Yi, a prominent figure in the local construction industry. Half a month prior, his cousin had visited Jiangju, and in his exuberance, Shu Yi had taken her to a bar to meet some acquaintances. However, he had not anticipated being harassed by two oddly dressed men. Shu Yi, known for his fiery temper, had intended to teach those two rascals a lesson. With several friends present, he was quite imposing. Had it not been for his cousin's intervention, bloodshed would have ensued. After hurling a few insults, he noted that the two had taken their leave and thought little more of it. However, upon returning home, strange occurrences began to unfold. He narrowly escaped drowning while soaking in a hot spring, thanks only to the vigilant presence of his two bodyguards. Shu Yi sensed something was amiss and recalled the bizarre attire of those two men at the bar, particularly the unsettling gaze they had cast upon him as they departed. Having navigated through many storms to achieve his current status, Shu Yi was nonetheless shaken by that gaze. He promptly arranged for his cousin to leave and sought refuge at a temple, obtaining a talisman for peace. This talisman had proven effective for a couple of days, but its efficacy had since waned. In his moment of despair, Lin Yi had unexpectedly arrived, revealing that he was being haunted by a mischievous spirit. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's expression grew increasingly grave. Are you certain I arrived alone? Shu Yi nodded earnestly. Yes, it was indeed just you, Mr. Lin. Lin Yi felt a surge of panic. His body had been usurped after his demise. Yet, why had the usurper not continued? What was his ultimate aim? Lin Yi queried. After I assist you in dealing with this spirit, do you have any requests? Indeed, Shu Yi replied, nodding. Your condition for intervening was that I procure a fish pond for you in the suburbs. A fish pond? Lin Yi's expression was one of bewilderment, yet he understood that there was more to this than met the eye. Take me to inspect this fish pond. Shu Yi, wearing an eager smile, hesitated. What about my predicament? Lin Yi regarded Shu Yi and stated decisively, your life is currently in peril. The two fiery lights on your shoulders have already extinguished. Had it not been for that talisman, your life would have surely been forfeit. Upon hearing this, Shu Yi became frantic, ready to kneel if not for the throngs at the airport. Mr. Lin, you must save me. Lin Yi neither acquiesced nor refused, simply asserting, first, take me to the fish pond. Very well, Shu Yi agreed fervently, turning to one of his bodyguards. Hurry, prepare the car. Once in the vehicle, Shu Yi guided Lin Yi to an open area on the outskirts. Lin Yi alighted, scanning the surroundings with confusion. Where is the fish pond? Shu Yi pointed to the ground beneath Lin Yi's feet. Mr. Lin, what you stand upon is the fish pond. Lin Yi looked down and indeed saw a patch of earth that differed from its surroundings, appearing freshly filled. Filled? Lin Yi's brow furrowed slightly, while Shu Yi, perplexed, replied, did you not instruct me to have it filled? In response, Lin Yi said nothing, as he had already surmised the implications. He was the entity that had usurped his body. The technique of life extension was known only to him, and he alone had mastered it. To his astonishment, the being that had taken over his body not only practiced cultivation but had managed to develop a finger's worth of skill in just 3 days. This was beyond mere talent, it defied logic and was nearly impossible. Typically, those with exceptional talent could cultivate a finger's worth in a year, while those with poor aptitude would take at least 3 to 5 years. Yet this individual had accomplished it in a mere 3 days. Was that reasonable? What a farce! At this rate, they could cultivate 4 fingers in 12 days, a feat that was utterly inconceivable. If the head of that sect were to witness this, his heart would shatter, and he would return in tears. Thus, the crux of the matter lay within this fish pond. As Lin Yi pondered over the red earth beneath his feet, Xu Yi inquired, "Shall we dig?" "No need," Lin Yi shook his head, dismissing the notion. "Now it is time to address your matters." Lin Yi had managed to piece together the main elements of the situation. Only 2 questions remained: who was behind this, and what was their motive? The answers to these questions would only emerge once the perpetrator reappeared. At this juncture, the trail had grown cold, marking the limits of Lin Yi's inquiries. He felt a discontentment with being toyed with so easily, yet he had no choice. Just as he had once faced the faceless man, only by risking his life could he qualify as a contender. Xu Yi's brow was clouded with dark energy, a sign of being entangled with malevolent forces. Lin Yi surmised that the 2 individuals he had offended were not inclined to let him off easily. It was likely that after he had dispatched one of their mischievous spirits, they had opted for a calculated approach, employing a spirit to probe. In the dead of night, within a lavish villa, Xu Yi fidgeted restlessly, worry etched across his face. "Mr. Lin, can this truly work? If not, I may as well seek refuge at a temple." For the past half-month, Xu Yi had been sleeping in temples and monasteries, enduring considerable distress. Lin Yi retorted peevishly, "If you doubt my abilities, then seek someone more capable." Realizing his faux pas, Xu Yi quickly amended, "No, I have complete faith in you, Mr. Lin. I have witnessed your prowess firsthand." This was not entirely his fault. Lin Yi had indeed transformed dramatically. The Lin Yi from before had been ruthlessly cold and taciturn. A mere glance from him could silence Xu Yi. The current Lin Yi, though still reticent, lacked that chilling demeanor. Chapter 46, The Mirror Demon. As dawn approached, Lin Yi commanded, "You should stay in your room and let the bodyguards leave first." "I'm afraid without the bodyguards by my side," Xu Yi said anxiously, clearly on the verge of breaking down from the haunting presence of the small ghost. "Enough with the nonsense." Lin Yi shot him a glare, his tone brusque. "You either comply, or you face dire consequences." Upon hearing this, Xu Yi felt a surge of relief. Yes, this was the assertiveness he craved, this fierce determination. It filled him with a sense of security. "Listen to Mr. Lin, you 2 should exit the villa at once." After issuing his orders, Xu Yi turned to Lin Yi and added, "I leave the rest in your capable hands." Observing Xu Yi's almost gleeful demeanor, Lin Yi couldn't help but smirk, wondering if the man had a penchant for self-sabotage. Xu Yi's protective talisman had already been instructed by Lin Yi to be removed. The small ghost was surely coming tonight. They would follow the trail straight to the heart of the matter. Lin Yi retrieved a white candle, placed it on the table, and lit it, taking his post alone in the hall on the first floor. A sudden gust of cold wind swept through, flinging the front door wide open. Lin Yi glanced at the candle, noting that the flame merely flickered momentarily before returning to its steady state, and chose to disregard it. The waxfire ghost-seeking technique was merely a trivial trick, one he had learned from their chronicles of yin and yang. Though Lin Yi had reached the pinnacle upon his debut, his experience was lacking. While he possessed some spells from their Book of Ghost Control, his repertoire of minor tricks was limited. Sometimes, these small tricks proved more effective than grand spells. In both orthodox and unorthodox practices, cultivation typically began with talismans, followed by the opening of the yin eye, and then the learning of spells. One must lay a solid foundation, akin to mastering basic mathematics before tackling complex problems. Lin Yi, however, was an unconventional practitioner. Upon becoming a disciple, both his master and grandmaster had perished, leaving him to navigate his training in a haphazard manner. This led to a peculiar dilemma. His approach to cultivation was the inverse of traditional methods. Lin Yi learned spells directly after opening his yin eye. While this was feasible, it left him with a significant knowledge gap. Techniques such as the 5 spirits ghost control, 2 ghost shoulder taps, summon ghost technique, ghost summoning for combat, and for finger life extension technique were all notoriously difficult to master individually, yet Lin Yi had acquired them all. However, this also resulted in a unique issue. He found himself in an awkward position when confronting weaker ghosts. The cost of using the summon ghost technique was exorbitant. If the opponent was not formidable, it would be a losing endeavor. The 2 ghost shoulder taps inflicted negligible damage on ghostly entities, being primarily designed for human targets. The ghost summoning for combat was even more dire, inflicting substantial self-harm alongside damage to the adversary, potentially risking one's own life. The 4-finger life extension technique lacked any offensive capability. The only viable options were the 5 spirits ghost control and the Kaiyu blade. To put it metaphorically, it was akin to using a cannon to swat a mosquito. Could he win? Certainly, but it would hardly be a wise investment. Thus, Lin Yi had recently taken to perusing their Chronicles of Yin and Yang, searching for any simple yet practical tricks. The waxfire ghost seeking technique allowed the flame to sense nearby ghostly entities and indicate their direction. This ghost possesses some intriguing qualities. It understands the necessity of subtlety. Lin Yi's interest was piqued. Typically, ghostly beings are rather simplistic in their cognitive processes, especially those that are artificially conjured. They generally obey their master's commands without question. Yet, this ghost was evidently different. The candle's flame suddenly flickered twice before stabilizing once more. Strange. Lin Yi furrowed his brow, then looked up at the ceiling, realizing, oh no, I've been tricked. He sprang to his feet and rushed upstairs. The flame had not been unresponsive. It had pointed towards the ceiling. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, Lin Yi casually found a window and climbed onto the roof. There, he spotted a shadow hanging outside the window of Shu Yi's room. Hey, Lin Yi called out, startling the ghost. As it turned to face him, Lin Yi swiftly swung his blade. The ghost was not foolish. In fact, it was quite clever. Swiftly turning to flee, Lin Yi's strike missed, and just as he contemplated summoning the 5 spirits, he restrained himself. This ghost was his to handle. Once more, Lin Yi swung his blade, but just as he was about to make contact, the ghost darted into a nearby mirror on the balcony. Oh, so you possess that ability, Lin Yi remarked, somewhat taken aback, quickly contemplating the implications. Their Chronicles of Yin and Yang documented numerous types of ghosts, and this appeared to be one of the mirror demons, capable of freely traversing through surrounding mirrors. While not particularly powerful, it was exceedingly difficult to subdue. Lin Yi raised his blade and slashed, shattering the mirror in 2 before crushing it underfoot. Mirror demons could not penetrate just any mirror. If the mirror was too small, they would be unable to enter. Where are you hiding now? Lin Yi leaped back to the 2nd floor, emptying his mind to sense which room held the densest aura of yin energy. He quickly pinpointed a room, pushed the door open, and struck with his blade. The mirror demon, cunning as it was, chose to remain hidden within the mirror, its ghastly visage adorned with a smug expression, as if to say, you cannot catch me. Curse you, Lin Yi exclaimed, delivering a kick to shatter the mirror before exiting the room. The villa was sprawling, with mirrors aplenty. Almost every room contained 1 or 2. The mirror demon had made its way into Shu Yi's chamber. At that moment, Shu Yi was in a state of panic, sitting in his room smoking, with his back against the mirror. Upon seeing Shu Yi, the mirror demon revealed a triumphant grin as it approached the mirror, preparing to emerge and claim a life. Yet, beside Shu Yi stood a small figure formed from water, baring its teeth menacingly. Upon seeing this miniature figure, the mirror demon was struck with fear. Retreating hastily, the 5 spirits were formidable entities, birthed from the essence of over 500 souls. Naturally, the mirror demon was no match. There exists a simple principle among ghostly beings: the weak instinctively fear the strong. Hey, why is my calf suddenly so cold? Shu Yi rubbed his leg, puzzled, as he was not afflicted with rheumatism. Lin Yi had intended to play a little longer with the mirror demon, but suddenly his expression shifted. Since the main entity has arrived, I have no time to indulge you in games of hide and seek. Earth Spirit. The Earth Spirit beneath Lin Yi's feet emerged, burrowing into the ground and pursuing the location of the mirror demon. A chase ensued between the 2 entities. The mirror demon, utilizing the mirrors, moved at remarkable speed, but the earth spirit was even swifter. With every step, mirrors shattered, crash, the sounds of breaking glass echoed around them, until the final mirror shattered, the mirror demon found itself cornered, caught by the earth spirit's grip around its throat. Despite its diminutive stature, the earth spirit was formidable. The mirror demon had no opportunity to retaliate. The earth spirit brought the mirror demon before Lin Yi. Observing the creature, Lin Yi clicked his tongue in contemplation. Would you care to join me? Controlling, refining, and nurturing spirits are all aspects of the supernatural arts, falling under the same category of unorthodox practices. Most artificially conjured spirits lack intelligence, serving merely as tools for killing, yet this mirror demon exhibited clear intelligence and demonstrated considerable cleverness. Moreover, mirror demons were rare encounters. Lin Yi was indeed keen on accepting this mirror demon. When the creature did not respond, Lin Yi understood its decision. Loyalty is paramount, eliminate it. With a surge of power, the earth spirit crushed the mirror demon, causing it to dissipate into a wisp of white smoke. Chapter 47, A Confrontation with an Archenemy. Upon vanquishing the mirror spectre, Lin Yi made his way to the first floor hall and settled onto a sofa facing the entrance. Beneath an ancient locust tree outside the villa, 6 individuals gazed intently at the residence in the distance. A young man's complexion shifted dramatically as he turned to the middle-aged man beside him, fear evident in his voice. Master, the mirror spectre you bestowed upon me has been destroyed. The opponent's strength is formidable. What's there to panic about? The middle-aged man retorted sharply, then turned to the man beside him with a smile, inquiring, Brother Guo, what is your assessment of their strength? Guanyandong shook his head with a chuckle, replying, the mirror spectre is not particularly challenging. If the opponent's strength were truly as formidable as my junior claims, it would hardly take this long to deal with the mirror spectre. But the young man attempted to voice his concerns, only to be interrupted by the middle-aged man raising his hand. Silence, I have already made my decision. Guanyandong patted the middle-aged man's shoulder, laughing, Brother Luo, you are simply too cautious. One must exhibit the spirit befitting the Earth rankings. I have just entered the Earth rankings at 50, I thought it prudent to exercise caution, Luo Boxian replied with an awkward smile, nodding in agreement. Indeed, Brother Guo speaks wisely. Let us charge directly through the front door. No. Guanyandong shook his head, a light chuckle escaping his lips. You still do not comprehend, allow me to instruct you. With that, Guanyandong produced a talisman and commanded, go. Whoosh. The talisman flew directly into the villa. Why should we go ourselves? Let that fellow come out. Luo Boxian hesitated momentarily, sensing something amiss, yet did not intervene. Instead, he pondered aloud, Brother Guo, you went to Kunming not long ago. Why did you suddenly go silent? Upon hearing this, Guanyandong felt a tightening in his chest as memories resurfaced, igniting a surge of anger. That blade had struck him squarely on the rear. Those days had been excruciating. He had hardly dared to eat, for every visit to the restroom was fraught with pain. Lin Yi, I shall avenge this affront upon my rear. I vow to eliminate you. Guanyandong silently swore to himself, then turned to Luo Boxian. Brother Luo, I truly have a matter I wish to request your assistance with. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Boxian agreed, your affairs are my affairs, Brother Guo. Command me as you wish. Having just ascended to the Earth rankings, he indeed needed to establish a reputation. Inside the villa's hall, a talisman floated in the air, 3 golden characters materializing, get out. Such audacity. Lin Yi pondered, suspicion creeping in. Could the opponent be a master of the heavenly rankings? That seemed unlikely. When have masters of the heavenly rankings become so commonplace? Since they sought battle, he would oblige. Lin Yi tightened his grip on the hilt of his blade and strode towards the entrance. Brother Guo, could the opponent truly be a master of the heavenly rankings? Luo Boxian expressed his concern. Heavenly rankings. Guanyandong replied confidently, there are only 50 individuals in the heavenly rankings. They are either elders of major sects or leaders of minor ones. Most are affiliated with sects, and the wandering practitioners are exceedingly rare. It is not so simple to encounter one. Someone's coming out. The 4 of them observed as a figure emerged slowly. Lin Yi also spotted the 4 individuals beneath the locust tree. More accomplices. He dared not underestimate them, remaining ever ready to summon the five spirits. As both parties closed the distance of fewer than 20 meters and recognized each other, there was mutual astonishment. It's you. It's you. Guan Yindong's heart sank, cursing internally. How could he possibly encounter this calamity after coming to Jiangju? Is the world truly so small? Lin Yi grinned, excitement bubbling within him. Excellent, truly excellent. I allowed you to escape last time. This time, you shall not evade me. The world is indeed small. Seeing a mere youth, Luo Boxian lost his bravado and sneered, You, boy, dare to stand in my way. Kneel and bow 3 times, and perhaps I shall spare your life. No sooner had the words left his lips than Guan Yindong turned to flee. He is Lin Yi. Run. Huh. Luo Boxian was momentarily taken aback by Guan Yindong's reaction. Lin Yi, isn't he the recent rising star of the underworld, the foremost practitioner of the unorthodox path, the ghost master? When enemies meet, their eyes burn with an intense fire. Lin Yi unsheathed his blade and pursued without a hint of hesitation. Luo Boxian, disregarding everything, turned to flee as well. 5 spirits, intercept that fellow. With a command, the 5 spirits surged forth simultaneously. The 2 young men were left dumbfounded. Get away. Lin Yi raised his hand and struck, dispatching the obstructive youth with a single blow, his body collapsing to the ground, blood staining the earth around him. Lin Yi then turned his cold gaze upon the other youth, whose face had drained of color, and stated icily, What happened to Shu Yi is now my concern, understand? Understood. The youth nodded fervently, fearing he would meet the same fate. Lin Yi continued his relentless pursuit of Guan Yindong. Huff, the youth, paralyzed by fear, collapsed onto the ground, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Is this truly the world of the powerful? A single disagreement leads to violence. Lin Yi had barely taken 2 steps before he returned. The youth, puzzled, asked, Sir, have you forgotten something? I forgot to kill you. Lin Yi raised his hand once more, and with that, he felt reassured to continue his hunt for Guan Yindong. Meanwhile, the 2 youths had met their end. As the 5 spirits stalled their movements, Luo Boxian and Guan Yindong found themselves impeded. Guan Yindong evaded branches shot forth by the wood spirit, casting a glance at Luo Boxian. Brother Luo, it is highly likely that your 2 disciples have been slain by Lin Yi. Do you not seek revenge for them? Luo Boxian was not oblivious to Guan Yindong's ulterior motives. He snorted dismissively, It matters not. I only took them on for their souls, intending to refine them into minor spirits. Guan Yindong lamented, Truly, you are the embodiment of the unorthodox path. The unorthodox path espouses the principle of benevolence between master and disciple. I've caught you. Lin Yi exclaimed with fervor, while Guan Yindong's countenance grew increasingly pallid with fear. Brother Luo, with these 5 spirits restraining us, we will surely perish. You hold him off. I shall summon the ascension rope. Why should I do that? Luo Boxian protested, but Guan Yindong urged frantically, Do you wish to live or not? Fine. Luo Boxian gritted his teeth, coming to a halt. He turned and produced 2 glass vials, shattering them to release clouds of dark mist, which he then directed at Lin Yi. Go. Guan Yindong, meanwhile, extracted a handful of white ash from his pocket, scattering it into the air while chanting, In the heavenly realm, there are palaces. Before the gates, there are floating clouds, condense. The ash transformed into a mass of white clouds, into which Guan Yindong promptly tossed a rope. It's the ascension rope. Lin Yi recognized the technique and swiftly swung his blade. In an instant, one of the dark mists was dispelled, the Kaiyu blade's malevolent aura soaring, perfectly countering all specters. This blade is problematic. Luo Boxian's expression turned grave as he realized his spell was being countered. He hastily produced a small green vial, then let us see what this does. With a swift motion, he shattered the green vial, unleashing a multitude of dark mists. Legions of wandering spirits. Luo Boxian called out, a tone of urgency in his voice. This was his trump card. Were it not for the sake of survival, he would never have resorted to it. The anguish of using a technique born from capturing over 100 lost souls weighed heavily on him. May it hold Lin Yi at bay, if only for a moment. Quickly, manifest your powers. Guan Yindong urged, his face alight with excitement. It has worked. Chapter 48, Street Brawl, a slash with the blade. As Guan Yindong was about to grasp the rope, Luo Boxian rushed over and seized it, climbing upward. You old bastard! Guan Yindong cursed vehemently, forced to let Luo Boxian ascend first. Lin Yi, witnessing the unfolding scene, inwardly lamented the unfortunate turn of events, and commanded, Wuling, subdue these little devils. He then lunged forward with his blade. Seeing this, Guan Yindong had no choice but to draw his dagger in defense. The clash echoed, two warriors met in fierce combat, and Guan Yindong was jolted back, his expression one of disbelief. In just a month, Lin Yi's strength had escalated to such an extraordinary degree. Even Lin Yi himself was somewhat astonished, not anticipating such a surge in power. In the past, he would have been evenly matched with Guan Yindong, but as his cultivation progressed and his dantian energy coursed through his meridians, his strength naturally soared. However, Lin Yi's circumstances were somewhat unique. He had summoned 10,000 restless spirits to possess him, which his body could hardly endure. It was a death sentence, and indeed, it had been so. Yet, the four-finger life extension technique had granted him a second chance, albeit with a lingering issue. Though the spirits departed, a significant amount of ghostly energy remained within him. Huff, Luo Boxian struggled to ascend. What, are you still climbing? Lin Yi scoffed, swinging his blade. Thud. Oh. Luo Boxian shrieked in agony, my backside. Lin Yi's blade had unwittingly struck Luo Boxian's rear. Lin Yi intended to deliver another blow, but Luo Boxian gritted his teeth and hastily continued his ascent. Observing this, Lin Yi redirected his focus to Guan Yindong, the true target of his ire. The two men right in a chaotic tangle, and as it became evident that Wuling was swiftly vanquishing the small devils, Guan Yindong could no longer maintain his composure. With a steely resolve, he bore the brunt of Lin Yi's blade against his shoulder. Thud, the blade pierced his flesh, blood gushing forth. Guan Yindong gritted his teeth against the searing pain, forming a hand seal, and shouted, Water Khan, march ghost hand. Suddenly, countless ghostly hands emerged from beneath Lin Yi's feet, ensnaring him. Seizing the opportunity, Guan Yindong turned and fled. Damn it! Lin Yi swung his blade at the ethereal hands, but they seemed endless, an unyielding tide. Earth Spirit! Lin Yi called, and the Earth Spirit, understanding the command, dove into the ground. A series of anguished cries erupted, and the ghostly hands vanished. Seeing Guan Yindong ascend the rope, Lin Yi pursued, leaping to deliver a strike. Thud, this blow, too, landed squarely on Guan Yindong's backside, prompting a howl of pain. Lin Yi had no intention of allowing him to escape. He sheathed his blade and grasped the rope, climbing after him. Guan Yindong, noticing Lin Yi's ascent, retaliated with a fierce kick. Blood dripped onto Lin Yi's face, blurring his vision. He endured a brutal barrage of kicks, one hand clinging to the rope while the other wielded his dagger in wild slashes. The sound of Guan Yindong's agonized cries confirmed his hits were landing true. He pressed on. Hurry up, you fool! Guan Yindong roared in frustration at the lagging Luo Boxian, his fist crashing down upon Luo Boxian's rear. Already injured, Luo Boxian emitted a wretched scream. As they reached the clouds, Guan Yindong seized the moment to scatter a handful of black sand, which landed squarely in Lin Yi's eyes. The searing pain obliterated his vision. Lin Yi, recognizing the peril, felt a brutal kick to his chest. Grateful that he had managed to grasp that foot, he avoided being sent tumbling down, drawing his blade once more. Wuling! Lin Yi summoned the spirits back, then began to slash wildly. The Kaiyu blade brimmed with a malevolent aura. He feared that if the spirits emerged, they might inadvertently harm one another. Although sightless, the confined space allowed for reckless swinging that could topple the two. Luo Boxian and Guan Yindong shared the same sentiment. Unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks, they aimed to subdue Lin Yi. The three engaged in a brawl reminiscent of a street fight. Lin Yi emerged battered and bruised, his nose broken, ribs cracked. Guan Yindong and Luo Boxian were in a similarly dire state, their bodies riddled with wounds, barely clinging to life. Noticing the silence from his opponents, Lin Yi hastily concentrated his energy into his eyes, gradually regaining his sight. He beheld Guan Yindong and Luo Boxian half reclining upon the clouds, propped up only by sheer will. Damn it, Lin Yi spat, a mixture of blood and saliva, rising to finish them off. the atmosphere was charged with a sense of impending doom, either he or they would perish. "Madman, you lunatic!" Guanyindong cursed, while Luo Boxian gritted his teeth in agony. "My backside, oh no." Neither had any means to retaliate. Lin Yi was similarly weakened. Just as he attempted to rise, a sharp pain in his chest forced him back to his knees. Their blows had not been light. "Hey, you're at the end of your rope as well," Guanyindong chuckled triumphantly, and Luo Boxian shared in his relief. They exchanged glances, a silent understanding passing between them. Laughing, "I'll ensure that smile is wiped off your face," Lin Yi commanded, Wuling. The spirits emerged, and this time, it was Lin Yi who wore a grin. They say smiles never truly disappear, only shift. "You two are destined to die." Just as Lin Yi prepared to command Wuling to strike, Guanyindong raised his hand and declared, "Scatter." The clouds dissipated, and all three plummeted. Thud, Lin Yi landed directly within an old house. Fortunately, the height was not great, otherwise, the outcome would have been dire. Lin Yi attempted to rise but found himself immobilized by his injuries. Reluctantly, he summoned Wuling. "The two rascals should be nearby. Find and eliminate them. One must eradicate the roots of the weeds, otherwise, they shall spring forth anew. These two must perish." Yet, after searching high and low, Wuling could not locate them. "It seems they have escaped," Lin Yi lamented with disappointment, realizing he could do nothing. Those who managed to ascend the leaderboard inevitably possessed some measure of cunning. The fact he had not slain them this time merely indicated their fate had not yet arrived. "Where is this place?" Lin Yi commanded Wuling to survey the surroundings once more. "Nanshan Road, Kunming." Lin Yi could hardly believe it. He had returned to Kunming from Jiangsu to Kunming. That must span nearly 1,800 kilometers. The ascension rope had somehow transported him such a vast distance, yet, now was not the time for astonishment. Lin Yi laboriously retrieved his phone and dialed a number. The call connected. "Lin, my young brother, what brings you to call so late?" Zhang Baifeng inquired. Lin Yi managed a wry smile. "Come pick me up." "Where are you?" "An old house on Nanshan Road in Chenggong district." Zhang Baifeng expressed confusion. "Aren't you in Jiangju?" Lin Yi sighed. "It's a long story. I'm injured, just come get me." "All right." After hanging up, Zhang Baifeng arrived within half an hour, guided by Wuling to find Lin Yi. Upon seeing Lin Yi's battered visage and glancing at the ceiling, Zhang Baifeng exclaimed, "Did you fall from the sky?" Lin Yi responded with a rueful smile, "Indeed, I did." "Huh." Zhang Baifeng looked bewildered as he helped Lin Yi to his feet, asking, "How are your injuries?" "I'm all right, just a few broken ribs," Lin Yi nodded. Though painful, he bore no life-threatening wounds. In a nearby room, once the vehicle had departed, the two finally exhaled in relief. Chapter 49, The Unorthodox Path. Roberts lay sprawled upon a wooden plank, the wound upon his posterior still oozing blood, causing him to grimace in pain and utter curses. Damn it, they strike as soon as they meet. What kind of spirit exorcising practitioner is this? He is nothing but an old demon of the unorthodox path, more so than we are. Guanyindong remained silent, yet the ache in his backside caused his lips to twitch. The days ahead would be equally unbearable for the both of them. Using stove ash combined with incense ash to evade the search of the five spirits is indeed a rather unconventional method, yet I must concede that those who can make it onto the Earth ranking truly possess formidable skills. Who is it? Both Roberts and Guanyindong turned in unison, their hearts filled with astonishment. When had this individual appeared? Neither had sensed his presence at all. At the entrance, a man spoke. "There is no need for alarm, gentlemen. My identity is of little importance, and I harbor no ill intentions towards you. Rather, I sincerely invite you both to join us." "Join you?" Guanyindong scrutinized the man closely. The ability to approach unnoticed was indicative of someone of great power, certainly among the ranks of the Celestial. The man nodded, smiling. "I nearly forgot to introduce myself. I am Jiang Changjing, and I wish to invite you both to join us." Jiang Changjing. This name was familiar to both men. He was the deputy leader of the Blood Fiend sect, ranked 35th on the Celestial list. 10 years prior, Jiang Changjing had slain over 30 disciples of the Guzhou Mountain, one of the 3 mountains of Qingyi. Subsequently, the Zhao Mountain issued a pursuit order from Zhengyi, leading all Zhengyi sects to hunt him down, and he had since vanished from the martial world. To their astonishment, he was still alive. "We are honored by your invitation, Master Jiang, but we must first understand what organization you represent." In the face of Jiang Changjing, Guan Yindong was exceedingly polite. In this age of decline, where all taboos are cast aside, a calamity approaches, and it is precisely the moment for us of the unorthodox path to rise. The organization I represent is called the Unorthodox Path. Jiang Changjing declared, his face alight with excitement. "Moreover, our organization has another name, the Evil Alliance." "The Evil Alliance has not disbanded." Roberts and Guan Yindong exclaimed in disbelief, their shock palpable. In a certain clinic within the Guangzhou district. Crack! An elderly traditional Chinese physician forcefully twisted, causing Lin Yi to wince with tears in his eyes. Zhang Baifeng stood nearby, chuckling. "Brother Lin, this gentleman is the 63rd descendant of Retaurant, renowned for his exceptional medical skills." Hua Nanshan waved his hand dismissively, humbly stating, "It is merely due to the respect of all present." "However, Brother Lin, your physical condition is quite concerning." Lin Yi furrowed his brow. "Physician Hua, do I have other health issues?" Hua Nanshan nodded. "Though you practice the ghost path, there remains an excess of yin energy within you, leading to an imbalance." Upon hearing this, Zhang Baifeng chimed in, "I had a feeling something was off about you. You don't seem quite human but rather ghostly." Lin Yi, who already appeared pale and sickly, bore dark circles under his eyes, yet now, upon further inspection, his complexion was even more ghastly, akin to that of a corpse. Lin Yi was acutely aware of the source of his ailments and inquired, "Physician Hua, what are the implications of this residual yin energy within me? Is there a remedy?" Hua Nanshan replied candidly, "The impact is significant. Humanity is of the yang, while ghosts belong to the yin. The Dao sect cultivates pure yang qi, and the ghost path gathers yin energy to form the dantian, but there exists a limit. One cannot have yin without yang. Your yang energy is gradually depleting, leading you towards a ghostly fate, eventually becoming a living corpse." As for a cure, Hua Nanshan pondered momentarily before continuing, "There is one method. Abandon the ghost path and cultivate pure yang qi of the Dao." Naturally, Lin Yi could not consider this option. All the spells he had mastered were inherently tied to the ghost path. Abandoning it to pursue pure yang qi was simply out of the question. "Are there any alternative methods?" Lin Yi inquired, aware that within the realm of the martial arts, there must be techniques capable of resolving such issues. Hua Nanshan contemplated for a moment and said, "There is another approach, known as the dual cultivation of yin and yang, though this method is rarely attempted. Practitioners of the Dao are limited to condensing a single type of qi in the dantian. While some have indeed abandoned the unorthodox path to pursue pure yang qi, it is not impossible to apply unorthodox techniques even while rectifying one's path. However, the efficacy would undoubtedly diminish compared to before, resulting in a state of neither pure yang nor pure yin, an unsatisfactory existence, neither wholly righteous nor wholly wicked." Lin Yi nodded. "Thank you, Physician Hua, for your guidance. I shall reflect upon this matter thoroughly." Upon exiting the clinic, Zhang Baifeng drove Lin Yi back to his residence. Lin Yi recounted the incidents of the past half-month, blending truth with fabrication, of course omitting any mention of the four-finger life extension technique. Upon hearing this, Zhang Baifeng furrowed his brow. "So, you are saying you were possessed, yet you remain unaware of how you came back to life?" Lin Yi nodded. "Who could be the one that possessed you?" Zhang Baifeng mused, unable to find clarity, the only thought that came to mind being the individual who had usurped Zhu Minfu's body. "Whatever the case, the important thing is that I'm still alive," Zhang Baifeng remarked with a sense of acceptance, then added earnestly, "Brother Lin, we have known each other since you first entered the world of martial arts. Though our time together has been brief, I must speak candidly, regardless of whether you are righteous or unorthodox, given your current situation, the ghost path is not suitable for you to continue pursuing. I have acquaintances in Longhu Mountain. Should you wish to, I can guarantee you entry as a closed-door disciple." "I didn't realize you had such connections, old Zhang," Lin Yi teased, smiling. "Becoming a closed-door disciple must mean you are well regarded there." But, at this point, Lin Yi countered, Old Zhang, why do you think I have gained notoriety in such a short time? Zhang Baofeng pondered for a moment and offered a fair assessment. You are ruthless and proud. Lin Yi nodded with a smile. So even if I were to join Longhu Mountain, if I remain unchanged, what difference would it make? Or perhaps you, Old Zhang, are concealing something from me, Lin Yi suggested. Upon hearing this, Zhang Baofeng appeared taken aback. You guessed that correctly. Lin Yi felt awkward, having merely spoken off the cuff. Zhang Baofeng began, Brother Lin, you are new to this field and may not be aware of the brutal conflict between good and evil that occurred right after the founding of the new China. This conflict was marked by rivers of blood, with every blacklisted expert from that generation participating. 6 out of 10 perished, and countless from the celestial list were killed or injured. Half of the entire supernatural community fell in that battle. The Tao, Buddhism, and the Mar family suffered severe losses, yet they completely suppressed the unorthodox path, leaving it unable to raise its head. The unorthodox path was once referred to as the evil path. Such a bloody battle. Lin Yi gasped, horrified that half of the supernatural community had perished. It was indeed a terrifying thought. Though Zhang Baofeng had not lived through that calamity, merely contemplating it was enough to instill fear. That great battle between good and evil was instigated by an organization known as the Evil Alliance, and now that organization has resurfaced, masquerading as the unorthodox path. Chapter 50. The 500-year-old sandalwood coffin, heretical paths. Lin Yi lamented silently. He had only just embarked on his journey when he found himself amidst a cataclysm that occurs once every 60 years, the Poker Society, the Longevity Sect, and now an even more formidable heretical faction had emerged. Indeed, this was an era of decline, where unorthodox practices flourished. It seemed that the calamity was on the verge of commencing, however. Lin Yi smiled and remarked, whether it be the righteous path or the heretical, I am but a salted fish, wishing only to tend to my modest plot of land and live a good life. Zhang Baofeng did not respond, as if he had anticipated Lin Yi's words. Yet, with the impending disaster, who could remain unaffected? Not Lin Yi, and certainly not Zhang Baofeng. Zhang Baofeng pondered for a moment before saying, actually, I am aware of a method for dual cultivation of yin and yang. There exists a secret technique within the Chuanjin lineage known as the Taiji breathing method, which can transform one's dantian into the yin-yang Taiji. Perhaps it would allow you to cultivate both the ghostly arts and Taoism. However, Wudang rarely accepts disciples, and as you well know, the lore cannot be disseminated lightly. Whether you can acquire it depends solely on your own efforts. Better than nothing, though I have yet to reach that level, Lin Yi replied with a faint smile. His current condition had not descended to the state of a living corpse. The ghost summoning technique could still be employed, as long as he did not summon 10,000 ghosts as he had previously. Upon arriving at the hotpot restaurant, Zhang Baofeng parked at a distance, glancing apprehensively at the entrance where the matchmaker stood. Lin, my dear brother, that sight fills me with dread. I shall refrain from entering. Is it truly that frightening? Lin Yi replied, somewhat speechless, as he exited the vehicle. Just before departing, Zhang Baofeng added, by the way, I've taken on a job. If you find yourself in need, you might join me to earn some extra cash. We shall see when the time comes. Lin Yi did not give a direct answer. It was already 4:30 in the morning, and the establishment was nearly empty. Upon seeing Lin Yi, Songja greeted him with delight. Boss, you've finally returned. If you had delayed any longer, I feared she might have smashed up your shop. Lin Yi glanced at the matchmaker. Indeed, it was apparent that she was quite upset. My apologies, I was delayed on business, he offered in contrition. The matchmaker chuckled lightly. I had thought you would miss your appointment. Though her words seemed light-hearted, Lin Yi felt an icy chill. Come inside and sit. Lin Yi then instructed Songja, prepare the mushroom broth. Fortunately, he had previously asked Songja to soak the mushrooms in willow leaf water. Once the broth was ready, Lin Yi filled his pot with an array of vegetables. With a fragrant aroma wafting through the air, they began to eat. The matchmaker maintained her methodical eating style, cooking a little and consuming it as she went, while Lin Yi sat opposite her, watching her eat. Although the matchmaker was not human, she was indeed a vision of beauty. There was a certain charm in appreciating the elegance with which a beauty enjoyed her meal. Moreover, since she showed no embarrassment, why should he? Noticing Lin Yi's unwavering gaze, the matchmaker remarked, "There is an issue with your health." Lin Yi sighed in resignation. "Is it a case of excessive yin and deficient yang?" The matchmaker nodded. "Indeed, now that you are aware, do you not intend to address it?" Lin Yi sighed again. "Knowing is one thing. Resolving it is another. I wish to rectify it, but I am at a loss." The matchmaker replied, "I have a solution." "You do?" Lin Yi asked with surprise. "What is it?" Instead of answering, the matchmaker picked up a piece of green vegetable. "The hot pot is quite delightful." "Of course," Lin Yi responded proudly. "Could my recommendation be lacking?" "Oh yes," the matchmaker replied somewhat exasperatedly, before returning to her meal. Lin Yi, eager to please, urged, "You mentioned having a solution. What is it?" The matchmaker remained silent, repeating her earlier statement. "The hot pot is quite delightful." I understand," Lin Yi nodded, then suddenly realized, laughing, "This meal is on me." The matchmaker rolled her eyes and ceased her conversation, continuing to enjoy the hot pot. No matter how Lin Yi inquired, she remained resolutely silent. Lin Yi scratched his head in confusion, wondering if he had inadvertently offended her. After finishing the hot pot, the matchmaker elegantly wiped her mouth and stood to leave. Lin Yi called out, "Next time, I shall treat you to a different broth." As she reached the door, the matchmaker abruptly halted, stating, "To fundamentally cure the residual yin energy within you, you must abandon the ghostly path and embrace Taoism. You are likely aware of this, yet you have not done so, presumably due to reluctance. I possess a method that can temporarily rectify your imbalance of yin and yang. Craft a coffin from 500-year-old sandalwood, and lie within it while you sleep. Although this may not provide a complete cure, it will facilitate gradual improvement." With that, the matchmaker continued on her way. "There's hope," Lin Yi mused, immediately recalling the coffin shop from last time. Upon returning home, he first ventured to the basement to inspect the state of the hellflower. This visit had lasted over half a month, and many of the flowers had withered. Lin Yi gathered the wilted blooms, then buried the jade pendant in the soil before returning to his room for a much-needed rest. At 6:30 in the evening, Lin Yi groggily opened his eyes. After washing up and hastily eating a little, he made his way to the coffin shop on the old street. Cao Wansheng sat at the entrance, smoking a pipe. Lin Yi greeted him with a faint smile. "Senior, we meet again." "Hold on. How could I allow the ghost summoner to address me as senior?" Cao Wansheng quickly raised his hand to stop him. Being a part of this circle, he had certainly heard of the recent rising star, the ghost summoner, Lin Yi. He had been astonished, as the last time he encountered the lad, he was merely a novice. To think that within a month, he had gained such notoriety. All he could do was marvel at how talent emerges from every generation, with new talents surpassing the old. Lin Yi awkwardly admitted, "Cao, please do not jest. I have come seeking your assistance in crafting a coffin." Cao Wansheng and Lin Yi had no deep-seated animosity. His displeasure from their last encounter was minor. Nevertheless, business was business, and he inquired, "For whom is this coffin intended?" Lin Yi pointed to himself. "For me." "You?" Cao Wansheng looked at Lin Yi, clicking his tongue. "No wonder you seem less than human. The aura of yin is quite heavy." Lin Yi replied, somewhat annoyed, "Cao, your words sound quite insulting." Cao Wansheng did not waste time on pleasantries and asked, "What kind of coffin do you wish to have?" Lin Yi stated plainly, "A coffin made of 500-year-old sandalwood." 500 years. Cao Wansheng frowned. "A coffin of that age could subdue a flying corpse. It will not be easy to procure." Lin Yi smiled. "As long as you can obtain it, I am willing to pay extra." Cao Wansheng chuckled lightly. "With that assurance, I can certainly acquire it, but you must understand that it will require no less than 2 million as a base price." "How much?" Lin Yi was taken aback. 2 million. Are you trying to rob me?" Cao Wansheng was unfazed and replied earnestly, "Do not accuse me of trying to swindle you. While a century-old sandalwood coffin is relatively common and easily attainable, a 500-year-old sandalwood coffin is an entirely different matter. It is generally of high value and often claimed by wealthy and influential individuals. Thus, the 2 million is merely a starting point. Securing it is not guaranteed." Chapter 51, Escorting the Zombie. Lin Yi was taken aback. He had not anticipated that a coffin made of 500-year-old sandalwood could be so exorbitantly priced. As the saying goes, to change professions is to traverse a mountain. Whether the old man was attempting to deceive him was yet to be determined. If what he claimed was true, starting at 2 million, the price would need to be doubled to acquire it. It was well known that their profession demanded substantial financial investment, and he now fully comprehended this reality. Noticing Lin Yi's silence, Cao Wanshan chuckled. However, I have a proposition for you. Would you be interested? The reward is precisely a 500-year-old sandalwood coffin. At this, Lin Yi grinned. Cao Senior, after all that you've said, you aren't merely awaiting my response here, are you? Cao Wanshan shook his head. Not at all. I initially intended to decline this deal, as it is exceedingly perilous. At my age, I wish to enjoy a few more years of peace. Lin Yi, with a wry smile, replied, if even you consider it dangerous, how could I possibly manage? Cao Wanshan shot him a disapproving glance. Come on now, you are infamous for your prowess. Are you truly afraid of such trivial danger? Lin Yi refrained from giving a direct answer. I must first ascertain the nature of this business. Cao Wanshan explained, a coffin bearer requires assistance in transporting a certain cargo to Xiangxi. I had intended to refuse, but now that you are here, will you accept? Xiangxi. Lin Yi murmured. As far as he knew, Xiangxi was most renowned for its corpse drivers. Cao Senior, are you implying that the cargo to be transported is? Cao Wanshan nodded. Indeed, it is a zombie, specifically a Mao Jiang. Mao Jiang? Lin Yi exclaimed in astonishment. Their Yin-Yang chronicles documented that there were varying strengths among zombies: purple Jiang, white Jiang, green Jiang, Mao Jiang, and flying Jiang. Beyond these, there were more mythical entities like the wandering corpse, the lying corpse, and the undecayed bones. Even a Mao Jiang was extraordinarily terrifying. As the name suggests, Mao Jiang denotes a corpse covered in hair, with skin as tough as bronze and bones as solid as iron, characterized by agility and resilience. This was no trivial matter. The remuneration for escorting such a being would undoubtedly be substantial, far surpassing that of a mere 500-year-old sandalwood coffin. Nonetheless, Lin Yi was well aware of the rules that governed this trade. Nodding in agreement, he replied, very well, I shall take on this task, but I cannot guarantee success. Just do your best, Cao Wanshan said succinctly, taking down Lin Yi's number and informing him they would set off the following day. Upon returning to his residence, Lin Yi called Zhang Baifeng for further inquiries. Mao Jiang, quite rare, with the current national policy favoring cremation. I haven't heard of a Mao Jiang in many years. Even green Jiang is exceedingly uncommon now. However, that fellow did not deceive you. The 500-year-old sandalwood coffin is indeed priceless, and 2 million is the baseline. Hearing this, Lin Yi pressed on, since this is my first encounter with a zombie, are there any methods to restrain it? Well, Zhang Baifeng contemplated before responding. I know several methods to counter ordinary purple Jiang, but for a Mao Jiang of that caliber, typical methods would be ineffective. Understood, Lin Yi replied, hanging up the phone with a sense of resignation. It appeared he would have to proceed cautiously, step by step. The following day, before dawn broke, Lin Yi had just finished washing up when he received a call from Cao Wanshan instructing him to meet at the coffin shop. Upon arrival, he noticed a truck parked at the entrance, accompanied by a pickup truck. Two burly men were smoking beside the cargo truck, while an elderly gentleman was engaged in conversation with Cao Wanshan. The old man, curiosity etched on his face, inquired, Old Cao, you mentioned finding me a formidable helper. Who might that be? Speak of the devil, and he shall appear, Cao Wanshan replied, just as Lin Yi approached. The old man and the two burly men turned in unison to regard him. Cao Wanshan introduced, Old Huang, this is the helper I procured for you. The old man scrutinized Lin Yi with intrigue. Despite his youth, the aura of yin energy emanating from him was unsettling. Huang Zhenghua clasped his fists and introduced himself. Coffin bearer, Huang Zhenghua, how should I address you, young brother? Lin Yi smiled, Ghost Master, Lin Yi. Upon hearing this, the smile on Huang Zhenghua's face froze. The two burly men exchanged glances, discarding their cigarettes and approaching. Lin Yi's reputation in the circles was quite formidable. Huang Zhenghua quickly regained his composure. So you are Lin Daoyu, I have long admired your esteemed name. Lin Yi returned the smile, also learning the names of the two burly men. Huang Dahu and Huang Erlong. In smaller sects, lineage often dictated the parsing of trades, much like Huang Zhenghua, who was accompanied by his two nephews in the business. By the way, may I take a look at the coffin meant for the zombie? Lin Yi asked curiously, eager to witness a zombie for the first time and expand his knowledge. Lin Ji, it's right there on the truck, Huang Erlong replied, exhibiting an amiable familiarity, while Huang Dahu maintained a more reserved demeanor. They had heard of Lin Yi's prowess, it was impossible not to admire him. As Lin Yi moved towards the truck, Huang Zhenghua turned to Cao Wanshan and whispered, "Old Cao, is this truly the fierce individual you found for me?" Cao Wanshan nodded, puzzled. What, is he not fierce enough? Huang Zhenghua sighed in exasperation, it's not a matter of lacking ferocity. It is that he exceeds limits, this young demon is the pride of the unorthodox path. Cao Wanshan jested, if we were to go back 300 years, you coffin bearers would also be considered unorthodox. Huang Zhenghua sighed, alas, times are not peaceful, and with the calamity of the Tenjizi upon us, if it were not for the shared origins of the corpse drivers, I truly would not want to take on this job. I have one foot already in the coffin, I merely wish to enjoy a few years of tranquility. As the saying goes, all paths in the world lead to the same origin. Although the Daoist sects are divided into Xingyi and Xuanzhen, they share common roots despite differing traditions. The same principle applies to Buddhism, the distinctions between Mahayana and Theravada are ultimately of the same essence. Coffin bearers, pallbearers, and corpse drivers all deal with the deceased, belonging to the same lineage. Lin Yi's practice of ghost mastery follows the same thread, nurturing, controlling, and refining spirits are intertwined. While the martial arts world may appear chaotic and intricate, it is all traceable. In contrast to Huang Zhenghua, Huang Dahu and Huang Erlong found an instantaneous rapport with Lin Yi. The youth were unconcerned with notions of the orthodox or unorthodox, they simply recognized Lin Yi's strength. Upon reaching the truck, Lin Yi examined it meticulously. Earlier, from a distance, he had discerned little, but now he recognized the profound significance. The front of the truck was adorned with 3 white flowers, crafted from paper, a sight Lin Yi had previously encountered in their yin-yang chronicles. These were known as their 3 lotus flowers to invoke wealth and honor the deities. One flower was for safeguarding peace, another to deter restless spirits, and the last to ensure that demons do not obstruct the path. Moreover, the truck was plastered with numerous talismans, secured with transparent tape. Even the tarpaulin shielding it from the elements had been soaked in black dog blood. When Lin Yi finally laid eyes on the coffin, he was utterly astonished. The coffin was bound with chains as thick as a man's arms, and talismans were haphazardly affixed to its surface. Upon closer inspection, he realized that this coffin was indeed crafted from 500-year-old sandalwood. A sudden thought struck Lin Yi, could this be the leftover from the Mao Jiang that Cao Wanshan had promised him? Chapter 52, The White Santana. What purpose does this copper piece serve? Lin Yi discovered that the 4 corners of the coffin were supported by a layer of copper plates. Huang Erlong explained, Brother Lin, you may not be aware, but zombies belong to the realm of the dead and are also considered malevolent. The 5 elements interact in a cycle of generation and restraint. Earth gives birth to wood, and metal disrupts earth. If we do not use copper plates to elevate the coffin above the ground, the malevolent energy from the earth could be absorbed into the coffin, potentially leading to a transformation of the corpse. I see, Lin Yi nodded, truly enlightened. Seizing the early hour, the 4 of them hurriedly got into their vehicles and set off. The truck led the way, with the pickup trailing behind. Huang Dahu and Lin Yi occupied the truck, while Huang Zhenghua and Huang Erlong took the pickup. They could not access the highway and had to rely on the national road or older paths. Under the noonday sun, they decided to stop for a break, during which Lin Yi acquired yet another piece of knowledge. It was the peak of yang energy at noon, making it an unsuitable time for travel, especially given that their cargo consisted of zombies. They found a spot beneath a willow tree to park the truck. Huang Erlong and Huang Dahu went to relieve themselves, while Lin Yi and Huang Zhenghua engaged in idle conversation by the roadside. Huang Zhenghua cautioned, Daoist Lin, I fear that our cargo may not be as simple as merely a fur-covered zombie. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi furrowed his brow. What do you mean by that, Daoist Huang? Huang Zhonghua replied candidly, if it were merely a fur-covered zombie, the corpse driver would have already taken it back themselves. There would be no need to enlist our services for transport. I suspect that whatever is in the coffin is exceptionally malevolent, and they are unable to handle it. Unable to handle it. Lin Yi's frown deepened. What kind of terrifying zombie could thwart even the efforts of a corpse driver? Lin Yi inquired. Did you not check the contents of the coffin before agreeing to transport it? Huang Zhonghua shook his head helplessly. No, when I arrived in Kunming, the coffin was already sealed with talismans. Lin Yi was motivated by the allure of the 500-year-old sandalwood coffin, while Huang Zhonghua and his companions were driven by monetary gain. Their interests were not in conflict, and they were essentially in the same boat. Naturally, they were forthcoming with their thoughts. Moreover, neither party harbored any deep-seated grudges. Lin Yi's expression turned serious as he stated, please do not take offense if I speak out of turn. Huang Zhonghua waved his hand dismissively. We are all in the same boat, so there is no need for concern. Lin Yi continued, Daoist Huang, your actions are indeed perilous. If the other party wishes to harm us, it would be all too easy. Huang Zhonghua frowned. Are you suggesting that they may be laying a trap for us? Lin Yi did not nod but instead remarked, in the world of the unknown, one must always be cautious. It is not the unlikely that one fears, but rather the very unlikely. Huang Zhonghua was not well acquainted with the relationship between his employer and the situation at hand, so he refrained from drawing conclusions. However, the wisdom of being cautious was universally applicable. To be honest, this is my first encounter with that employer as well. I strive to avoid offending anyone, and I have no enemies in this circle, but I see the merit in what Daoist Lin is saying. Huang Zhonghua nodded, then turned his gaze towards Huang Darhu and Huang Erlong in the distance, exclaiming, hurry back after you're done. Once the sun sets, we need to add 2 more coffin locks. We need to add more. Huang Erlong looked puzzled. There are already 2 locks in place. A single coffin lock would suffice to contain a regular purple zombie. Although this was their first time transporting a fur-covered zombie, 2 locks should have been more than adequate. Since they were transporting the coffin, they could not take the highway, they had to stick to national roads and older routes. They reached a rough and bumpy old road through the woods, which was quite difficult to navigate. Huang Zhonghua and the others were accustomed to it, but Lin Yi found it somewhat intolerable. As night fell, they secured 2 additional coffin locks and continued their journey, as nighttime was indeed the most opportune time for travel. After traversing the bumpy path, they arrived at the national road, where vehicles were scarce. Sometimes an hour would pass without seeing another. Lin Yi lit a cigarette to stay alert when a white sedan sped past. He casually glanced over and found it peculiar that the car emitted not a single sound and its headlights were dim. Given the scarcity of traffic, most vehicles had their high beams on, yet this white car's high beams illuminated only 3 or 4 meters ahead. Though it was an old white Santana, it seemed implausible for its lights to be that poor. Lin Yi puzzled over it but did not dwell on the thought. After all, it was not his life that was at stake. Suddenly, another vehicle overtook them, and within 10 minutes, another car passed by. Huang Darhu remarked, why are there suddenly so many cars? Lin Yi had not initially paid attention, but now, prompted by Huang Darhu's comment, he began to notice the overtaking vehicles. Upon spotting one particular car, the drowsiness that had been creeping over him vanished in an instant. Goodness, there's no one inside. Lin Yi exclaimed, cursing under his breath. He was certain that the car was empty, and that it was the very white Santana he had just seen. Lin Yi grabbed a white cloth and waved it out the window. This was their agreed-upon signal. Uncle, we have a situation. Huang Erlong, who was driving behind, called out. Huang Zhonghua was not as youthful as the others. He had been exhausted after 2 nights of little sleep, but he instantly woke upon hearing the call. Stay calm, reduce your speed, and follow closely behind the truck, he instructed. The truck and pickup came to a halt at the side of the road. Just as Huang Erlong was about to get out, he was sharply stopped by Huang Zhonghua, who scolded, what did I teach you? In a situation like this, the vehicle is a sitting target. First, call and check on Darhu and the others. Understood, Huang Erlong nodded, while Huang Zhonghua turned to look outside, his expression darkening. He realized what was amiss. Daoist Lin, please safeguard the coffin, Huang Zhenghua's voice came through on the phone. Of course, Lin Yi replied as he opened the door but did not exit. Instead, he climbed onto the coffin at the back of the truck, with trees lining both sides and the deep of night upon them. The dim streetlights flickered erratically, casting eerie shadows. The surroundings were unnaturally quiet, ominously so. Daoist Lin, the car. Huang Erlong and Huang Zhenghua shouted in unison. Lin Yi turned to look, and the white Santana was barreling towards him, hurtling straight at him with alarming speed, leaving no time for contemplation. The vehicle was utterly silent, and Lin Yi had not noticed its approach at all. "Five spirits," he exclaimed, but it was already too late. Bang! The Santana collided with Lin Yi. Strangely enough, Lin Yi emerged unscathed, while the Santana crumpled upon impact. As he touched the car, he was astonished to find it was made of paper. Once assured that no danger lurked nearby, the three finally opened their doors and stepped out. Huang Erlong, his face a mask of disbelief, exclaimed, "Brother Lin, have you perhaps mastered the golden bell shield?" Huang Darhu could only stare in silence. Huang Zhenghua smacked Huang Erlong on the back of the head, scolding, "You fool, recognize what this is." Chapter 53. The wailing spirit and the collision. Huang Erlong, feeling a sharp pain, gingerly touched the back of his head and then leaned down to inspect the scene, exclaiming in astonishment, "It's made of paper." Lin Yi turned his gaze towards Huang Zhenghua and inquired, "Daoist Huang, do you know what this situation entails?" Having only recently embarked on his journey, Lin Yi was still lacking in experience. In contrast, Huang Zhenghua had spent the better part of his life navigating the martial world, accumulating a wealth of encounters and wisdom. Stroking his beard, Huang Zhenghua shook his head. "It's hard to say. Daehu, go check the front of the car to see which deity we have collided with." The trio of offerings, respecting wealth, honoring the gods, consisted of 3 lotus flowers. 1 honored the gods for safety, another revered the spirits to ward off disturbances, and the last paid homage to demons to keep them at bay. Regardless of which entity they encountered, the white lotus would change color. Black indicated a collision had occurred, while red suggested that the entity was formidable. Huang Darhu nodded and dashed to the front of the vehicle, returning shortly with a report, "We've struck a ghost." Huang Zhenghua nodded and asked, "What color?" Huang Darhu, relieved, responded, "Black." Upon hearing this, Huang Zhenghua let out a long sigh. In their line of work, it was often the case that if they encountered something, it would invariably be troublesome. Struck by a ghost, Lin Yi murmured, pondering the nature of the spirit. Their yin-yang chronicles documented numerous types of spirits: hanging ghosts, water spirits, and the dual calamity of mother and child spirits, among others. An experienced practitioner could discern these at a glance. This was not a matter of strength, but rather the accumulation of experience over time. The more one encountered, the sharper one's discernment became. Like Lin Yi, should it come to a blood-soaked battle or a life-and-death struggle, Huang Zhenghua might not be his equal, yet, in terms of experience, he certainly could not match Huang Zhenghua's seasoned expertise. To put it succinctly, the adage holds true: one has consumed more salt than the other has eaten rice. Such was the reality of experience. At that moment, another white Santana came crashing in. Huang Erlong stepped forward, his fist drawn back to deliver a powerful blow. Bang! The Santana was obliterated. "Wuling, go!" Lin Yi commanded, summoning 5 shadowy figures that transformed into tiny embodiments of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, flying outward in all directions. Witnessing this, Huang Zhenghua was taken aback. This was the Wuling ghost control technique of the ghost summoning sect. He never expected Lin Yi had already cultivated the 5 spirits. However, Huang Zhenghua surmised it likely wasn't Lin Yi's work. Otherwise, the lives of over 500 would have long since drawn the attention of the Dao Association. The 5 spirits circled nearby before returning to Lin Yi's feet. "Nothing." Lin Yi frowned, realizing he had no better methods at his disposal. He was not particularly adept at spirit hunting. Huang Zhenghua turned to Huang Darhu and instructed, "Fetch some elder ash from the vehicle." Elder ash was a term from their trade. Lin Yi was aware it involved a mixture of bone ash and peachwood ash, though he was uncertain of its specific purpose. "Understood." Huang Darhu went to the pick. Huang Zhenghua sprinkled it around the pickup and cargo truck, another Santarner barreled towards them but was repelled by the barrier of elder ash, as if it had collided with an invisible wall of energy. The circle was filled with all sorts of bizarre techniques, especially those of the fringe sects. Lin Yi, having witnessed this, was not surprised. He merely wondered if he could procure some for future use. This waiting game is not a viable strategy, Huang Zhenghua declared, taking matters into his own hands. He retrieved a candle and an incense stick, followed by a piece of talisman paper, muttering incantations under his breath before commanding, "Ignite." The talisman caught fire, first igniting the incense, followed by the candle. The incense serves as a lure, while the candle seeks out the spirit. The white smoke released by the burning incense enveloped the flame of the candle. Boom! The accumulated smoke suddenly ignited, transforming into a ball of fire that floated above the three men, subsequently drifting towards a nearby grove. Diehu, Erlong, guard the coffin, Lin Daoist and I will investigate, Huang Zhenghua instructed. However, Lin Yi, feeling uneasy, countered, "Daoist Huang, perhaps I should go instead, while you remain here to protect the coffin." "Very well, that seems more prudent," Huang Zhenghua conceded, turning to Huang Erlong with a cautionary note, "Stick close to Lin Daoist, be perceptive, and learn from this experience. Don't just scream when trouble arises." "Okay," Huang Erlong replied, slightly disgruntled. Lin Yi led Huang Erlong as they followed the flickering flame into the woods. Huang Erlong, grinning with curiosity, asked, "Lin Ji, are all the practitioners you encounter experts?" Lin Yi pondered for a moment before nodding, "I suppose so." Huang Erlong pressed on, "Is Li Xiaoyun, the leader of that sect, really as formidable as the rumors suggest?" The previously tense atmosphere was lightened by Huang Erlong's inquiry, prompting Lin Yi to jest, "Who do you think is stronger, him or me?" "You are stronger." Huang Erlong had never seen Li Xiaoyun but had witnessed Lin Yi's prowess. Having grown up in the Shenshao sect, Li Xiaoyun was bound to be strong, yet Lin Yi had managed to hold his own against him since his debut. In that light, it seemed Lin Yi might indeed be the stronger of the two. Lin Yi chuckled, "That's right, I can handle him as easily as breathing." Whether he could truly best Li Xiaoyun was irrelevant. After all, boasting was not against the law. They arrived at a less densely wooded area when yet another Santarner came barreling towards them. "Just a little challenge," Huang Erlong said, stepping forward, ready to deliver a punishing blow. The five spirits underfoot issued a warning. "Not good." Lin Yi's expression changed dramatically as he grabbed Huang Erlong, pulling him aside just in time. The Santarner whizzed past them, and Lin Yi distinctly felt the rush of wind it left in its wake. Bang! The vehicle crashed into a tree behind them. Crack! The massive tree toppled, sending dust flying into the air, while the car shattered into pieces, its parts strewn across the ground. The speed was astonishing. Had they been struck, they would surely have sustained serious injuries. "Damn, that was a real car!" Huang Erlong exclaimed, his scalp prickling in terror, his hair standing on end as he gulped nervously. Had it not been for Lin Yi's warning, he might have met a grim fate. "A blend of the genuine and the false, quite intriguing," Lin Yi remarked, equally startled. "If not for the warning from the five spirits, they would have indeed fallen into a trap." This was a rather sophisticated tactic. Not long after they had walked, a voice called out, "Little brother." The voice was gentle, yet it sent chills down their spines. In the dead of night, who would call out to them? Only a ghost would dare. Huang Erlong instinctively turned to look, but Lin Yi urged, "Don't look back, keep moving forward." As the saying goes, in the dead of night, if someone calls your name, never look back, for turning back extinguishes the three lanterns of yang fire, leading to certain death. Moreover, there was no ghost behind them, while the nature of the spirit's trickery was unknown. If it were truly present, the five spirits would have reacted. The flames above them flickered and eventually dissipated as they reached a nearby field. "Lin Ji, look ahead," Huang Erlong pointed, revealing a yellowed hide hanging from a crooked tree. In the darkness, it was impossible to discern what creature's hide it was, but its shape resembled that of a human. "This hide is heavy with yin energy. Could the ghost be concealed within?" Huang Erlong inquired, lacking sufficient experience with spirits. "Not inside," Lin Yi shook his head. Although the hide radiated a significant amount of yin energy, the ghost was not lurking within it, as confirmed by the five spirits' lack of response. Not in the hide, Lin Yi murmured to himself, then scanned the surroundings, but found no signs of the lurking ghost. Chapter 54, The Copper Coffin, the Red Thread, and the ominous emergence. A palpable aura of malevolence pervaded the surroundings, yet no spectre was visible. The flickering flames dissipated in this eerie atmosphere. Where could it be hiding? Lin Yi lowered his gaze to the ground beneath him and then chuckled. I see now. Seeing Lin Yi's sudden realization, Huang Erlong appeared utterly bewildered. Without hesitation, Lin Yi commanded, Earth Spirit, burrow down and investigate. The Earth Spirit plunged into the earth and soon returned. Indeed, it is below. Receiving the information relayed by the Earth Spirit, Lin Yi pointed to a nearby clearing and instructed, Erlong, dig here. Understood. Although Huang Erlong was perplexed, he nonetheless began to excavate with a wooden stick. With the Earth Spirit's assistance, a pit was quickly unearthed, revealing a coffin within. Upon closer inspection of the coffin, Huang Erlong's expression shifted dramatically. The copper coffin is bound with a red thread. This is a method of nurturing ghosts. As a professional coffin bearer, Huang Erlong was intimately familiar with coffins. Moreover, this technique of nurturing ghosts was a secret art practiced by coffin bearers themselves. Nurturing ghosts. Lin Yi furrowed his brow, immediately associating it with the ghostly path. Huang Erlong gulped in fear. Brother Lin, this technique is a unique secret art of our trade. Rather than nurturing ghosts, it is more akin to soul cultivation. The coffin is where the tomb owner lies himself. We may have incurred his wrath. The secret art of soul cultivation employed by coffin bearers was notoriously sinister, and they had long ceased its practice. Even if they had learned it, utilizing it was out of the question. Huang Erlong had heard tales from Huang Zhenghua about the malevolent and cruel nature of this technique. To practice it, one must be interred in a copper coffin after death, accompanied by 2 young boys and girls whose limbs were broken to accompany them in burial. Furthermore, these children could not be dead, they were to be interred alive, left to perish slowly within the coffin. Such a death was steeped in resentment, generating enough malevolence to fuel the tomb owner's soul cultivation. Ultimately, the souls of the children would be consumed to achieve the completion of soul cultivation. A fully realized soul cultivation would result in a formidable malevolence, capable of manifesting even in daylight, unaffected by sun or fire, and exceedingly difficult to confront. Incurring his wrath. Lin Yi snorted coldly, his gaze chilling. He was the one who offended us first. Golden Spirit. Could one truly bow down to someone who had already trampled upon them? With a decisive command, the Golden Spirit appeared. The Golden Spirit had the ability to manipulate the surrounding metals, and Lin Yi uttered 2 words, open the coffin. The Golden Spirit immediately compelled the coffin lid to creak open. However, as soon as the lid opened slightly, an overwhelming force slammed it shut once more. Continue. Upon finishing his words, Lin Yi drew the dagger from his waist. In dire circumstances, he could harness malevolent energy. Although he could only maintain this state for 3 seconds, it was sufficient to deal with whatever lay within the coffin. Lin Yi was not boastful, this malevolent energy had even wounded that faceless man. Could this entity possibly be stronger than the faceless man? Boom, the entity within the coffin could no longer withstand the pressure, and the coffin lid was violently overturned by the Golden Spirit. Before Lin Yi could approach, a swirling mass of black energy surged forth, morphing into a shadowy figure. Huff, the figure inhaled deeply, then exhaled slowly, overwhelmed with excitement. After 60 years of scheming and accumulation, I have finally reached the cataclysmic year of calamity. The figure murmured to itself, that old fellow's divination was quite accurate. Although my plans have been thwarted, immense opportunities await. I can already sense its proximity. Hey! Lin Yi interjected, breaking the figure's reverie with an icy glare. You have offended me, do you not realize that? Who are you? The figure scrutinized Lin Yi, pondering. Though young, the oppressive aura of malevolence radiating from him was alarming. Moreover, he had already refined 5 spirits. Such a formidable individual emerged from the underworld. Truly, it was the year of calamity. The one who will kill you. Just as Lin Yi was about to strike, a wave of malevolent energy emanated from the gnarled tree behind him, spreading outward. Seizing the opportunity, the figure bolted, heading toward the road. Not good. Lin Yi immediately recognized that the figure's target was the zombie within the coffin. Just as he was about to pursue, the surrounding environment abruptly shifted. "What is happening?" Huang Erlong exclaimed in horror. At that moment, they found themselves on a street lined with ancient buildings. Whoosh, an unknown force surged toward them but was intercepted by the earth spirit. "Is this a ghostly illusion?" Lin Yi recalled reading about it in the Yin-Yang Chronicles. Ghostly illusions were a form of illusionary magic that ensnared individuals within a phantasmagoria, allowing hidden spirits to launch surprise attacks. It could be dispelled, though not easily, especially since Lin Yi was not particularly skilled in this area, rendering the situation quite challenging. However, a clever idea struck him. Lin Yi turned to Huang Erlong beside him, grinning mischievously. "Would you like to complete this delivery task?" "Of course." Huang Erlong nodded enthusiastically. "Excellent." Lin Yi's expression hardened as he placed both hands on Huang Erlong's shoulders. "Forgive me." As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Yi activated the malevolent energy from his dantian, invoking the two ghosts patting shoulders technique. Huang Erlong felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, plunging him into a state of confusion. "Brother Lin." As the black energy surged from Huang Erlong's shoulder, extinguishing the yang fire, it directly infiltrated his body. Seizing the moment, Lin Yi clenched his fist and struck Huang Erlong's abdomen with all his might. The force of this blow was tremendous. Huang Erlong vomited bile, and the black energy escaped his body. Lin Yi swiftly swung his dagger, severing the black energy, which instantly dispelled the ghostly illusion. With a powerful stomp, Lin Yi propelled himself forward, reaching the gnarled tree and seizing the yellowed human skin. Only then did he realize that it was not the pelt of an animal but rather human skin. Just as Lin Yi was about to tear the skin apart, a thought struck him, and he instead tucked it away, wrapping it around the dagger sheath. The Kaiyu dagger and sheath were one entity. Having been pierced by the dagger for thousands of years, it bore a terrifying malevolence, sufficient to subdue this human skin. "Brother Lin, that's amazing." Huang Erlong coughed up more bile but still struggled to give a thumbs up. Lin Yi inquired, "Can you stand?" "Brother Lin, don't worry about me, go kill that guy, I'll catch up shortly." Huang Erlong nodded affirmatively. "Very well." Lin Yi acknowledged. Without further ado, he sprinted toward the coffin. As Lin Yi ran off, Huang Erlong could no longer endure the pain and cried out, "It hurts." Beside the truck, Huang Zhenghua grew increasingly anxious as the duo failed to return. Could they be facing a troublesome situation? "Should I go check?" Huang Darhu asked. "No need." Huang Zhenghua shook his head. With Lin Daoyu present, there should be no issues. "Our task is to protect the coffin." Huang Darhu frowned. Such heavy malevolent energy. "Step back." Huang Zhenghua's expression shifted dramatically. Suddenly, a figure lunged at them, delivering a powerful strike. Huang Zhenghua pushed Huang Darhu aside and countered the figure with his own strike. Bang! The two strikes collided, sending a terrifying shockwave that knocked Huang Darhu aside. Huang Zhenghua coughed up blood, staggering backward, kneeling on one knee, his face a mask of astonishment. What a terrifying malevolent spirit. It is a great calamity. Chapter 55, The Rising Force subdues the malevolent spirits. In the realm of esoteric discourse, the term malevolent does not merely denote ghosts or zombies, but rather serves as a collective epithet for entities of formidable strength. To be classified as truly malevolent implies a power level that, when evaluated against the cultivators of the human realm, would undoubtedly secure a position on the celestial rankings. Damn it! Huang Darhu gripped his wooden staff, ready to strike. The shadowy figure merely cast a glance before lifting a foot to deliver a swift kick. Bang! The blow landed squarely in the pit of Huang Darhu's stomach. His eyes widened in shock as he collapsed to the ground, contorted like a shrimp, unable to utter a sound due to the pain. This exemplified the stark disparity in power. The figure turned to Huang Zhenghua, a light chuckle escaping its lips. "You possess some skill, but alas, it is insufficient. I have a connection with your kind, the coffin bearers. I promised that fellow to show leniency towards your descendants. However, truth be told, I have no desire to slay you, considering we both tread the path of the unorthodox." "Unorthodox?" Huang Zhenghua gasped, suddenly aware of the figure's origins. Before the establishment of the nation, a cataclysmic battle between righteousness and evil had ensued, resulting in heavy casualties within the realm of the supernatural. The outcome was the defeat of the evil alliance. Since then, practitioners of the dark arts had been relegated to the status of mere fringe elements. This individual, astonishingly, was a relic from before the nation was founded. Lin Yi surged forward in an instant, enveloped in a murderous aura, his speed reaching terrifying heights as he swung his blade with ferocity. No pretense, just a straightforward ambush, decisive. What? The figure's expression shifted dramatically. There was no time left to evade or defend. He had not anticipated Lin Yi's meteoric rise in strength. The momentum of this strike was overwhelming. The blade descended, cleaving through the figure's torso, reducing it to wisps of white smoke. Young friend, we share a common path. Why must we turn our blades against one another? The figure, now thoroughly panicked, pivoted to flee. The arrogance he had displayed moments ago had been replaced with utter dismay. Oh, a relic from before the nation's foundation, Lin Yi released the tension of his murderous aura, grinning broadly. Since when did we, as followers of the unorthodox, become one big happy family? With a determined slash, Lin Yi pursued, delivering relentless blows. The figure, already gravely weakened, cried out for mercy. Friend, I once practiced the ghostly path as well. We are kindred spirits. That is of no concern to me. Even if you were a practitioner of the Buddha's teachings, you shall perish today. Lin Yi disregarded all else, continuing his assault without pause. He refused to allow his adversary any chance to retaliate. Only when the figure's spirit had fled did Lin Yi relent. All done. Lin Yi exhaled, relieved. This adversary was indeed formidable. Without the aid of his murderous aura, he might not have triumphed. Lin Yi spat contemptuously, asserting with a sense of entitlement, what is it to be of the unorthodox, a penchant for violence? Is that something to be proud of? Is he dead? Huang Zhenghua was taken aback, realizing he had not even grasped the figure's identity before Lin Yi had dispatched him. Job well done. As the figure was a spirit, Lin Yi found nothing of value to plunder and could only depart in frustration. With all matters settled, the four resumed their journey. At this moment, the three companions regarded Lin Yi with newfound respect. Despite his usual demeanor of joviality and refinement, when it came to confrontation, he was fearsome beyond measure. Describing him as a desperate rogue would be an understatement. Alas, this journey has been far from peaceful. Huang Zhenghua sighed, silently praying that no further complications would arise. With one of the three lotus flowers of wealth and respect for the divine already red, what else awaited them? After 2 days of travel, they had indeed encountered trouble. In the dead of night, 3 groups of individuals blocked their cargo truck. Lin Yi and Huang Darhu intended to alight and investigate, but Huang Zhenghua intervened. Allow me to handle this, he said, stepping out of the vehicle. Upon seeing the leading man, he was momentarily stunned, quickly donning a smile. It is Lord Shu. Xu Zhen, ranked 49th on the earthly list, was formerly a disciple of Longhu Mountain before defecting to the unorthodox path. Senior Huang, Xu Zhen grinned, approaching the truck. This cargo is mine. Huang Zhenghua surveyed the surrounding individuals, suppressing his fury as he forced a smile. Lord Shu, I fear this may be somewhat inappropriate. Inappropriate? Xu Zhen stepped closer to Huang Zhenghua, patting his shoulder with a cold huff. I addressed you as Senior Huang out of respect. You do not genuinely believe that grants you any standing, do you? Let me advise you, at your age, it would be wise to refrain from meddling. I am aware of your family's whereabouts, and I would not hesitate to pay them a visit. While I know there are experts among your coffin bearers, I cannot say the same for the younger generation handling business outside. Huang Zhenghua's expression darkened as he clenched his fists, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing ominously. This band of ruffians. There is indeed a code among the unorthodox. Calamity should not befall the disciples of a sect. To resort to such underhanded tactics is utterly disgraceful. Huang Darhu seethed, preparing to exit the vehicle when Lin Yi called out to him. Lin Yi inhaled deeply from a cigarette and then exhaled with a chilling smile. Ruffians, let us see just how ruthless you truly are. He leaped from the vehicle. Upon seeing another individual approach, Xu Zhen remained unfazed. Huang Zhenghua had already been subdued. Who else could possibly come? Lin Yi discarded the cigarette and confronted Shushan directly. Are you here to rob? Shushan scrutinized Lin Yi closely before recognition dawned on him. His expression shifted to one of shock. You are the ghost master, Lin Yi. Lin Yi, growing impatient, replied, Indeed, that is I. Are you here to rob or not? Absolutely not, with the ghost master present, how could I dare? Shushan hastily shook his head in denial. He was acutely aware of Lin Yi's formidable prowess, having dispatched Li Buchuan upon his debut, definitely not someone to provoke. Lin Yi nodded, his expression nonchalant. Then I shall be on my way. Shushan turned to leave, realizing he had truly encountered an impenetrable barrier. Just as Shushan let down his guard, Lin Yi drew his blade and struck downwards. Splat! The blade met with Shushan's back, a gaping wound oozing blood profusely. To spout bravado and then flee, do you truly believe me to be a mere clay statue? Lin Yi declared, unleashing a flurry of strikes. What were ruffians, if not a mere puddle of flesh? Thus, the 49th ranked Shushan met his end beneath Lin Yi's relentless assault. It was a situation that elicited a sense of ruefulness. Yet, Shushan's demise was exceedingly vexing. No one had anticipated Lin Yi's sudden attack. Devoid of any warning, there was not even a deep-seated enmity between the two, otherwise, Shushan would have been more vigilant. Lin Yi surveyed the onlookers, unwilling to squander any more time. You can either die or leave. The crowd exchanged glances before wisely retreating. They had witnessed the overwhelming presence of this unorthodox prodigy. Perhaps due to having faced death once, Lin Yi's mindset had undergone a significant transformation. What principles did the unorthodox espouse? A penchant for brutality was innate, and vengeance was their modus operandi. As for right or wrong, with power in hand, matters were dictated by one's own will. This decisive blow had indeed quelled the forces of darkness, paving the way for a smooth passage ahead. No further attempts at robbery arose. After another day and night of travel, they finally arrived in Xianxi. Once they delivered the mysterious item within the coffin to their employer, all would come to a close. Chapter 56, The Incident by the Roadside. Huang Erlong and Huang Darhu were smoking beside the truck, while Lin Yi was intently examining the human skin. Curiously, there should be no malevolent spirit hiding within it. Yet, how could it wield such illusions? Could it possibly be a magical artifact? Lin Yi had encountered few magical artifacts, yet he was aware of their diverse forms and purposes. If this were indeed a magical item, how would one go about utilizing it? He had no intention of overlooking anything that could potentially enhance his strength, regardless of its sinister nature. Are we no longer heading to the Yuan family estate? Huang Zhenghua furrowed his brow, perplexed. Where shall we deliver the goods instead? The voice on the other end of the phone provided an address, prompting Huang Zhenghua to nod in acknowledgement before approaching. Lin Daoyu, the employer, has instructed that we no longer deliver at the Yuan family estate. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi inquired, then where shall we deliver it? Huang Zhenghua mentioned a location, and the four of them boarded the truck and pickup to set off. By the time they arrived at the designated place, dusk had fallen. It was a large courtyard in the village, seemingly abandoned for quite some time. The four waited at the entrance for a while until a figure draped in a black cloak approached. Seeing the newcomer, Huang Zhenghua regarded him warily. Is that you, Daoist Ruan? It is I, Huang Zhenghua replied, lifting his hood to reveal a ghastly pale face. The other party is indeed injured, Lin Yi discerned, sensing the severity of Huang Zhenhua's wounds. Huang Zhenghua also noticed Huang Zhenhua's injuries but chose not to inquire further, preferring to expedite the delivery and receive his payment. Darhu, Erlong, lift the coffin. Huang Zhenghua commanded. Huang Darhu and Huang Erlong climbed onto the truck, securing the coffin with thick hemp ropes. They took a swig from a flask, inhaled deeply, and with a mighty heave, managed to lift the coffin. Lin Yi was somewhat astonished by the display. This technique was recorded in their yin-yang chronicles, detailing how coffin bearers could lift immense weights with a single breath. Unlike orthodox practices, which adhere to a singular lineage, the esoteric arts are diverse and varied. Coffin bearers cultivate their strength externally and their breath internally, mastering the art of sustaining breath in the dantian, allowing energy to circulate throughout the body, connecting heaven and earth. It is said that those who reach a peak state can lift 1,000 pounds without feeling the weight. As long as the breath remains unbroken, the strength will not dissipate. However, it was evident that the two men had not perfected their skills, as they were already flushed and gasping for breath after merely lowering the coffin. Upon seeing the coffin, Wang Zhenhuo's eyes gleamed with excitement as he suppressed his eagerness and approached. Just as his hand brushed the coffin, Lin Yi seized him. Startled, Wang Zhenhuo turned to Lin Yi and smiled. It is the ghost conjurer. I have long admired your reputation. Fear not, Cao Wanshan has informed me that your reward is a coffin made of 500-year-old sandalwood. I assure you, it will not be lacking. Lin Yi fixed his gaze on Wang Zhenhuo. I demand it now. Well, Wang Zhenhuo hesitated. Lin Daoyu, where am I to procure a 500-year-old sandalwood coffin at this moment? You must go to the Wan family estate for that. Is there not one right here? Lin Yi's meaning could not have been clearer. Wang Zhenhuo's expression soured slightly. Lin Daoyu, to speak frankly, I cannot manage the entity within this coffin. If it is released, the consequences would be dire. However, rest assured, you will indeed receive your 500-year-old sandalwood coffin. You may confirm this with Wang Daoyu. Huang Zhenghua nodded with a smile. Fear not, Lin Daoyu. I had already arranged for the coffin to be delivered to Wang Zhenhuo, and the Wan family will provide the payment, as confirmed by the family head himself. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi finally felt reassured. Then I shall take my leave with the coffin. Wang Zhenhuo then produced 4 black talismans, reciting incantations: Heaven's Curse, Earth's Shadow, 4 ghosts lift the coffin, come. The talismans ignited, and 4 small ghosts emerged from the ground, positioning themselves at each corner of the coffin. 4 ghosts lift the coffin, Lin Yi mused, surprised that Wang Zhenhuo possessed knowledge of ghostly spells. This technique was indeed an aspect of ghostly arts, easily executed. Lin Yi had encountered it in their Mire ghost conjuration. These black talismans were not traditional talismans, but rather silver notes, money that could summon help from nearby spirits. Burning silver notes is akin to inviting assistance from the spirits to lift the coffin. The distance they could carry it depended on the denominations of the notes. Lin Yi recalled distinctly that 10 steps equated to 1 copper coin, 100 steps to 10 copper coins, and 1,000 steps to 100 copper coins. This was an extravagant expenditure. Although Lin Yi was capable, he had never employed such a method due to its costliness. As Wang Zhenhuo sat atop the coffin, the 4 little ghosts sprang into action, swiftly disappearing. Their speed rivaled that of a compact car, truly remarkable. Goodness, I must acquire a few of these talismans for myself, they may prove useful, Lin Yi resolved, contemplating an initial venture of 30,000 copper coins to test the waters. He was genuinely intrigued. No sooner had Wang Zhenhuo departed than several vehicles sped into view. Before they could come to a halt, a throng of individuals surrounded Lin Yi and his companions. Huang Daoyu and Huang Erlong exchanged bewildered glances, while Huang Zhenghua and Lin Yi remained composed. The crowd parted to reveal a man around 45 years of age, his pallid complexion a testament to years spent in close. Upon noticing him, Huang Zhenghua greeted him with a broad smile. Family head Wan, we have delivered the coffin to Wang Zhenhuo. Shall we discuss the payment? Where is Wang Zhenhuo? Wan Haoqian's voice boomed with unrestrained fury. Who permitted you to hand the coffin over to him? The sudden outburst left Huang Zhenghua and the others at a loss. We are merely a step behind, Wan Haoqian cursed under his breath, addressing the gathered crowd. Quickly, pursue him. We must retrieve the entity contained within the coffin. It took Huang Zhenghua a moment to comprehend the situation, his confusion evident. Family head Wan, what do you mean? You explicitly instructed us to hand the coffin to Wang Zhenhuo. At this, Wan Haoqian, it became clear that an internal conflict had arisen within the Wan family, yet, what business was it of theirs? Huang Zhenghua forced a smile. Family head Wan, this is an internal matter for your family. It is not my place to intervene. However, according to the rules of our trade, we have fulfilled our obligation in delivering the goods, and the Wan family is obliged to compensate us. Chapter 57. If you dare to owe yourself a penny, sever a finger from him. Compensation. Wan Haoqian snorted coldly. Do you still have the audacity to mention compensation? If you fail to retrieve the item from that coffin, you shall receive not a single penny. Huang Daoyu instantly flared with anger. One family head, what do you mean by that? What, do you wish to take action? Wang Haoqian glanced at Huang Darhu, completely dismissing him. Darhu, do not be rude. Huang Zheng were admonished, and Huang Darhu had no choice but to relent. In Xiangxi, the domain of the corpse transporters, and with Wang Haoqian being a top-tier expert, they could not afford to offend him. From your tone, are you implying that you intend to renege on the deal? At that moment, Lin Yi, who had been silent in the background, spoke up, his expression dark and foreboding. And you are? Wang Haoqian turned to Lin Yi, finding the youth somewhat unfamiliar. However, the malevolent aura he exuded was terrifying. Lin Yi. Lin Yi pronounced his name succinctly. So, it is the ghost summoner. Wang Haoqian was somewhat taken aback, not expecting that the rising star of the unorthodox sects would also be present. Nevertheless, regardless of his reputation, I am still a top-tier expert. Moreover, this is my territory, Xiangxi, not his Kunming. Is the one family head planning to renege on his promise? Lin Yi enunciated each word, one hand already gripping the dagger at his waist. Lin, my friend. Huang Zhenghua hurriedly interjected, casting a frantic glance at him. And what if I do? Wang Haoqian narrowed his eyes, as the one family disciples around him prepared to take action. Lin Yi surveyed the multitude of one family members before finally fixing his gaze back on Wang Haoqian. Wang Haoqian, ranked 21st on the heaven list, was the current head of the one family, the foremost corpse transporters in Xiangxi. Outnumbered and facing a top-tier expert, should I engage in a bloody confrontation? Lin Yi hesitated. Even in a fight, he had no absolute certainty of victory. No, it was more accurate to say he had none at all. The one family held a dominant position in Xiangxi, with scarcely any rival sect or power that could contend with them. Yet, to let this matter slide was a bitter pill to swallow. Lin, let it go. Huang Zhenghua shook his head in resignation. He had already accepted defeat. This time, it seemed he was simply out of luck. Lin Yi gradually relaxed his grip on the dagger at his waist. At least you are perceptive. Wang Haoqian snorted disdainfully, leading his entourage away to continue pursuing Wang Zhenhua. In the vehicle, one of Wang Haoqian's disciples expressed concern. Family head, that Lin Yi has a fearsome reputation. Offending him may not bode well for us. What is there to fear? Wang Haoqian scoffed dismissively. No matter how arrogant he may be, he is merely a newcomer to the scene. What is there to dread? Setting aside the fact that Lin Yi could not defeat him, this was Xiangxi. Even the esteemed three mountain talismans, the seven true schools, or the Buddhist temples of Baimer and Lingyan could not challenge his authority here. In this place, if you are a tiger, you lie down. If you are a dragon, you coil. The one family is truly overstepping. Huang Erlong clenched his fists in anger, while Huang Darhu's face turned ashen with fury. Let us go. Huang Zhenghua sighed in defeat. With societal reforms and national policies, the number of coffin bearers dwindled. Many old trades were fading into obscurity, including that of the coffin bearers. In this day and age, earning a living was increasingly difficult. Of course, there were faster, albeit illicit, means of making money, but those were strictly prohibited. As Huang Darhu and Huang Erlong boarded the vehicle, Huang Zhenghua turned to the silent Lin Yi. The one family is formidable. We cannot afford to provoke them and must endure. Endure. Lin Yi's expression darkened ominously. When there is no more to bear, there is no need to endure any longer. If I cannot defeat you, Wang Haoqian, then I shall set your family ablaze. Anger surged within Lin Yi, igniting a fierce determination. After all his efforts to transport goods here, he would not rest until he obtained the compensation he sought. What if the one family wielded immense power in Xiangxi? A cornered rabbit will bite, how much more so for myself? Huang Zhenghua quickly attempted to dissuade him. Lin, this is unwise. The one family is not something you can confront. This life is but a worthless one. If I am wronged, I shall retaliate. Lin Yi's eyes narrowed with resolve. The unorthodox must engage in unorthodox actions. Lin, you are incredible. Huang Erlong leapt from the vehicle, his face alight with excitement. Lin, what do you propose we do? Return home at once, Huang Zhenghua scolded, then turned to Lin Yi, his tone resigned. Lin, I must speak frankly. I do not possess your ferocity, nor your courage. As coffin bearers, we are a minor sect and cannot withstand a full-scale confrontation, thus, I cannot accompany you in this matter, we must accept our fate. I understand. Lin Yi nodded, having never expected assistance from others. While Huang Zhenghua and the others might endure, he simply could not tolerate it. Lin, until we meet again. Huang Zhenghua said as he prepared to leave, adding a word of caution, the Yuan family is powerful. You must exercise extreme caution. Thank you for the warning, Huang. Lin Yi nodded, and the two sides parted ways. In the vehicle, Huang Erlong protested, Uncle, why do we not join Lin in a grand confrontation? All you ever think about is fighting. Do you possess Lin Yi's ferocity? No. Do you possess Lin Yi's strength? No. Huang Zhenghua sighed heavily. Erlong, I am just as frustrated as you are, but we lack Lin Yi's power, his audacity, and his ferocity. The coffin-bearer trade has seen better days, we cannot compare ourselves to the corpse transporters. Lin Yi settled into a hotel and called Songzhi. Old Song, send all the ghost money from the shop to me. Understood. Songzhi replied on the other end, then inquired, Boss, should I send it to you or deliver it in person? Lin Yi pondered for a moment before saying, have the ghost messenger from the shop handle it. Very well. Songzhi agreed. After hanging up, Lin Yi resumed his examination of the human skin. This item was restrained by the malevolent energy of the scabbard, preventing it from causing any disturbances. However, Lin Yi was unsure of its true nature. He did not know, but that did not mean others lacked knowledge. He would need to consult Zhang Baifeng. Dialing Zhang Baifeng's number, Lin Yi explained his findings. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Baifeng responded, this is likely a soul-capturing human skin. It is a magical artifact, however, the method of creating such a soul-capturing skin is exceedingly cruel, and I have not seen one since the establishment of the nation. How is it used? Lin Yi asked, curious. Given he had obtained this soul-capturing skin, it was imperative he learn how to utilize it, otherwise, he might as well have torn it apart or inquired about its market value. Apply this human skin to your arm, and once it absorbs sufficient blood energy, you can activate its power. After providing the information, Zhang Baifeng asked, I heard you went to Xiangxi. When will you return? Lin Yi chuckled, I will return after I burn down the Yuan family. Wait, what, burn the Yuan family? Zhang Baifeng on the other end reacted with disbelief. What the hell, the corpse transporters of Xiangxi? Lin, do not jest, the Yuan family is not something you can provoke. It is but a worthless life, if they dare to wrong me, I shall retaliate. If they dare to renege, why should I not burn down the Yuan family? Lin Yi was unconcerned with the status or identity of his adversaries. If they dared to owe him a penny, he would sever a finger from them. Chapter 58, The Night Infiltration of the Yuan Family. Zhang Baifeng still found it hard to believe. Lin, are you certain you aren't joking? Lin Yi scoffed lightly, do I appear to be the kind of person who jokes? Not at all, Zhang Baifeng replied affirmatively, but he still cautioned, Lin, the Yuan family wields immense power in Xiangxi. Are you truly certain you want to oppose them? Lin Yi dismissed him with disdain, the Yuan family may be formidable, but I am equally ruthless. I shall act without regard for the consequences. Impressive. Zhang Baifeng could only offer that assessment before giving a final warning and hanging up the phone. Lin Yi set down his mobile device and gazed at the human skin. After a moment of contemplation, he pressed it against his left arm. A plume of white smoke erupted, causing Lin Yi's lips to twitch in pain, yet he endured it. Curiously, the human skin melded seamlessly with his arm, leaving no trace visible, except for a face the size of a fist. This visage resembled a tattoo, purple in hue, complete with hair. Upon closer inspection, it appeared somewhat unsettling. However, Lin Yi paid it no mind, channeling the yin energy from his dantian into his left hand. As the yin energy coursed past the tattoo, it transformed into a ball of green ghostly flames. With a swift motion of his hand, Lin Yi unleashed the flames, which instantly enveloped the entire room. Simultaneously, the surrounding scene shifted, and he found himself back on the ancient street. I never imagined the ghostly concealment of the soul-capturing skin would function in this manner, Lin Yi mused, a sense of unexpected joy washing over him. It seemed that the individual had not affixed the skin to his arm due to his spirit state, which lacked the vital essence. In retrospect, this had indeed worked to Lin Yi's advantage. A day passed. In the dead of night, Lin Yi lay asleep when he was abruptly stirred by a voice calling from outside. Lin Yi, startled, Lin Yi opened his eyes, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him. The elders often warned that when a ghost calls your name, one must swiftly pinch the philtrum and take a deep breath. Some ghosts come to collect souls in the dead of night, and during such moments, one spirit can be drawn out to follow the ghost. This phenomenon is referred to as a ghostly call for the soul. The remedy is simple: pinch the philtrum and inhale deeply. The breath expelled by a person is yang energy, and the faster the breathing rate, the quicker the exchange of yang energy, naturally helping to evade the ghostly call. If one accidentally sees a ghost and is unsure of its nature, the simplest method is to have it breathe on your neck. The breath of a living person is undoubtedly warm, whereas that of a ghost is chillingly cold. Damn it, how dare you call my soul? Lin Yi cursed under his breath as he grabbed his meow knife, ready to strike as he opened the door. Just then, another voice rang out. Brother Lin, Master Zhao has sent us to deliver money to you. Brother Zhao. Lin Yi exclaimed, realizing each note contained 1,000 copper coins. He couldn't help but acknowledge that Zhao Huan had indeed been thoughtful. Carrying such a significant amount of ghostly currency would be inconvenient, which suited Lin Yi perfectly. The ghostly messenger continued, Master Zhao isn't responsible for this area, so he can't come himself. However, he asked me to convey that no matter how much trouble you've stirred up, feel free to return to the inn. He cannot interfere with worldly matters, but as long as you remain at the inn, no one can touch you. He himself is under someone else's authority. Understood, please convey my thanks to Brother Zhao. Lin Yi nodded, feeling reassured. He had been worried that provoking the Ruan family would lead to relentless pursuit, forcing him to hide, but with Zhao Huan's assurance, he felt fearless. Without further ado, Lin Yi procured gasoline and, under the cover of night, made his way to the Ruan family estate. It must be said that the Ruan family residence was indeed grand, both elegant and opulent. Moreover, there were family members stationed to guard the premises at night. Lin Yi was not reckless enough to storm through the main gate, though he harbored thoughts of making a grand entrance. However, his current strength did not permit such bravado, thus, he resolved to infiltrate through other means. Reaching a wall, Lin Yi summoned the earth spirit to penetrate the wall, ensuring no one was present before climbing over. The Ruan family estate was vast. Lin Yi instructed the earth spirit to gather intelligence while he simultaneously set about his own tasks. Before long, the earth spirit returned with detailed information, prompting Lin Yi to summon the water spirit next. He directed it to control the gasoline and douse the easily ignitable areas of the Ruan kitchen. Tonight, he intended to set the Ruan family ablaze. After saturating the area with gasoline, Lin Yi was about to retreat when the earth spirit relayed another message. The dungeon. Lin Yi furrowed his brow, a smile creeping onto his lips. Let's take a look. The dungeon might harbor treasures. Perhaps he could unearth something useful. Since Wan Haoqian was unwilling to pay, he would reclaim his due with interest. As he approached a narrow alley, two middle-aged men approached him. Stop, one of them barked, eyeing Lin Yi with suspicion. Which branch are you from? Why aren't you sleeping? The third branch, Lin Yi replied nonchalantly, his hand subtly gripping the knife at his waist. The two men did not seem overly suspicious. One inquired, so you're from the third branch. Do you have any cigarettes? I do. Lin Yi sighed in relief and produced a pack of soft Zhenghua cigarettes he had just unwrapped, offering it to them. Wow, smoking Zhenghua, and it's the soft kind. They say the third branch is wealthy, and even a little brat like you smokes soft Zhenghua. Consider this pack a token of respect to us, the man said, pocketing the cigarettes. Indeed, indeed. Lin Yi nodded, plastering a smile on his face. Seeing Lin Yi's compliance, the man nodded approvingly. All right, you're free to go about your business. However, all the skilled members of the clan are absent, so don't wander around aimlessly. Of course. Lin Yi nodded and turned to leave. Wait a moment. One of the men suddenly called out. Lin Yi halted, instinctively tightening his grip on the knife at his waist. It seemed he had been discovered. I must strike swiftly. Just as Lin Yi prepared to act, the man's expression turned serious as he said, "You must not mention this cigarette incident to the elders, understood?" Understood, understood. Lin Yi nodded repeatedly, feeling exasperated. Damn, I thought I had been exposed, what a scare. All right, go on with your business. The man waved him off, and Lin Yi strode away. The companion beside the man voiced his concern. I don't recognize that kid. He seems unfamiliar. Do you think he will cause trouble? The man shook his head, countering, with so many people in the clan, do you think you can know them all? His companion still seemed uneasy. Should we inquire further about his name? There's no need for that, the man dismissed the notion, clearly unconcerned. Even if he isn't a clan member, what kind of chaos could a mere 20-year-old lad possibly create? Is he capable of burning down the Ruan family? True, I suppose I was overthinking it. The companion conceded, nodding in agreement, soon realizing he had been overly suspicious. After all, the Ruan family was a dominant force in Xiangxi. Who would dare provoke them? Chapter 59, Revelation. This time, Lin Yi had learned to be clever. He instructed the Earth Spirit to scout ahead while he himself trailed behind. It must be said that these 5 spirits were indeed quite useful, playing a significant role in both ambushes and reconnaissance. Upon arriving at the corner of a room, the Earth Spirit returned, conveying that the dungeon lay just below. 2 disciples of the Yuan family were stationed as guards. Unfazed, Lin Yi strode forward with an air of confidence. Stop, this is the forbidden ground of the Yuan family. Which branch do you belong to, that you are so ignorant? One of the guards bellowed angrily. Lin Yi snorted dismissively, his presence imposing. Impudence, open your eyes wide and see who stands before you. The 2 guards froze, exchanging glances, pondering whether they had inadvertently offended a young master from another branch, yet, they did not recognize the youth before them. As Lin Yi approached the guards, he raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap, cursing, "What are you staring at? Open the dungeon door for me at once." The other guard, struck dumb with fear at the thought of receiving a similar blow, hurriedly produced the key to unlock the door. Consider yourself fortunate for having an eye for talent, Lin Yi remarked with a haughty snort as he stepped into the room. May I inquire which branch you hail from? The guard asked, clutching his reddened cheek, clearly in a predicament. Without the orders of the 3 elders and the family head, we truly cannot permit you entry into the dungeon. You truly do not know who I am. Lin Yi's anger flared instantly, glaring at the duo, his hand itching for action. Not a clue, both guards replied in unison, shaking their heads. Very well, then allow me to enlighten you. I am. Lin Yi. Upon declaring his name, Lin Yi unsheathed his sword and struck. With a swift motion, the 2 guards met their demise, utterly unprepared for the sudden assault. Their heads rolled to the ground, blood staining the floor. Lin Yi sheathed his blade and continued deeper into the room. Inside, there were no furnishings, but a tunnel led directly to the dungeon. Summoning the Earth Spirit to scout ahead, Lin Yi confirmed that no danger lurked, and thus he descended. Navigating through the damp corridor, he soon arrived at an expansive chamber, vast enough to accommodate 4 or 5 football fields. Surely the Yuan family hasn't excavated the entire space below? Lin Yi mused, astonished, his mind racing in admiration. The corpse driver Yuan family undeniably boasted a heritage spanning 3 millennia. Their reputation was not mere exaggeration. Within the realm of corpse drivers, 2 factions existed. The Yuan family and the rest. Upon entering, Lin Yi was struck by an intense chill, the oppressive aura of yin energy almost suffocating. His gaze fell upon the myriad coffins, each varying in hue, constructed from an assortment of materials. Remarkably, this was merely the first tier. As Lin Yi approached the second tier, he discovered it was secured by an iron door. He summoned the gold spirit, hoping it could unlock the door, but the gold spirit was repelled, unable to gain entry. It appears there are restrictions in place, Lin Yi noted, his brow furrowing. Lacking expertise in formations, he realized that brute force might not suffice and could even lead to exposure. Enough, one should know their limits. Lin Yi was acutely aware of the wisdom in moderation and redirected his attention to the coffins on the first tier. Although he lacked knowledge of corpse nurturing, he understood the significance of the coffin's materials. After a thorough search, his gaze landed on a raised stone platform. Here lay 7 coffins, all a striking red, adorned with an abundance of talisman papers. These coffins are crafted from willow wood. Judging by their quality, they should be around 300 years old. Lin Yi immediately recognized the wood as high-grade willow and reached out to touch it. The moment his hand made contact with the coffin, the bells hanging above jingled in unison. Not good, Lin Yi thought to himself, realizing he must have triggered a warning mechanism. Simultaneously, bells throughout the Yuan estate rang out. An intruder has breached the dungeon. Quickly, stop that individual, Elder Yuan Maozai bellowed. In an instant, all the Yuan disciples surged towards the dungeon. In a quiet courtyard, an elder seated in meditation slowly opened his eyes, sighing in resignation. Alas, we have lived too peacefully for too long, to have lost even this semblance of vigilance. Lin Yi produced a stack of silver notes, murmuring incantations, heavenly calamity, earthly shadows, for ghosts bear the coffin, come forth. Seeing no spirits materialize, Lin Yi's expression darkened. It dawned on him, how could I have been so oblivious? This is the Yuan family's grand estate, ordinary spirits would not dare venture here. As shouts erupted outside, Lin Yi summoned the wood spirit to guard his position, then swiftly turned and fled. Just as he exited the dungeon, he found himself surrounded by a throng of Yuan disciples. Yuan Maozai fixed his grim gaze on Lin Yi, his countenance ominously dark. It's you. What business do you have at my Yuan family? Lin Yi scoffed. Since your Yuan family refuses to pay the due compensation, I have come to collect it myself. Yuan Maozai burst into laughter. Lin Yi, I am aware of your infamous reputation for ruthlessness, but do you genuinely believe that such ferocity will allow you to wreak havoc in my Yuan family? Is it not possible? Lin Yi grinned, a flicker of intense sparking in his mind as the fire spirit, lying in wait, ignited the gasoline. Boom, the Yuan family estate erupted in flames beneath the night sky. Clever lad, it seems you were well prepared. Yuan Maozai's face turned a ghastly shade of pale. The combat style of the corpse drivers typically involved controlling zombies in battle. However, the urgency of the situation left many without their zombies. Ordinary zombies could not withstand such a blaze. Put out the fire. I shall deal with Lin Yi, Yuan Maozai commanded, and everyone rushed to extinguish the flames, leaving only a handful behind. Swoosh! Lin Yi seized the moment, drawing his sword to strike. Yuan Maozai likewise unsheathed his dagger, and in the blink of an eye, they exchanged 3 blows. Lin Yi retreated, observing the oncoming crowd, and conjured a ball of green flames in his left hand to throw. The foremost man unleashed a talisman. Bang! The flames were dissipated, yet they did not vanish. Instead, they spread outward. Ghosts conceal the eyes. Yuan Maozai inwardly cursed, realizing the peril. Indeed, in the next instant, they all found themselves ensnared in an illusion. Lin Yi did not attack. Instead, he turned and fled. From their brief exchange, he discerned that Yuan Maozai possessed considerable strength. At the level of the heavenly ranking, whether he could successfully mount a surprise attack remained uncertain, but once the fire was extinguished, he would undoubtedly find himself in a dire situation. Break! Yuan Maozai roared, forcibly shattering the illusion, cold sweat beading on his forehead, clearly struggling. Seeing 2 individuals ahead, Lin Yi's eyes gleamed with determination as he swung his blade, severing the 2 with rapid strikes. Yet, the number of pursuers grew. Lin Yi had no intention of lingering. Damn it, he really set the Yuan family ablaze. One guard swallowed hard, glancing at his companion. His companion quickly shook his head. You can't blame me. It was your failure to verify his identity, and besides, his cigarettes are still in your pocket. The guard fished out the soft shiny cigarettes in anger and hurled them to the ground, regretting deeply. Had I known, I wouldn't have been so greedy for this pack of cigarettes. Chapter 60. I'm waiting for the bus. What are you waiting for? His companion shook his head, saying, well, it might be a blessing in disguise. If we had uncovered Lin Yi's identity back then, with his ruthlessness, we would have been killed long ago. Indeed, the guard quickly picked up a soft Chinese cigarette, brushed off the ash, and tucked it into his pocket. Still good for a smoke. Their family belongs to everyone, but life is one's own. If you don't speak, I won't either. They could only blame the guards for their negligence. Their lives were not at stake. Har! Lin Yi gasped for breath, his skin aflame with heat, surrounded by a sea of flames, utterly disoriented. The fire spread ferociously, and the Yuan clan's descendants were primarily focused on protecting their own zombies. Other possessions could burn, preserving their livelihood was paramount. Seeing a few ghostly figures drift in from a distance, Lin Yi's lips curled into a smile. It seemed that amidst the chaos, some spirits could not resist the allure of wealth and were daring enough to venture forth to raise the coffin. Excellent. Lin Yi, do not flee. Yuan Maocai bellowed in anger. He remained stationary, but the burly figure beside him charged forward. Lin Yi swung his blade. Thud, his arm was jolted, as though he had struck iron. The figure retaliated with a powerful fist, forcing Lin Yi to respond in kind. Bang! The two fists collided, and Lin Yi was sent stumbling back several paces before regaining his footing. What terrifying strength! Lin Yi's expression darkened as he realized that this being was not human, but a zombie covered in white hair. It's a hairy zombie. Lin Yi immediately recognized its classification. Hairy zombies possess hair on their corpses, with tough skin and bones, agile movements, and solid bodies. They are quite difficult to deal with. Yuan Maocai shook the corpse-controlling bell, and the hairy zombie lunged at Lin Yi once more. Lin Yi could only exhaust himself in defense, unable to approach Yuan Maocai. There is a saying that every creature has its nemesis. Lin Yi practiced the ghostly arts, and all his spells were aimed at controlling spirits. Two spirits tapping shoulders had no effect on such lifeless beings. He was thus at a disadvantage. However, there was another saying Lin Yi wholeheartedly agreed with: sheer strength can overcome skill. Do you think you're the only one who can ring bells? Lin Yi promptly produced the condensing bell, reciting incantations. When the yin bell tolls, a myriad of ghosts shall appear. Malevolent spirits from all directions, do not hide, heed my command and hasten. In an instant, 100 or so restless souls and wild spirits began to drift towards Lin Yi. Hey, do you truly believe that these lost souls can contend with me? Yuan Maocai sneered, his face filled with disdain. What combat prowess could these wandering spirits possess? A single blow from him would scatter their souls. Who says they cannot? Lin Yi was acutely aware that relying solely on summoning spirits would not suffice. He then pointed his fingers at his abdomen, chest, and forehead, 3 acupoints, while shouting, "The heaven gate is now open, evil spirits, hasten here." This was to invite the 100 or so wandering spirits to possess him, allowing him to utilize their strength in battle. Yet, these spirits were exceedingly wary of the hairy zombie and Yuan Maocai. Damn it, I'll pay more. If 500 isn't enough, then I'll offer 1,000, no, I'll offer 500 directly. Fortune favors the bold while the timid go hungry. Follow me, Lin Yi, and feast on the riches. The greater the storm, the pricier the fish. What are you waiting for? Enter my body. Through a blend of coaxing and intimidation, Lin Yi finally succeeded in having the 100 or so spirits enter him. In that moment, Lin Yi's aura surged, shrouding him in an eerie presence. As he faced the approaching hairy zombie, Lin Yi raised his hand effortlessly to seize it, grinning widely. Brother, you truly are weak. With a sudden surge of power, he sent the hairy zombie flying, crashing to the ground. However, being a hairy zombie with tough skin and bones, it was not so easily dismantled. Yet, perhaps 1,000 spirits might do the trick. I never expected this lad to have cultivated the art of summoning spirits to such an extent. Yuan Maocai was taken aback. Lin Yi's strength exceeded his wildest expectations. At that moment, the Yuan clan's descendants arrived, each accompanied by a zombie, creating a dark throng. Lin Yi summoned back the fire spirit, remaining silent, holding his blade with one hand, gazing at the many descendants of the Yuan family. Lin Yi, I concede your strength, but now you are trapped with no way out. You cannot escape. Yuan Maocai declared triumphantly. He could not fathom that Lin Yi could elude capture now. It mattered not that he had but 100 spirits, even if he had 1,000, they were all destined for death. Yuan Maocai looked at Lin Yi and said, Lin Yi, daring to cause trouble in my Yuan family proves you are a man. If you casually impart your 5 spirits and ghostly arts to one of my clan's disciples, I may consider sparing your life. Lin Yi remained silent. He was waiting. Seeing Lin Yi's obstinate demeanor, Yuan Maocai's expression darkened. Trying to buy time, HMPH, I shall see what assistance you can summon. I am waiting for the bus, what are you waiting for? Lin Yi scoffed, abruptly turning to run sideways. Yuan Maocai was momentarily stunned, then immediately commanded, seize him alive. Extract his ghostly heritage and 5 spirits, and then I shall personally use his corpse to forge a zombie. Bang! A wall was shattered. Before them appeared a red coffin, with a wooden spirit seated atop it, lowered by 4 small ghosts. Not good, the 7 fiends' coffin. One Moutsai exclaimed in alarm, hastily instructing, quickly retrieve the 7 fiends' coffin. Lin Yi leaped onto the coffin, gently patting the wooden spirit's small head. Well done, when we return, I shall reward you with delicious food. Lin Yi. One Moutsai shouted in a frenzy, put down the 7 fiends' coffin. But Lin Yi smirked, laughing with glee, this is a high-end 4-wheel drive supercar. It costs 10 ghost coins every 100 steps. Do you think your legs can keep up? One Moutsai was infuriated. Lin Yi had already sprinted far away, not forgetting to taunt, the 7 fiends' coffin is not the only one. Suddenly, from the freshly broken wall, 6 more red coffins emerged, each carried by 4 small ghosts. These little ghosts were quite clever, scattering in all directions, leaving the One clan's descendants confused about which to pursue first. One Moutsai shouted frantically, chase them. The 6 coffins, after a short distance, began to converge towards Lin Yi. Lin Yi dismissed the state of possessing 100 ghosts. They began to reach for coins. 500 ghost coins, 500 ghost coins. Lin Yi was quite annoyed by the clamor, retorting, what are you all in such a rush for? Am I Lin Yi someone who lacks money? My banknotes are all of 1,000 denomination, can you even make change? How exasperating, like a haunting ghost, after every time he summoned their assistance, this was the most bothersome part. Earning money was not easy, one should save where possible and spend where necessary. Lin Yi glanced back at the 6 red coffins, feeling a pang in his heart. Each of those coffins cost a copper coin for every 10 steps, totaling 7 coins for 7 coffins. That added up to quite a sum, however. To be fair, the speed of those 4 ghosts carrying the coffins was astonishingly swift. One Moutsai and his companions could not keep up at all. Not just him, even the figures on the heavenly rankings would likely struggle to catch up. Indeed, the only flaw of expensive things is their cost. Chapter 61, Ironclad Life, Flowing Currency, the 7 fiends' coffins. Lin Yi pondered briefly, recalling that fellow's anxious expression, and thus confirmed that these 7 coffins were no ordinary items. Whatever lay within was undoubtedly extraordinary. While he was uncertain of their specific purpose, their value was indisputable. Once he found the opportunity, he would inquire with Zhang Baifeng, who surely possessed the knowledge. If he had no use for them, he could easily sell these 7 coffins. The 4 spectres carrying the coffin moved with remarkable speed, already leaving the members of the One family far behind. Lin Yi suddenly squinted, observing a few figures striding towards the One family. As he focused, his expression darkened. What a coincidence to encounter this fellow again. The leader was none other than Wan Haoqian, accompanied by several formidable members of his clan. Just as he escaped from the jaws of a tiger, he stumbled into a wolf's den. Was his luck truly this abysmal? Head of the family, it seems there are people ahead, one of the younger clan members cautioned. Wan Haoqian, at that moment, was too agitated to heed any words, but he instinctively lifted his gaze. Their eyes met, and recognition dawned upon them. Wan Haoqian felt a strange familiarity with the coffins Lin Yi was carrying, and soon it dawned on him, startling him into exclamation, what the hell, those are the 7 fiends' coffins of my One family. How did Lin Yi acquire them? The 7 fiends' coffins had always been secured within the dungeon. Without the permission of the 3 elders and his own decree, no one could enter. If Lin Yi possessed the coffins, did it imply the One family? This was an open area, surrounded by roads. Lin Yi initially intended to turn around and flee, but ultimately decided against it. He wished to gauge Wan Haoqian's strength. To be honest, he had encountered many top-ranked experts, yet had never engaged them in battle. The concept of a top-ranked expert differed from that of those listed on the rankings. While top-ranked experts were relatively few, those who squeezed into the top 50 were all fierce competitors. After all, even that Li Xiaoyan managed to rank 25th. Surely, he wouldn't be dispatched so easily, would he? Hey, do you fellows wish to earn a bit more coin? Lin Yi addressed the 100 or so wandering spirits around him. The spirits were not foolish, they understood Lin Yi's intentions and collectively shook their heads. Had it not been for the fact that Lin Yi had yet to pay them, they would have long fled. Lin Yi, exasperated, began to embellish. Rest assured, I shall merely borrow your strength. You won't have to confront that individual. If you lend your assistance, I will add an extra 200 copper coins to your pay, but if you refuse to assist, I shall deduct 200 copper coins. Lin Yi's method of persuasion proved effective. The wandering spirits exchanged glances, and ultimately, all of them entered Lin Yi's body. In an instant, an aura of ominous energy enveloped him, yet this was still insufficient. He swiftly drew the dagger from his waist, ran a hand along the blade, and a surge of malevolent energy manifested, enveloping him. Though this strike was not comparable to the one infused with the spirits of countless ghosts, it was nonetheless formidable. This strike must be striking, must be powerful, equally, it must exude an unstoppable momentum. Seeing Lin Yi's refusal to evade, Wan Haoqian was taken aback, but soon his face contorted into a vicious grin. Very well, you seek your own demise, I shall oblige. Slash. Before the coffin even reached its destination, Lin Yi stomped on it, launching himself forward. Wan Haoqian did not act. Instead, a figure beside him suddenly attacked, delivering a powerful punch. At the same time, several of Wan Haoqian's companions attempted to intercept the coffin, but their footing gave way unexpectedly. Huh! This is the 5 elements ghost control technique, they exclaimed, realizing too late as they were bound. The 4 spectres had moved with such swiftness and finesse that they had already positioned themselves behind the group. Lin Yi was struck in the chest by that figure's punch, yet immediately afterward, he sidestepped and leaped onto the coffin. This sequence of actions flowed seamlessly, exhibiting an elegance akin to silk. Meanwhile, the figure was not faring well either. As Lin Yi severed one of his arms, with his back to Wan Haoqian and the others, Lin Yi gradually sheathed his dagger, exuding a gallant demeanor, and disdainfully remarked, the strength of the Wan family's head is merely this. Pathetic. Wan Haoqian, instead of reacting with anger, gazed incredulously at the severed arm. Lin Yi's complexion paled, noticing the 4 small ghosts beneath the coffin had ceased their movements. His lips twitched. Hurry, we must leave, I cannot hold on much longer. The 4 small ghosts extended their hands, their intentions clear without words. Damn it, I'll pay more, let us go. Lin Yi hastily produced a silver note for Mu Ling to deliver to the 4 small ghosts. The moment the money was in hand, they surged forward with renewed vigor, swiftly darting away. Head of the family, shall we not pursue? One of them inquired. Wan Haoqian, regaining his composure, glanced once more at the severed hand, shaking his head, his expression. All disciples of the Wan family must mobilize and seal off all roads in Xianxi, ensuring Lin Yi cannot escape. Wan Haoqian's gaze followed the direction Lin Yi had fled, still shaken by that earlier strike. Yet, once he regained his composure, fury ignited within him. To sever the arm of his corpse was indeed impressive, but that was merely the beginning. On the coffin, Lin Yi's complexion grew increasingly ashen as he inquired, have those fellows not pursued us? Mu Ling shook her head, prompting Lin Yi to exhale a sigh of relief before collapsing to his knees, spitting out a mouthful of blood. That was a corpse. Lin Yi was astonished. He had seen clearly during their brief confrontation, the Wan family possessed such a formidable class of zombie. Moreover, dark schemes, that Li Xiaoyun ranking 25th on the leaderboard is undoubtedly a farce, damn it. Lin Yi's confidence in challenging Wan Haoqian stemmed entirely from Li Xiaoyun's standards. If Li Xiaoyun could rank 25th, then with Wan Haoqian at 21st, he should also be capable of a fight. However, he had not expected that fellow to be so utterly inept, a complete fraud. What a load of nonsense about being favored by the heavens, just one word, fraud. This time, he had truly sought to show off but ended up being humiliated instead. Thankfully, he did not lose face. Upon returning to the Wan family, Wan Haoqian was left dumbfounded, his mouth agape in disbelief. The grand estate of the Wan family had transformed into a desolate ruin. Although the flames had been extinguished, 1/5 of the structures lay reduced to ashes. Oh! Wan Haoqian, consumed by rage, gasped for breath, his eyes blazing with fury. Had he ventured out only to return to find his home lost? Lin, the old demon, I vowed to slay you. Wan Haoqian was on the brink of madness. Was his family's 1,000-year residence truly obliterated? In the early morning, Lin Yi buried the 7 coffins in a secluded area. This is untenable, my injuries are too severe, I must heal quickly. Lin Yi felt a stabbing pain in his chest, nearly causing him to faint. That punch had been no trifling matter, yet what pained him more was the loss of copper coins. Upon tallying the expenses, he realized he had spent over 40,000, mostly on the 4 Spectre services. This was indeed a serious injury. The last time he had fought that poker player, he had gone bankrupt. Now, he had just begun to see some improvement and was on the verge of bankruptcy once more. If these 7 fiends' coffins do not offset the cost of my 40,000 copper coins, I shall return. Even before successfully escaping, Lin Yi was already contemplating a future return. As the saying goes, Ironclad Life, Flowing Currency, Chapter 62, The Pursuit of Boss. Please book a room. Lin Yi sought out a modest inn and secured a single room, though he spent the night meditating on his injuries. As evening fell, he expelled a mouthful of congealed blood, feeling a refreshing clarity wash over him, the oppressive weight on his heart dissipating entirely. What a relief! I truly underestimated this situation, Lin Yi mused. Despite his meticulous calculations, he had not anticipated that Li Xieyun would prove to be so inept. Beep, beep. His phone suddenly rang. Lin Yi glanced at the screen and saw it was a call from Zhang Baifeng, which he promptly answered. On the other end, Zhang Baifeng exclaimed, "Brother Lin, you're incredible, burning down the One Family's estate. You're truly fearless." Lin Yi let out a wry smile. Is the news spreading so rapidly? Even you are aware of it? Zhang Baifeng replied, "Not just me, it's already gone viral on the dark web.do. You know what they're calling you now." Lin Yi, puzzled, responded, "Isn't it the first prodigy of the unorthodox path, the Ghost Master Lin Yi?" Zhang Baifeng chuckled, "No, you are no longer the first prodigy. You are now the unorthodox madman, the ghost old demon, Lin the old demon." Huh. Lin Yi was taken aback, quickly suppressing a bitter smile. From a newcomer to a prodigy, and from a master to a madman, he had achieved all this in just 3 months. Yet all he desired was a tranquil life to earn a living. Zhang Baifeng inquired, "By the way, where are you now?" "In a hotel," Lin Yi replied honestly. Zhang Baifeng urgently warned, "You need to leave quickly. Xianxi is the One Family's territory. Staying in a hotel is tantamount to seeking your own demise." "Is it really that serious?" Lin Yi was astonished, but his smile vanished abruptly. He hung up the phone and stealthily approached the door, flinging it open. A man standing at the threshold was startled, his smile faltering awkwardly. "Sir, I am a staff member here. How may I assist you?" "Nothing," Lin Yi replied, his gaze fixed on the man. "All right then." The man feigned calmness and turned to leave, exhaling a sigh of relief inwardly, fortunate that Lin the old demon had not seen through him. "Wait," Lin Yi suddenly called out. "What do you need?" The man turned back, only to see the sharp blade of a mere knife coming at him. With a sickening thud, Lin Yi swiftly dispatched him, muttering, "Did you really think I was a fool?" The figure beside him was swathed like a mummy. How could it be anything but a zombie? Was it perhaps your silicone wife for the night? Lin Yi had no time to linger and hurriedly gathered his belongings to escape. He had significantly underestimated the One Family's influence in Xianxi. He had not anticipated that they could trace him here. Originally intending to hide and leave Xianxi quietly, it now seemed he had to flee urgently. The sooner, the better. Just as Lin Yi departed, the One Family's main force arrived. "Damn it, we're still a step behind." Wan Maozai cursed vehemently, expressing his frustration. "I truly cannot fathom what the ancestor was thinking." Wan Haoqian and the others had just returned when the family elder commanded the head of the family and 3 elders to kneel in the ancestral hall. Only he, a formidable expert with heavenly rankings, remained to pursue Lin Yi. What if he let Lin Yi escape? Where would the One Family's dignity lie? Continue the pursuit. Wan Maozai urged his men to chase after Lin Yi. 3 days later, in the depths of the forest at night, the air was thick with the stench of blood, dismembered limbs scattered about, rivers of crimson flowing. Huff, huff, Lin Yi gasped for breath, his body drenched in blood, the murderous aura of his mere knife boiling. This blood was not his own, but that of the one family's disciples. Over the past 3 days, Lin Yi had fought from the old streets to the outskirts, and from there to the woods. He had battled relentlessly for 3 days and nights, his hands cramping from exhaustion, yet the one family showed no signs of letting up. Now, utterly fatigued, his grip on the knife trembled slightly. Ahead, one Maozai led more than a dozen one family disciples, closing in on him. Lin the old demon, you are truly ruthless. After 3 days and nights of fighting, you still haven't been worn down. One Maozai glared at Lin Yi, his eyes filled with the desire to carve him into pieces. Enough of your nonsense. Are you coming at me alone, or will you all attack together? Lin Yi retorted boldly, retrieving the to summon 10 solitary souls to possess him. This was his current limit. The one family disciples surrounding one Maozai recoiled in fear. They were genuinely terrified. They had lost countless clan members to Lin Yi's blade over these 3 days. The summoning of solitary souls, coupled with 3 days of relentless battle, was truly terrifying. He was like a god of death descending upon them. Step back, one Maozai commanded his disciples, wanting to confront Lin Yi 1-1.it was not that he did not wish to engage in a group assault, but rather that those disciples were simply too weak. Lin Yi employed the ghost concealment technique to create an illusion, then commanded the spirits to battle. Disciples lacking heavenly ranking stood no chance against Lin Yi, falling before him as easily as chopping vegetables. Lin the old demon, today you shall witness the one family's 3,000-year legacy. One Maozai declared, pulling out the control corpse bell and shaking it. At once, 5 zombies sprung to life beside him. Mao Jiang. Lin Yi's brow furrowed slightly as he summoned the 5 spirits and commanded, you 5 little ones, hold off these 5 zombies. Capture the king before capturing the thieves. Lin the old demon, you've fallen into my trap. One Maozai grinned, drawing a dagger to attack. He had been waiting for this moment. They say our corpse drivers rely on controlling zombies in battle, but today I shall show you what true 3,000-year heritage looks like. One Maozai grappled with Lin Yi. I forgot to mention, while corpse driving is my profession, close combat is my passion. One Maozai exhaled a plume of black mist. Lin Yi instinctively retreated, but was ensnared within the black fog. Seizing the opportunity, one Maozai thrust his dagger forward, and Lin Yi instinctively raised his knife to block. However, he received a brutal kick to the face. The blow forced Lin Yi back, nearly causing him to lose his balance. Although the one family was famed for their corpse driving, they possessed a modicum of other skills as well. One Maozai employed the same technique again, but Lin Yi did not evade, instead seizing the oncoming dagger. With a sickening sound, the dagger pierced through his palm, yet Lin Yi laughed, now we're in close quarters. Just as one Maozai attempted to withdraw the dagger, Lin Yi had already swung his knife down. With a sickening thud, one Maozai felt the blade strike his chest. He hadn't anticipated Lin Yi would stand firm and grab the dagger directly. Challenging me with a dagger while I wield a mere knife. Have you lost your mind? Lin Yi shouted angrily, swinging his knife fiercely. What do you mean close combat is your passion? I was known as the king of rascals in Kunming before I even debuted. To be honest, even though Lin Yi could no longer wield any spells now, he had never been afraid of a brawl. Moreover, he had no choice. Without spells, he could only engage in chaotic street fighting. As the black mist dissipated, one Maozai's small dagger was no match for Lin Yi. Furthermore, the dagger was still embedded in Lin Yi's palm. Bar! Lin Yi spat out a mouthful of blood, gazing at the blooded one Maozai with disdain. Come on, keep coming. Isn't he your one family proud of its 3,000-year heritage? Come on. Chapter 63 I just want to be assaulted. Lin Yi was truly consumed by rage. After being pursued for 3 days and nights, had he not been ruthless enough, he would have likely met his demise long ago. If you were in his position, could you remain calm? One Maozai lay motionless on the ground, his heart racing with anxiety. This time, he had truly stumbled into a predicament. He never anticipated that after spending most of his life in the martial world, he would face such a humiliating day, reduced to feigning death to escape a crisis. Is he dead? Lin Yi furrowed his brow, unconvinced. Regardless of whether it was genuine or feigned, he decided to strike first and inquire later. As he approached, poised to deliver a fatal blow, One Mouth's eye suddenly spun around, flinging a handful of sand into the air. Taken by surprise, Lin Yi's vision blurred momentarily. "Curse you!" One Mouth's eye sprang to his feet and delivered a kick to Lin Yi's abdomen, then swiftly turned to flee. Learn what it means to employ cunning. I'll learn your tricks. Lin Yi shouted in outrage, immediately pursuing One Mouth's eye. Help! One Mouth's eye cried out to the distant. Had he known, he wouldn't have allowed them to wander so far, yet his actions were driven by desperation. As an elder of the fourth house, which was already the weakest, if he did not claim the glory for himself, how could the family resources be distributed to them? Suddenly, One Mouth's eye stumbled over something unseen and fell to the ground. "You old fool, how could someone so boastful trip?" Lin Yi exclaimed, filled with glee as he closed in on One Mouth's eye. One Mouth's eye scrambled to his feet, but it was too late. Lin Yi had already raised his blade for a strike aimed at the back of his head. Could he withstand it? Damn! Lin Yi unexpectedly slipped and fell, the blade missing One Mouth's eye's head and instead striking his rear. Oh! One Mouth's eye yelped in pain but couldn't help but laugh, genuinely delighted. Though his backside was injured, he was still alive. The pain was there, yet he reveled in it. How could he escape from this? Lin Yi was bewildered and filled with frustration, but seeing the One family's disciples approaching, he had no choice but to retreat. If he couldn't kill him today, he would do so tomorrow. As long as he lived, One Mouth's eye must perish. Summoning the 5 spirits, Lin Yi dashed into the woods, a dagger still embedded in his hand. However, he had no time to dwell on it. Upon reaching a highway, Lin Yi intended to rest for a moment and catch his breath when a black jeep suddenly came to a halt before him. Another wave of people? Lin Yi's countenance darkened as he gripped his blade, preparing for another confrontation. At that moment, he could hardly summon the strength of the 10 ghosts and had to rely solely on the 5 spirits, yet the individuals emerging from the vehicle unexpectedly brought him relief. Wu Qiushan, upon seeing Lin Yi's condition, was taken aback. At that moment, Lin Yi was drenched in blood, with a dagger still lodged in his left hand. Lin Yi forced a smile and gestured, "What a coincidence." Wu Qiushan hurried over, exasperated. "Coincidence? Old Zhang sent me to rescue you." Old Zhang? Lin Yi inquired, somewhat surprised. Why didn't he come himself? Wu Qiushan replied honestly. He said he was just a wandering soul and didn't dare offend the One family, so he called me instead. Lin Yi sighed. This was exactly the sort of thing Zhang Baifeng would do. However, the fact that he could contact Wu Qiushan, who was willing to come, meant Lin Yi owed him a favor. "Brother Lin, you truly dared to take on the One family alone." Wu Qiushan expressed his admiration for Lin Yi's audacity. The corpse transporter in Xianxi was a formidable presence, someone no one dared to provoke. "This is nothing," Lin Yi scoffed, dismissively stating, "If it weren't for you, I would still be chopping away for 3 more days and nights." Still chopping? Wu Qiushan was astonished, then glanced at the dagger embedded in Lin Yi's palm. "Brother Lin, do you want to?" "Not necessary." Lin Yi responded, gripping the dagger firmly before pulling it out. Blood splattered onto Wu Qiushan's face as Lin Yi remarked, "Brother Lin, I know you're incredibly formidable, but I was actually trying to say that I have bandages and medicine in my car." Lin Yi fell silent and walked towards the black jeep, climbing inside. Wu Qiushan followed suit, tending to Lin Yi's wounds as he asked, "Are we going to the One family for a good fight?" "Well, let's hold back for now and return to Kunming," Lin Yi replied, somewhat awkwardly. He wished to continue, but lacked the means to do so. To come back, he would need to cultivate the 4-finger life extension technique to gain another life. Wu Qiushan, curious, asked, "Brother Lin, is it worth offending the One family over a coffin made of sandalwood that has endured for 500 years? Indeed." Lin Yi lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag before exhaling slowly, smiling as he said, "What belongs to me cannot be diminished by even a single coin. If it is not mine, I will take it if offered, if not, I shall seize it." Wu Qiushan could only helplessly utter 4 words, "unorthodox methods." To be honest, although Lin Yi operated on the fringes, being in his company was genuinely pleasant. Wu Qiushan was not an extremist, having attended university for a time. In his understanding, those on the fringes pursued a collective belief. For this belief, they would stop at nothing, committing all manner of evil. They could casually take the lives of ordinary people to practice their forbidden arts, but Lin Yi was different. Did he kill? Yes, he was ruthless, yet he would not use the lives of ordinary people to cultivate sinister arts. Lin Yi's conviction was simple. With strength in hand, he could determine his fate. He had no desire to exploit the lives of the common folk for any dark sorcery. This did not imply he was exceptionally benevolent. Rather, it was simply unnecessary. He had other paths to tread. An idea struck Lin Yi, and he grinned. Brother Hua, help me find 7 trucks. Wu Qiushan looked perplexed. What do you intend to do? Lin Yi grinned. Of course, to collect my payment. By the way, find someone reliable. That has no problem. Wu Qiushan nodded, then became serious. Brother Lin, there's something else you must know. The evil alliance may be preparing to return, and it's possible that the battle between good and evil from before the establishment of the nation will be reenacted. Indeed. Lin Yi nodded. I anticipated this. The evil alliance has rebranded as the unorthodox path. Since they have resurfaced in the martial world, their intentions must be the same as before. Exactly. Wu Qiushan glanced at the seemingly unconcerned Lin Yi and asked with curiosity, what are your plans? Calamity is imminent, chaos will ensue, but what does it have to do with me? Lin Yi shook his head. I am not a destined figure, nor am I the scion of any faction. I simply wish to run my hot-pot restaurant in peace. He had no desire to meddle in others' affairs. Were he endowed with the strength to shatter the heavens, it would be inconsequential, a mere task. But he was not. The Changsheng sect, the poker society, the unorthodox path, he could not defeat any of them, nor did he wish to. In the presence of that faceless man, he was simply treated as a wild beast to be hunted. Thus, he only wished to be a salted fish. Chapter 64, The Eighth Master, Fan Wujiao. 3 days later, Lin Yi made his tactical retreat back to Kunming. Within the circles, the news of Lin Yi setting fire to the Ruan family mansion and successfully escaping to Kunming had spread like wildfire. At this moment, Lin Yi's reputation had completely resonated throughout the Jianghu, and he had evidently become a figure of considerable stature. Yet, everyone seemed to forget that Lin Yi had only been in the game for a mere 4 months. A formidable practitioner of the unorthodox, the master of ghostly arts, Lin Yi, from this instant forth, no one dared to underestimate his prowess any longer. In the dead of night, Yi Laixiang was bustling with business, every seat occupied. Ladies and gentlemen, enjoy your meal and drink. Lin Yi greeted the numerous ghostly enforcers with a clasped fist. Initially, the establishment had only a single floor designated for dining, but due to overwhelming patronage, the 2nd floor was also put to use, while the 3rd floor was reserved for private rooms. The sign had been changed. It no longer resembled the brightly lit ones found at night markets. Lin Yi found that unappealing, thus opting for a wooden plaque style. The tables and chairs had been replaced as well, now exuding an air of antiquity and charm. Ding-dang, the door swung open, and Lin Yi had become accustomed to such occurrences. However, upon seeing Wang Jing and Zhao Huan enter, he cheerfully exclaimed, Brother Wang, Brother Zhao, what brings you here today? And a 7th master. Lin Yi was taken aback. What brings you here as well? Xie Bian displayed a smile that barely concealed his emotions. What, am I not welcome? How could that be, 7th master? Please, let us ascend to the 3rd floor. Just as Lin Yi was about to lead the way, Zhao Huan interjected. Lin, the business is thriving. There's no need to trouble yourself. You go prepare the dishes, for the 8th master will be arriving shortly. The 8th master is coming too. Lin Yi was well aware of who Zhao Huan referred to, the black and white impermanence, Fan Wujiao, known as the 8th master. The ghostly enforcers greeted Xiaobian with smiles plastered across their faces, respectfully addressing him as a seventh master. These enforcers, who governed the collection of souls in the mortal realm, treated Xiaobian as if he were the CEO of a company, naturally donning smiles of subservience. Xiaobian nodded kindly. Yes, everyone has worked hard in collecting souls in the mortal realm. I shall cover the cost of this meal. Showing consideration for his subordinates and occasionally offering small favors, this is the fundamental finesse of effective leadership. The hot pot restaurant was truly overwhelmed. Lin Yi had previously suggested to Zhao Huan the possibility of locating individuals like Songzhe, those whose lifespans had expired yet wished to linger on Earth. This was not a difficult task for Zhao Huan, and news would soon be forthcoming, albeit requiring a few more days. Not far from the hot pot restaurant, Wan Haoqian arrived with over a dozen skilled members from his clan. Yi Lai Xiang. Wan Haoqian's expression was dark and terrifying, filled with an intense desire to see Lin Yi suffer. Lin Yi, you must die today. The more Wan Haoqian contemplated, the angrier he became. Were it not for the sudden summons from the ancestor to the ancestral hall, warning of impending catastrophe and urging him to prioritize the greater good, Wan Haoqian would have slain Lin Yi back in Xiangji, denying him any chance to escape to Kunming. With a grandiose demeanor, Wan Haoqian pushed open the restaurant door and strode inside. Lin Yi, as Wan Haoqian's words hung in the air, his expression abruptly turned grave as he surveyed the establishment filled with ghostly enforcers, shock coursing through him. Why are there so many ghostly enforcers? The enforcers merely cast a fleeting glance at Wan Haoqian and his companions before returning their attention to Lin Yi. Lin Yi regarded Wan Haoqian with a grin. It seems, one family head, that you truly cannot swallow your anger. You even came all the way to Kunming to kill me. Wan Haoqian's face turned a ghastly shade as he fixed a cold stare on Lin Yi, his voice frigid. Lin Yi, you burned my one family mansion and stole the 7 calamities coffin. Don't you think we ought to settle this score? Settle? Lin Yi scoffed, brimming with confidence. One family head, it was you who broke the agreement first. I merely reclaimed what was rightfully mine and collected a small interest along the way. Is that too much to ask? You. Wan Haoqian was about to erupt in anger when he felt the chilling gazes of numerous eyes upon him. A wave of dread washed over him. What kind of means had Lin Yi employed? How could he command the assistance of so many ghostly enforcers? One family head, in Xiangji, you are indeed a personage of significance, but here, your influence does not extend so far, Lin Yi remarked, relishing the sight of Wan Haoqian's face turning pale with rage. He was finally experiencing the thrill of being a local sovereign. It was truly exhilarating. Very well, Lin Yi, you have some guts, but I refuse to believe you can remain in Kunming forever. Wan Haoqian scoffed disdainfully and turned to leave. In such a situation, fighting would yield no benefit. After all, these were ghostly enforcers, and every person has their day of demise. When that time comes, if these enforcers wish to cause him trouble, it would be all too easy. Wan Haoqian, who had come in with bravado, left in a state of utter dejection, accidentally colliding with someone. Wan Haoqian, already fuming, failed to recognize the individual and angrily shouted, Can't you watch where you're going? Yet, upon realizing who it was, Wan Haoqian's composure shattered. A figure clad in black, wearing a conspicuous high hat emblazoned with the words "A World in Peace." It was none other than Fan Wujiao with a dark expression, his voice betraying no hint of emotion. He inquired, Do I have eyes? Wan Haoqian quickly plastered on a smile. Our esteemed 8th Master. My apologies for any offense. I am Wan Haoqian, the head of the corpse-driving clan. I did not realize the 8th Master was visiting the mortal realm. What brings you here? Fan Wujiao remained silent. Is this your territory? Wan Haoqian shook his head. No. Then why the inquiries? Fan Wujiao snorted and turned to leave, disinterested in engaging further. May the 8th Master take care. Wan Haoqian gritted his teeth, suppressing his anger at the humiliation. Damn it, what does that stinky ghostly enforcer have to be so smug about in the mortal realm? Does he truly believe this is the underworld? Muttered a man beside Wan Haoqian. Fan Wujiao halted, turning to glare at the man. What did you just say? The man instantly panicked. Wan Haoqian was already displeased with Fan Wujiao's attitude, and sarcastically chimed in, 8th Master, my clan member is merely speaking without thinking. Please forgive him. After all, harmony between the mortal realm and the underworld is essential. Indeed, Fan Wujiao nodded, then turned to the man. What is your name? The man glanced at Wan Haojian, who remained silent, and braced himself to answer. I am Wan Mao Nan. Wan Mao Nan of the corpse-driving clan. Very well. I hereby deduct 5 years from your lifespan. Upon hearing this, Wan Mao Nan was understandably alarmed. Wan Haojian's expression darkened as well. 8th Master, is it truly fair to deduct 5 years from his lifespan for a mere retort? Is it excessive? Fan Wujiao replied, his expression dripping with disdain. You may take your grievances to the King of Hell. Upon hearing this, Wan Haojian's anger flared. Did he truly think there was no one in the mortal realm who could challenge him? 8th Master, if a single retort costs 5 years, what happens if I retort twice? Should that not cost 10 years? Generous, then let it be 10 years, Fan Wujiao retorted without hesitation, infuriating Wan Haojian to the point where his fists clenched tightly. Fan Wujiao inquired, do you wish to continue the deductions? We're leaving. Wan Haojian snorted coldly, leading his entourage away, seething internally. He cursed under his breath, vowing he would not hesitate to confront the King of Hell about this. Chapter 65, The Eerie Death Register of Lin Yi. In the fragrant embrace of the hot pot, the ghostly messengers were indulging in their feast, when suddenly, an uncanny silence enveloped the room. The only sound that pierced the stillness was the bubbling of the pot. Why aren't you eating? What are you staring at? One ghostly attendant questioned his partner, a look of bewilderment etched across his visage, before nonchalantly plucking a piece of meat to his lips. This hot pot is exquisite. It was worth my journey from Guilin. Who would have thought I'd encounter Lord Qi treating us? TSK, I shall request another 20 plates of lamb rolls from the proprietor shortly. Hey, stop eating for a moment, his companion whispered cautiously. The ghostly attendant retorted, what, are you worried about making Lord Qi go bankrupt? It's not your coin being spent. Feast to your heart's content. His colleague was about to offer another word of caution when he was silenced by a glance from Fan Wujiao. Delicious, simply divine. The attendant could hardly restrain himself. Fan Wujiao approached with an expression as impassive as stone. Lord B.A., his companion greeted respectfully. The ghostly attendant, meat poised at his mouth, hesitated and turned, trembling. He beheld Fan Wujiao's ashen countenance, who initially intended to speak but paused to reveal what he believed to be a benign smile. You all have indeed endured much. Upon hearing this, the ghostly attendant felt as if reborn, almost questioning if he had misheard. In both the underworld and the mortal realm, all ghostly messengers were subject to the dominion of the black and white impermanence. Lord Xi, Xiaobian, was known for his benevolence, yet Lord B.A., Fan Wujiao, was another matter entirely. Renowned for his tempestuous temperament, any misstep in his presence could lead to dire consequences. Fan Wujiao surveyed the group, speaking minimally. All right, continue your meal, this banquet does not require my brother's invitation. I shall cover it, eat freely. Seeing the ghostly attendants rendered speechless, Fan Wujiao remained unfazed. At that moment, Lin Yi emerged from the kitchen and, upon noticing Fan Wujiao's attire, immediately recognized him. Lord B.A., Lin Yi addressed him with utmost reverence. Fan Wujiao regarded Lin Yi with a semblance of courtesy. My brother mentioned he wished to introduce an intriguing fellow to me. It turns out to be you, however your health appears to be in disarray. Lin Yi felt a twinge of embarrassment, fully aware that Fan Wujiao could discern his afflictions. After all, this man was the legendary Black Impermanence. Lord B.A., might you possess a remedy for my condition? Lin Yi inquired. Fan Wujiao nodded. It is not difficult, yet you may not wish to employ my method. With the yin overpowering the yang, my approach would require you to remain in the realm of shadows, ensuring you do not become a living corpse. However, you would no longer be able to live as a human. Should you wish to serve as a ghostly messenger in the underworld, I could facilitate that. Let me ponder this further, Lin Yi replied, hesitating to embrace such a solution. If he sought to become a ghostly messenger, he could leverage his connections upon his eventual demise. Even if he did not take on that role, his hot pot establishment could still render him a prosperous figure in the underworld. Very well, Fan Wujiao acknowledged with a slight nod before making his way to the third floor. Lin Yi continued to tend to the ghostly attendants. Once Songzhe had prepared all the ingredients, Lin Yi finally ascended with the offerings. In the private room on the third floor, Fan Wujiao sipped his drink, his indignation palpable. These Daoist priests are becoming increasingly outrageous. One day they grant an extra year to this soul, the next they allow another spirit to linger longer in the mortal realm. Xie Bian sighed in resignation. What can be done? The calamity of the mortal realm approaches. And who wouldn't want to secure a contingency plan? Fan Wujiao grumbled. If they possess such prowess, why do they not beseech their celestial ancestors for assistance? Instead, they frequently invade the underworld. While souls of the deceased still fell under the jurisdiction of the underworld, those celestial ancestors would provide some measure of care. Though not excessively indulgent, their involvement was nonetheless irksome. Enough of that, Xie Bian interjected, shifting the topic. Have you uncovered any leads on the matter I asked you to investigate? Fan Wujiao shook his head. No, Lin Yi's death register is quite peculiar. Within a century, 3 souls have not ascended to heaven, and 7 spirits have not entered the earth. This is the first time I have encountered such a phenomenon. Xie Bian pondered for a moment, then asked, do you think Lin Yi could be the destined one? Impossible, Fan Wujiao replied, shaking his head with conviction. We have both examined Li Xiaoyun's death register. Every stroke is inscribed in golden ink, utterly immutable. Li Xiaoyun was favored by the heavens, and his death register bore celestial markings that could neither be altered nor erased. This served to prevent any ghostly messenger from tampering with the fate or lifespan of a chosen individual. However, Lin Yi's death register is also quite strange. While Li Xiaoyun's is adorned with heavenly gold, Lin Yi's is shrouded in black mist, each stroke exuding an aura of enigma. Fan Wujiao was equally perplexed. He had attempted to modify Li Xiaoyun's death register, yet the ink would not adhere to the parchment, repelling any alterations. In contrast, Lin Yi's could be amended without consequence, whether adding or subtracting years, only to revert to the original 3 phrases. Curious indeed, Xie Bian murmured, then inquired, have any candidates emerged for the task the King of Hell entrusted to you? Fan Wujiao shook his head, sighing, none. The orthodox Taoists are unwilling, while those from the unorthodox parts fear offending the orthodox. The remaining miscreants are even less suitable. The King of Hell had assigned Fan Wujiao the task of identifying an individual to retrieve those who, having exhausted their lifespans, roamed freely in the mortal realm. Such occurrences were not new. Those who wished to evade the underworld would often employ body-snatching or other nefarious methods to linger on Earth. Historically, the underworld had turned a blind eye to such transgressions. However, the audacity of these individuals had escalated. With numbers swelling, the underworld could no longer tolerate this aberration and sought to rectify the situation. Yet, the realms of heaven, earth, and humanity had regulations prohibiting excessive interference, especially direct action. It was not an absolute ban on intervention, but it often attracted unwelcome scrutiny. Thus, the underworld had to enlist the aid of someone from the mortal realm. Unfortunately, a suitable candidate had yet to be found. Fan Wujiao had exerted considerable effort in this endeavor, yet no fitting individual had emerged. To be frank, were it not for these cumbersome regulations, he could have handled the task himself, casting those opportunists into the boiling pot for a few centuries. Xie Bian wore a mysterious smile. Little 8, tell me your ideal candidate, perhaps I can recommend someone. First and foremost, they must possess strength. Secondly, they must be ruthless. Most importantly, they should command respect. Gazing at Lin Yi, Fan Wujiao broke into a grin. So, it turns out the 7th brother was referring to this lad. Indeed, Xie Bian nodded. In truth, after their last meeting, he had conducted a discreet investigation into Lin Yi. By now, Xie Bian was certain that Lin Yi was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. There was none more fitting than him. What? Lin Yi appeared bewildered, clearly oblivious to their conversation. As he arranged the dishes, Fan Wujiao suddenly posed, are you arrogant? Huh? Lin Yi responded with a puzzled expression, but Fan Wujiao continued, are you ruthless enough? Are you lawless? Lin Yi was at a loss for words, hastily glancing at Xie Bian and the brothers Zhao and Wang, wondering if he had inadvertently offended the 8th Lord. The brothers Zhao and Wen exchanged amused glances, remaining silent, while Xiaobian wore a satisfied smile. What were these expressions all about? Lin Yi was perplexed, yet he replied, how could I dare to show off before the Eighth Lord? The smile faded from Fan Wujiao's face. You truly aren't arrogant. Should I answer that I am? Lin Yi retorted, genuinely confused by Fan Wujiao's line of questioning. Little eight, who interrogates others like this? With your grim demeanor and fierce expression, who would dare claim to be arrogant? Xiaobian remarked, exasperated, and proceeded to elucidate the situation to Lin Yi once more. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi finally grasped the implications, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. If he agreed, he would offend many, including several formidable individuals. As for the benefits, those were nebulous, primarily revolving around connections. Everyone meets their end, himself included, but in the afterlife, with the protection of the specters of yin and yang, one could navigate with relative ease. Thus, one could not simply gauge the situation based on straightforward gains and losses. However, the abruptness of the situation left Lin Yi uncertain about how to proceed, prompting him to inquire, Eighth Lord, may I have a few days to contemplate this? Of course, Fan Wujiao nodded in agreement, assessing Lin Yi with growing satisfaction before rising to depart. Seventh brother, now that the matter is settled, I shall return to the underworld to attend to other affairs. Xiaobian, resigned, remarked, you foolish lad, I summoned you here. Handling matters is secondary, inviting you for hot pot is the main event. Fan Wujiao paused, then sat back down. Xiaobian smiled, quickly, try it, this hot pot place opened by Lin is quite delightful. Ever since my last visit, I've been eager to bring you along. With 12 fragrant incense sticks ignited, Fan Wujiao picked up 2 of them, transforming them into chopsticks, and dipped a slice of lamb into the bubbling pot. After a brief immersion, he savored it with the spicy sauce. Millimeter. Fan Wujiao's eyes widened in surprise, his usually stern visage softening with astonishment. Oh, this flavor is quite exceptional. Lin Yi smiled silently, his heart brimming with confidence. Steady, after all, it contained the alluring huangquan flower, which could captivate even the spirits. He had no fear of anyone dismissing the taste. Xiaobian turned to Lin Yi, saying, there's not much good food in the underworld. Let us order more meat dishes. Understood. Lin Yi promptly descended to prepare. It wasn't until 4:30 in the morning that Fan Wujiao finally leaned back, satisfied, letting out a loud burp, and lamented, Seventh brother, what a wretched existence I endure in the underworld. This feast of hot pot had imparted new insights to Fan Wujiao. He reflected on the dismal state of his previous life. Indeed, it was high time for a reprieve. You rascal, Xiaobian shook his head in exasperation. His foolish younger brother was a workaholic, always either working or en route to work. That should suffice. Let us depart, Xiaobian declared, rising to leave, but Fan Wujiao waved him off. I will finish this remaining food, you may go ahead. Very well. Xiaobian nodded, taking his leave with Wenjing and Zhao Huan. Upon reaching the ground floor, the ghostly attendants had mostly dispersed, leaving only a few scattered tables occupied by lingering spirits. Xiaobian turned to Lin Yi, smiling, Lin, consider this matter carefully. My oblivious younger brother only thinks of tasks, neglecting to mention the compensation. Lin Yi shook his head, smiling politely, Seventh Lord, you jest, without you, this hot pot establishment would not have thrived. The business would hardly be this prosperous. Xiaobian countered, among brothers, it is wise to settle accounts clearly. As for compensation, Lin Yi had never truly contemplated the matter of remuneration. No, to be precise, he had already received his reward. Firstly, without Xiaobian's promotion, this hot pot restaurant would not have flourished, at least, it would not have been as bustling as it was now. Secondly, there was the matter of personal connections. This form of compensation outweighed any material gain. After all, what benefits could one expect from mingling with the specters of yin and yang? As for money, sometimes the most worthless thing is indeed money. Xiaobian pondered for a moment before stating, I grant you a promise, within this hot pot establishment, no one shall harm you, not even those from the heavens. If I cannot shield you, there are others above me. As for the other form of compensation, at this juncture, Xiaobian left the thought unsaid, opting instead for a riddle. You, cunning lad, undoubtedly can decipher it. Before departing, Zhao Huan beamed, Lin, we owe you our gratitude. We too have risen in status. Wang Jing nodded enthusiastically, adding, if you ever need anything, don't hesitate to reach out to us, we are not outsiders. Following this incident, Wen Jing and Zhao Huan had effectively become prominent figures by Xiaobian's side. Securing a position beside a high-ranking leader was hardly a daunting task, as human connections transcended the boundaries between the living and the spirits. Not long after bidding farewell to Xiaobian and his companions, Fan Wujie finally descended, patting his belly in contentment. What a delight! Lin Yi rubbed his hands together, smiling. Eighth Lord, are you sufficiently sated? Indeed, Fan Wujie nodded, belching once more, then inquired, add up the total for those ghostly attendants. I shall settle it all. No need, Lin Yi shook his head, about to add more, but was interrupted by Fan Wujie raising a hand. It must be calculated, otherwise, the satisfaction I feel now will dissipate. Very well. Lin Yi relented, turning to Songzhi at the cash register, asking, could you help calculate the total for the Eighth Lord? Certainly. Songzhi nodded, calculating thrice before declaring, after rounding down, the total is no need to round down. Fan Wujie waved his hand dismissively, exuding an air of nonchalance. The total is 120,848. The moment Songzhi finished speaking, Fan Wujie's expression transformed. He was half-sobered, incredulity edged across his face. What did you say? Huh. Lin Yi was equally astonished. Old song, did you miscalculate? Typically, they would have this many patrons, but surely not to this extent. On a regular night, with 40 tables, if each table spent 1,000 copper coins, that would only amount to 40,000. Even if they doubled that, at 2,000 per table, it would only total 80,000. Where could this excess of over 12,000 possibly come from? Chapter 67, The Eighth Master's Breakdown. No, I have calculated it 3 times, and this is the amount. Songzhi shook his head and explained, a ghostly envoy consumed over 3,000 by himself, and then he summoned a few more ghostly envoys to join him. That table of 8 consumed more than 10,000. Damn, Fan Wujie almost let out a curse but managed to restrain himself, cursing inwardly. What the hell, do you think of me as a pig to be slaughtered? Seizing every opportunity to drain me dry, yes, I did allow them to eat to their heart's content, but I didn't urge them to eat like they were starving ghosts. The purchasing power of ghost money in the underworld is not the same as that of renminbi in the human realm, and ghostly envoys generally earn a modest salary. As for someone of Fan Wujie's caliber, his salary is certainly not low, yet with his character, he could spend it all within the month. Fan Wujie now truly regretted it, but having already put on a facade, he had to carry on with it. 120848, damn it. Fan Wujie cursed inwardly, his already dark face growing even darker. He then cleared his throat and feigned nonchalance, diverting the topic. Lin, you practice the ghostly path, don't you? Lin Yi nodded, indeed. Millimeter. Fan Wujie nodded and smiled. Years ago, while collecting souls, I encountered a fellow practitioner of the ghostly path. He had no disciples and did not wish for his teachings to be lost, so he imparted his unique techniques to me. Seeing that you also practice the ghostly path, I shall pass this knowledge unto you. That's too much of an honor. Lin Yi protested, though his body betrayed his eagerness. The techniques favored by the Eighth Master were certainly extraordinary. Noticing Lin Yi's lack of understanding, Fan Wujie cleared his throat again and smiled. Speaking of this technique, there are human practitioners who have paid 5,000 ghost coins, yet I did not teach them. He had heard his brother mention that this Lin fellow was quite astute. He hoped he would grasp the implication. 120,000, where could he find such a sum? Lin Yi immediately understood. It is an immense privilege for the Eighth Master to teach me this technique. I cannot in good conscience allow you to bear the cost of the meal. HMPH, do you think the Eighth Master is a ghost who cannot afford to pay for a meal? Fan Wujie snorted coldly, but inwardly he felt a surge of anxiety. Young man, you must hold your ground. Lin Yi, not being foolish, naturally caught the drift and smiled. Eighth Master, I did not mean it in that way. My humble establishment still requires your esteemed promotion. I cannot allow you to cover the meal. Sigh, very well. Fan Wujie sighed in resignation and nodded. I will reluctantly agree to your request. this technique is called draining the 3 yin, hence the 3 strikes. Its lethality is formidable, but the cost is significant. The first strike will instantly siphon off 44% of the yin energy from the dantian, the second strike 77%, and the third strike 100%. So terrifying. Lin Yi was somewhat taken aback. The third strike would instantly deplete all the yin energy from the dantian. Converting all dantian yin energy into a single strike would undoubtedly wield immense power. The predecessor who devised this draining the 3 yin must have been an exceptionally talented individual. I have matters to attend to in the underworld and cannot teach you in detail. I will impart the incantation to you, and you may comprehend it at your own pace. With that, Fan Wujiu raised his hand and tapped Lin Yi's forehead, a wisp of yin energy penetrating his mind. Before departing, Fan Wujiu patted Lin Yi on the shoulder, a look of admiration unspoken. Young man, if you agree to assist our underworld with that task, I cannot guarantee much, but I assure you that you will thrive in the underworld. To be honest, Fan Wujiu held Lin Yi in high regard. This young man, if nothing else, certainly knew how to conduct himself. 8th Master, I will consider it. After bidding farewell to Fan Wujiu, Lin Yi was eager to delve into the draining the 3 yin. Regarding the 120,000 ghost coins, he felt it was inconsequential. Instead, it felt like a gain. After all, with the current business of the hot pot restaurant, money would surely be abundant. The main advantage was being able to associate with a significant figure like the 8th Master. Not far from the restaurant, Fan Wujiu could no longer contain his anger, exclaiming, "Good, good, good, is this how you little rascals operate? The 8th Master treats you as kin, yet you treat him like a fool. It seems the workload has been too light." Fan Wujiu had already resolved to double the workload starting next month. The same old saying, "Don't let me catch you slacking on the job, or you will face severe consequences." As for the draining the 3 yin, this was not a technique crafted by a human master. It was merely a desperate envoy using his self-created proud technique to cover a meal expense. At 5:30 in the morning, the restaurant was tidied up and closed for the night. Lin Yi returned to his residence, watered the huangquan flowers in the basement, and then returned to his room to cultivate. Meditating for 2 hours before sleep had become his habit. He began to study draining the 3 yin again. One had to admit that the predecessor who created this technique was indeed a genius. Though it consisted of only 3 strikes, its power was exceedingly formidable. This trip to Shenxi had indeed yielded rich rewards. Although he did not procure a 500-year-old sandalwood coffin, he unexpectedly acquired the soul-harvesting human skin. Techniques such as 2 ghosts patting shoulders, ghosts veiling eyes, 5 spirits commanding ghosts, and 4-finger life extension technique. Lin Yi now possessed quite a repertoire of spells. However, his physical condition was deteriorating. Having used summon ghosts to confront enemies multiple times while escaping Shenxi, the residual ghostly energy in his body was increasing. If he was not careful, he might truly become a living dead man one day. At noon, while Lin Yi was catching up on sleep, his phone rang. It was a call from Huqiushan, informing him that the 7 coffins had arrived in Kunming. Lin Yi was somewhat excited and happily made his way to the location provided by Huqiushan. It was an area on the outskirts. Looking at the 7 trucks covered by an oilcloth, one had to admit that Huqiushan possessed some skills. He managed to stealthily retrieve these 7 coffins from the territory of Shenxi without anyone noticing. Lin Yi found another old house nearby, one with fewer people, and purchased it. The hot pot restaurant was now raking in money, and since it was ghost money, Lin Yi was not lacking in funds. However, he only exchanged a small portion of ghost coins with Zhang Baifeng, just enough to get by. After all, his main combat strength, apart from the 5 spirits, was summoning people, no, more accurately, summoning ghosts. Those wandering souls were quite shrewd. Without money, it was impossible to command them. Inside the old house, the 7 evil coffins were all opened. Upon seeing the zombies inside, Huqiushan muttered, "Strange, I can't discern the grade of these zombies. They don't resemble either a hair zombie or a flying zombie." If Huqiushan couldn't tell, Lin Yi certainly had no chance of knowing. "Just call old Zhang over for a look, and we'll know," Lin Yi said, pulling out his phone to dial Zhang Baifeng's number. To be honest, Lin Yi was also puzzled. Although old Zhang had originated from Yao Mao Mountain, he truly had a wide range of knowledge and seemed to know everything. Upon receiving Lin Yi's call, Zhang Baifeng quickly drove over. When he saw the coffins, he turned to Lin Yi, astonished. "Brother Lin, you really managed to get your hands on the Yuan family's 7 evil coffins." Lin Yi nodded, somewhat curious. "Old Zhang, seeing your surprised expression, could it be that these 7 evil coffins have a significant backstory?" Chapter 68. The corpse of the 7 evils. Surely, there must be a compelling explanation. Zhang Baifeng nodded and approached the coffin. Upon peering inside and spotting the zombie, he exclaimed in wonder, "Indeed, it is a corpse of the 7 evils." Hearing the term, corpse of the 7 evils, Wu Qiushan suddenly recalled something, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. "Old Zhang, could it be that the one within is the legendary corpse of the 7 evils, long lost to the techniques of the corpse handlers? With hair transformed into blood patterns and teeth of a crimson hue, it is unmistakably a corpse of the 7 evils," Zhang Baifeng affirmed with a nod. "Lin, my dear brother, you are truly formidable. Incinerating the Yuan family's estate was not enough, and now you have even acquired their 7 evils coffin." The news of Lin Yi single-handedly confronting the Yuan family of corpse handlers in Shenxi and emerging unscathed had spread throughout the circles. It was said that Kunming had birthed another remarkable figure from the unorthodox sects. Corpse of the 7 evils. Lin Yi was somewhat perplexed, but this was understandable. His knowledge of zombies stemmed entirely from their yin-yang chronicles, which, however, did not include any introduction to the corpse of the 7 evils. Zhang Baifeng elaborated, "In the hierarchy of zombies, they are typically classified as purple zombies, white zombies, green zombies, hairy zombies, flying zombies, followed by wandering corpses, lying corpses, and those that do not decay. However, the corpse of the 7 evils is somewhat unique. It is said to have evolved from the hairy zombie, created by a master from the Yuan family 300 years ago. Regrettably, the methods for nurturing the corpse were not passed down, leaving only these 7 corpses of the 7 evils." Wu Qiushan concurred, "I have heard of the corpse of the 7 evils as well. Although it does not wield simple spells like the flying zombie, its combat prowess is indeed comparable." Quite intriguing, Lin Yi found himself increasingly captivated by the corpse of the 7 evils and inquired, "What is the going price in the circles?" "Hard to say," Zhang Baifeng shook his head, then estimated, "These corpses of the 7 evils are exclusive to the Yuan family, and since even they can no longer refine them, it can be said that these 7 have become unique artifacts. Each one is worth a fortune to sects interested in zombies. It is said that one could fetch at least 10 million. "Indeed." Lin Yi nodded, somewhat taken aback by the price. He had anticipated around 7 to 8 million, but did not expect the baseline to be 10 million. Clearly, his visit to the Yuan family was not in vain. Yuan Maozai had mentioned that the Yuan family possessed a heritage spanning 3,000 years. At the time, he had scoffed at it, but now it seemed to hold true. This was merely the first tier of the Yuan family's dungeon. Who knows what treasures lay deeper? Lin Yi had already made up his mind. Once he became formidable or mastered the 4-finger life extension technique to the point of gaining an extra life, he would return to the Yuan family for another round. After all, they still owed him a reward. He would consider these 7 corpses of the 7 evils as interest. Another lucrative venture awaited him. Perfect. "Lin, my dear brother, should you wish to sell, I can connect you with buyers," Zhang Baifeng smiled. With a baseline price of 10 million for the 7 evils coffin, he was confident he could sell it for double that amount. "No, I intend to keep it," Lin Yi declined. He was well aware of Zhang Baifeng's ulterior motives. Given Zhang's character, while the 7 evils coffin might start at 10 million, he would surely manage to sell it for twice that. Furthermore, Lin Yi was not in need of money at the moment. Why sell? Keeping it for his own use seemed far more prudent. The combat strength of the corpse of the 7 evils could rival that of the flying zombie, and if he could control it, his own strength would undoubtedly see a significant enhancement. Seeing Lin Yi's refusal to sell, Zhang Baifeng appeared somewhat disappointed but did not press the matter. He smiled and said, "Lin, I have taken on a job. Are you interested in joining?" "What kind of job?" Lin Yi, true to his nature, insisted on clarity before considering his response. Zhang Baifeng explained, "Assisting a client in exorcising a ghost, you and He will each receive a reward of 200,000. What do you think?" "Sure, that sounds good." Lin Yi nodded. With nothing pressing on his agenda, he could take on this job. Although his hot pot restaurant was raking in profits, who would complain about having more money? Besides, the earnings from the hot pot restaurant were akin to ghostly money. They formed part of his combat strength. The more, the better. One must always be prepared. Seeing Lin Yi's agreement, Zhang Baofeng beamed. Great, I'll contact you tomorrow. After bidding farewell to the two, Lin Yi returned to his residence. He was deep in thought about how to acquire the techniques for controlling corpses. Many sects within the circles practiced corpse-controlling techniques, but none could rival the prowess of the corpse handlers. After all, it was their specialty. For instance, while Mao Shan possessed techniques for commanding ghosts, they could not compare to Lin Yi's own skills, as he was inherently adept in the ghostly arts. Thus, Lin Yi had no intention of learning corpse-controlling techniques from other sects. If he were to learn, it would undoubtedly be from the corpse handlers. The corpse handlers were divided into two factions: the One family and others. Naturally, learning the corpse-controlling techniques of the One family would be ideal. However, given that the One family would rather see him devoured, he would have to seek alternatives. Lin Yi did have a plan, though. He could simply kill a One family disciple and then extract their soul. Yes, this plan seemed sound. Lin Yi resolved to pursue this course of action, waiting for an opportunity to capture a disciple of the One family for intense interrogation. If they remained obstinately silent, well, that evening, Lin Yi was assisting at their Yilai Xiang, as the business was thriving, and one person could hardly manage it alone. Lin, my young brother, Zhao Wan strolled in with a playful grin. The surrounding ghostly enforcers greeted him respectfully, calling out, Master Zhao, while others referred to him as Governor Zhao. Noticing Zhao Wan's smug demeanor, Lin Yi teased, Zhao, have you been promoted? Zhao Wan nodded. Yes, thanks to your support, I have been elevated. I was merely a small-town officer overseeing Kunming, but now I have advanced to the rank of provincial head. The hierarchy of the underworld was relatively straightforward, primarily revolving around the system of ghostly enforcers. Zhao Wan had previously held no official position, merely a seniority of sorts, akin to a small team leader. After an incident at work, he had somehow managed to invite the Seventh Lord to dinner. Following that, he came to Yilai Xiang, where the Seventh Lord dined heartily, resulting in not only no repercussions but also a promotion to city head. To his surprise, within a few months, he had ascended to provincial head. Of course, being a provincial head did not mean he governed an entire province alone. There were other provincial heads with whom he shared equal standing. The structure of city heads and provincial heads was similar. Each province and city had at least 20 heads, with some having 50 or 60. They were generally of equal rank, but an old saying went that seniority determined leadership. The one with the most experience would assume the role of leader, which was the most agreeable method. The same was true in the mortal realm. As Zhao Wan had just been promoted, his influence was certainly not as strong as that of the established veterans. However, he was a favored figure beside the Seventh Lord. Those in the know understood the implications. Lin Yi was curious, why hasn't Wang come along? Unfortunately, the position of provincial head is limited. There is only one slot for each province, and he has been reassigned to another province as its head. Zhao Wan replied with a shake of his head, then added with a smile, but I have come to bring you a gift. Lin Yi was intrigued. What kind of gift? Chapter 69. Li Yujiao and Sun Yizhao Wan chuckled. Isn't your establishment short-staffed? I've brought two people over, one of whom is quite the beauty, if you catch my drift. Noticing Zhao Wan's knowing grin, Lin Yi quickly raised his hand to halt him. Brother Zhao, I have no interest in such matters. Women merely impede my ability to generate profit. As long as they are capable, the rest is of little consequence. Lin Yi harbored no particular thoughts on this subject. After all, as long as one possesses wealth, what kind of partner cannot be acquired? Moreover, given his nature, he preferred to rely on himself and solve issues independently. All right then, if they don't suit you, I can always find replacements, Zhao Wan replied without further elaboration, informing Lin Yi that the individuals had arrived early and then prepared to depart. Are you not staying for a hot pot meal before you leave? Lin Yi inquired, puzzled. Zhao Wan shook his head in resignation. I would love to, but as a new official, I have much to attend to. Perhaps next time. Understood. Just let me know if you need anything, Brother Zhao. Lin Yi nodded and watched Zhao Wan leave. At 5 in the morning, Yi Xiang promptly closed for business. Two individuals indeed arrived, prompting Lin Yi to observe them. The male appeared to be around 25 or 26 years old, muscular and fit. According to Zhao Huan, he was also a chef, which aligned perfectly with the establishment's needs. The female, undeniably attractive, was just over 22. They introduced themselves. The young man was named Sun He, from a modest background, having dropped out of junior high to become a chef. The young woman was Li Yujiao, with both parents being teachers and a younger brother in high school. After graduating from university, she had been interning at a nearby financial firm. Lin Yi stated, "You both should be aware that my establishment caters to a specific clientele. If you have reservations about working here, I can facilitate your swift transition to the underworld." Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Sun He was momentarily incredulous. "Sir, is this place truly meant for ghosts?" Lin Yi replied with a faint smile, "What else could it be?" "Wow, so there really are ghosts in this world." Sun He was entirely taken aback, recalling how just the previous night, his soul had been summoned by a ghostly figure who informed him that he could either descend to the underworld or work at Yi Xiang Hotpot to remain in the mortal realm. Li Yujia shared a similar experience. Though being a girl, she mustered her courage to ask, "Is there a salary?" "Of course, I'm not a heartless employer," Lin Yi assured. "The salary is 10,000 a month, with social insurance and housing fund to be paid by you, but I will reimburse you, provided you perform your duties well." 10,000, plus benefits. Sun He was genuinely intrigued. This offered a better arrangement than his previous hotel job. Li Yujia felt the same, considering how little interns typically earned. Regarding their salaries, Lin Yi saw no reason to withhold. As the saying goes, to make a horse run, one must feed it well. "We're in," both Li Yujiao and Sun He agreed, nodding. They had anticipated exploitation but were pleasantly surprised by the favorable conditions. "All right, add me on WeChat. The shop opens promptly at midnight every day. If you have any questions, you may consult the seasoned employee, Songja, in my absence." Lin Yi had complete faith in Songja's capabilities, as he managed the establishment exceptionally well on his own. After providing his instructions, Lin Yi returned to his quarters for a much-needed rest. First, he watered the huangquan flowers in the basement, then retreated to his room for 2 hours of cultivation. By noon, while Lin Yi was still asleep, he received a call from Zhang Baifeng and drove the second-hand van to Ma Daojie's restaurant. Having learned from past experiences, Lin Yi prudently refrained from carrying ghost money, opting instead for silver notes. With around 50 to 60,000 ghost coins on hand, he felt secure and steady. This time, the employer is a real estate mogul. They've encountered trouble while developing the new urban area in Wenshan, and they require our assistance, Zhang Baifeng explained. "How many lives have been lost?" Lin Yi inquired, as it was challenging to ascertain the nature of the spirit without first-hand investigation. Nonetheless, the number of casualties could provide insight into the malevolence of the ghost. Zhang Baifeng responded, 6 lives have perished in a month." 6, you say? Lin Yi pondered briefly before nodding. "We can take this on." Hu Qiushan also nodded in agreement. "Excellent, then let us set off." The three reached a consensus and departed that very day. They arrived in Wenshan as dusk approached. Their employer, Jiao Huajun, was a middle-aged gentleman in his early 40s, dressed in expensive attire that exuded a sense of sophistication. A single word could encapsulate him. A successful individual. Upon meeting Lin Yi and his companions, Jiao Huajun greeted them with a beaming smile, displaying no airs of superiority. "Masters, you've finally arrived. I've prepared food and drink to express my gratitude for your arduous journey. How about we dine before discussing further?" Lin Yi and his companions held Jiao Huajun in high regard. They had encountered many wealthy individuals, but few were as humble and approachable as he. However, with 6 lives lost, it was likely he was quite anxious, yet his composure suggested a level of skill. Zhang Baifeng shook his head. "We shall forego the meal. Please take us directly to the site of the incident." "Very well," Jiao Huajun nodded, a trace of awkwardness crossing his face. "Master Zhang, I must apologize. A friend insisted I invite other masters to assist with the situation, and I found it hard to refuse. HMPH. Zhang Baifeng's expression darkened immediately. "Boss Jiao, what do you mean by that? Do you not trust us?" The most taboo aspect of their profession was the involvement of multiple parties. The saying goes, colleagues do not see eye to eye. Such situations could complicate matters, especially if any existing animosities were involved. Jiao Huajun, feeling uncomfortable, replied, Master Zhang, I truly apologize, it's a difficult position for me. Difficult? Lin Yi interjected with a calm smile, a person as astute as yourself should not make such a foolish error. I presume you are seeking double assurances because you doubt our capabilities. Jiao Huajun, being clever, certainly understood the rules of their trade. His actions clearly indicated a lack of confidence in their ability to resolve the matter, prompting him to seek additional assistance as a precaution. Faced with exposure, Jiao Huajun could only offer an awkward smile, stating, Rest assured, young master, whether or not this issue can be resolved, the remuneration will remain intact. Lin Yi chose to remain silent, instead looking toward Zhang Baifeng, as this transaction belonged to him, and he held the authority to decide. Zhang Baifeng nodded in agreement, Very well, we can proceed, but whether we succeed or fail, our compensation must remain unchanged. Jiao Huajun beamed with a smile, Of course. Lead the way. Jiao Huajun instructed his team to drive Lin Yi and his companions to the development zone. This area was on the outskirts, where old buildings had been largely demolished. From a distance, they could see a group of individuals waiting eagerly. Old Liu, who do you think that boss Jiao managed to bring in? One middle-aged man dressed in traditional attire expressed his curiosity. Chapter 70, Following one's heart. A small old man, appearing to be in his 50s, pondered for a moment before remarking, It's hard to say, but indeed, a fierce individual has emerged from Yunnan. Single-handedly, he dares to challenge the entire corps transporting one family of Xiangxi, a feat truly remarkable. Is it that sorcerer Lin Yao? Questioned the middle-aged man, before glancing at Wen Yu beside him with a grin. Have you not encountered Lin Yi, my friend? Is he truly as formidable as the rumors suggest? Not well acquainted, Wen Yu replied, shaking his head, though his expression darkened, filled with silent curses. Damn it, the 7-nail ceiling coffin could not even keep this fellow dead within the coffin, and now he had revived. How on earth did he come back to life? Was it a case of soul reanimation, or some other dark sorcery? Noticing Wen Yu's pallor, another man chuckled, Nephew, why the long face? Fear not, with me around, what can Lin Yi do to you? Wen Yu merely smiled weakly, fully aware of Lin Yi's ruthless nature. If he were to discover that Wen had used the 7-nail ceiling coffin to ensure his eternal damnation, the consequences would be dire. The vehicle came to a halt, and the group turned in unison to see Zhang Baifeng and Huqiushan alight. Oh, the lad from Gazaoshan has also arrived, the middle-aged man remarked in surprise. Huqiushan had garnered a modest reputation in the martial world, after all, owing to his affiliation with Gazaoshan, one of the 3 mentons of the Orthodox sect. Thank heavens Lin Yi isn't here, Wen Yu sighed in relief, yet a sense of helplessness washed over him. Did he truly fear him so much? But with Yunnan being so vast, was it really a coincidence to encounter him here? Surely not, however. The very next second, Wen Yu's smiling countenance fell as he felt a chill at his neck. Who else could it be but Lin Yi? Stepping out of the car, Lin Yi scanned the 4 individuals before finally settling his gaze on Wen Yu, momentarily taken aback before breaking into a grin. Our little pest, what a surprise to find you here, Lin Yi mused, growing increasingly pleased. He had yet to settle the score with the Shenxiao sect over the 7-nail ceiling coffin incident, and now fate had brought him face to face with this little rascal. What a delightful twist of fate. Is this the infamous Lin Yi? Wen Yu's uncle, Jian Ping, chuckled lightly. He had already sensed something amiss with Lin Yi's aura, a terrifyingly heavy presence of yin energy. Surely, he had overindulged in summoning spirits, and if he continued down this path, he would inevitably become a living corpse. It seems the unorthodox indeed lives up to its reputation. Since they had crossed paths, a cordial exchange was in order, regardless of personal feelings. At the very least, one must show respect. The elder, known as Zhu Shuwen, hailed from the luncheon faction of the Chuanchen school, while the middle-aged man in traditional attire was named Yang Haijian, a member of the Wuqian sect, a branch of the Orthodox sect. The other 2 were Jian Ping and Wen Yu. Lin Yi fixed his cold gaze on Wen Yu, who instinctively took 2 steps back in fear. Is the unorthodox so arrogant? Jiang Ping thought to himself, clearly displeased. He seized the opportunity to direct his remarks at Hu Qiushan, saying, "Young man, you are also a disciple of Gazaoshan, one of the 3 mentons of the orthodox sect. Why associate with these unorthodox practitioners?" Hu Qiushan appeared momentarily taken aback, fully aware that Jiang Ping's words were aimed at Lin Yi. Moreover, the situation had not yet reached a point of irreconcilable conflict, and Lin Yi had not been placed on the wanted list by the Taoist Association. Lin Yi, unwilling to be provoked, retorted sharply, "Do you have an issue with my unorthodox practices?" "Of course not," Jiang Ping replied, shaking his head before quickly shifting his tone. "I merely worry, as many unorthodox practitioners are known to commit heinous deeds." Sensing the tension, Zhang Baofeng hastily intervened, "Gentlemen, it's already dark. Let us split into 2 groups and promptly accomplish our tasks." Yang Haijian echoed the sentiment, "Indeed." With both men attempting to ease the situation, Jiang Ping and Lin Yi finally relented. "Brother Lin, let us proceed," Zhang Baofeng urged, leading Lin Yi and Hu Qiushan into the development zone. He was keen to avoid any confrontation, however, he was puzzled by Jiang Ping's palpable hostility. Quite vexing, Lin Yi thought to himself, feeling irked by the thinly veiled insults. Zhang Baofeng attempted to calm him. "Brother Lin, let it go. Why stoop to his level?" "True enough," Lin Yi nodded, suddenly halting in his tracks to turn towards Jiang Ping, calling out, "Jiang Ping." Jiang Ping furrowed his brow, about to respond. "I curse your mother." Lin Yi's unexpected outburst left everyone in stunned silence. No one had anticipated that a prominent figure of the unorthodox would utter such crude language. Jiang Ping was equally taken aback. Now I feel much better," Lin Yi declared with satisfaction, continuing on his way. Hu Qiushan and Zhang Baofeng exchanged glances, their expressions betraying their astonishment. Lin Yi's behavior could only be described with one word: brazen. Lin Yi cared little for decorum, for did he even possess any? Bottling up his frustrations had left him feeling stifled. Now that he had vented, he felt liberated. What was it they called it? Yes, clarity of thought. "Lin Yi, what do you mean by that?" Jiang Ping fumed, ready to retaliate, but was restrained by Yang Haijian and Zhu Shuwen. Har-hum, Lin Yi merrily hummed to himself, thinking, one must treat oneself kindly. One should speak out when the time calls for it. The area slated for development was vast, and the trio could only search slowly. "This method is not effective," Hu Qiushan remarked, sitting on a stone step while smoking. Lin Yi had also employed the earth spirit to search, but to no avail in locating any malevolent spirits nearby. "If all else fails, we could simply inquire," Lin Yi suggested, retrieving the condensing evil bell and chanting, "When the bell tolls, the spirits shall appear. Malevolent ghosts, do not hide, heed my summons and come forth." Before long, several restless spirits began to drift over. Lin Yi grinned and inquired, "Are there any malevolent ghosts nearby that have harmed others?" The spirits remained silent, extending their hands instead. Lin Yi, at a loss for words, could only produce 3 copper coins to distribute among them. Truth be told, these restless spirits could not be commanded without compensation. Once they received their payment, they began to chatter amongst themselves. Upon hearing their words, Hu Qiushan's expression grew grave. Could it be the cat-faced old lady? The cat-faced old lady. Lin Yi furrowed his brows, having come across her in the records of yin and yang. Yet, the details were scant. He knew only that she was a most sinister entity, categorically malevolent. Zhang Baofeng, standing nearby, expressed his confusion. But wait, the cat-faced old lady is a malevolent spirit known to roam the northeast. How could she have made her way to the south? Lin Yi, intrigued, asked, "Old Zhang, have you heard of this cat-faced old lady?" Zhang Baofeng nodded. "I know a bit. Theoretically, she is a ghost, yet also a demon, truly a sinister being, and I have yet to hear of any colleagues in the field encountering her. Truly, it is a calamity of epochs. All manner of bizarre and wicked spirits are emerging," Zhang Baofeng lamented before cautioning, "If it truly is that malevolent spirit, we will undoubtedly be unable to contend with her. If we can withdraw, we should. After all, life is paramount, and wealth can be pursued leisurely." Chapter 71: 2 horizontal and 1 vertical means action, 2 dots and 1 force means accomplishment. Upon hearing Zhang Baifeng's words, Lin Yi was convinced that the cat-faced old woman was indeed a formidable opponent. After all, given Zhang Baifeng's miserly nature, he would never let go of an opportunity to profit, unless his very life was at stake. Shall we withdraw? Regardless, whether this matter succeeds or fails, Jiao Huajun must still pay their fee, Zhang Baifeng inquired, seeking the opinions of the other two. Hua Chushan felt a bit awkward. Isn't this a breach of professional ethics? Lin Yi spat out the cigarette he had been smoking and stood up, uttering a single word, withdraw. Since the task was impossible to complete, it was time to attend to his own matters. The 7 nails sealing the coffin could not be counted. Were it not for Zhang Baifeng and Hua Chushan's presence, he would have acted already. Such decisiveness? Zhang Baifeng was somewhat taken aback. Just as the three were about to leave, a thick fog suddenly enveloped the area in the blink of an eye. Could it be mere coincidence? Zhang Baifeng swallowed hard, while Lin Yi squinted his eyes and swiftly drew the dagger from his waist. Creak! A sound like a bell echoed. The three turned in unison to see a hunched old woman pushing a baby carriage approaching them. The old woman kept her head down, obscuring her face from view. What should we do? Zhang Baifeng was genuinely flustered, and Hua Qiushan shared his uncertainty. What should we do? Lin Yi snorted coldly, tilting his head slightly, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. 2 horizontal and 1 vertical means action. 2 dots and 1 force means accomplishment. She is a malevolent spirit of great danger, but I am a master of the unorthodox. With that, Lin Yi sprang into action, the dagger slicing through the air as he shouted, Earth Spirit. The Earth Spirit surged from beneath his feet, burrowing into the ground to ensnare the old woman's feet. Regardless of her being a cat-faced old woman, he would first deliver 3 strikes before anything else. As he aimed for her neck, the cat-faced old woman effortlessly caught the blade with her skeletal hand. Slowly, she raised her head, and Lin Yi finally beheld her face. Though it was human, it was covered in dark fur, instilling a sense of uncanny dread akin to their uncanny valley phenomenon. Gotcha. Lin Yi was startled but soon smirked. To easily catch his strike, she truly warranted the title of great danger. The cat-faced old woman let out a cackling laugh, releasing Lin Yi's dagger, and then produced 2 apples. Child, are you hungry? Would you prefer this red apple or this green one? I'd rather eat you, you old hag. Just as Lin Yi was about to swing his blade again, his expression changed abruptly. I can't move. Zhang Baifeng and Hua Qiushan exchanged glances, equally astonished as they took a step forward. It was as if some energy immobilized them. The cat-faced old woman merely lifted her foot, effortlessly pulling the Earth Spirit from the ground. Little one, would you like an apple? The Earth Spirit, trembling with fear, scurried to Lin Yi's side. Despite being a malevolent entity, it was clear the Earth Spirit was not of the same caliber as the cat-faced old woman. 5 spirits. Lin Yi simultaneously summoned 4 spirits, and upon seeing his 4 companions, the Earth Spirit regained its confidence. Noticing the pair of glowing red eyes fixed upon him from within the baby carriage, Lin Yi suddenly had a realization: block the eyes in the baby carriage. Though he was uncertain of what lay within that carriage, the fact that he could not move was certainly linked to it. The 5 little beings charged at the cat-faced old woman. She merely raised her hand and easily deflected their assault. The fire spirit, quick-witted, launched a fireball towards the baby carriage. The cat-faced old woman hastily pulled the carriage away, causing the pair of red eyes to vanish. Instantly, Lin Yi found himself able to move, channeling his inner energy into his palm, transforming it into a ball of green flame, which he then crushed violently. The flame spread around them, and the scene morphed into an ancient street. Is this the ghost I veil? Zhang Baifeng was taken aback, suddenly recalling that Lin Yi had obtained a soul-capturing human skin last time. Lin Yi distanced himself and turned to flee. Hua Qiushan, exhilarated, exclaimed, Brother Lin, we. As soon as he opened his mouth, Lin Yi anticipated what he was about to say. We can't win, retreat. He swiftly summoned back the 5 spirits. What, wasn't he it supposed to be 2 horizontal and 1 vertical means action, 2 dots and 1 force means accomplishment, and now they were pulling back. The cat-faced old woman merely stepped lightly, and the illusion of the ghost I veil was shattered in an instant. Lin Yi turned on his heel once more, his palm gliding over the blade, a surge of malevolent energy enveloping him, as he stomped the ground and slashed out. This strike was not aimed at the cat-faced old woman but rather at the entity within the baby carriage. Thud! The entity within the carriage had half its head severed, black blood spilling onto the ground. Only then did Lin Yi discern what it truly was, a baby's body cloaked in cat fur. The suddenness of this attack caught not only Zhang Baifeng and Hu Qiushan off guard, but even the cat-faced old woman stood dumbfounded. Lin Yi understood that the cat-faced old woman herself was no match for him. Even a strike imbued with malevolent energy might not be enough to slay her, yet the thing within her baby carriage was another matter entirely. Though its nature remained a mystery, it was undeniably bizarre. Any living creature glimpsed by those eyes would be rendered immobile. The cat-faced old woman could easily break her own ghost-eye veil with a single step. Even in retreat, with that entity present, hope seemed slim. When a decisive action is not taken, chaos ensues. One must act resolutely and first eliminate that which inspires dread. Oh! The cat-faced old woman suddenly shrieked, her voice shaking Lin Yi to the core. "Brother Lin, run!" Hu Qiushan shouted, pulling out two small flags and casting them on either side of the cat-faced old woman, commanding, "Bind." Two streams of golden energy morphed into iron chains, locking the cat-faced old woman's arms. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yi turned to flee. Zhang Baifeng exclaimed in excitement, "The two-lock evil binding formation of Gazaoshan, I didn't expect you to have learned it, Hua." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's expression shifted dramatically. He knew that it would not be enough to contain the cat-faced old woman. This guy, Zhang Baifeng, had a knack for boasting, and it always backfired. Crack! The cat-faced old woman pulled her hands in, breaking free, her voice hoarse with rage. "Return my grandson." Whoosh! The cat-faced old woman lunged forward, instantly closing the distance to Lin Yi, her withered claws outstretched. Lin Yi turned, channeling his energy to clash with her, consume energy of the three yin, four palms. Boom! The two palms collided, sending the cat-faced old woman flying 10 meters away. Good heavens, she is so powerful. Zhang Baifeng and Hu Qiushan were both dumbfounded. The force of that palm strike was terrifyingly strong. Even a top-tier fighter would be gravely injured from such an impact. Har, Lin Yi gasped for breath, his face pale. The first palm of the three yin energy, at 4-4, was indeed formidable, but instantly depleting 4/4 of his inner energy was quite taxing. Taking it slowly would have been manageable, but this sudden exertion was overwhelming. "Run!" Lin Yi sprinted away, with Hu Qiushan and Zhang Baifeng in tow. Behind them, the cat-faced old woman rose, twisting her body. Her arms rotated a full 180 degrees, filled with fury as she pursued Lin Yi. "Return my grandson's life." The cat-faced old woman advanced not on her feet, but rather using both hands and feet, much like a cat. Chapter 72, it turned out to be a large cat-faced old woman. The cat-faced old woman swiftly surpassed Zhang Baifeng and Hu Qiushan, pursuing Lin Yi ahead. "Damn it," Lin Yi cursed under his breath, filled with frustration. This time, he had truly kicked a steel plate. He was utterly outmatched. He leaped onto the rooftop, but the cat-faced old woman was even faster. After exhausting his energy with the three yin technique, he barely managed to unleash a single palm strike, which was already a remarkable feat. As for other spells, they were of little consequence against this cat-faced old woman. Ultimately, it boiled down to his insufficient strength. Practice makes perfect. The cat-faced old woman closed in on Lin Yi, launching a palm strike. Lin Yi had no choice but to turn and clash head-on. Bang! Without the support of the 4-3 palms, Lin Yi was sent flying, crushing to the ground. Summon reinforcements. Lin Yi hastily retrieved the condensing bell, chanting, "When the yin bell rings, countless ghosts appear. Evil spirits from all directions, do not hide, heed my command and come forth." In an instant, several wandering souls emerged not far away, yet they dared not approach. Lin Yi understood all too well that these entities were merely for show. He could not rely on them to take action. He had to employ the ghost summoning technique, promptly pointing 2 fingers at his abdomen, chest, and forehead, 3 acupoints, and commanding in a low voice, "The heavenly gate is open, evil spirits, come swiftly." After causing a ruckus at the one family in Xiangxi, his body was nearly at its limit from repeatedly using the ghost summoning technique. Typically, one would summon a single ghost to possess and fight on their behalf. However, Lin Yi always summoned at least 100, and given his current condition, he was utterly overwhelmed. May I summon a formidable spirit? No, a formidable ghost. Lin Yi silently prayed. A wisp of blue smoke drifted into Lin Yi's body, followed by a male voice. Is this Lin Boss? Lin Yi was somewhat taken aback. You know me? The man chuckled. I've heard my colleagues mention you. I intended to visit your hot pot restaurant, but I don't know what suddenly possessed my superiors. My workload doubled, leaving me no time. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's face lit up with excitement. So it's you, Sir Wu. My name is Wu Gang. Lin Boss, relinquish control of your body to me. I shall demonstrate my skills, Wu Gang declared with unwavering confidence. All right. Lin Yi nodded, transferring control of his body to him, feeling a single word echo in his mind. Steady. Judging by Wu Gang's tone, he seemed highly reliable. He had to admit that his ghost summoning technique was indeed being utilized to perfection. With a flick of his hand, Wu Gang unleashed an iron chain. Lin Yi recognized it as the soul-snatching chain, a specialized tool for ghost messengers. Typically, ghost messengers would work in pairs, one to snatch the soul, the other to guard. However, Wu Gang acted decisively, without hesitation, indicating his formidable strength, likely on par with Zhao Ji. The cat-faced old woman's hand became ensnared, and Wu Gang narrowed his eyes, exerting force. Come to me. The cat-faced old woman was yanked forward as Wu Gang swung his fist. Bang! The blow landed squarely on the cat-faced old woman's face. Yet, the cat-faced old woman remained unfazed. Lin Yi was dumbfounded, as was Wu Gang. The cat-faced old woman suddenly raised her hand, striking Lin Yi squarely in the face. The force sent Lin Yi hurtling backward, crashing into the wall behind him. Wu Gang was expelled from Lin Yi's body. Lin Yi coughed up a mouthful of blood and turned to Wu Gang, bewildered. Is this what you meant by showing your skills? Wu Gang wore an awkward expression. I've always fought using my spiritual body. Transitioning to physical combat is a bit of an adjustment. You've got to be kidding me. Lin Yi's mind was flooded with 1,000 expletives, and he inquired, can you actually win? Wu Gang shook his head with certainty. No. Lin Yi was utterly speechless. He vowed he had never felt so at a loss in his life. This guy was merely putting on a show, without any real power to back it up. A pure comedic figure, indeed. But I can escape. Wu Gang replied confidently, while my combat skills may be lacking, I am famously adept at fleeing. Hurry up. Lin Yi had no choice but to cling to hope. Wu Gang re-entered Lin Yi's body, and they turned to flee, the cat-faced old woman in hot pursuit. Whoa, not bad, Lin Yi mused, realizing that Wu Gang had not deceived him. Although his combat prowess was subpar, his ability to escape was undoubtedly impressive. He moved swiftly, his dodging skills quite remarkable. Even with the cat-faced old woman employing all her limbs, she could not catch up. Even if she managed to close the gap, Wu Gang could easily evade with his agile footwork. Wu Gang chuckled. Lin Boss, what do you think? My little dodging skills are quite decent, aren't they? Impressive. Lin Yi offered the highest praise. Upon reaching a fork in the road, several figures appeared. It was Wang Yu and his 3 companions. Lin Boss, who are these 4? Lin Yi suddenly had a realization and smiled. Lead this cat-faced old woman over here. Sure thing. Wu Gang guided Lin Yi's body toward them. Upon seeing Lin Yi, the 4 were momentarily stunned, and Jianping sneered. Lin Yi, I was just looking for you. Oh, what a coincidence, I was just looking for you as well. I've brought you a little gift. Lin Yi suddenly dashed aside as the cat-faced old woman's sharp claws lunged toward him. What is this? Jianping exclaimed, his palm gathering electric arcs before launching them. Bang! The 2 forces collided, causing the cat-faced old woman to stagger back a couple of steps, while Jianping was knocked back several meters before barely regaining his footing. Zhu Shuwen immediately recognized what it was, exclaiming, it's the cat-faced old woman. What? Jianping's expression shifted dramatically as he turned to find Lin Yi had already sprinted 20 meters away. This cat-faced old woman is incredibly sinister. We must all work together to deal with her. Jianping could no longer concern himself with anything else. They had to confront the cat-faced old woman. If they could not hold out until dawn, they would all meet their demise here. Once in a safe location, Wu Gang finally emerged. Phew, Lin Yi exhaled deeply, finally free from the cat-faced old woman. Wu Gang grinned. Lin boss, since you are safe now, I shall take my leave. This month's tasks are heavy, and I still have souls to retrieve for the underworld. All right. Lin Yi nodded, clasping his hands in gratitude. Thank you for your assistance. When you have time, do come to my restaurant for hot pot. I shall treat you well. That would require my superiors to calm down first. Wu Gang sighed helplessly before taking his leave. That was a close call. Lin Yi rubbed his face, which was still stinging. He realized he lacked the strength to resolve this matter. Just as he exited the development zone, intending to call Zhang by phone and the others, he suddenly paused. What a fool I am. Lin Yi turned back. The cat-faced old woman had nearly caused him to lose his mind, and in his flight, he had almost forgotten about seeking revenge. Seeing Lin Yi return, Zhu Shuwen exclaimed with excitement, Lin Daoist, you're just in time. Dawn is approaching. If we can hold out until the sun rises, this malevolent spirit's power will diminish significantly, and together we can subdue her. Chapter 73, The Slaying of Wen Yu. Lin Yi disregarded him and turned his gaze towards Wen Yu, his expression darkening as he said, Isn't it time we settled our accounts? Upon hearing this, before Wen Yu could finish his sentence, Lin Yi suddenly became animated. Oh, so it is indeed you. He had previously been uncertain, but now he was sure. What was there to wait for? He would strike. Realizing he had misspoken, Wen Yu turned to flee. Lin Yi immediately pursued him, and Jianping shouted, Lin Yi, how dare you? He too rushed after them. What is happening here? Yang Haijian and Zhu Shuwen were both at their wits' end. Phew, Wen Yu gasped, shouting as he ran, with Lin Yi hot on his heels. Earth Spirit. Lin Yi uttered a low command as the Earth Spirit emerged from beneath his feet to ensnare Wen Yu's legs. Lin Yi closed in, swinging his blade. With a sickening sound, Wen Yu was struck in the back, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. Lin Yi seized Wen Yu by the throat and lifted him up. Lin the old demon, release my disciple. Jianping arrived, his hands crackling with energy. Release him. Lin Yi's voice was icy. Have you ever inquired why your disciple sealed my coffin with the 7 nails coffin? Jianping glanced at Wen Yu, whose face was turning crimson from Lin Yi's grip. He understood his disciple's character. Although he was unaware of the entire situation, it was evident that Wen Yu had offended Lin Yi with the 7 nails coffin. However, being his disciple, he could not stand idly by. Jianping promptly stated, Lin Yi, while I may not know the full story, I will ensure that Wen Yu pays for his mistake. Oh. Lin Yi sneered, intrigued, do enlighten me on how you plan to make amends. After a moment's thought, Jianping replied, upon returning to our sect, I shall have Wen Yu reflect in isolation for 5 years, ensuring he does not leave the mountain during the year of the cataclysm. You wouldn't want to offend the divine celestial sect, would you? Is that so? Then he may as well perish. Lin Yi's grip on Wen Yu tightened with sudden force. Crack, Wen Yu breathed his last. Lin Yi casually tossed Wen Yu's lifeless body at Jianping's feet, his expression frigid. Do you think you can threaten me with the divine celestial sect? Even their chosen one would be powerless. If he feared offending others, he would not have pursued the unconventional path. Why embrace such a path? To live freely and unfettered. Lin Yi was not fond of making enemies, but he certainly would not tolerate being wronged. Lin Yi. Jianping glared at him with venom, nearly losing his composure. Lin Yi dismissed him with disdain, sheathing his blade and taking his leave. Return to your leader and inform them that if they are displeased, they may come to Kunming to kill me at any time. Of course, if you wish to act now, feel free, but I assure you, should you strike, I shall respond in kind. Would killing Wen Yu provoke the divine celestial sect? So what? Not killing him would not spare him from offense. They were already seeking his life. Why concern oneself with their status or background? What was the point of walking the unconventional path then? Lin Yi did not relish bloodshed, but that did not equate to kindness. A Buddha contends for a single incense stick, a tree for a piece of its bark, and a person for their pride. Having departed, dawn had broken, the sun gradually rising. As for the cat-faced old lady, Yang Haijian and Zhu Xuwen had indeed managed to hold out until morning. However, given her formidable prowess, even with Yang Haijian and Zhu Xuwen, Lin Yi doubted they could subdue her. After collecting his payment, Lin Yi received his 200,000, and the trio drove back to Kunming. As for Jianping, Lin Yi did not regard him as a threat. If the divine celestial sect dared to come, he would not shy away from a confrontation. While driving, Wu Qiushan inquired, "Brother Lin, did you truly kill that Wen Yu?" With a cigarette dangling from his lips, Lin Yi chuckled, "Do you think I should not have killed him?" Wu Qiushan shook his head. In the martial world, without strength, one becomes an easy target. Even the righteous path is not exempt. Whether it was right to kill Wen Yu ultimately depends on one's power. Wu Qiushan's words were astute, and Lin Yi understood the underlying truth. However, fortune had favored him with such strength. In other places, he might have refrained from boasting, but in Kunming, especially within the hot pot restaurant, with the protection of Elder Qi and Elder Ba, he was indeed not afraid of the divine celestial sect. Upon returning to Kunming, the three parted ways. Arriving at his residence, it was still afternoon, and it was early to leave the shop. Lin Yi sat cross-legged, commencing his practice of the Maryi ghost technique and the four-finger life extension technique. Given his innate talent, he might cultivate a finger within 3 months. At that time, possessing an additional life would bolster his confidence significantly, allowing him to act with impunity and arrogance. In a high-end residential area in Hangzhou, Wan Haoqian's expression darkened. Are Lin Yi's adoptive parents residing here? A relative beside him nodded. Indeed, the information I found indicates they live here, but I could not ascertain their occupations. I even inquired among friends in the Taoist Association, but all I received was the word confidential. Confidential. Wan Haoqian frowned. Can a mere mortal's profession be so elusive, even from the Taoist Association? Could it be that Lin Yi's adoptive parents held some significant position in the government? "Master, shall we take action?" the relative asked. Wan Haoqian grimly nodded. "Of course, if Lin Yi dares to burn my one family, I shall demand the lives of his entire family." As he spoke, a middle-aged man in a suit approached, smiling faintly. "What brings you, Master Wan, away from Shenxi to Hangzhou?" Upon seeing the newcomer, Wan Haoqian's expression changed drastically, disbelief washing over him. "Lord Shen, what brings you here?" Not only Wan Haoqian, but the other Wan family disciples also gasped in shock upon recognizing him. This man was none other than Shen Juming, the president of the Chinese Taoist Association and the 8th on the black list. Shen Juming smiled mildly. "My presence here is of little consequence. However, your reason for being here is quite significant." Hearing this, Wan Haoqian's expression soured as he surmised that Shen Juming was likely here regarding Lin Yi's adoptive parents. Noticing Wan Haoqian's silence, Shen Juming continued, "The martial world is neither vast nor small. The Wan family estate was consumed by flames, and it cannot be concealed from the Taoist Association. You may have come here, but let me make it clear, your family cannot lay a hand on Lin Yi's adoptive parents." At this pronouncement, Wan Haoqian could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "Are you planning to protect Lin Yi?" Shen Juming shook his head. "Whether you choose to kill or maim Lin Yi is of no concern to the Taoist Association, and I will not intervene. However, you cannot harm his adoptive parents." "Why?" Wan Haoqian questioned, perplexed. How powerful could Lin Yi be to enlist Shen Juming's protection? The Taoist Association seldom intervened in the affairs of the martial world unless it threatened the safety of civilians. This was their bottom line. The Taoist Association was an official organization, existing for the singular purpose of preventing practitioners in the supernatural realm from wantonly harming ordinary people. Chapter 74. The soul of the Wan family disciple. Shen Juming wasted no time and spoke directly. "The reason is that Lin Yi's adoptive parents are significant research personnel in our country. You cannot touch them. Moreover, the existence of the Tao Association is fundamentally to protect ordinary citizens." Research personnel. Wan Haoqian's expression darkened. It was no wonder that the information regarding Lin Yi's adoptive parents was elusive. However, this matter could not simply be overlooked. Wan Haoqian fixed his gaze on Shen Juming and coldly remarked, "What if I insist on taking action?" Har har. Shen Juming offered a faint smile. but his expression quickly turned serious. It is quite simple. I will have your one family expelled from the circle. I am well aware of your family's considerable influence, and although those venerable elders have retreated into the mountains and refused to show themselves, you cannot contend against the state. At this point, Shin Juming added with a smirk, of course, you may attempt it, but it remains to be seen how many artillery shells your family can withstand and how many tanks you can fend off. Wan Haoqian fell silent, his fists clenched tightly, producing a crackling sound. Could this grudge truly be resolved so easily? Shin Juming softened his demeanor slightly, sighing in exasperation. One family head, I do not wish to escalate this matter into an ugly confrontation, but the realm of the supernatural is not limited to your family alone. From the state to the common folk, there are many who are concerned. The resurgence of the evil alliance signifies something grave. I understand, thank you for the reminder, Mr. Shin, Wan Haoqian replied, begrudgingly acknowledging the situation, aware that he could not openly challenge the Dao Association. This matter could only be deliberated over time. After Wan Haoqian departed with his entourage, Shin Juming's expression returned to normal. He then took out his phone to make a call, investigate the information regarding Lin Yi's adoptive parents. It must have been leaked by someone within our ranks. Find that individual and, well, let's just say, let them leave the Dao Association. Furthermore, while such incidents can occur once, they must never happen again. Ms. John and Mr. Fan are crucial aircraft researchers in our country. They must not encounter any trouble. Upon hanging up, Shin Juming felt a wave of frustration. That rascal Lin Yi certainly had a knack for causing trouble. Setting fire to the one family, he truly dared to do it. In the deep of night, Yi Laixiang operated as usual. With the addition of Sun He and Li Yujiao, the shop was bustling. Lin Yi had indeed become the carefree manager, enjoying his newfound freedom. At that moment, two ghostly messengers entered, accompanied by a soul bound by a soul chain. The soul appeared visibly frightened upon seeing Lin Yi, instinctively avoiding his gaze. Lin Yi, puzzled by the scene, inquired of the two ghostly messengers. One of the messengers explained, this is a disciple of the One family, a corpse handler. He was meant to pass on 3 days ago, but the One family has been holding on to him, insisting he complete his final affairs before releasing him to the other clans. With a resigned expression, the ghostly messenger added, this is not the first time this has happened. A disciple of the One family. Lin Yi grinned broadly, what a stroke of luck. Just as he was pondering where to learn the One family's corpse control techniques, it had come knocking at his door. Lin Yi remarked, gentlemen, I would like to borrow this fellow's soul to inquire about a few matters. Would that be agreeable? The two ghostly messengers hesitated. Xiao Li waived the meal expenses for these two ghostly messengers, Lin Yi stated, discreetly slipping them each 500 ghostly currency notes. Though with his current connections, they would not dare refuse him even if he insisted. However, there was no need for such confrontation. After all, he was a shop owner, and his business relied on these ghostly messengers. Offending them would bring him nothing but harm. As for the money, they would earn it back after a few more visits. After all, the wool comes from the sheep. Boss Lin is generous, one ghostly messenger remarked, and the other nodded in agreement. Given Boss Lin's kindness, they had little to say. It was merely a matter of asking a few questions, as long as the soul remained intact. One messenger cautioned, Boss Lin, be mindful. This soul must not be allowed to dissipate. Lin Yi nodded, assuring, rest assured. The two ghostly messengers handed the soul over to Lin Yi before taking a seat at an empty table. Lin Yi grasped the soul chain and led the soul into the adjacent storeroom. Once inside and the door closed, the disciple immediately knelt and pleaded, Master Lin, my affairs with the One family have nothing to do with me. I am merely a lowly disciple. Lin Yi smiled, do not worry, I will not make things difficult for you. I merely wish to ask a few questions. Hearing this, the disciple looked puzzled. Master Lin, what would you like to know? Lin Yi grinned, I am quite interested in your family's corpse control techniques. Will you teach me? You want to learn the corpse control techniques? The disciple was taken aback, then hesitated. Master Lin, the lore is not to be passed on. The One family has a 3,000-year heritage that has never been severed, and it contains unique elements. One of those elements is the oath we take upon entering the profession. We must never teach outsiders, lest their souls suffer harm. Lin Yi's expression immediately turned cold. So you intend not to teach me? The disciple grew anxious. It is not that I refuse to teach. It is simply that I cannot. Seeing his distress, Lin Yi understood he was not lying. The Yuan family, renowned for its 3,000-year legacy, indeed possessed some abilities. With China's long history and the changes of dynasties, those that have endured possess their own uniqueness. Otherwise, they would have long been lost to the annals of time. Since you cannot teach me, I shall take it for myself. Lin Yi declared, raising his hand to grasp the disciple's head, channeling his inner energy. Evil spirit enter the body, secrets laid bare, soul search. The disciple instantly froze, while Lin Yi narrowed his eyes. Moments later, he withdrew his hand, his expression darkening. I cannot find anything. The disciple twitched, his soul state weakening further, hastily pleading, Master, please spare my life. I truly cannot withstand a second soul search. Lin Yi remained silent. He had indeed used the soul search technique and could extract the disciple's memories, but it yielded little. He could only access memories from 2 months prior. He could delve further, but doing so would surely lead to the disciple's soul dissipating. If that were to happen, Lin Yi would find himself in a precarious position. Suddenly, an idea struck Lin Yi. If it cannot be taught to outsiders, can it be taught to a disciple? The disciple clearly did not grasp the implication, but nodded, yes. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi smiled broadly and inquired, does your Yuan family accept disciples from outside the clan? The Yuan family, renowned for its corpse handling, essentially comprised a family-structured sect. From the family head down to the disciples, they all bore the surname Yuan. Yes, the disciple confirmed. Lin Yi pressed on, what requirements do you have for taking on a disciple? None, really, the disciple shook his head. Suddenly, Lin Yi knelt with a thud, bowing deeply. Disciple Lin Yi wishes to enter the master's fold. Oh! The disciple was utterly bewildered. This unexpected turn of events left him at a loss. Chapter 75, Learning the Art of Controlling Corpses. Lin Yi felt no shame. Indeed, he considered it entirely justifiable. If he could master the art of controlling corpses, his strength would be significantly augmented. What was the matter of taking on a mentor in comparison? One cannot simultaneously aspire to be both a virtuous figure and a wanton individual. Such a scenario is simply implausible. In the pursuit of enhancing his abilities, he would not shiver in trepidation. To hesitate for even a moment would be a form of disrespect towards the Yuan family's corpse-controlling techniques. Master, noticing that his disciple was still in a daze, Lin Yi called out. The disciple snapped back to reality. Yes, honored disciple, Lin Yi inquired, does this mean I have officially become your disciple? Perhaps, it should be considered so, the disciple replied, somewhat uncertain. In their family, one would typically offer tea to their master as a sign of respect. However, in this moment, such customs were not feasible. The essence of becoming a disciple did not hinge solely on the ceremonial tea. It lay rather in the act of kneeling. For ordinary individuals, this was inconsequential, but for practitioners of the Tao, kneeling was not a trivial matter. One could kneel to the heavens above and the earth below, yet in the realm of mortals, one could only kneel before their parents and the revered ancestors of their lineage. Even Buddhist disciples entering a Taoist temple would merely clasp their hands in respect upon encountering the 3 pure ones. Thus, Lin Yi deemed it acceptable to forego the ceremonial tea. Good disciple, please rise. The disciple hastily urged Lin Yi to stand, fully aware that Lin Yi was merely a mentor in title. Should Lin Yi take offense, he could easily dispose of him without a second thought. Lin Yi stood, his eagerness palpable. All right, let us proceed with the teachings. Having already bowed and knocked his head in respect, if it were permissible, all would be well. If not, he could only express his regrets. Given Lin Yi's disposition, he would never subject himself to a disadvantage, nor would he accept it. Is this truly feasible? The disciple still harbored some reservations, yet he understood the consequences of silence. Disciple, to learn the Yuan family's corpse-controlling techniques, we must first delve into the origins of the Yuan clan. Through the disciple's narration, Lin Yi gleaned much about the historical development of the Yuan family. The disciple, named Yuan Jingming, was an ordinary member of the clan. The origins of the Yuan family were indeed storied, as it was said that their art of corpse control dated back to the Warring States period. At that time, 7 individuals fortuitously acquired this technique on the battlefield. Back then, they were not referred to as corpse handlers but rather as the 7 coffin masters. Among these 7 was an ancestor of the Ruan family, but as time passed, only 3 of them successfully passed down their teachings. One was the ancestor of the Ruan family, while the other 2 belonged to different sects of corpse handlers. Thus, among the present-day corpse handlers, the teachings of the other sects trace back to those 2 masters, while the Ruan family's art of corpse control is directly inherited from their own forebear. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi couldn't help but express his admiration. The Ruan family's claim of a 3,000-year legacy was indeed substantiated. Many prestigious sects today boast of a 3,000-year heritage. Whether it holds any truth is known only to the heavens. Lin Yi could hardly contain his impatience. All right, it's about time you teach me the art of controlling corpses. The techniques of the corpse handlers are quite varied. Though they all belong to the same lineage, their methods of control differ. Wan Jingming began his exposition, first enlightening Lin Yi on the strengths of the various sects of corpse handlers, followed by a discussion of the most fundamental techniques. He started with the cultivation of incantations and then shared insights. Even Wan Jingming was taken aback by the effectiveness of Lin Yi's approach. Lin Yi, however, was quietly amused. The Ruan family's methods of safeguarding their spells from dissemination were indeed formidable, yet who could have predicted encountering someone like him? Often, the more impenetrable a secret technique appears, the easier it is to exploit. As the clock struck 6:30, the dawn began to break, and Wan Jingming barely concluded his discourse. Lin Yi diligently committed every detail to memory. Disciple, I have imparted all that I know, you must honor your word, Wan Jingming expressed, anxious that Lin Yi might suddenly retract his promise. Lin Yi smiled reassuringly, fear not, master, I have always held my teachers in high regard. Wan Jingming, however, remained skeptical. To kneel so readily for the art of controlling corpses was an uncommon occurrence, even among those of dubious paths. Most would hesitate, yet Lin Yi, without a moment's pause, he knelt. To be honest, it would have been impossible for Wan Jingming not to be taken aback by such an action. Lin Yi then remarked with a faint smile, Master, time is of the essence, you should prepare for your journey. Upon hearing this, Wan Jingming immediately grew anxious, pleading, Disciple, you promised me that if I taught you the art of controlling corpses, you would spare me. Lin Yi, bemused, replied, Why the worry? What do you intend to do as a soul lingering in the mortal realm, refusing to reincarnate? Oh, so that is what you meant by prepare for the journey. Wan Jingming exhaled in relief, then curiously inquired, Disciple, did you obtain your master's approval for this arrangement? Well, Lin Yi sighed helplessly, I have 2 masters, one has already passed away, and the other was killed along with his mentor by my hand. But guess what? He is alive again now. What a predicament. With a chuckle, Lin Yi added, however, should your reincarnation be delayed, perhaps I can arrange for him to accompany you. Such a thing is entirely unnecessary. Wan Jingming's lips twitched. Was this what he termed respect for his master? How did this differ from a treacherous disciple who betrays his lineage? None of the masters who taught him spells were living beings, himself included. As for the first master, knowing Lin Yi's character, he would undoubtedly send him down to keep him company. Lin Yi regarded Wan Jingming with a playful grin. You should consider it an honor to be my master, for I tend to dismiss that which others wish to teach me. This was no mere boast. Lin Yi's principle for selecting a mentor was singular. He preferred the deceased. After all, only when a master has passed could one inherit their legacy. He had already inherited the teachings of his Daoist mentor, and the arts of the spirit master as well. As for Wan Jingming, alas, his resources were meager, yielding little legacy to inherit, yet acquiring the Ruan family's art of controlling corpses was certainly not a loss. After transferring Wan Jingming's soul to the 2 ghostly messengers, Lin Yi arranged for a monetary offering to ensure Wan Jingming's time in the underworld would be somewhat pleasant. If direct reincarnation could be facilitated, he would strive to secure a good family for him. After all, they were bound by the ties of master and disciple. As the shop closed for the night, Lin Yi hurriedly set about crafting the corpse-controlling bell. To successfully execute the art of controlling corpses, one must possess a corpse-controlling bell as a medium, much like his own spirit-calling technique. Ordinary craftsmen would not suffice for this task. Lin Yi had to enlist the help of Zhang Baofeng. After all, this fellow had extensive connections and was sure to know individuals skilled in such crafts. 3 days later, Zhang Baifeng presented the corpse-controlling bell to Lin Yi, and then promptly requested an exorbitant fee of 80,000 for his handiwork. This left Lin Yi utterly flabbergasted. Was a mere bell truly worth such a steep price? Zhang Baifeng then proceeded to explain, ordinary copper and iron would not suffice, it needed to be consecrated and handcrafted. These were merely the basics, and there were countless other details he enumerated. Chapter 76, Control the Corpses, Success. After all, Lin Yi could not comprehend it. He was not well versed in the realm of magical artifacts, having only personally crafted a basic ghost-repelling whip. As the saying goes, every profession has its specialization. Professional matters should indeed be entrusted to those who are adept. Now that he had mastered the art of corpse control, what did he care for 80,000? As long as this corpse-controlling bell proved effective, it was merely a trifling sum. Zhang Baifeng had initially intended for Lin Yi to pay with ghost money, but Lin Yi firmly declined. Ghost money was exceedingly valuable to him at present, a crucial factor in determining his combat prowess. After all, those wandering souls and restless spirits would demand payment the moment they opened their mouths, extending hands for debts. Without money, one would find themselves utterly disregarded. Such was the harsh reality. Moreover, the corpse-controlling bell differed from the freezing bell, although both were made of copper. The latter was black while the former gleamed a deep yellow. In the dead of night, Lin Yi arrived at the old house where the 7 malevolent coffins lay. According to his rather dubious master, to control a zombie, one had to blend a drop of the zombie's blood with their own heart's blood in the corpse-controlling bell. Subsequently, they needed to nourish the zombie with their blood to successfully dominate it. Of course, there existed other methods of corpse control, one of which involved using talisman paper as a lure. However, this approach was fraught with significant risks. Should the talisman paper vanish, the zombie could go berserk, potentially resulting in a backlash. This was precisely why Lin Yi opted for the Yuan family's technique. Nevertheless, the efficacy of spells is contingent upon their application. Sometimes, a simple trick can be more effective than a spell. Regardless of martial prowess, one must resort to the most effective means when necessary. Opening the 7 coffins, Lin Yi extracted a drop of blood from each malevolent zombie and let it fall upon the corpse-controlling bell, followed by a drop of his own heart's blood. The two quickly merged, causing the deep yellow bell to dim significantly, exuding a hint of crimson aura. Next, I must nourish these malevolent zombies with my blood, so they recognize my scent, Lin Yi stated as he sliced open his palm, allowing his blood to drip into the mouths of the malevolent zombies. The blood flowed steadily, yet the zombies showed no sign of response. Strange, why is there no reaction at all? Lin Yi furrowed his brow and murmured, could it be that my steps are flawed? That shouldn't be the case. He recalled his master mentioning that the more formidable the zombie, the greater the quantity of blood required for nourishment, yet this seemed absurdly excessive. Could it be that this fellow is concealing something? Lin Yi pondered whether to summon him for an interrogation to ascertain any hidden truths. Suddenly, the malevolent zombie opened its eyes, revealing blood-red pupils. It worked. Lin Yi's face brightened with joy, realizing he had misjudged his late master. After all, since his master had passed, there was no need to trouble him further. Lin Yi underwent a dramatic change in demeanor, swiftly proceeding to nourish the second malevolent zombie. By the time he had fed the 7th, he was drenched in cold sweat, his complexion pallid. Damn, no wonder the corpse handlers look utterly drained. Nourishing these zombies truly depletes one's vitality. Lin Yi regretted awakening them all at once. In just this brief time, he felt as though his essence had been siphoned away. Recovering from such a loss would require no less than 10 days to half a month. Furthermore, once these malevolent zombies awakened, they would necessitate monthly nourishment. Lin Yi clicked his tongue, acutely aware of the adage regarding overindulgence, yet, having already awakened them, he had to leverage their abilities and potential. Rise! Lin Yi commanded sharply, shaking the corpse-controlling bell. The 7 malevolent zombies stood in unison and leaped forth. Although the zombies could not perform even the simplest of spells, their strength was comparable to that of flying zombies. Lin Yi realized that, with his current abilities, he could barely command all 7 without exhausting himself excessively. Nevertheless, there was a marked enhancement in his own prowess, vitality restoration technique. consuming 3 in energies, ghostly concealment, commanding ghosts with 5 spirits, with his current resources and strength, even against a master of the heavenly ranking, he might possess the means to contend. Of course, Lin Yi hadn't inflated his sense of self-importance to that extent. At the very least, he refrained from boasting before mastering the art of extending life with a mere finger. Having completed these tasks, it was already 3:30 in the morning. Lin Yi returned to his residence for rest, abstaining from visiting the shop for the next few days. With Songja present, he had little to worry about. Only when 7th Master, 8th Master, or Brother Zhao came by would Lin Yi personally make an appearance. The remaining time was devoted to honing his corpse-controlling skills. At 11 o'clock that night, as Lin Yi meditated and closed his eyes to cultivate, Songja's call interrupted him. "Boss, trouble. Someone's causing a ruckus at the shop." Lin Yi's brow furrowed as he inquired, "Who are they?" "They claim to be Taoists from the Shinxiao sect." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's expression shifted. He had long anticipated that the Shinxiao sect would not let the matter of Wang Yu's death rest. Yet, since they had arrived, he would meet them head-on. In this place, in Kunming, what was there to fear? If things escalated, he could always summon Brother Zhao and Brother Wang. Should that prove insufficient, he could invoke 7th and 8th Masters. However, such measures would only be a last resort. After all, the underworld had its own rules, just as the mortal realm did. The affairs of the living were not for the underworld to meddle in, yet, with the stature of 7th and 8th Masters, it would not be impossible to intervene forcefully. Nonetheless, it was unnecessary. To illustrate, it would be akin to 2 colossal corporations squabbling over a trivial disagreement. There was no need to engage in a life-or-death struggle. "All right, I'll head over right away." Lin Yi had his own plans in mind. He wished to ascertain the extent of his current capabilities. Arriving at the old house, he gathered all 7 malevolent zombies and employed the summoning ghosts technique. After invoking it 6 times, countless wandering souls and restless spirits began to converge upon him. Looking out, he estimated there were no fewer than tens of thousands. "Gentlemen, as per our usual arrangement, please lend me your support. You shall not be shortchanged." Lin Yi began. His reputation in this realm was well established. In the ghostly circles, word had spread that the owner of the hot pot restaurant, Lin Yi, was wealthy. He was known for his extravagance, a fool with money, and a solid backing from the underworld. As long as they supported him, ample rewards awaited. Surveying the multitude of wandering souls and restless spirits, Lin Yi quickly calculated that it amounted to a considerable fortune. "Alas, my hard-earned gains from the past month are going down the drain." Lin Yi lamented, realizing something significant. These wandering souls and restless spirits seemed to have formed a small collective. Whenever he called upon them, they would readily appear, eager for a payout. The news spread like wildfire, and the number of spirits arriving grew exponentially. Before Lin Yi even performed the summoning ghosts technique upon arriving at the graveyard, several spirits scampered over, actively inquiring whether he needed assistance. This was becoming a well-practiced routine, leaving Lin Yi both amused and exasperated. It seemed to have evolved into a new industry. Lin Yi had become a temporary worker for scene support, with easy tasks, plentiful rewards, no need for experience, and a simple learning curve. Chapter 77, The momentum is self-created. Regarding this expenditure, although Lin Yi felt a twinge of pain, he did not dwell on it excessively. The money he earned from his endeavors was meant to be spent. One must save where possible, yet also indulge when necessary, and now is precisely the time. Today, he would ascertain whether the leader of this sect was indeed superior or if his own unconventional prowess would prevail. With 7 formidable corpses and tens of thousands of wandering souls at his disposal, along with the 5 spirits, he was prepared to unleash all his abilities. Regardless of whether it would be a battle or a negotiation, he needed to project an overwhelming presence. At the entrance of the Yulaxiang, Songja and his companions remained inside, while Li Xiaoyun and his group stayed outside, not daring to venture in. One young man scoffed, "Li, with so many of us here, do we really have to fear a mere rookie?" Although Lin Yi is newly emerged, his strength is not to be underestimated, Li Xiaoyun cautioned, his expression grim. Regardless of who it was, the murder of his junior brother demanded vengeance. As the leader of the Daoist sect and a man of destiny, his status among the younger generation was beyond question. With a mere call, many young talents would rally to his side. Furthermore, he had summoned several esteemed elder figures from the Daoist community to bolster his ranks, determined to eliminate Lin Yi once and for all. The scene was nothing short of terrifying. Given Li Xiaoyun's character, he would not have invited so many unless he was truly uncertain of his ability to defeat Lin Yi, especially wagering his reputation as the sect leader. Following the last battle against the Faceless Man, Li Xiaoyun's vitality had been severely diminished, and it was only now that he was regaining his strength that he pondered what had gone awry. After all, he was a top-tier expert on the heavenly ranking. Meanwhile, several middle-aged men watched the unfolding situation from a distance. One burly man turned to his companion, chuckling, "Shu, with Li's formidable strength, are you truly so worried?" Shu only shook his head. "No, this time it was Xiaoyun who invited me." Upon hearing this, the burly man became increasingly intrigued by Lin Yi. After all, Li Xiaoyun was a heavenly ranking expert, nearly on par with the older generation. If he was mobilizing such forces, it seemed Lin Yi indeed possessed remarkable abilities. Observing the spectacle, Wu Qiushan's expression darkened. "In this situation, we must invite my master to stabilize the scene." Zhang Baifeng, anxious, began to pace, exclaiming, "Why isn't Lin answering his phone?" At that moment, Li Xiaoyun called out, "Gentlemen, no need to hide. Come forth." Realizing they had been discovered, Wu Qiushan stepped out without a hint of trepidation. Although the Shenshao sect was indeed powerful, they still lagged behind one of the three mountain charms, Gazao Mountain. His master was a formidable figure on the blacklist. While he could not contend with Li Xiaoyun, he certainly did not fear him. Seeing that Zhang Baifeng remained behind, Wu Qiushan inquired, "Why aren't you coming?" Zhang Baifeng swallowed hard. "I'm afraid." Wu Qiushan shook his head in exasperation and proceeded onward. The arrival of Wu Qiushan surprised the onlookers. Li Xiaoyun, though, was courteous. It is you, Hua." Wu Qiushan nodded. They were both from the Jingyi lineage and had known each other previously. "Are you here to support Lin Yi?" Li Xiaoyun asked, noting that Wu Qiushan had come uninvited, which meant he was not there to aid him. "Just here to observe," Wu Qiushan replied, then took a seat at the entrance of Yulexiyang. As a fellow practitioner of Jingyi, it felt somewhat inappropriate to outright declare he was there to stand by Lin Yi. At that moment, a chilling wind swept through, causing the temperature to plummet. "What a heavy aura of yin," one individual exclaimed, involuntarily shuddering. "They are here," Li Xiaoyun uttered, prompting all eyes to turn toward Lin Yi, who was approaching. Before them, a thick mist of yin energy obscured the moon, swirling dust engulfing the area. As Lin Yi advanced, everything in his vicinity was shrouded in a terrifying aura, exuding an undeniable sense of power. One hand held two bells, while the other rested casually on the hilt of a knife at his waist, exuding an air of confidence and composure. Yet, he murmured softly, "Earth Spirit, exert yourself a bit more and lift all the sand around us, the larger the better. And you all, do not be idle. Unleash all your ghostly energy." Huh. Lin Yi turned to see Zhang Baifeng lurking in the shadows. Their eyes met. Lin Yi gestured with his chin, but Zhang Baifeng shook his head, giving a silent thumbs up. Lin Yi understood the unspoken meaning. Impressive. Continuing his approach, Lin Yi was surprised to see Zhang Baifeng present. After all, this fellow was notoriously timid, often opting for flight over confrontation. As Lin Yi drew closer, the onlookers swallowed hard, fear gripping their hearts. At that moment, Lin Yi's momentum reached its zenith, creating a vividly dramatic scene. The five spirits flanked him, tens of thousands of ghosts trailed behind, and the seven formidable corpses lined up closely behind him. Who could remain unperturbed in the face of such a spectacle? In the distance, the burly man gasped at the sight. The five spirits of the ghost-controlling sect, the seven corpses of the renowned One family, and tens of thousands of wandering souls following. "Old Shu, is this really Lin Yi? You're not jesting, are you?" With such a display, it was hard to dismiss Lin Yi as merely a newcomer in the realm of unorthodox practices. One could easily mistake him for a master of the blacklist. "Old Shu, I shall not partake in this matter any longer," the burly man announced, with several others nodding in agreement. This was not mere cowardice. Even Shu Hongli's expression had grown serious. The five spirits of the ghost-controlling sect required the lives of 500 individuals with identical fates to be forged. As for the seven corpses, they were the infamous zombies of the One family. their combat prowess comparable to that of flying corpses, the tens of thousands of wandering souls were even more terrifying. Commanding such a massive horde was something even the top 10 on the heavenly ranking might struggle to accomplish. Was Lin Yi truly a recent entrant into this world, including Xu Hongli? It was clear that none present could hope to defeat Lin Yi. This realization caused anxiety not only among Xu Hongli's generation but also among the younger practitioners. The notion of youthful bravado facing down a tiger was only valid until one confronted a true predator. Lin Yi cast a casual glance around and soon spotted a figure not far off. Given the circumstances, it seemed Li Xiaoyun was intent on ensuring his demise, but his own aura was so potent that it could instill terror. One's true strength could only be gauged through confrontation, yet even from his presence alone, it was evident that he was a force to be reckoned with. At that moment, Lin Yi radiated an aura of sheer power, and the only fitting description was that it was terrifyingly formidable. As for his actual capabilities, it mattered little. What was crucial was his ability to command respect and instill fear in others. When out in the world, one's momentum is self-generated. As for his true level of skill, controlling one corpse was manageable, but managing 7 simultaneously was a challenge. He could barely keep them moving. The 5 spirits were usable, yet facing such a multitude, particularly those with Li Xiaoyun's heavenly ranking strength, was still somewhat lacking. As for the tens of thousands of wandering souls, they were merely actors in this grand performance. While the ghostly commanding technique was feasible, in his current state, another instance of mass possession would leave him as nothing more than a living corpse. Chapter 78. The Revelation. Lin Yi stepped forward, casting a dismissive glance at the crowd before him, scoffing, "I am Lin Yi, who among you seeks me?" The assembled individuals turned in unison to look at the leader, Li Xiaoyun. His expression darkened as he gazed at Lin Yi, unable to fathom how Lin Yi could have elevated his power to such heights in such a brief span of time. Yet, the evidence was irrefutable, manifested in the tens of thousands of restless souls and spirits surrounding them. While they appeared formidable, he knew they were not particularly useful. The 5 spirits were indeed sinister and troublesome, and the presence of 7 vengeful corpses only added to the enigma. How had Lin Yi managed to exert control over all of them in such a short time? Li Xiaoyun's voice turned icy as he confronted Lin Yi. "You have slain my junior. Do you not owe us an explanation?" "It is quite simple," Lin Yi replied curtly, showing no inclination to elaborate. "He sought my life, and thus I claimed his. And if I seek vengeance for him?" Li Xiaoyun's demeanor hardened, arcs of electricity crackling around his hands. Lin Yi smirked coldly. "By all means, do try." The onlookers felt a tightening in their chests, genuinely intimidated by Lin Yi's imposing aura. "I refuse to believe you possess such strength," Li Xiaoyun declared, and without warning, he struck out with his palm. Lin Yi summoned his dark energy to meet the attack head-on. Bang! The 2 forces collided, neither yielding an inch, yet Lin Yi instinctively took a step back, inadvertently revealing a flaw. A burly man, keen-eyed, seized upon this minor lapse. "This kid's strength is not what it seems." Not just him. Several others, including Xu Hongli, realized something was amiss. The ability to simultaneously control 7 vengeful corpses and command thousands of restless souls suggested a power far beyond what Lin Yi was currently displaying. "Kill!" A voice rang out, and Xu Hongli charged forward. "Har har har, Lin Yi, you've been exposed." Li Xiaoyun unleashed arcs of electricity, while Lin Yi drew his dagger to engage. Indeed, the facade crumbled with the first strike. As the others recognized Lin Yi's true strength was limited, they too joined the fray. 5 spirits, Lin Yi commanded, and the 5 entities entangled themselves with the assailants. Upon seeing the confrontation, the restless souls disbanded in disarray. The timid among them vanished without a trace, while the bolder ones retreated to a safe distance. "Good lad, you've impressed me with this trick." A muscular man suddenly surged forward, delivering a powerful punch. Lin Yi clenched his fist to counter. Bang! The impact sent Lin Yi staggering back several steps before he managed to regain his footing. Before he could catch his breath, Xu Hongli unleashed a bolt of lightning. Lin Yi shook the control bell in his hand, summoning a vengeful corpse to shield him from the strike. Qiushan attempted to assist but was halted by Xu Hongli's sharp command. "Hua, know your place." Qiushan fell silent. Lin Yi cast a glance at him but said nothing, instead focusing on strategizing his next move. The five spirits were barely managing to hold their ground against the younger generation. Only Li Xiaoyun and Xu Hongli along with their companions remained. While Li Xiaoyun's rank of 25th on the celestial leaderboard had its discrepancies, he undoubtedly possessed the strength to support such a title. The same could be said for Xu Hongli and his three allies, all of whom were notable figures within their respective sects. Lin Yi had never held high hopes for Huqiushan. It wasn't disdain but rather an understanding of the complexities involved, as Huqiushan was a disciple of the Gazao Mountain, which came with numerous considerations. The most pressing threat lay with Li Xiaoyun and his four companions. Thus, Lin Yi declared, 8,000 copper coins for your assistance. Those unafraid of perishing, step forward. Upon uttering this, he pointed to his abdomen, chest, and forehead, intoning, the gates of heaven are open. Malevolent spirits, hasten forth. With so many restless souls surrounding him, there were bound to be those willing to barter their lives for riches. Sure enough, 500 souls surged into Lin Yi's body. This was the maximum he could currently manage. Empowered by 500 restless souls, Lin Yi took the initiative, channeling dark energy into his palm, which ignited into emerald flames, before he abruptly crushed it. The surroundings shifted, and he found himself back in the old street. This is the Ghost's Veil. Xu Hongli gasped, taken aback by Lin Yi's unexpected mastery of this spell. Everyone, be wary of Lin Yi's ambush, Xu Hongli warned. No sooner had he spoken than Lin Yi reappeared, slamming his palm against one of the men, fourfold palm. The man, taken completely off guard, could only raise his hand to defend himself. Bang! The force was terrifying, sending the man hurtling back, crashing into the wall like a cannonball, rendered incapacitated. Old Liu! Xu Hongli shouted, and the four of them collectively gasped. Liu Shan was of celestial leaderboard caliber, yet Lin Yi had dispatched him with a single strike. By my body, I summon thunder, shattering the laws of this world. Li Xiaoyun raised his hand, and a bolt of lightning descended. The Ghost's Veil was shattered in an instant, but Lin Yi had already swung his blade toward another adversary. With a swift cut, the malevolent energy enveloped the blade, severing the man's head, who collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Lin Yi! Xu Hongli erupted in fury, his body crackling with electricity, his speed rapidly doubling as he launched an attack. Bang! Lin Yi was struck squarely on the shoulder, flesh torn, exposing bone beneath the gaping wound, showcasing the sheer power of the blow. Li Xiaoyun sought to capitalize on this moment, but was thwarted by Lin Yi's control over the vengeful corpse. Lin Yi gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain, his heart racing with fear. The force behind that strike was truly terrifying. Had he not dodged in time, it would have surely been fatal. With 5 opponents, he had expended 3 of his energies to severely injure one and dispatched another with a blade infused with malevolent energy. 3 remained. What strategy should he employ next? Noticing that the 5 spirits were being pushed to their limits, Lin Yi turned and distanced himself from the battlefield, promptly controlling a vengeful corpse to ensnare one of the attackers. Now, only Xu Hongli and Li Xiaoyun remained. However, he found himself cornered, having exhausted most of his trump cards. Facing 2 opponents, especially those of celestial leaderboard caliber, was no easy feat. Lin Yi understood that it was now a matter of life and death, resorting to his most proficient style of street brawling. Xiaoyun, we must strike together. Lin Yi must be slain, Xu Hongli urged, and the 2 launched their coordinated assault. Their synergy was impeccable, coupled with the fact that lightning magic inherently countered ghostly arts. Lin Yi soon found himself at a disadvantage, as the restless souls within him could no longer sustain their presence and began to scatter in panic. From 500, only around 100 restless souls remained. Lin Yi's strength was significantly diminished, yet he could only endure. If he could hold out until midnight, the tide would turn in his favor, especially within this establishment. Chapter 79, The Dawn has arrived. Xiaoyun, Lin Yi is at his wit's end. Let us combine our strength to vanquish him. Xu Hongli spoke up. As an experienced veteran, he was all too aware of Lin Yi's current state. He had indeed been intimidated by the aura of this young man moments ago. Agreed. Li Xiaoyun was already impatient. At this moment, Lin Yi's face was contorted with despair, precisely as Xu Hongli had predicted. He was, without doubt, At the end of his tether, the 5 spirits could certainly hold their ground against these young elites, but the undead had reached their limits. The formidable man was no slouch. Having only recently begun to master the art of corpse control, he could only maintain his grip for a fleeting moment. Once more, Xu Hongli and his companion launched their assault, their speed at least doubled under the enhancement of the lightning technique. Had it not been for the Kaiyu blade continuously forcing them back, they might have been slain by now. Yet, despite this, Lin Yi endured several strikes, the restless spirits within him scattered in disarray. Even with Lin Yi's frantic efforts, he could not retain them. 10, 20, 60. With each blow Lin Yi received, a portion of the spirits within him fled. He wielded his blade to fend off his attackers, gasping for breath, his complexion pale. He now had less than 30 spirits left, and their strength was waning. What to do? If all the spirits within him escaped, he would have no means of retaliation. Xiao Yun, force out all the spirits that have possessed him. Xu Hongli exclaimed, a hint of surprise in his heart. Lin Yi's technique of summoning spirits to combat was indeed formidable. The standard method merely allowed for the summoning of a single spirit, at most 10. Yet Lin Yi had summoned 500 restless souls right from the outset, leveraging their powers. It was a truly challenging feat. Were it not for the lightning technique's restraint on malevolent spirits, it was doubtful that he and Li Xiaoyun could have driven Lin Yi to such a desperate state. However, he was also curious, just how far had Lin Yi advanced in this art of summoning spirits? How had he achieved such mastery? Xu Hongli and Li Xiaoyun struck simultaneously. Xu Hongli's palm was repelled by Lin Yi's blade, yet Li Xiaoyun's palm struck Lin Yi squarely. Boom! The hand charged with terrifying arcs of electricity unleashed a cataclysmic force. Lin Yi was sent flying, spewing blood, propping himself up with his blade, kneeling on one knee, while the remaining 30 spirits within him fled in unison. Meanwhile, the 5 spirits found themselves ensnared by the young masters. These 5 formidable spirits are incredibly difficult to deal with, one of them gasped, evidently suffering under the relentless assault of the 5 spirits. Those summoned by Li Xiaoyun, as the leader of the Daoist sect, were no ordinary opponents. Their strength was certainly formidable, ranking among the elite of the Daoist schools. Yet, despite their prowess, the 5 spirits were indeed powerful. They were easy to entrap but exceedingly difficult to destroy. The burly man also felled the undead with a single punch. Ultimately, it was Lin Yi who could no longer sustain his control over the undead. Huff. Is it not yet midnight? Lin Yi panted heavily, observing the dire circumstances below, feeling as though his situation was worsening. If he could cultivate a new life force, perhaps he could continue to fight. All the restless spirits within Lin Yi have been forced out. Now is the moment. Xu Hongli shouted, and simultaneously, he and Li Xiaoyun chanted incantations. 9 heavens, mystic abyss, resplendent heavenly thunder, condense into the hand of lightning. In an instant, their auras surged dramatically, and all arcs of electricity converged in their hands before being unleashed. Boom! 2 arcs of electricity coalesced into a palm, hurtling towards Lin Yi. Rising to his feet, Lin Yi gritted his teeth, steeling himself, and swung his blade in response. Bang! With a resounding explosion, Lin Yi was propelled backward, crashing into the old building behind him. Huff! Li Xiaoyun exhaled deeply, gazing into the dust, murmuring, "Is he dead?" Xu Hongli nodded. "With our combined might, he is surely doomed." As the dust settled, Lin Yi slowly rose to his feet, his clothing tattered, blood streaming down his forehead, staining half of his cheek, and his arm that gripped the blade was drenched in blood. "Not dead yet?" Li Xiaoyun exclaimed in astonishment, his heart racing. Xu Hongli's expression grew grave. He had not anticipated Lin Yi's resilience. At the end of his rope, what does it matter if he withstands this blow? The burly man scoffed, "Let us see if he can endure my strike." With that, he leaned forward, preparing to unleash a powerful punch. Outside the shop, Wu Qiushan clenched his fists, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing. He knew Lin Yi had reached his limit, but he could not intervene. Har har, har har har, Lin Yi's maniacal laughter pierced the air, a chilling presence enveloping him. His laughter was wild and unrestrained, causing the burly man to halt, leaving the others bewildered. "Dawn has arrived." Lin Yi grinned, blood staining half of his face, exuding an ominous ferocity. As his words fell, the bell of the shop chimed. Songzhe and his companions understood that it signaled the commencement of business hours. Suddenly, an icy chill swept over. "Come." Lin Yi bellowed, as a shadow darted into his being. With the arrival of dawn, it was time for them to embark on their journey. Boom! Lin Yi's aura surged violently, the malevolent energy erupting forth, finally reaching its zenith. So powerful. Lin Yi was somewhat taken aback. Which spirit had he summoned to possess him? Kid, a deep, resounding voice emerged, but Lin Yi interrupted. Spirit, I borrow your strength for a moment. For 1 month, you shall dine at the Hot Pot restaurant for free. Agreed. A simple affirmation was all that followed before silence ensued. Lin Yi was taken aback. This spirit was indeed taciturn, exuding an air of aloofness, yet, more crucially, Lin Yi then turned to Li Xiaoyun and the others, a sinister smile gracing his lips. You've had your fun. Now it's my turn. Whoosh! In an instant, Lin Yi struck with unmatched speed, catching Li Xiaoyun and the others off guard. Arriving before one of them, he lifted his blade and struck. Swoosh! The individual was instantly beheaded, and Lin Yi swiftly seized the throat of another beside him, exerting tremendous force. Crack! Both fell lifelessly in an instant. The rapidity of his actions left onlookers gasping in disbelief. How is this possible? Li Xiaoyun was perplexed. How had Lin Yi, who was at his limit, suddenly transformed into such a powerhouse? Allow me, the burly man growled, his fist coiling with energy. The ways of the Tao are boundless. The universe is vast, subtle energies coalesce into a transcendent strike, shaking the very heavens. This punch, imbued with all his Daoist energy, aimed to obliterate Lin Yi entirely. However, Lin Yi effortlessly caught his hand, then swiftly twisted his wrist, flipping him around. You are far too weak. Before the man could register his shock, his entire arm was wrenched around in a complete circle. Oh! The burly man howled in agony, the sound of breaking bones accompanying his cries. Lin Yi then drew his blade and struck. The burly man stood frozen in place, his head severed, blood spraying forth. This sudden turn of events left everyone in stunned silence, particularly the young elites. The 5 spirits, released from their constraints, received Lin Yi's command. Subdue these fellows. Do not let them escape. Run! Xu Hongli cried, turning to flee with Li Xiaoyun. Fear gripped Li Xiaoyun. All his prior arrogance had vanished without a trace. Chapter 80, the final moment of decision. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yi surged forward with the intent to eliminate Li Xiaoyun first and foremost. As for the others, they could wait their turn. Xu Hongli raised his hand and unleashed a bolt of lightning, only to have Lin Yi effortlessly deflect it with a casual sweep. Boom! A streak of lightning illuminated the night sky. Lin Yi gazed upward, as the entity within him began to elucidate. It is said that when the chosen one faces the brink of life and death, the heavens mourn, first with the thunderous wrath, then with the torrential downpour of tears. And so? Lin Yi's expression darkened with fury. Is it that only he can take my life, while I am forbidden from taking his? If that is indeed the case, then let the heavens weep in a grandiose lament. Lin Yi had no regard for such matters. He would not hesitate to slay Li Xiaoyun, even if the Jade Emperor himself descended to intervene. With but one life to spare, what was there to fear? This cannot continue. He will undoubtedly escape. Xu Hongli steeled himself, biting his finger to draw blood, which he smeared upon his brow, chanting, burn the lifespan, sacrifice the soul, to the heavenly realm I offer, with the thunderous might of the 9 heavens, empower me. Suddenly, his aura surged dramatically, arcs of electricity dancing across his body. Senior brother! Li Xiaoyun exclaimed in shock. This was the Divine Cloud sect's secret technique of lifespan sacrifice and thunder descent, a method that exacted a toll on the soul. You are the chosen one, you cannot perish at the hands of this old demon, Lin. With that, Xu Hongli seized Li Xiaoyun and made a hasty retreat. Lifespan sacrifice and thunder descent was one of the Divine Cloud sect's most prized techniques, greatly enhancing one's strength, yet, Xu Hongli, even wielding this power, sought only to escape, never contemplating a direct confrontation with Lin Yi. No, to be precise, he had considered it, but knew he could not prevail. I must not let this scoundrel escape. Lin Yi pursued with all his might, but his opponent's speed was astonishingly swift. Allow me, the entity within him spoke, then bellowed, for ghosts, come forth and bear me. As the words left his lips, a terrifying aura of ghostly energy enveloped the area, summoning for diminutive specters. No, more accurately, they were compelled to appear at his command. With a mere utterance, these 4 little ghosts had no choice but to comply. Catch up to those 2 ahead. At his command, the 4 little ghosts lifted Lin Yi and hastened after Li Xiaoyun and Xu Hongli, their speed rivaling that of the lifespan sacrifice and thunder descent. Lin Yi looked down to see the 4 spirits consuming their own essence to pursue their targets. Who is this master of ghosts? Lin Yi pondered. Ordinary spectres lacked such capabilities, not even the elevated Zhao and Wang could accomplish this. To command spirits, one must at least be of the rank of the 7th or 8th master, but now was not the time for such musings. They chased into the outskirts, where the trees stood tall, and Xu Hongli could no longer maintain the lifespan sacrifice and thunder descent. The 4 little ghosts, too, had reached their limits. The entity within him spoke slowly. Shall I assist you in healing? At these words, the little ghosts trembled in fear, shaking their heads furiously. Very well, be gone. The entity uttered dismissively, and the 4 little ghosts bowed deeply before vanishing. Though Lin Yi was astonished by the identity of this master of spirits, he had no time for inquiries. Spotting Xu Hongli and Li Xiaoyun ahead, he swung his blade with lethal intent. Villains perish from excessive chatter. There was no need for further words. He would strike. Having sustained the lifespan sacrifice and thunder descent for so long, Xu Hongli was utterly exhausted and could offer no resistance. As Lin Yi's blade came crashing down, Li Xiaoyun drew a dagger to counter but was flung back, crushing to the ground. Lin Yi's blade struck Xu Hongli's chest, sending a spray of blood into the air. Xu Hongli collapsed, utterly defenseless, managing to utter, "Old demon Lin, should you kill us, the Divine Cloud sect will not spare you." Too many words, Lin Yi retorted, lifting his blade for a final strike. Boom, a bolt of electricity shot forth, and Lin Yi raised his hand to meet it. Bang, he was violently thrown back several meters before regaining his footing. Turning to Li Xiaoyun, he saw him transformed into a being of pure electricity. The Divine Cloud sect's ultimate secret technique, transforming oneself into lightning. Xu Hongli could hardly believe it, yet elation surged within him. Such a technique, mastered by only a handful in the last 3 centuries, was now wielded by Li Xiaoyun, the youngest to do so. Truly, he was the chosen one. Perhaps victory was within reach. Even at death's door, he dares to counterattack. Lin Yi was taken aback but dismissed the thought. Lin Yi, you have slain my junior brother, injured my senior brother, and extinguished countless fellow practitioners. Today, you must die. Li Xiaoyun's presence was imposing, radiating an aura that seemed insurmountable. Die. Lin Yi scoffed, raising his blade to point at Li Xiaoyun. Tonight, I shall fell you, the prime talent of your sect, with 3 strikes. Whoosh. The 2 lunged at one another, Li Xiaoyun unleashing arcs of electricity while Lin Yi's blade danced through the air. They grappled before breaking apart. Lin Yi's arm, gripping the blade, was drenched in blood, droplets falling to the ground, yet he wore a triumphant grin. Li Xiaoyun, too, bore wounds. His face was cut, blood trickling down, and several gashes marred his body, though they were not deep. Once again, they clashed, evenly matched, each sustaining injuries. The entity within Lin Yi cautioned, "Young Lin, your physical limits are approaching." Have I reached my limits? Lin Yi mused aloud. If that were the case, he would trade injury for a killing blow. Intentionally, he exposed a vulnerability, allowing Li Xiaoyun to strike his chest. Lin Yi felt his insides shatter, but he swiftly raised his blade. Thud, his strike found its mark on Li Xiaoyun's chest. They both staggered back, Lin Yi barely maintaining his stance with the blade, spitting blood. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoyun collapsed, a gaping wound from his neck to abdomen oozing crimson. You dodged rather well, Lin Yi remarked, spitting out another mouthful of blood, feeling a twinge of regret. That strike had aimed for his head, yet Li Xiaoyun had evaded. Li Xiaoyun gasped for breath, his wound continuing to bleed profusely, uncontrollable. He had not anticipated that Lin Yi, facing a near-fatal circumstance, would dare to exchange wounds for a kill. It was said that those who tread the path of the unorthodox excel in bravado and ferocity, yet Lin Yi's ruthlessness had instilled genuine fear within him. Both men released their techniques, now utterly spent. Lin Yi coughed up blood in a wild fit of laughter. The battle of magic had concluded. Now, it was time for the street brawl. He excelled as long as there was breath in his body, he would strive to slay his opponent. It was a contest of sheer willpower. Li Xiaoyun attempted to rise, but found it impossible. Lin Yi gritted his teeth, forcing himself to stand, blood pouring from his mouth, but it mattered not, for he could kill Li Xiaoyun. Boom! A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, and torrential rain began to pour. The rain cascaded down upon Lin Yi's face, blurring his vision, yet he still gazed upward. Is the heavens mourning?